Is that you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. Well, the district attorney is behind a locked door. Most interesting, Markham. How do I get in?
This way, Vance. Am I unlocking the door? Good evening, Vance.
Hello, Markham. All this secrecy indicates an occasion I should enjoy. Am I correct?
It's quite possible, Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, you sent for me, Markham. I'm here. Shall we ask your other visitor to come in here from the next room so we can get started?
You knew I had someone waiting next door?
Certainly. You wouldn't lock yourself in, Markham. As long as I've known you, I've never seen you display a single evidence of fear. You locked your door, therefore you are trying to protect someone. Whom?
My only surprise is that you didn't know that, too. It's an informer, Vance, a stool pigeon. Come in, Ricker.
Yeah, D.A., here I am.
Ricker, this is Philo Vance. I want you to tell him what you told me a while ago.
Oh, gee, D.A., what I told you was personal, just between friends.
Please include me among your friends, then, Ricker.
Do I have to tell this guy what I told you, D.A.?
I wish you would.
Okay, then. Okay. Listen, Vance, the D.A. and I has got a deal. When I hear something he ought to know, only nobody'll tell him, I tell him, see?
Nobody will tell him, so you tell him.
Sure. Listen, Vance, there's a dame due to hit this town this week, and she's going to start running things here the same as she ran them in the Midwest. And where she goes, trouble goes, too. Big trouble. Killings, bank holdups, kidnappings, the works. Yeah, that's what I was telling the D.A.
A woman is coming to town, and that means trouble, eh? Well, that's not too strange an association.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is this town's going to break wide open when she shows up. And that's going to be soon.
Really? Ricker, tell me, who is this woman?
You mean, what's her name? Well, search me. I don't know. All I know is she's tall and dark and terrific looking. And she always wears dresses of one color only. Nobody knows her name. Everybody calls her the Lady in Blue. It would be my suggestion, Danny, not to let the Lady in Blue into this office.
Legal advice or a friendly tip?
A friendly tip, Danny, actuated by the fact that I wish to be retained by you as your lawyer for quite some time yet.
Meaning I may not be around long running things if I let the Lady in Blue in here. Well, we'll see. Davy, let her come in. Out, mouthpiece. That door there. Call me later.
I hope you will be able to answer the phone when I do. Bye.
Davy, I said to send that...
Hello, Danny. Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Danny?
I am as soon as I can breathe normal again. You're the Lady in Blue?
That's what I've been called. You knew I was coming to town?
Everybody knew it. What do you want with me?
I'd like to do business with you, Danny. Things are a little slow where I came from. I need activity. I can find things to do here. Things you're already doing.
All right, I get that. But the way you look, the way you're dressed, the way you talk, what do you want with rackets?
Rackets, Danny? I'm not associated with any rackets. I do things more legitimately. My methods may be a little illegal, but my enterprises aren't. For instance, you're in a racket. I've suddenly decided to be your partner.
Nice deciding. What if I don't like? I know you brought a couple of your boys along, so don't think I'm being tough.
No, you're too smart to play that way, Danny. You have a bodyguard in the next room. I have one of my boys watching him. I don't know about yours, but mine shoots straight. And often. Do we talk business?
Take that hood of yours out of here, lady, and you go with him. We don't have nothing to talk about.
No. Tony.
Don't let him come in, Davy.
You call me, lady? Davy here's giving me some trouble.
Davy. He shot Davy.
Only in his arm. I don't like guys that pull guns. You call me, lady?
Yes, Tony. Just as a protective measure. Danny, we'll drop our business discussion for the day, but we'll meet again.
We'll meet again, lady. I promise you that. I'll find out what your game is.
I'm sure you will. Only, as a glance in the next room will tell you, we're both playing the same game. But the score is 1-0 in my favor.
How do you do, madame? May I help you with your selection?
It's quite possible. You own this shop.
Yes, I am Madame Marie. Madame, you have a beautiful figure, and I have the creation that will set off the blue of your eyes. Please come with me.
We can do business here, Madame Marie. I'm not interested in gowns. I'm interested in working for you.
Working? A woman like you is looking for a position?
Not exactly. Madame Marie, effective today, everything which you purchase from manufacturers here and abroad must go through me, a service for which I charge 10%. Do you understand?
No. No, I do not.
You will. Oh, now there's a beautiful gown, that blue evening model. An import, of course. How much is it?
$400. But I still do not know what you're trying to do. I need no one to buy for me.
You'll change your mind. I'll take that gown. Send it to me at the Ritmore, Suite 928. Oh, 400, you said? Very well, here you are. Good day, Madame Marie. Oh, you'll be hearing from me.
Oh, dear, what does this mean? Evelyn, I'm not to be disturbed. I'm going into my office. A thing like this cannot happen.
Yeah.
Monsieur Danny?
Never mind the monsieur business. I got trouble enough.
Danny, this is Marie from the dress shop. 6 months ago, I joined your association. You promised me I'd never be disturbed by anyone. Just now, I was disturbed.
By a tall, good-looking doll dressed in blue?
Yes. She didn't know I was already a member of your association, did she? I mean, that must be it. She just didn't know.
She knew all right. Only she told me she's moving in and she's doing it. I'm going to see her. Something tells me she's going to be moving right out again.
Sit down, Danny. We're quite alone, and there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Do you like my new gown? I bought it today.
I like the gown, lady. It's your ideas on doing business I don't like. You're cutting in on Madame Marie, I understand.
Well, as long as you understand, I see no need to discuss it further. Do you like the gown really, Danny?
Listen, lady, I don't like what's going on here. I was doing all right. I was doing fine till you cut yourself in. I'm not taking it, lady. I'm telling you now, I'm not taking it.
But, Danny, there isn't really anything you can do. Look, would you care to take me to the theater tonight? I'll wear this new blue gown. I've some wonderful blue eyeshadow that matches and luminous stardust for my hair. You'll be very proud of me, Danny.
You want me to take you to the theater? Hey, lady, you go for me a little?
Why?
Why? On account of you're only the most terrific dame I've ever seen, that's why. So you want me to take you to the theater?
Is it a date, Danny?
Oh, could be, lady, could be. So you like me a little, huh? Well, I like you a lot, lady. You got what I ain't got. Class.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lady, come here a minute. I always wanted to know what it would feel like to have a swell dame like you in my arms. Come here, lady, come on.
You want me closer? Real close? Like this?
Oh, lady. Oh, lady, this is living. Hey. What did you clip me for?
I step on ants when they start to crawl, Danny. You affect me the same way.
Oh, I do, huh? You don't want to play then, do you? Except rough. Okay, if that's the way you want it, that's the way you're going to get it. Lady, you're going to be sorry you slapped me in the kisser. Take my word for it.
Really? What are you going to do?
Plenty. I'll fix you for this, lady, beginning now. You know that date we had for the theater? Well, it's off. Fool around with that.
Well, Mr. Markham, we got another murder.
So I see, Sergeant Heath. Danny Claxton, isn't it?
It was. That's the way we found him, lying face up here in his apartment, knife in his heart.
Vance will be interested in that when he gets here, Heath. Oh, incidentally, I had to wake him up. After all, only homicide detectives and district attorneys stay awake all night.
Call him back and tell him to stay away, D.A. We can solve this murder without him. I'll have the guy who knocked off Claxton within a week.
You know, Heath, I was living in hopes that you'd bring Claxton in one of these days so we could send him up the river where he belongs.
Apparently, someone sent him down the river. Hello, Markham.
Well, hello, Vance. Sorry to get you out of bed.
I'm sorry you got out of bed, too.
Good evening, Sergeant Heath. So this is a big-time racketeer's apartment. And that a big-time racketeer's corpse.
We're waiting for some men from the morgue to remove the body, Vance. Sergeant Heath has had the knife that killed Claxton taken to headquarters.
Sure did. It's being checked for fingerprints right now.
I hope you find some. A knife killed Claxton, eh, Markham?
Yes, Vance, a knife. And now we have a corpse, and so far, 3 suspects.
Really? Who are they?
Well, there's the lady in blue whom we were warned about last night, remember, by my personal informer?
Yes, of course.
Then there's a cold-blooded killer named Tony who works for the lady. We got him right away, but he's out on bail.
Wonderful device, that business of bail. Who's the third?
A former attorney who was Danny's business advisor, a man named Smythe.
Also out on bail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heath.
Yeah, Vance. What can't I do for you?
Find anything in the room that might be a clue?
Not a thing. But maybe you will. You generally do. But look, don't bother me, Vance. I'm busy.
Well, Vance, do you want to look around, or shall we go?
We might just as well go. Apparently, there are no clues to be uncovered. Coming, Sergeant Heath?
Sure, I'm coming. I'll leave a man outside the door to wait for those guys from the morgue. Turn off the light, will you, D.A.?
Certainly.
Holy mackerel, it's dark in here. Open the door, will you, D.A.? It's right next to the switch.
Certainly, I've got it right here.
Don't open that door, Markham.
What?
Don't do it for a second, anyhow.
Oh.
Hey, Vance, what are you staring into a dark room for? You can't see anything. Hey, where'd you go?
I'm over here by the body, Heath. And I did see something. Something very interesting.
In the dark?
Yes. You can open that door now if you like, Markham.
Hey, Vance, what could you possibly see on that corpse in a dark room?
I'll tell you about it sometime, Sergeant Heath. At about the same time that I tell it to the murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blue Lady murder case developed as a result of the knifing of Danny Claxton, whose reign as Racket King has been challenged by a glamorous woman known as the Lady in Blue. As Vance had anticipated, there were no fingerprints on the knife. Suspects include the lady, her favorite gunman, Tony, and a disbarred lawyer named Smythe, who might well inherit Claxton's racket empire with him dead. Vance found some sort of clue in Claxton's darkened apartment after I'd asked him there, and, since all suspects are out on bail, he phoned to tell me he was going to the Ritmore Hotel to see the Lady in Blue. He should be there about now.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance. I've been waiting to meet you. And, it's been worth waiting for.
Thank you. You know, if there should be a mental contest between us, one of us must lose. In view of that and my self-confidence, I appreciate your hospitality.
You mean if there is a contest, I won't win? If you knew as much about me as I about you, you might not be so certain. We're very much alike.
I'd hate to believe that. You and Danny Claxton didn't like each other, did you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. He was quite fond of me.
That's not difficult to understand.
You know, Vance, I'd like you to tell me something. Something about me.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
Are you quite sure you want me to tell you?
Quite.
Well, as a woman, you're perfectly gowned, beautiful, and exciting.
Exciting, Vance?
Very much so. Many men must have fallen in love with you.
Many men? Yes. The one man? No.
Is there something else I might tell you about yourself?
You've told me what I wanted to hear.
There's no question about that. Of course, I could go further. Let's take the surface you. The gown you're wearing is startling, but it's right for you. Your jewelry is exquisite, your hair becoming, fashionable, but too perfectly groomed. Nothing is wrong with you, lady. Therefore, something is wrong with you.
Oh, please don't stop, Vance.
If I were you, I don't think I'd strive so for effect. That hairdo of yours, for instance. What are those little things that glisten on top of it?
Oh, that's stardust. When lights hit it, it has the effect of sparkling.
You couldn't possibly be content to not stand out when there are no lights. A theater, for example.
No, you're quite right. For occasions like that, there's a luminous stardust I use.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, Vance. Vance, I like you. You're the man I never met in my life. Do you understand what I mean?
I think so. And under other circumstances, something might be done about that.
Not under these?
I'm afraid not. I'm engaged in a murder investigation. Though I must admit that for the last few moments I've neglected it a bit. Will you tell me something?
Anything. Within reason.
Danny Claxton was murdered in his apartment last night. Were you ever in that apartment?
No.
So the contest commences. The gauntlet has been hurled.
And the challenge accepted.
Oh, expecting company?
Not that I know of.
I was just leaving. I'll answer the door. Lady, may I say that this has been one of the most pleasant interviews I've ever had?
Just a moment. I'm glad you said that, Vance. No matter what happens from here in, I'll remember that. You did something to me. I shouldn't like what you did, but I do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Smythe. Go right in.
Yes. Lady, I've got to talk to you. What did Vance want here?
What is it you want here?
Lady, I worked for Danny Claxton. I know everything he did, how he operated, who paid him, and whom he paid. I imagine you're taking over here. I could be valuable to you.
My intention in coming here was to take over. Now I'm not so sure.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. So you want to transfer your allegiance from the dead to the living, Mr. Smythe. You want to serve me.
With Danny out of the way, why not?
Was it you who saw to it that Danny was out of the way?
Did I kill him? Why, lady, what difference does that make? The king is dead. Long live the queen.
Wait a minute, Mr. Markham. Let me go to work on this Tony here. I talk a language you can understand. Tony, sit up in that chair.
Don't bother me.
He's all yours, Sergeant Heath. I hope you get something out of him. You have my best wishes, but also my gravest doubts.
He'll talk, D.A. Tony, listen.
You bore me, copper.
I'll bore you. I'll do something to you when you leave me. Look, you worked for the lady in blue. She told you to knock off Danny Claxton, so you knocked him off.
With a knife?
Sure, with a knife. Oh, I know all about how you're a gun-toter. I know your reputation, but you pulled a switch to toss us off. You hoped. You killed Claxton, didn't you? Well, did you or didn't you?
Didn't I? Go away, Heath. Go far away. I guarantee nobody will look for you.
You start talking or nobody will ever find you. Tony, get this.
Hold it, Heath. Who is it?
It's I, Markham. Vance.
Wait a second, Vance. I'll be right out.
Tony, you killed Danny Claxton, and I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Vance.
Glad I found you, Markham.
That sounds like you've got news on the Claxton killing, Vance.
Oh, that. I suspected last night who killed Claxton.
You did?
Certainly. This afternoon, I visited the lady in blue. Just as I was leaving, Claxton's former employee, Mr. Smythe, came in. My appearance there was very fortunate. You see, I thought I'd known who killed Claxton, but now I have proof.
Well, man, don't just stand there as if you told me it looked like it might rain tomorrow. Who killed Claxton?
I know, Markham, but I have no evidence that would satisfy a jury. Ask the lady in blue, her friend Tony, and Mr. Smythe up to my apartment at 9 tonight. You and Heath be there, too. I think I'll supply the proof we need at that time. May I take the liberty of using a moment or two to describe this knife I'm holding?
Come on, Vance. I've wasted enough time getting these three people up to your apartment.
A moment more won't hurt, Heath. Now, please, everyone, look at this knife. It's Arabian. The handle is of ivory, and the blade solid steel. I've selected this knife because it closely resembles the one used to kill Danny Claxton. Now, for the purpose of this experiment, I need an assistant, someone to pose as the murderer. May I ask the lady in blue?
Why, certainly, Vance. What is it you'd like me to do?
Well, for one thing, I'd like you to look slightly less glamorous. It's completely demoralizing, distracting, and downright inconsiderate.
Really? I was hoping you'd like this gown. That's why I wore it.
Mm-hmm. Will you take this knife, please, lady, and hold it in your right hand?
Like this?
That's fine. Thank you. Markham.
Yes?
Please stand over by the door, next to the light switch, will you?
Of course, I'll be right over here.
Now, Tony, please don't fall asleep. This might be interesting to you.
Yeah, I know.
And Mr. Smythe. I'd like you in particular to watch and see how close I come to showing exactly how Danny Claxton was killed. First, let me ask all three of you. Were any of you ever in Mr. Claxton's apartment?
I never was.
Not me.
Well, I'd been there, but not in the past week.
Very well. Now, my very intriguing lady in blue, you have the knife. I'm going to show everyone what happened the other night. You, lady, will pretend to be the murderer. I'll be Claxton. Now, you slip up behind me. Please get behind me. Throw your left arm around my neck. As you do that, I try to reach back with my hand to seize the knife, like this.
Vance, be careful. You're ruining my hairdo with your hands.
I'm sorry. Markham, will you turn out the lights, please, all of them?
Turn out the lights.
I don't know why either, Heath, but maybe I'd better turn them off.
Okay. Only I don't see a thing. Neither does anybody.
I think you will now. Everybody, please look at my right hand. The hand that just touched the hair of the lady in blue.
Vance, your hand is glowing.
Hey, what have you got on your hand, Vance? Radium?
Not exactly. It's just proof that the lady in blue stabbed Claxton.
You were too clever, Vance. But you'll never live to prove what you think. I'll see to it.
Vance, she's got that knife. Look out. Heath, the lights. Turn on those lights.
Right, DA.
She stabbed Vance. Heath, do something. Do something.
I'll do something, all right, DA. I'll open that door, let my cops in. We'll drag her downtown.
That isn't necessary. You want me at headquarters, I'll go. Mr. Markham.
Yes?
You saw me stab Vance. I killed Claxton the same way. I don't know how Vance figured it, and we'll never know now. But he was right. I'm ready, Mr. Markham. Nothing's very important anymore. I've just killed the only man that ever interested me.
Come in, Markham. Come in.
Hi, Vance. Sleep well?
Wonderfully. Sorry I had to put on that act last night. Did it scare you?
Definitely. Let's see that trick knife of yours, Vance.
Nothing much to it, Markham. Here it is. The blade disappears into the handle when you touch the point. See?
Why, yes, of course. Had me worried for a while last night, though. Well, Vance, I know now that she killed Claxton, but you knew before. Was it whatever you found when we turned out the lights in Claxton's apartment that told you the lady in blue had killed him?
Yes, it was. It was Claxton's right hand, Markham. It glowed in the dark. Because it had touched the hair of the lady in blue, and on her hair was a glamour accessory, A phosphorescent preparation known as stardust.
Oh, I see.
As soon as I found the lady in blue wore stardust, I knew it was she who'd been at Claxton's apartment.
Ah, the lady in blue was a lovely woman, Vance. Lovely to look at.
But hardly delightful to know. Though for a moment at her apartment yesterday afternoon, I was beginning to find it hard to believe that.
Well, Vance, you did it again.
Yes, Markham, I guess this is the end of the Blue Lady murder case. But I wish the lady in blue had had a different beginning.
You know, I was just thinking, Colonel Tim.
Yeah?
If I get a few more little people to work with you in the act, it might be better entertainment.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edwards. Say, I know someone who might do. A young lady.
A lady, Midget? How tall is she, Tim?
Oh, about my size, 33 inches.
That's not bad. We could bill you two as the smallest Mr. and Mrs. in the world.
Sure.
I'll think it over. But right now, let's get on with our rehearsal.
Okay.
Take your song from the middle. I'll give you a pickup. Here.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that it really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you through Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town, goodbye.
Ah, that's swell, Colonel Tim. Billy Edwards and Company. I like the sound of that. You, La Belle Louise and her trapeze, Andy Anderson, the human giant, and Duke Miller and his magic. Not bad, not bad.
Sounds good to me.
Think of it, Tim. 2 more weeks of rehearsal, then 6 months in theaters booked solid. If all goes well, we could go on the road 2 weeks from Tuesday.
Yes, Mr. Edwards. But that is, if all goes well.
Homicide Department, Sergeant Heath speaking.
Sergeant Heath, this is Jennings. I'm the janitor of the rehearsal building on Kearney Street. Hurry over, please, Sergeant. Please come right away.
Okay, Jennings, take it easy. Tell me what happened.
A man's been shot, and he's lying on the floor of one of the rooms. Hurry, Sergeant, hurry.
Be right there. You know the man's name?
Edwards, Billy Edwards. Hurry, please hurry.
Don't touch anything and don't leave till I get there. Be up in 5 minutes.
Our friend, the district attorney, should either not have an office on the 8th floor or else see to it that the elevators in this building run all night. Oh, right, Vance.
I'll suggest that to Mr. Markham, Ellen. Stairs a little wearying for you?
I'm allergic to them. Whew. 8th floor. At last. Mr. Markham's office. Finally.
That's you, Vance?
Right.
And it's me, Ellen.
Hello, you two.
Hello.
Sorry to get you down here at this hour, Vance, but I thought you'd be sorrier if I hadn't.
Oh.
I'm fairly certain I would be. What is this, Markham? What did you mean when you told me on the phone that there hadn't been a murder yet?
I meant there still hasn't been one. But there has been a shooting. A theatrical manager and pianist named Billy Edwards had been shot when I called you. He's at the hospital, unconscious and in pretty bad shape.
Just a shooting? I don't see why you called Vance.
You'd never forgiven me if I hadn't, Ellen. Vance, Edwards was rehearsing a vaudeville act featuring a midget, Colonel Tim.
Mm-hmm.
And he was shot with a midget gun. We found the gun. It's no more than 2 inches long.
Could a gun that size mortally wound a man?
Very possibly, Ellen. That type of weapon was invented in France. It uses a tiny pellet quite capable of killing a man if fired at close range and into a vulnerable spot. I imagine if Edwards recovers, Markham, he'll be able to tell you who shot him.
Unquestionably, if he recovers.
I see what you mean. Who else was in the act Edwards was preparing?
In addition to the midget, there was a trapeze performer named Louise, a giant named Anderson, and a magician named Miller.
A modified circus troupe, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Well, it does sound different. What was found on Edwards? Anything interesting?
The usual things, except for money. Edwards had more than $700 in cash in his pocket.
Really? Markham, I want to thank you.
For bringing you in on this case, Vance?
Yes, of course. And I'd also like to thank you to see that no word of Mr. Edwards' condition gets into the newspapers. Still time to do that?
Yes, Vance. You see, I'm beginning to understand how you work. I specifically asked Heath not to release any information.
Thank you. Now, if you'll tell me where I can find the people who are supposed to be in Mr. Edwards' act, I'll replace our talking with some action.
Look, Louise, why not team up with me? Even if Edwards gets better, it'll be months before he puts our act on the road now.
No, Duke. I don't think it's right. I just don't.
And I don't either. The least we can do is wait for Mr. Edwards to get better.
Maybe he ain't gonna get better. And what happens? We lay off for months. The way I see it, Louise, you and me and the midget here, we got the same act.
I'm sorry, Duke, but
Don't give me no buts, pretty one. I've been nice and quiet, and I've been trying to show you it'd be smart to send the act out without Edwards. What if you're gonna make me get tough? Where you going, runt?
Out. Just out.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, I think he worships you, Louise. He didn't like the way I was talking to you.
Now, let's get back to what you were saying. You were going to get tough. How tough?
Not the way you think, baby doll. This way. Suppose the cops were to know Bill Edwards was in love with you when they found out there was a Mrs. Edwards.
You're pretty low, Duke. You'd tell them, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know anything, except all of us ought to team up and take over those booking Edwards got. Now, I ain't a bad guy, baby, if I'm treated right. Try me out and see. I always had a yen for you.
Get away from me, Duke. Keep away from me.
Oh, so that's the way you want it. All right, maybe I can...
There,
that
Andy.
midget brought the giant with
That's
him.
why I went for you. Don't let him do anything to Louise. Mix you up.
What is this here? He bother you, Louise?
Well, now, look, Andy, I was just kind of talking.
He
like...
bother you, Louise? He bother you, Louise? I break him in half.
No, Andy, please. Please, it's all right.
She told you, Andy. I didn't do nothing. She told you that. You heard her. Now, keep away from me. Don't, Andy. Don't.
You
Don't, Andy.
you open
Andy,
door.
let go of me.
Sure, Andy. Come on.
Now I throw skunk outdoor.
Now, get your hands off me. You
Well,
choked
this
me.
is a very pretty picture. Do you mind if I interrupted a moment?
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I want to see all of you about the shooting of Bill Edwards.
I throw him out, Louise.
No, Andy, no. Don't throw anybody out. Mr. Vance, we've already answered all the questions the police asked us.
I know, but I wanted to meet all of you socially before I uncovered evidence that will send one of you to prison for a long, long time.
Did you find anything, Mr. Markham?
No, nothing, Heath. But let's keep looking. This apartment isn't very large.
No. I'm sure there's something here that'll give us a lead on who shot Edwards. Oh, that's his picture there on the piano. Nice-looking fella. Probably his wife next to him, huh?
Probably. It's quite pretty. Hope she doesn't mind what we're doing to her apartment when she returns here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Heath, have you followed Vance's instructions about keeping Edwards' condition out of the newspapers?
Sure I did. D.A., do I have to keep on taking orders from him?
Heath, we haven't done badly by taking suggestions from Vance in the past, have we?
Oh, only this is just a routine case, D.A. God, I guess that's it. Nothing left to look into except that trunk in the corner.
Yes, well, let's look in that.
Come on over. We'll do it together.
Okay.
Sure wish Mrs. Edwards would get here. If we can't find anything, maybe at least she'd tell us something. Huh. Trunk's not locked. That's something.
Yes.
Seems to be stuck, though. Help me, will you, D.A.?
Sure.
There. Holy mackerel. Look what's in it.
Mrs. Edwards.
Look at her neck, D.A. Those red marks. She's been choked to death.
Yes.
By somebody with very powerful hands.
Choked to death and crammed into this trunk. Heath, I don't know what Mrs. Edwards might have been able to tell us. All I know is she'll never tell us now.
No, I'm sorry. I can't connect you with Mr. Vance's private office. He gave me instructions that he wasn't to be disturbed. Well, I'll have him call you just as soon as he's free. Goodbye. Now, let's see.
Me want to see Vance.
Well, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Vance isn't seeing anybody. You must be the giant in Mr. Edwards' act.
That's right.
Yes.
Vance here?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. He's in that office there. He's talking to Colonel Tim, the midget. If you'd care to wait, I'm sure he'll be glad to see you when he's through.
Me no wait. Me go in now.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that. That door's locked, and besides, you can't see him, I said.
Me don't care what you say. Me take care of locked door like this.
Hey!
Well, really, what
do you think, Andy? What
well,
are you doing here?
Mr. Anderson. Nice of you to break in to see me.
Van, shall I call the police?
I think
down
not, Ellen.
here.
Better go back to your office.
Andy, you shouldn't have come here. You broke Mr. Vance's door.
Me break lots things, maybe. He bother you, Tim?
No, Andy, not at all. He's our friend. Our friend, Andy.
You see, Ellen, I'm their friend. Now, please go on back while I find out what other reason Mr. Anderson had for breaking in on me.
Okay, Vance. Only there are an awful lot of funny things happening around here.
Well, Colonel Tim, would you like to continue?
Well, I think not, Mr. Vance. Not now. Andy, I'm trying to help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards. I've just told him that he used to lend money to people in show business.
You tell him that?
Yep.
Why?
Well, because it might help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards.
What it did, actually, was account for the large amount of cash in Mr. Edwards' pockets, Mr. Anderson. Merely that and nothing else. Yet.
Duke Miller, he tell me Mr. Vance want you in his office, Tim. I think maybe he do something to you I do not like. I come here.
No. Well, Mr. Vance, there's nothing more I have to tell you, but maybe you'll tell me something. How's Mr. Edwards feeling?
I'd say he's doing as well as can be expected.
He still not talk?
He's not conscious, Mr. Anderson, if that's what you mean.
Well, come on, Andy. Come back with me to the hotel.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I'm sorry about the door Andy broke. If you let me know how
Well,
much...
don't worry about it, Colonel Tim.
Come on, we go to hotel. Come
Sure.
on, Tim.
Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help to you.
That's all right. Thank you for the information you did give me. Goodbye.
Bye. Come on.
Ellen.
Oh, coming, Vance. Well, that was quite a little party you had here.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Quite an informal gathering, I assure you. They've gone?
Very much so. Thank goodness. Did you find out anything?
Well, I'll tell you this. I spoke to Duke Miller and Louise, the trapeze performer, at their hotel rooms.
Yes?
The giant and the little fellow here. And I've come to the conclusion that any one of the four could have shot Edwards.
Well, you're certainly going out on a limb there, Vance.
And so far as the weapon used is concerned, the midget pistol, it might have been fired by any of the four.
Same limb, only a little further out this time.
Hey, anybody at home in there?
Markham, come on in.
Well, what went on in here? Brawl? Who broke this glass, Vance?
Hello, Markham. Well, not exactly a brawl. A giant came into my office without bothering to open the door.
It was really the door's fault. It hit him first.
Vance, I've got some news for you. Mrs. Edwards has been murdered.
Really?
Mrs. Edwards?
How, by another midget gun?
No, she was strangled to death. Heath and I found her an hour ago. Someone with a powerful pair of hands was responsible, we're certain.
There should be very little question about that. Time of death, Markham.
Yesterday afternoon, the medical examiner says.
Well, then she was killed before her husband was shot. Well, that might mean something, Vance.
Everything in this case might mean something if I only knew what. Markham, the midget gun used to shoot Edwards belonged to Colonel Tim. He just told me that. He said somebody stole it from him. He also said that Edwards used to lend money to performers at high interest rates.
A show business Shylock. Well, now I've heard everything.
So Mrs. Edwards was strangled. Well, I'll see you both soon.
Where are you going, Vance?
Out. Please excuse me, Markham. I'll only be about an hour if you care to wait.
Vance, there are several things we ought to discuss.
Later, Markham. I won't be too long. You see, I just thought of something. Goodbye.
You think you go somewhere, Mr. Vance?
Beg your pardon, but that's my neck. You have your armor out, Mr. Anderson.
Vance, you keep away from us. You no bother me, Colonel Tim or Louise, or even Duke. Keep away, Vance. We no like you bother any of us. Understand?
This is District Attorney Markham. When Billy Edwards, theatrical manager, was found shot by a midget pistol, Philo Vance uncovered 4 suspects: a midget, a giant, a trapeze performer, and a magician. Then Edwards' wife was found dead, strangled. None of the suspects knows what condition Billy Edwards is in because at Vance's request, all information other than the fact that he has as yet not talked has been withheld. I have been informed that Sergeant Heath has picked up Andy Anderson, the giant, and is questioning him at this moment. They are having a bit of...
Look, how many of you guys does it take to hold him down? That's better. Okay, Anderson, you're a big guy, a giant. But you could also be a murderer.
Me no murderer.
Now, this is the way I figure it. Edwards, the guy who was shot, was married. All right, maybe he isn't dead, but his wife is. I figure you strangled her with those big hands of yours because you were going to kill Edwards and she knew you'd threatened him in the past.
Why I kill anybody? You try make fool of me. I not let you.
Hold him in that chair. Don't let him get up. You want to know why you tried to kill Edwards? I'll tell you. You were in love with Louise, the trapeze performer. You knew Edwards was playing around with her, so you tried to knock him off. All right, I know a way to get you to talk. Murphy. Yes? Bring in that girl, Louise. She's in the next office. Right. Come on in here, Miss La Belle Louise.
Okay.
Sit right down there. That's right.
Well, what do you want with me?
You're the reason this giant won't talk. Make him open up. Make him confess he killed Mrs. Edwards and tried to kill Edwards.
Andy.
Me say nothing.
Please, Andy, if you know anything to help the police, tell them.
I keep quiet because of you.
Yes, I know, Andy.
You want me to talk? I talk.
Yes.
This what I see.
Yes, Andy.
Night before Mr. Edwards is shot, I see you with little gun. Same kind as what killed Mr. Edwards. This I no want to tell police. You even have same gun with you now.
This? Oh, is this the gun you mean?
Yeah.
This one on my charm bracelet?
Yeah.
Oh, Andy. Look, Sergeant Heath, it's perfectly harmless, isn't it?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. That's just a toy.
Me thought maybe...
Maybe I shot Mr. Edwards? Huh. No, Andy, I didn't. Sergeant Heath, how is Mr. Edwards, and when can we see him?
He's still unconscious. All this questioning may mean nothing if he's ever able to tell us who shot him. You can go, Louise.
Oh, thank you. And, Andy?
I want him here for a little while. Some more questions I just dreamed up.
I see you later, Louise.
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
Louise.
What? Oh.
Did I startle you, Louise? I'm very sorry.
My nerves are a little on edge, Mr. Vance.
Louise, I've got to know something. I'm pretty certain, as Sergeant Heath is, that our giant friend, Andy Anderson, is in love with you. And that Colonel Tim, the midget, worships you.
I like them both, Mr. Vance. They're really wonderful people.
I'm sure they are. And I'm sure that our magician, Duke Miller, was very eager to become a very good friend of yours, too. I gathered that from outside your apartment yesterday when I met all of you for the first time.
Oh, I see what you mean. You think that because they all like me and I like Mr. Edwards that they might have tried to kill him and had some other reason for murdering Mrs. Edwards. Is that right?
Yes. All of them apparently wanted something from you. Your affection. Now, I want something too, Louise. I want your help in finding which one shot Edwards.
Take it from the middle, Tim, once more.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that this really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you to Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town goodbye.
That's got nothing. You know that. Look, I play the same notes Edwards plays. Why don't you sell that song the way you did for him?
I don't know. I just can't.
Maybe I know a way. Tim, how much money did you borrow from Edwards?
I didn't borrow from him.
Don't give me that. I got to look at his notebook the last time I paid him some of the dough I owe him. He kept track of all the dough he loaned guys. Your name was right above mine. I just don't remember the amount. How much was it?
A few $100. I was going to pay him back when we started to work.
You don't have to pay him back if he kicks off, do you?
I don't want him to die.
Then why did you shoot him?
Me? I didn't. I never did. You can't go around saying things like that. Why,
You'll what, Midge? Shoot me, too?
You owed him money and you wanted Louise. You shot him. Yeah, you stole my little gun and you killed him. Who is it?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Vance.
What do you want here, Vance?
Well, I just want to tell both of you that we just got rather good news from the Essex Hospital. Billy Edwards is doing rather well. He's expected to regain consciousness sometime tonight. I've already told Andy Anderson and Louise, so you don't have to bother. And you won't have to worry about any more questioning. Because when Edwards comes to, he'll tell us who shot him.
Is it all right if I go into Mr. Edwards' room with these flowers?
No, ma'am. Nobody gets into this hospital room. Them's my orders.
But I'm a nurse.
I know you're a nurse. And what harm could you do? How do I know what harm you or anybody could do in there? All I know is I'm God here to see that nobody gets in Mr. Edwards' room.
Very well. There's a patient up on the next floor who'll appreciate these. I'll take them up to her.
Do what you like. You could save me one of them, though. How you take it home to the wife.
Officer, I'm a doctor here. Please come downstairs. Next floor, there's a patient of mine getting violent. I can't restrain him. Please come help me.
I can't, Doc. I'm on duty here outside this door. I gotta stay here.
But this man's violent, officer. I got him tied to the bed with the sheets. He's gonna break loose at any moment. Please come down with me. Nothing can be more important than stopping a potential maniac from getting loose.
Oh? Well, I guess this is an emergency. And in an emergency, I'm supposed to forget orders and use my head. Nobody will be coming in here, not in this room anyhow. Lead the way, Doc.
Right this way, officer. Down these stairs. If we hurry, we can get there in time.
I mustn't put on the light. No, I mustn't. That figure on the bed, that must be Billy. He mustn't recover consciousness. This knife will make sure that he never does.
All right, Heath, put that light switch on.
Right.
Oh,
Hello, Louise. Completing some unfinished business.
Mr. Vance.
And Sergeant Heath, whom you've met, of course, but not exactly in this manner. Well, that was quite a cute way you got rid of the officer outside in order to fall for this plan of mine. Who was it helped you, Duke?
Sure it was Duke. I had him turning cartwheels. He'd do anything for me.
Just as you'd do anything for Billy Edwards, including murder.
What?
My guess is you killed his wife. He wouldn't marry you in spite of that. He turned you down. So you borrowed the little gun that Colonel Tim carried and used it on Edwards.
You're too smart, Vance. Do you forget that I still have this knife? Now I'm going to use it on you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I am.
Come
You
on
can't
now.
get
Out
away
the
with
door.
double murder.
Outside. Open it up, will you, Vance? Got a cop right outside.
Oh, pleasure.
Outside, you she-devil. Get out that door, Wild. Get out. All right, boys, take her away.
All right, I got it.
Okay, Vance, we got her. You can shut that door in this case any time you like now.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance is not in. Goodbye. See what I'm doing for you now, Vance? Becoming a prevaricator.
Is that good?
Well, it isn't bad when I tell people you're not in so that you can have a little relaxation. Vance, what gave you the idea that La Belle Louise was the murderer in the midget murder case?
She did. My investigations proved that each of the 4 suspects involved had motive and opportunity. And the girl actually made no mistakes that pointed the finger at her.
Oh, so you had to let her convict herself?
Something like that. I had an idea we might run into a stalemate on this case. That's why I asked Markham at the beginning not to make any announcement of Billy Edwards' physical condition.
How is he, by the way? And incidentally, you took quite a chance on Edwards' life, letting Louise loose in his room with a knife just to prove she tried to kill him once before, didn't you?
There was nobody in that room, Ellen. Edwards has been dead for 2 days.
Huh?
He died soon after he was brought to the hospital. But that was something I didn't want the murderer to know.
Or me either, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You know something, Vance? You know what threw me off? The strangling of Mrs. Edwards. I knew it had to be somebody with a powerful pair of hands, and I thought of the giant right away.
Louise was an aerial performer, Ellen, remember? She hung by her hands, did tricks with her hands and arms. They were very well developed.
Too bad her imagination wasn't. Of course, I know why she went to the hospital with that knife. She thought Edwards was still alive and that she had to kill him before he recovered consciousness and told the police that it was she who'd shot him.
I hoped that's what she would think. I didn't know she'd get Duke to help her, but I imagined she'd need and could get some assistance. Well, the midget murder case was simply another example of the fury that lies within a woman scorned.
That's something you might remember, oh brilliant one. Any time you begin some other romance, I mean.
At the moment, I'm not concerned with beginning anything. Right now, Ellen, I'm serene, content, and quite pleased with the end of the midget murder case.
This is District Attorney Markham. The psychic murder case concerns a mysterious young lady named Ruth, who has indicated to me that she has extraordinary powers. Through her, we have found stolen merchandise, and Sergeant Heath shot and killed a man named Duke Peters, who we are certain is responsible for a series of murders in connection with truck robberies. Philo Vance is skeptical, however, of my insisting that I can locate this Ruth, and he's seated in my office as I call the apartment house where she says she lives.
Well, Markham?
No answer yet, Vance. Don't be so impatient to be proven wrong.
I'm not impatient, and it's quite possible that I am wrong. Perhaps you will find your young lady at that apartment house after all.
Of course I will. She did give us the information that led us to Duke Peters, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
That merchandise we found is definitely part of the loot stolen from those trucks, and Peters' gun is the gun that killed those 2 truckmen. Our test proved that.
Yes, I know.
Then why shouldn't she be where she told me she'd be, so I can thank her?
Psychics get their reward when their predictions come true.
Well, that may be so, but I don't think there's any...
Who is it? Who is it?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You should. What do you want?
Is this the Anderson Arms?
Foolish question. I knew it would be a foolish question. You called the Anderson Arms, didn't you? So that's what you got.
Thank you. I want to talk to a young lady named Ruth.
Ruth?
Yes, Ruth. I'm sorry I don't know her second name, but she's about...
She isn't about anything. She certainly isn't anywhere about here. You've got the right apartment house, but there isn't any Ruth here. And there never was. Now, don't bother me. I've got no time for the switchboard. I've got to get back to running the elevator. Goodbye.
You heard that, Vance?
Yes. And believe me, Markham, I didn't know you wouldn't find her there. I simply didn't think you would. Because I don't believe the girl is psychic.
I disagree with you, Vance.
Because of the tip she gave you on Duke Peters?
And on the demonstration she did at the party the other night.
I guarantee she had an accomplice, a helper at that party. I think I know why the demonstration was staged, and I'm going to prove it.
How?
For your enlightenment, for my satisfaction, and because I don't believe we've completely broken up the hijack gang.
You're not being very helpful, Vance. We recovered part of the merchandise that was stolen.
Where's the rest of it?
I don't know.
If you'll do as I say, Markham, perhaps I can recover all of the merchandise and deliver the brains of this scheme.
I'll do anything you want, Vance.
That's all I wanted to hear you say.
Get me a glass of water, too, will you, Jack?
Okay, baby. You deserve more than water. You've earned more than water. And you'll get more than water. But for now...
Water.
Yes. There you are.
Thank you very much. Well, to our success.
To our great success.
That was pretty good. Didn't you think, Jackie?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but I imagine you must have been.
Uh-huh.
Everything went according to plan.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think you'd better leave town.
Not a bad idea. What will I use for money?
Money?
Yeah.
You'll get plenty for your help.
I never heard prettier words. You know, Jack... What? Who could that be?
I know who it can't be.
Who?
Duke Peters, so what does it matter who it is? Hello.
Hello, Jack Greer.
Yes?
My name is Markham. You remember me?
The district attorney? Why, yes, of course I do. I met you at that party the other night.
That's right. And I'm giving one tonight, a much smaller one. There'll only be a few people there, but I'd like you to come.
Oh, well, thank you, but I
won't take no for an answer, Mr. Greer. I want you there for a very special reason.
Oh.
You won't fail me, Mr. Greer, will you? My house at 9. Goodbye.
Who is that, Jackie?
The district attorney.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
And I think he suspects something, only I'm not sure. He was too careful in how he phrased what he said. Wants me at his house tonight. He's having a party.
So long, Jackie. I leave town this afternoon.
Oh, no, you
then.
don't. Hold everything for just a minute. I'm thinking. Listen. If Markham thinks he knows something, and if you show up tonight and we go through that psychic routine again, you could convince him that what he thinks he knows about me is all wrong.
Well, you know you've got something there. Well, so long, Jack. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Home to dress. Don't you remember? We're going to a party tonight.
I don't know, Vance. I just don't know.
To be honest about it, neither do I. But I'm pretty sure.
You are?
You called the people who were at that party when the mysterious Ruth appeared first?
I called all the ones you told me to call.
I left out those I felt were completely above suspicion.
Good idea.
You remember my theory is that Ruth worked with a Confederate at that party.
Despite everything I've told you, that nobody spoke to her, nobody moved when she came into the room, nobody even blinked, you think somebody could have given her a signal?
That's right. I think the whole thing the other night was staged by somebody at that party. Staged so that the mysterious Ruth might be introduced.
Supposing that's so, what's the purpose of my giving a party?
It's my opinion that the one person who was at the party you attended and who did communicate with Ruth in some manner believes we're suspicious of him.
Uh-huh.
I want him to think so. And he can't think anything else if he's invited to the home of the district attorney.
I'm following you.
I'm sure he'll try to get suspicion taken off himself by having his friend Ruth appear and demonstrate her ability. Then he'll have her go to you and whitewash him completely.
Oh, I see what you mean now. And all I can say, Vance, is that we'll find out if you're right tonight. So far, Vance, everything has come along as you said it would.
Mm-hmm.
The people I asked are here, and all we need now...
Good evening, everyone.
Vance, that's Ruth.
Well...
Hello there, Ruth. I tried to reach you on the phone. You weren't there.
Does it matter? I'm here now. Your friend?
The name is Vance. Philo Vance.
Ruth, Mr. Vance is a completely rational person who insists that what you did at the party the other night was impossible. And the information you gave me on the telephone about Duke Peters was accidentally correct.
Oh?
Now, would you go into the next room so we can do the demonstration that convinced me you were psychic?
If you wish. I will see you later, Mr. Vance.
Yes, I believe you will.
If everyone will please be quiet. Quiet, please.
Let me do it, Markham, please. Your attention, if you will. We are about to see a demonstration of what is supposed to be mental telepathy. Everyone in this room is to concentrate on something which the young lady who just left here is to do when she gets back in the room. So that there'll be no possibility of her knowing already, I'll decide what that should be. Now, I want everyone to fold his arms and assume a natural position.
How's this?
That's fine, thank you. Now, from now on, please, nobody move or say a word. Thank you. When the young lady comes back, I want her to take the handkerchief out of this gentleman's breast pocket. Your name, sir?
Oh, Williams, Hildridge Williams.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, please, not a sound, not a movement. If this Miss Ruth can go to you and take that handkerchief from your pocket, I'll admit she's completely psychic, and I'm completely wrong. Ask her to come in, Markham.
Right. Miss Ruth, you please. Thank you.
Come here, Markham.
Right. She doesn't seem to be moving, does she?
She is now, making a slow circle around the room.
Vance.
I see her, heading right for Mr. Williams, running her hands over his dinner coat.
She's done it, Vance. She's taken that handkerchief. She is psychic, just as I told you. Nobody spoke, nobody moved. She did what you wanted her to do.
She most certainly did. She identified the brains and back of the truck-stealing murder racket. That gentleman there, I believe you introduced him to me as Mr. Jack Greer.
That's right.
Arrest him, Markham, and the girl. You want an explanation of how Greer worked with the girl, don't you, Markham?
I want a lot of things on this case, but I'll take that to start.
Very well. Let's take this situation.
All right.
The girl is out of the room, and we decide that when she comes back, she's to empty that ashtray. She knows nothing about it, and she's brought back to the room.
Everybody's seated in a circle with their arms folded. Nobody moves or says anything.
Correct. She goes to the center of the room. You go to the center of this room, Markham.
All right.
That's right. And start turning slowly. When you hear this sound... Did you hear it?
Yes.
When you hear that sound, walk in whatever direction you were facing at the time.
When you click your fingernail?
Right. Let's try it,
All right. Turn to the right. To the back. To the left. That was the nail click. I start walking toward the direction I was facing. Am I doing right, Vance?
You most certainly are.
Good.
I am your accomplice, just as Jack Greer was that Ruth girl's. What's in front of you?
The table.
Well, it's reasonable that there's something on the table I want you to do. Touch all the objects until you get the signal.
All right. Here. Here. This ashtray.
Right.
When I touch the ashtray, you click your nail.
That's right, Markham. Simple, isn't it?
Yes.
There are only a few things you can do with an ashtray. Empty it, carry it to another part of the room, give it to somebody.
That's right.
Well, you try all those things until you hear a click. Then you know you're doing the right thing.
But I was in the room all the time, both times, Vance, that you say Greer was signaling to Ruth. I didn't see him do anything, and I didn't hear the clicks.
You couldn't see him click his nails because his hands were folded. You heard the nail click, but it was meaningless. Sounded like a room noise. But it enabled that Ruth to do miraculous things, didn't it?
It most certainly did. Give me Greer's reasoning, will you, Vance? His confession tells me he was Duke Peters' partner. But why did he set up this elaborate Ruth routine?
He wanted you to have confidence in her, Markham, so that when she tipped you off as to where Peters was, you'd raid the place, which you did.
Yes, but what good was the fact that Peters was caught? How did that help him?
We only recovered about 1/3 of the stolen merchandise in Peters' store, Markham. Greer had the other 2/3. He wanted you to think that Duke was in this thing alone, that the case was closed, and you'd stop looking for the balance of the merchandise.
Why would we do that?
He probably planned to have Ruth inform you that the stuff was at the bottom of the river somewhere. That's the reason he didn't have somebody tip you off to Peters on the telephone. You wouldn't believe an unidentified voice saying that Peters was your man and that 2/3 of the merchandise was in the river, but you would believe it if Ruth told it to you.
At one time, I believe I would, before you showed me how the fingernail device worked. Of course, at my party, you noticed Jack Greer signaling because you were listening for something of the sort, weren't you?
Yes. When I found it was he clicking his nails to give the girl directions, I knew he was her partner and that it must have been he that planned the whole scheme. Just think, Markham. We had this solution right at the end of Jack Greer's fingertips.
I'd rather keep thinking that we're at the end of the psychic murder case.
Finally, my dear Harold, finally. In a few seconds, you will learn why this mansion is so completely burglar-proof.
I saw the men working on the wall, Mr. Simmons. They were finished with the masonry 2 days ago.
Oh, yes, they were finished with the masonry. A wall 10 feet high now completely covers the front of this place of mine, and there is nothing but a cliff in back. But a mere wall and a cliff are not sufficient protection.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will, my dear Harold, you will. You are my caretaker, but your work will be relatively easy. Believe me, it will be easy. Oh, what's keeping those men?
Keeping them from what, sir?
From trying out the device they've installed. I can't imagine... Ah, hear that, Harold? Harold, you hear that?
What is it, Mr. Simmons?
It's an electric eye system, Harold. It's completely foolproof and burglar-proof. If anyone so much as approaches within 6 feet of any part of those walls, that alarm goes off. Nobody can get to me here, Harold. Ha! Nobody.
Mr. Simmons, you've never told me who it is you were afraid of.
Who it is? It could be any of a dozen people, Harold. Weak people. People who resented the fact that in the battle of business, I was successful, and they weren't. But now I'm safe, with you to look after me 24 hours a day.
You can depend on me, Mr. Simmons.
Indeed I do, Harold, and indeed I will. It's true I know nothing of your background, but you strike me as satisfactory. You look me square in the eye all the time. That's important. Besides, I'm used to taking chances on people. 5 years ago, when I first hired Betty Jarnes as my secretary, I knew nothing of her either.
Miss Jarnes is very capable.
Yes, and very lovely. And I've rewarded her, Harold, just as I'll reward you if you are faithful to your duties. When I die, she receives a considerable fortune.
I'll do my best, Mr. Simmons.
Oh, Harold, just to prove to you that I'm not an old fool, I said I knew nothing about you. That is true. But just in case you were sent here by one of my friends,
Mr. Simmons,
please don't think I overlooked that possibility. Just in case you were sent here by one of my friends, allow me to assure you that I have means of protecting myself at all times. See?
That gun is entirely unnecessary where I'm concerned, sir.
Perhaps. But it is well to have it with me all the time, regardless. I'm glad we had this little chat, Harold. As you can see, I'm protected from strangers by the wall and its electric eye. And I'm protected from my own household by this gun. I'm completely safe. And for the first time in years, I'm at ease.
Very good, sir. I'm glad.
I'm an old man, Harold, and this is the freedom I've been looking forward to for years. Perhaps I don't have too long to live, but they're going to be easy years. Harold, didn't you hear what I said?
Yes, sir. You said perhaps you don't have too long to live.
Jim, are you there?
Hello, sis. I'm here. Why are you calling me?
I had to talk to you, Jim. So much is happening, and you're 1,000 miles away.
Another gripe about that job of yours?
Yes, it's still Mr. Simmons. He's unbearable.
So why don't you quit? Why do you keep calling me up and complaining every week?
Oh, no. No, I don't quit this job. Not with all that money I'm being left in Simmons' will. I'm sticking.
Well, then what's your beef?
He's moved out to a place in the country. There's a wall around the house. The windows are barred. And I've got to work there and live there.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. All I know is that this place is a prison. Gray stone, flat roof. Whew. Those barred windows and the wall, I feel like I'm in jail. Oh, if only something would happen to the old buzzard.
Like what? Like realizing that you deserve a couple of days off a week so you can have a fling at living?
That's not what I'm thinking, Jim. I was thinking that it looks like I'm going to be able to live only if Mr. Simmons dies.
Take a letter, Miss Jarnes.
Yes, sir.
To Frank Rodney, Bank Building, City. Dear Frank, in reply to your letter of even date, the answer is no. Sincerely. Sign my name to it.
Yes, Mr. Simmons.
Now then, take a letter to...
Mr. Simmons, could I please fix myself some lunch now? I can take the rest of the letters this afternoon.
Of course not. My mail comes first.
But it's 3 o'clock, sir, and I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Dissatisfied here, Miss Jarnes? If you are, I might be able to make other arrangements for a secretary. Of course, there are other changes that would be made at the same time. Changes affecting my will.
Mr. Simmons, will you please forget about that will? That's all I ever hear from you. After all, I just wanted a sandwich. Is that so unreasonable?
It is, inasmuch as I have other things for you to do. You know, Miss Jarnes, perhaps you've been with me too long. Take a letter to my attorney. Ask him to please be here tomorrow morning and to bring my will with him.
Vance. Oh, Vance.
Oh, just a minute. Markham, what are you doing here at this hour? Come in.
Thank you, Vance. I'm sorry to have awakened you.
Awakened me, my friend. No, you didn't. I haven't been to bed. I've been reading up on criminal identification through hair analysis. Very interesting. Kept me from realizing it was daylight.
Vance, don't you ever do anything that ordinary people do?
Like sleep, you mean, Markham? I'd have gone to sleep if I were tired. I wasn't, so I stayed up. How about you? District attorney's hours don't begin this early, do they?
They do when there's a murder. And there's been a murder, Vance.
In that case, Markham, I'll slip out of this robe and into a shower and be with you in a moment. Come along, you can tell me all about it.
Right. It seems, Vance, that a millionaire named Ezra Simmons built himself a mansion out in the suburbs and installed every known method of burglar alarm. But someone got in last night and shot him to death.
Really? I know about Simmons. He made a fortune stepping on people's backs. I'll hop in the shower and make this as quick as possible.
Good. Of course, Vance, there's a possibility that Simmons was killed by someone in his house. His secretary, Betty Jarnes, or his caretaker, Harold Eckner.
No question about that possibility.
Miss Jarnes claims she couldn't stay in the house last night and went into town, returning this morning to discover the body. And the caretaker claims he heard no one try to get in, nor will he say he killed Simmons.
Unreasonable of him, isn't it? How would you like me to tell you how Simmons might have been killed?
But, man, how could you? Apparently, neither the caretaker nor Miss Jarnes killed him. That's a little too obvious. And you don't know anything. And you don't know anything about any of the details of this case.
All I know is what you've told me, Markham. But I won't disturb you with one of my long-range predictions. I'd suggest we get right up to the Simmons mansion.
Right now, Vance?
Oh, hardly. I think we ought to wait until I get dressed first.
That's it, Vance. That's the Simmons house just on top of that hill.
I see it, Markham. Large, isn't it?
Quite. And that wall surrounding it must be 10 foot high with barbed wire at the top.
Probably electrically charged wire. Mr. Simmons was well protected.
Apparently not well enough protected, Vance. Somebody did get to him, remember?
Yes, I most certainly do. And somebody most certainly did.
Now, I guess I'd better stop here and wait for someone to... Now, what in the world is that?
An electric eye system, I imagine. As soon as any object comes between the posts in front of the gate, those bells go off.
Oh, of course.
Here comes someone to open the gate. Caretaker, probably.
Probably. I asked Sergeant Heath to let him resume his duties around the place until we got here. Hello there.
Hello. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, and this is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Sergeant Heath?
He's up at the house. They've taken Mr. Simmons' body away, but Sergeant Heath said for me to expect you.
Very kind of the sergeant. That's quite an elaborate bell system Mr. Simmons had installed, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It wasn't necessary where you and Mr. Markham were concerned, though. I saw you two from my room, and when I saw your car, I came down to open the gate.
Well, hop on the running board, Eckner, and we'll drive you to the house.
Yes, sir. Just follow the road. It turns left a little way up.
Right.
Just a minute, Markham, if you please.
What is it, Vance?
Stop the car.
Certainly.
I want to look at the outside of this place. Eckner, can you drive the car up to the house?
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Do that, will you, please? Come on out, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance. There.
I'll leave the car in front of the house, Mr. Markham.
Thank you. Now, Vance, what is this for? You know that Heath is holding Mr. Simmons' secretary, Betty Jarnes, up at the house. Why stop?
I just thought of a way that somebody could get past that wall without sounding the alarm.
But how, man? By tunneling under it?
No, nothing quite that obvious. If there had been a tunnel, Heath would have discovered it by now. I thought if there were a lawn...
But there isn't. There's nothing but rocks leading from the wall to the house. What were you thinking?
Well, if the murderer were very clever, he could have gotten past that wall without sounding the alarm by using my method.
And that method was?
By vaulting over the wall, using a pole. Of course, the murderer would have had to be an athlete, but that would have narrowed down our suspects.
Yes.
But nobody or nothing could land on these rocks. Well, I see our friend the caretaker's waiting for us at the door.
Yes, he is. Oh, Eckner, where is Sergeant Heath?
He's trying all the windows for clues, Mr. Markham. Will you come in, sir?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Is this the library, Eckner?
The living room, Mr. Vance. Miss Jarnes is in there waiting for you.
Good. Come in with us, will you, please?
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Markham and Philo Vance, Miss Jarnes.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Miss Jarnes. I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
You have. But does that matter any to you?
Frankly, no. Now that your attitude is apparent. Miss Jarnes, who might have killed your employer?
Almost anybody he formerly did business with. He was cordially hated by a lot of people.
Including you.
I hated him as much as anybody, I guess.
But you continued to work for him.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was a very faithful employee. Wouldn't you be if you were being left a lot of money by an old man?
How much money, Miss Jarnes?
I'd like to go up to my room, Mr. Vance, please. I have a headache.
Of course.
Thank you.
By the way, Miss Jarnes, how much money was Mr. Simmons leaving you?
How much?
Yes.
$1 million.
You can say that again, Markham. Oh, Eckner.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Were you in Mr. Simmons' will, too?
I've only been here a week.
I see. Markham, walk over to the window with me, will you, please?
Of course, Vance. What's on your mind?
Tell you in a moment. Keep your back to our friend, Mr. Eckner, there, and listen to this. Mr. Eckner, Mr. Eckner.
He doesn't answer, Vance. I'd better turn around and see if he's still there. Yes, he is.
I just wanted confirmation of a theory, Markham. This one is correct, thank goodness. You see, the late Mr. Simmons went into an involved routine to have his home wired with gongs that would go off if an intruder approached. But all in vain.
I still don't know what you're driving at, Vance.
Don't you? Well, Eckner here, the man he depended upon to protect him in case those gongs went off, happens to be stone deaf.
This is District Attorney Markham. The $1 million murder case opened with the finding of the body of Ezra Simmons, much disliked recluse, despite all of Simmons' efforts to protect himself. Suspects include his secretary, Betty Jonas, and a caretaker, Harold Eckner, who, Vance has discovered, is stone deaf. At noon of the day following the murder, Joseph Hargrave, Simmons' lawyer, arrived at the mansion. All of us, Vance, Miss Jonas, Eckner, and I, are gathered in the library to hear him read the will he has brought.
Very well now, very well. Quiet, please. I must have quiet, please.
You'll have it, Mr. Hargrave.
Good. Now, let me see, where do I begin? Oh, yes. Miss Jonas, you wrote me a letter asking me to be here today.
Yes, I did. And to bring the will. Mr. Simmons wanted you here with it.
Don't know why, and don't care why. Guarantee he didn't know he'd be dead when I came now. Did he? Or did he? Could he have committed suicide?
Hardly, Mr. Hargrave, hardly.
Didn't think he would. Wasn't the type.
Mr. Hargrave, if you don't mind, I'm quite anxious to find out what was in the will.
What are you so anxious about, Mr. Vance? Nothing in it for you. Miss Jonas here gets $1 million. Mr. Eckner gets 10,000. The rest goes to a home for cats.
He left me $10,000, but I've only been with him a week.
There was a copy of the will in Mr. Simmons' desk. You were here long enough to see it, you know.
Miss Jonas, you can't mean I killed Mr. Simmons.
Oh, can't I,
well,
though?
What about you and the $1 million you got? You could have killed him.
I wasn't in this house when he was killed. You know that. I called to you and told you I was going out.
Please, both of you, if you don't mind, I'd like to do some talking.
And if you don't mind, I won't listen. I can't stand people talking. Makes me nervous. If you don't mind, I'll just go to the kitchen and make myself some coffee.
What is it you were saying, Vance?
Well, first of all, I want to talk to Mr. Eckner. You are deaf, Mr. Eckner. Why didn't Miss Jonas know that? And did Mr. Simmons know it?
No one here knew it. I can read lips perfectly. I was afraid to tell Mr. Simmons I was deaf. I thought maybe he wouldn't give me the job when I applied for it, and, well, I needed it.
I see. Well, I imagine that's reasonable. Apparently, you were the only one here last night when the murder was committed. I know you can't hear, so I don't expect you to be able to give me much information. But can you tell me anything at all?
I think so, Mr. Vance.
Well, go ahead, man. We're waiting.
Well, I was awake all last night, gentlemen. In my room, there's a lamp connected with the same electric eye device that sets off the gongs. Nobody could get near this house without my going out to investigate. And nobody did.
Hello. Hello, is that you, Jim?
Betty, honey, how's my favorite sister?
I've been trying for 15 minutes to get you on the phone, Jim. How soon can you get here?
What do you mean?
Jim, Mr. Simmons has been murdered, and Philo Vance thinks I did it. You've got to get here right away.
Yeah, okay, sis. I'll hop on a train in a half hour, but it'll take time, 15 or 16 hours, maybe longer if I don't get a fast train.
Fly in, Jim, please.
Betty, you know I can't fly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I forgot for a second. Of course you can't fly. We'll take the train, but hurry. I need somebody on my side, Jim. It's got to be you.
Don't worry, honey. They aren't going to kick my kid sister around. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Where are you now?
I'm at the Simmons house calling from the hall. Oh, hurry, Jim. Please hurry.
Hang on tight, kid. I'll be there. Bye.
Goodbye.
Why couldn't you fly, Miss Jonas?
Oh.
I didn't mean to startle you, and I certainly didn't mean to eavesdrop. But apparently I've done both, so I might as well take advantage of this situation. Why can't your brother fly here?
He cracked up flying a plane about 5 years ago. He won't go into a plane. But what excuse does that give you to listen to my conversation?
Miss Jonas, believe me, I have no excuse. But I do have a reason.
Good to see you, Mr. Rodney. He told me to tell you his name was Buck.
Buck, eh? Send him in, Miss Morgan. Send him right in. Come in, Buck. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Rodney. Don't mind if I do.
Cigar?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
That's right, Buck. Sit down. You did a good job. I'm proud of you.
Simmons is dead, ain't he? You sent me to see that he got dead, didn't you? I saw to it.
Yep, you certainly did. And here's the money you asked for, just the way you asked for it, in small bills. Anybody see you come in here?
Nope. And nobody's gonna see me leave. And nobody's gonna see me again in this town for 2 years. I'm blowing this bug just like our deal said I should.
Yeah, you're a fine man for a delicate job, Buck. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care.
Okay, boss. And now I got my dough, and you got your corpse. And so I'm blowing out of here through this back door. You know, Rodney, I kind of enjoy knocking off a guy. Makes me feel like I was put into this world for a reason. So long.
Yes, Mr. Rodney.
Miss Morgan, call police headquarters for me, will you?
Police headquarters?
I want to report that if the police are looking for the murderer of Ezra Simmons, they can pick up Buck Digby at the Crosstown station in an hour.
Hi, Markham.
Ah, there you are, Vance. Glad you got here. Where have you been?
Doing a little investigating, Markham. I knew I could leave you here at the Simmons mansion with complete confidence that if anything turned up, you'd let me know about it.
Something has turned up, Vance. 2 things, in fact.
One of them is that Miss Jarness' brother has arrived from out of town this morning. What's the other?
How did you know? Oh, you'll have a reasonable way, I know, so let's skip that. The other thing that turned up is that we picked up Mr. Simmons' murderer.
I beg your pardon.
We got a tip that Buck Digby killed Simmons and was about to leave town. We caught him at the station, and of course he denied everything, but we're pretty sure it's he.
Are you, Markham?
Yes.
Has he told you how he succeeded in getting into this house despite the wall, the electric eye, and the barred windows?
Well, no, he hasn't.
He probably won't either, Markham, because the chances are he didn't kill Simmons despite your tip. I think I know who murdered Ezra Simmons, Markham. And believe me, it isn't Buck Digby.
You haven't told me what I should do, Jim. You just sit there.
I'm thinking, sis, I'm thinking.
Oh.
You know, I don't think so good after 15 hours in a sleeper. Now, off the record. You didn't kill Simmons?
All for on the record, I didn't kill him.
$1 million is a big reason, sis.
There you go again.
Sorry, I was just trying to make...
Who's there?
Philo Vance, may I come in?
Come in.
Please forgive my intruding into your room, Miss Jarness, but I was anxious to meet your brother. How do you do, sir? I'm Philo Vance.
Hi. What's going on here, Vance? What are they trying to do, frame my sister for that old buzzard's murder?
No, nobody's trying to frame her, Mr. Jarness. If she's innocent, I assure you she won't be put in jail. Until we're sure we're keeping her in this house. Miss Jarness, is there a room in this house that is relatively soundproof?
The basement is. It's equipped with all the gongs and stuff. But you can't hear what's going on in the rest of the house, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. I'm going to ask you and your brother to go down there. Join Mr. Markham and Harold Eckner. You're all going to see me drive down the road and out through the gate. And when you see me again, I'll be in this house without an alarm being sounded or a window bar being out. I'll get in just like the murderer got in.
Vance has been gone over an hour. I can't understand what's keeping him.
I can, Mr. Markham. He just couldn't get in here without sounding those bells. How could anybody?
Nobody could, Jim. I went over the plans with the company that installed the electric eye. It's impossible for anybody to get into this place without sounding the alarm.
You're trying to make it look awfully bad for me, Miss Jarness. I was the only one in the house when Mr. Simmons was killed.
If it looks bad for you, that's not my fault. I didn't kill Mr. Simmons.
What I'd like to know is who did.
Is that all you'd like to know, Markham?
Vance!
I can tell you who did.
Vance, you did it. You got in. Not that there was any doubt in my mind that you would.
Thank you, my friend. And I believe when I arrived just now, I said I could tell you who killed Mr. Simmons. I can. Markham, you can arrest Miss Jarness' brother for murder.
this requires a lot of explanation, Vance. Let's start with Buck Digby.
All right. He went to kill Simmons, but he found he couldn't get in the mansion without setting off all those gongs, so he gave up the idea. Then he heard on the radio that Simmons was dead, so he figured he'd collect regardless.
And the man who sent him to kill Simmons, that Mr. Rodney, he tipped us off to Buck. Why would he do that?
2 reasons. He was an allegedly respectable citizen. He knew that Buck would involve him if he were arrested, but he could always deny the accusation. However, if Buck remained at liberty, Rodney would be blackmailed by him for the rest of his life, and he knew it.
I see. Now tell me this. Jim Jarnes was in South City, 1,000 miles from here, on the afternoon of Simmons' death. He was afraid to fly, yet you claim he was in this house at midnight in time to kill Simmons.
That's right. He was afraid to fly, Markham, but he flew just the same.
But he couldn't have flown a plane over the wall and landed on those rocks outside. Nothing could land on them safely.
Yes, I know, Markham. But Jim flew in from South City in about 4 or 5 hours. And then he rented a helicopter from a flying field about 10 miles down the road.
How do you know that?
I rented one there myself a little while ago. Those helicopters are wonderful. They can land on anything, including the roof of the Simmons house, which is where I landed. You know how flat the roof is.
Yes. So that's how you got into the house without the alarms going off.
That's right. I landed on the roof, opened the skylight, and came down as nice as you please.
Oh, Vance.
The man at the flying field described the man who had rented a helicopter the night of the murder, and so I knew who our murderer was.
Well, I'll be darned. What about a motive, Vance?
Well, Markham, wouldn't you like to have a sister, your only living relative, who had $1 million?
Yes, I would. One more thing, Vance. Everything logical pointed to the fact that this was an inside job, that Simmons was killed by either Miss Jarnes or the caretaker. Why were you so sure it wasn't?
Because, Markham, we know Miss Jarnes wasn't at the mansion the night of the murder. But the caretaker didn't know that. She probably called up to him that she was leaving, but don't forget, he couldn't hear.
Oh, I understand now. He'd never have tried to murder Simmons thinking Miss Jarnes was in the house, and he never knew she'd left.
Right. That the end of your questions, my friend?
The end of my questions, Vance, and the end of the $1 million murder case. This is District Attorney Markham. The Big Nick murder case opened when Nick Bramley was found shot, not as we believed by a policeman, but as Philo Vance insisted, by someone else. Bramley's murder was followed by the death of Ears Snyder, one of his gang. 3 people who had reason to want Bramley dead are known to us, and also the possible tie-up between the 2 murders. Our suspects are Mrs. Bramley, Mitzi Courtney, and Nick's brother Tommy, all of whom are still at liberty.
Yeah, what a team, Mitzi. What a combination. You and me, the best.
And nobody even coming in second, Tommy. What you got for Mitzi?
This... Hey, you took something from me. Give it back.
And there are silly people in this world that take time to eat and sleep. I'll take another one.
Ooh, greedy, aren't you?
You hate that, don't you?
Oh, not so anybody can notice. Yeah, things are going pretty good for me. You know that, Mitzi.
Yeah, I figured it. You got everything your brother owned.
His boys, his rackets, his car.
And his girl.
Yeah.
Ah, Nick didn't deserve you. He didn't know how to treat you.
Thanks for taking care of him.
What?
Nothing. I just said thanks for taking care of him.
Well, what are you thanking me for? I didn't knock off my brother.
Well, wasn't that cop in the alley?
Look, what are you trying to do? Say I killed Nick? I knocked off ears, sure, but I did that because... Hey, you had Ears kill Nick, didn't you?
Me?
Sure, Ears was nuts about you, nuts about any woman. You'd have done it if you asked him to. I figured that's what happened. Somebody planned this setup, but Ears did the job.
Get away from me.
Why, what did I do?
You don't rig a rap like that on Mitzi. Get away from me.
Oh, baby, you don't understand. I don't care. You did me a favor.
I'll do you a favor. I'll break a lamp over your head. Don't you try to make it look like I killed Nick. Don't do that, Tommy. Don't. I can't take any more stuff like that.
Baby, what's bothering you? Every 2 minutes you start jumping out of your skin. That skin's too pretty to jump out of. Now relax. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
No? Then talk to that sister-in-law of yours.
Nick's wife?
Yeah.
What's she got to do with the way you're acting?
What's she got to do with it?
Yeah.
She's got everything to do with it. She comes up here, she calls me, she meets me on the street, she sends me letters. All very simple, all very nice and sweet. But all of them say I killed Nick. You've got to do something about her, Tommy. You got to.
Sure. If she upsets you like that, I will. I never liked her anyhow, Mitzi. Come on back here where you were. My shoulder looks kind of empty without your head on it.
Gee, Tommy, I don't know what's happening to me. Nick's wife's driving me nuts. You said you'd do something about it. Will you, Tommy? Will you?
Sure. Now, come here, baby.
It's very simple, Mr. Markham. Either that girl killed Nick or his brother killed him. Believe me, I know.
I appreciate what you tell me, Mrs. Bramley, but the fact that you know doesn't constitute proof in a court of law. I'll have to have definite facts.
Well,
By the way, how did you know it wasn't the policeman's bullet that killed your husband?
Nick was smart. He wouldn't shoot it out with any cops.
But don't you understand? The policeman saw him.
No.
They were standing together. Nick shot at them, then he ran. They chased him up a blind alley, then saw him shoot at them from a fourth-floor window.
No.
One of the officers shot back. They went in and found your husband dead.
Oh, I know that's the story the newspapers carried, but that isn't true.
We found that out later when we checked the bullet in your husband's body and those fired from the officers' guns. Philo Vance knew somebody else had killed Big Nick even before that. How did you know?
Nick wouldn't shoot it out with any cops. He was too smart for that.
Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. Forgive my barging in like this. I didn't know you had a visitor.
This is Nick Bramley's widow, Vance, Mrs. Bramley. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mrs. Bramley insists that it was Mitzi Courtney or Tommy Bramley who killed her husband, Vance.
Does she?
Yes.
Well, that's hardly startling information. We've always thought it was either of them or...
Or?
Yes, or you, Mrs. Bramley.
I didn't kill him. I loved him. I want Mr. Markham to find out which one of them did it.
I think I have a plan to do just that, but I'll need some help.
From me?
That's right.
Just tell me what you want me to do.
That's what I was hoping you'd say. All right, Mrs. Bramley, I'll tell you what I want you to do, and if you do it, I'll deliver your husband's killer to Mr. Markham tonight.
Hello, Tom Bramley speaking.
This is Mitzi, Tommy.
Oh, baby.
Listen,
Hey, I haven't had a chance to do anything about that little matter we spoke
never
of.
mind what you had. You got a chance now. Mrs. Bramley just called me. She's on the way over to this apartment.
What?
Now, you get here fast, you understand? Fast. This is the payoff.
Hey, every time you talk to that dame or even think about it, you start to blow your brain. Now, will you relax?
Come on over, Tommy. She told me on the phone she's coming with evidence that'll send either you or me up for Big Nick's murder.
She didn't say which one she had the dope on, huh?
No, but... Tommy,
Yeah?
I don't want that to happen to either of us.
Markham, if this little plan of mine works, this case will be over very soon.
I've got my fingers crossed. What floor is Miss Courtney's apartment?
The next one, according to Mrs. Bramley's instructions.
You know, of course, we're a half hour earlier than we told Mrs. Bramley we'd be here.
Yes, that's part of the plan. After you.
Thanks.
Apartment 5E. That should be right down at the end of this hall.
Vance, I've been thinking.
And?
Isn't it possible that Tommy Bramley and Mitzi Courtney did the killing of Nick Bramley together?
Whom did the policeman chase down that blind alley and into that house, Markham?
Why, Big Nick, of course. Somebody was hiding in the house. After he shot at the police officers, somebody else shot him. He fell to the floor, and the officers, finding the body when they went up, never thought to look for anybody else.
Did the officers hear the shot that killed Nick?
Why,
Why, no. What are you doing? Trying to make this thing even more mysterious?
Not at all. I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. Well, here we are. Listen.
What's going on in that apartment?
Apparently all three of our suspects are there. That's the important thing. Let's go in.
The door's locked.
Yes.
I don't care who you are. I'm glad you're here. This woman's crazy. She has a gun. She tried to kill the both of us. She's lying.
All right, the three of you. Stop it. Stop accusing each other. Now, first of all, Miss Courtney and Mr. Bramley, my name is Philo Vance. And this is District Attorney Markham.
So what?
Yeah, I recognize Markham, and I wouldn't care who you are. All I know is I'm glad you got here. This dame, Nick's wife, was going to brain Batty. She was going to kill Mitzi and me.
Yeah, that's right. She's got a gun right there in her coat pocket. She put it there when you knocked.
Mrs. Bramley?
That's ridiculous, of course, Mr. Vance. I did what you told me to, and it worked.
Oh.
I told them the story you made up, and they believed it. Then they both took out guns.
Why, that lying dame, I'll
Quiet,
scratch her.
please. Go on, Mrs. Bramley.
Miss Courtney's gun is in her handbag. Tommy's is in the shoulder holster.
It is.
Take a look, if you like.
We'll check, of course. Go on, Mrs. Bramley.
I told them that Ears Snyder had spoken to me before he was taken for a ride, and he had told me how these
I can't take any more of this. I gotta get that dame. I
listen,
got
take
to.
it easy.
That's an excellent idea. Go on, Mrs. Bramley.
I told them what you said for me to say.
Oh,
That
she
Ears
did.
had told me these two killed my husband and signed a paper I wrote out for him indicating just that.
Why?
They admitted killing Nick. Then they both pulled their guns and made me put my hands in the air.
Okay. This has gone far enough. This dame's lying. She got us both here and told us she was working for you. She
Yeah.
pulled a gun and got both of us reaching for the ceiling. She was going to let us both have it. But just before you came in, she told us she'd killed my brother. Only we were going to get the blame
That's
for
right.
it. She was going to say we tried to kill her and she shot first.
You don't believe that, of course, do you, Mr.
He'd
Vance?
better I'll scratch his eyes out, too, if he don't.
Apparently, I'm faced with a ridiculous situation. Markham.
So what do we do now? Somebody in this room is lying, but we've got to find out who. How do we do that?
Well, she was the one that was lying.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, please, quiet. Markham, the problem is which person or persons had their hands in the air.
The problem is which one had the guns out. All three have guns. They don't deny that.
I don't. I have a gun.
So have I.
You see, it's just as I told you. They held me
You
up.
had a gun, too. You were going to use it on Tommy and me.
All right, now, we've had enough of this. Markham, it's completely reasonable to you that whoever's lying right now is Big Nick's killer.
Yes, apparently somebody in this room did confess to killing Big Nick.
Whoever held the gun did that confessing, wouldn't you say?
Definitely, but how do we find out which held the gun, or guns, as the case may be?
That's very simple. I happened to notice the hands of these three people when we came into this room.
Observant, ain't he?
Very much so, Miss Courtney. And I'm glad I did, because it tells me which of you is lying. Markham, your murderer is Big Nick Bramley's widow.
Take this down, Miss Henderson.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Go ahead, Mrs. Bramley, please.
I, Elizabeth Bramley, killed my husband, Nicholas Bramley. He had humbled me, humiliated me, and I shot him with his own gun. Then I called on one of his men, Ears Snyder, to help me. Mr. Markham, I don't know exactly what Ears did.
I can fill that in, I think. Ears planted the body in the deserted house and then went out. Fired at the officers and had them chase him. He ran to the fourth floor, stood Nick's body up against the window, and fired down at the officers.
How do you know that, Vance? And how did you know the officers hadn't killed him?
I'll tell you how, Markham. Just let me finish this thought. Ears fired down at the street after holding Nick's body at the window. He knew he'd draw a gunshot in return, so he yanked the body back immediately after he heard the shot and put Nick's body on the floor. Then he hid.
I still don't know how you knew it wasn't the officer's bullet.
Nick was shot in the stomach. Now, you can't hit a man in the stomach when he's 4 floors above you. The chest, maybe, the face, but not the stomach. Right, Markham?
Of course. Please go on with your confession, Mrs. Bramley.
Yes. After I killed Nick, I knew I could work on that girlfriend of his. Drive her crazy, maybe. Get her to go after me so that you, Mr. Markham, would think her responsible for Nick's death, too. That's why I came to your office, to be sure I'd be protected.
Who killed Ears Snyder, Mrs. Bramley?
Tommy, I suppose, for helping me cover up Nick's death. Tommy was Nick's brother, after all.
That's right, Vance. I forgot to tell you, Sergeant Heath got a confession from Tommy in the Ears Snyder murder. Now, there's only one thing I want cleared up.
And that is?
How you knew which of the 3 people in the room had a gun out.
Well,
We knew somebody was lying, but you knew it was Mrs. Bramley.
She claimed at first that the other two had made her hold her hands in the air.
Yes, I know. But did you look at her hands when we came in? Well, that's right, you told me you hadn't. Well, Markham, if you hold your hands in the air for 5 minutes, as somebody in Miss Courtney's apartment did, the blood runs out of the hands and down into the arms.
I get it. And when you lower your hands again, they're much more pale than they normally would be.
Exactly. When I came into the room, Miss Courtney and Tommy Bramley had the palest hands I'd ever seen. Mrs. Bramley's were normal, so it must have been Mrs. Bramley who held the gun and who lied to us. Very simple now, isn't it?
Most of it. Except why you enlisted Mrs. Bramley on our side.
I had to force a break in this case, Markham. That's why we got to Miss Courtney's apartment early. I wanted to give Mrs. Bramley, if she were our murderer, a chance to make a mistake, believing she had a half hour to cover it up in.
I thought I could get away with my story, Mr. Vance. It would have been a pretty good one.
I don't doubt that. But your hands gave you away, Mrs. Bramley. They were the beginning of your downfall.
And we are at the end of the Big Nick murder case.
Yes?
Mr. Vance, there's a lady to see in the outer office. She has no appointment. Will you see her?
All right. Where's Miss Deering?
Oh, your secretary's out to lunch, Mr. Vance.
What's the name of the lady who's calling on me?
I don't know. She can hardly talk, Mr. Vance. She just managed to tell me she had to see you. She's either awfully scared or terribly unhappy about something.
Send her in, please. Come in, please, won't you?
Thank you.
Sit down, if you will, and tell me how I can help you.
Oh, Mr. Vance.
No, it's quite all right. You're safe. Won't you calm yourself and tell me what's troubling you?
Mr. Vance, I saw him. I heard him speak.
Heard who speak?
My husband.
Well, that doesn't sound like anything to break you up this way.
But you don't understand.
No, I don't imagine I do. What's so unusual about seeing your husband and hearing him speak?
He's dead. I buried him 10 months ago.
Stop that, Flo.
Stop it. I'll stop it. I'll stop it when this plate cracks against your head instead of the wall.
You little devil! I ought to
Keep away
come...
from me. Keep away from me, George. I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You wouldn't do that to your ever-loving husband now, would you?
Would I? You bet I would.
Take your hands off the lamp, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you the way I did. Honey, honestly, I didn't mean to.
George, why do you do things like that?
Honey.
Oh, George. George, how'd a girl like me ever get tangled up with somebody like you, huh? How?
Put your arms around me, Flo. That's the way.
No, darling.
That's me. And, honey, that's you. Put darling and honey together. What have you got?
Us. What a combination we are. We're either making love or making war. Married 6 months and not a dish left in the place. I've thrown them all at you.
Your aim is bad, honey.
With a dish, maybe. But it's pretty good with a gun. And I got a gun. Only, darling, don't ever make me use it on you. I'll miss you so.
Well, Vance, it certainly is an unusual situation. That is, if Mrs. Miller was telling the truth.
I'm sure she was, Markham. I know it's no case for a district attorney, and I didn't come here to talk to you about it professionally. I am interested in your reaction, though.
She said she buried her husband 10 months ago.
That's right. And she was wearing deep black, Markham. A black dress, black gloves, black veil. And I checked with the undertaker who had charge of the funeral. She buried her husband, all right. The records show that a Daniel Miller was interred in Holly Oaks Cemetery just 10 months ago.
And his widow, who after 10 months reverts to her former status as wife, claims she saw him on the street. Why didn't she go up to him?
As she explains it, she was too stunned to do anything right then. By the time she recovered her composure, the man had disappeared.
Uh-huh. What's your opinion of her story, Vance?
I believe it. I believe she saw a man she honestly thought was dead.
You mean a dead man has come to life? A corpse is walking around this city?
To all intents and purposes, yes. I promised Mrs. Miller I'd do what I could to help her. She's on the verge of collapse.
Yes. Well, call on me for anything I can do, Vance.
Thank you, Markham. If you think of any way a man can be dead and buried and suddenly come to life, let me know, will you?
Now, you two men know what I want you to do?
Look, Mrs. Miller, you told us, didn't you? What do you think we are, dopes?
She might be right.
We're always agreeing with everybody all the time. That's my brother.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, Mrs. Miller, you gave us the picture of your late husband. We got it. You told us where you think you seen him on the street.
We got that, too.
We'll stick around that street corner till we see a guy who looks like the picture. And if we see him, we follow him to where he's living now.
That's right.
You see, she does it, too.
Now, look, I don't want any slips on this. I have an idea that some way, somehow, my husband has returned from the dead.
Hey, I don't like that.
Listen to him. He don't like it. He likes everything. I'll change his mind. Go ahead, Mrs. Miller.
He left me a lot of money when he died, but he's probably working now somewhere in the neighborhood of the street corner where I saw him. I want you to find him.
Okay, so we find him. Then what?
He was dead once. See to it that he returns to his former status.
You playing with that darn cat of yours again? Leave him alone.
Don't be funny, Flo. Keep reading your paper. Chang and I having fun. Come on.
Fun
Here,
with
boy.
a cat. Oh, brother.
Well, I've got to go to work in a few minutes, and this is how I relax. Besides, honey, he's a full-breed Persian.
Well, let him do something
Yeah.
constructive with those hairs of his he keeps shedding over the rug. Teach him to crochet or something. Maybe he can make me a shawl.
He's a good cat, aren't you, Chang? Real good cat, huh? Yeah.
George,
Yeah?
you never told me
What's the
anything about where you came from before you married me.
I was found in a cabbage patch.
Don't get cute. On you, it
Come
don't look
here.
good.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this for some
Here, but
time.
here's some string.
You know, I don't
Here.
know a darn thing about what you were before we were married.
What about it?
Don't talk to me like that. I'll bounce an ashtray off your head.
Now, look, honey, we said there'd be no
we
more
said
of
there'd
this.
be no more battling if you talk to me the way I'm entitled to be talked to.
Kid, let's understand things. I'm your husband.
I think you love that cat more than you do me. Every time I think of you feeding him and brushing him, I could...
Darling.
Oh, honey, let's not fight. What were we fighting about anyhow?
You see, it isn't important. You don't remember. Now, come on over here, huh?
Okay. Get that lap of yours ready.
All right.
Ah, here we are. Oh, now I know why we fight.
Yeah? Well, tell me.
It's so good making up. Like this. I've got a few minutes, Mr. Vance. What's on your mind?
How good is your memory, nurse?
Well, I'd remember you if I ever saw you again. Who wouldn't?
Well, thank you. Nurse, about 10 months ago, a patient named Daniel Miller was admitted to this hospital. The records say that you attended him.
Miller, let me see. Appendectomy?
No. To tell the truth, I don't know what he was in here for. His wife told me that he was in this hospital a few days before he died. But he was removed from here at his own request and died at home, as I understand
I
it.
know the man you mean. Short, medium weight, dark hair.
I've never seen him.
Oh, well, anyhow, I know whom you mean, Mr. Vance. I remember him very well. Raised quite a rumpus around here about going home, and we finally let him.
What was the matter with him? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. He'd been poisoned.
Poisoned, eh? Well, that's something I didn't know. Accidentally, would you say?
Figure it out for yourself. When we told him what was the matter with him, he said something like, "She did it, finally. I want to get out of here. I'll take care of her in my own way."
Close the door of the booth, Joe. You want the whole world to hear what we tell Mrs. Miller?
It's okay with me if they hear.
Nah, everything's okay with you. Close the door.
Sure. Only it's a tight squeeze. There.
Hello?
Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
You know who this is?
Yes. Go ahead and talk.
She said talk, so talk.
Shut up.
What?
Oh, not you, Mrs. Miller. Listen, we think we spotted the guy you want.
Where is he?
Well, that's a problem. We spotted him coming out of a building just now. Only he disappeared into the crowd before we could tail him.
Oh.
We'll get him tomorrow morning, sure. That is, if he works in the building, which he probably does.
All right. Sorry you lost him, but tomorrow will do. One more day isn't so terribly important when so many years depend on what's going to happen then.
Thanks for getting me official permission to investigate the grave of Daniel Miller, Markham.
No trouble, Vance. This might become something in my department after all, judging from what you told me.
About Miller's having been poisoned?
Yes.
I still want to know how he returned to life. In all my years of private investigating, I've never encountered that before.
You want to see his grave, is that it, Vance?
I want to look into his grave, Markham. I've talked over the phone to the man in charge of the cemetery, and he'll take us out to the spot where Mr. Miller is buried.
All that we need is for it to be raining, and this would be a perfect setting. Late at night, a cemetery, a corpse that walks and talks. What else do we need, eh?
Some idea as to how this case will end.
It would all be so simple if only Mrs. Miller were lying about seeing her husband.
She wasn't. I'll personally guarantee that. Well, let's go. The cemetery caretaker said he'd meet me here at the gate. Do you see him?
No, but then I can't see anything at all. What was that?
Well, let's make it who was that. I'll feel better about it. Hey, who are you? Where are you?
Right here. Scared you, didn't I?
Yes, you certainly did. Why aren't there any lights on around here?
The people we got around here couldn't see very good if there was lights.
Well, Markham, you know what they say about a foolish question.
Yes, remind me to apologize to the tombstones as we pass. Now, look here, you.
The name is Mort.
Rather appropriate, too, in view of this setting.
Huh?
Mort means death in French.
He does? Well, what do you know? You must be Vance and Markham, you two, right?
Were you expecting anybody else?
Nobody I could talk to. Come this way, please. I'll show you the grave you're looking for. Daniel Miller, right?
Right.
That's correct.
Well, he ain't very important around here. Only 2 autos at his funeral. Now, you take that grave over there. There's a man who should have been glad to die. 22 autos, and the speech has lasted 2 hours. In the rain, too.
Doesn't it always rain at funerals?
Only seems like it does. Now, you take this grave over here. Kind of like this and like that. It wasn't
Excuse
exactly
me,
what
Mort, but who were in the automobiles at Mr. Miller's funeral?
In the 2 cars? Well, there were a couple of men from a lodge he belonged to in one, and his wife was in the other. Crying her eyes out, she was. She did pretty good for the guy. Fact is, I ain't seen better crying this year.
Where is the grave?
A man in a hurry to get to the grave now. That's a good one, eh?
Yeah.
Well, it's right here. I dug it up like you told me to. Only I didn't touch anything.
Why not?
I wasn't told to. And besides, I wouldn't even if I was told to. I'm superstitious.
Markham, mark this day down in the book. We have now heard everything. Well, we've got a job to do. I'm going to hop down into that grave.
I wouldn't if I was you.
Why not?
On account of a lot of reasons, only one of which is important.
And that is?
There ain't no casket, there ain't no body, there ain't nothing in there.
What?
That's right. I dug up the grave like I was told to do, but I could have saved myself the trouble. Somebody else must have wanted what you fellas wanted and beat you to it. That grave was empty.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on concerns the reappearance of Daniel Miller, ostensibly dead and buried 10 months ago. When Miller's widow comes to Vance, she insists she saw the presumably dead man on the street. Logic or explanation for the case is completely missing, especially inasmuch as an examination of Miller's grave reveals no body. Vance has gone to check into more details, and we are at a loss to explain any other characters in this situation, including two men who are...
You know, I just thought of something. Us two guys keep hanging around on this street corner. People will think we're a couple of bums.
Shut up and keep looking.
I can look and talk at the same time. It's easy.
You're getting on my nerves of this job is. Nothing to do but hang around here watching a building. I'm gonna get... Hey, Joe, there he is. That guy who just came out of the building, that's the guy.
It sure is. What do we do now?
We follow him. Only this time we don't lose him. Come on.
Yeah. Don't we call Mrs. Miller like she told us to?
We call her after we call on that guy who just came out of the building.
The shot came from this house, officer. I heard it. I called the police right away.
Who lives here, do you know?
Of course I know. I live next door, don't I? Mr. and Mrs. Ward live here. Came to live here just after they were married about 8 months ago. Fight? Used to fight all the time, day and night. Day and night. I've never seen
Front door's open. Come on in. Hello there. Anybody home? Anybody home?
You see, there's nobody home. Can't blame his wife for not staying home much. Can't blame him either. She had the temper. She's always flying off the
What's
handle.
in that room there, do you know?
One with the door closed?
Yeah.
That's probably a bedroom, just in my house. All these one-story bungalows built just about the same. Just about, I'd say. You take that
I'm
room...
going to take a look in that room.
I'll go with you. I'm not afraid of anything, as long as you're here.
That's real brave of you. Now, just a second while I take a look in here.
That's a cat. Close the door. Close the door. I can't stand cats. I've never been able to stand cats ever since I was a little boy. I'll never forget...
Did you see what was next to that cat?
Well, no, I really didn't. I was so scared by...
That cat was standing next to a body. The body of his master, I'd say. And the master was dead, with a bullet hole in his forehead.
Hello, Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham, Vance. How many cases have you helped us solve, Vance?
Why, I don't know. Why do you ask?
Because we've finally been able to help you with one.
Oh?
Yes, a man known as George Ward, who lived with his wife at 10 Jackson Road, was found murdered a little while ago.
Yes?
Merely as a matter of procedure, Homicide Sergeant Heath took his fingerprints and checked them. He found that George Ward is really Daniel Miller, the man you've been looking for.
Well, that's very interesting. What were the circumstances of the murder?
Well, Ward, or Miller, was shot with a small caliber revolver. When the police officer on duty came into the room, the body was being guarded by a gray Persian cat. It belonged to the Wards, as I understand it.
I see. Well, thank you for calling, Markham. This is beginning to make some sense to me now.
It is?
Definitely. I believe I know what happened to Daniel Miller 10 months ago, but I'm not sure.
How do we find out?
How, Markham? Why, by finding out who killed George Ward, of course.
Let go of me. Let go of me, copper. If I ever get in my house, I'll break a plate over your head. Let go of me.
Easy now, Mrs. Ward. Take it easy. All I want to do is take you downtown for questioning. Orders were to pick you up now that your husband was murdered.
I don't know anything about this murder. I was downtown shopping. I heard about it on the radio, and I came straight out here. Are you gonna let me alone?
Sorry, Mrs. Ward. I got to take you downtown. That's my orders. Sergeant Heath wants you brought in. We understand you and your husband had been doing a lot of battling, and the sergeant...
The sergeant wants to see me, does he? All right, I'll go with you. Let me stop at the dime store first. I want to get a couple of plates to break over his head if he tries to say that I killed George.
Okay, Mrs. Miller. You heard the radio. Guy named George Ward was killed. That was the guy whose picture you showed us.
It sure was. It was his picture you showed my brother and me. We followed him to his house, a bungalow, and then we knocked him off.
And now you want to be paid.
That's right.
It ain't wrong, lady.
Shut up, you.
Everybody tells me to shut up.
Now, look. You two followed orders. You did as you were told. But how am I going to be sure the man you killed was my former husband? Oh, dear, this black dress.
I could get you a wisp room, lady.
Never mind.
You got a point there, Mrs. Miller. You couldn't be sure that Ward and your husband was the same guy. Suppose we wait till tomorrow when you see the pictures in the paper. That ought to be proof enough for you.
Sure it should.
Sounds all right. Suppose you two come around here tomorrow night and I'll...
Nothing doing.
Nothing doing, lady.
Why not?
I don't know. Ask me brother.
Well, why not come around here tomorrow night? I'll pay you then.
Mrs. Miller, by tomorrow night, you could be 1,000 miles away from here. You got what you want. You're really a widow this time. All the dough the guy left, you know you can keep now. You don't have to worry about us ever coming back and throwing you out on your ear.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
We sure are.
I'm smart enough to know the score. No, lady, you're going to have company until them papers come out. Joey and me, we're staying here.
I won't have you in my house. I'll have you thrown out.
Sit down, lady.
You pushed me. You dared to push me. Why, I could have the both of you.
You'd go to the chair, too, Mrs. Miller. You hired us. Remember it. Oh, expecting somebody?
No.
Well, get rid of whoever it is.
Yeah, get rid of him.
Both of you stay here.
No, I'll go to the door. And I'll stay right behind it in case you get cute. Come on.
I'll stay here, huh? You want me here?
That's right. All right, Mrs. Miller. Open it up.
Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Mrs. Miller. I believe I have some news for you. May I come in?
Not right now. I'm busy.
It won't take a minute. There we are. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you might have had company. My name is Vance.
Well, change it.
Your friend isn't very sociable, is he? Seems to me I recognize him. Isn't he one of the Dilling brothers? The police are looking for them.
Vance, I've got so much to tell you, but arrest these two men. They're murderers. They killed a man known as George...
You've got a big mouth, lady.
And you've got big hands, my friend. I don't like women being slapped.
No? How much don't you like it?
This much.
Hey, what do you think you're doing to my brother?
I think I've already done it.
Yeah? Well, I can take
Stay
care
right
of you.
where you are. I don't want to have to use this gun. Now, suppose we all relax and we finish this business that was started in my office yesterday morning, Mrs. Miller. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. These black dresses, they pick up everything. I was just trying to get some lint off.
You've got some of the lint off, Mrs. Miller, but your dress isn't entirely clean yet.
Oh, is there something else?
Yes, but it can wait. You're surprisingly calm, Mrs. Miller.
Why shouldn't I be? You're here. I have nothing to fear now. Have I?
I don't know. Did you ever meet a man named George Ward?
George Ward. That's the man these two brothers admitted to me they killed.
Why, you
Shut up.
idiot.
They said he was my husband. That's why they were here, and they tried to blackmail me.
You never saw or knew Ward.
No. Vance, I thought my husband was dead until I saw him on the street the other day. I never saw him again. Never. If he changed his name to Ward, I didn't know it.
That's entirely possible.
You believe me, then?
I believe that seeing your husband on the street was a great shock to you. I believe you honestly thought he was dead. I believe you didn't know he was living under the name of Ward. And I also believe you murdered him early this evening. Markham, you're entitled to an explanation of this case, and you're going to get it. The entire explanation. Will you tell him, Mrs. Miller?
You tell him. You're the genius.
Well, 10 months ago, Daniel Miller left a hospital knowing his wife had tried to murder him by poison. He went home and bribed an undertaker to bury an empty casket. That was to fool his wife, who was not in town at the time, but returned in time to go to the funeral.
Oh, that's what he did, eh?
Sure he did. But I got him just the same. I had to kill him. You hear me? I had to. I couldn't stand him when he was married to me, but it was worse when he was married to another girl. And I'd kill him again if I got the chance. I'd kill him
Better
again.
take her out of here, Burke.
Right, Mr. Markham. Come on, you. Let's get going.
You'll never send me to the chair. I'll say I'm crazy. I'll say I'm insane. They'll never be able to kill me for what I've done.
Come on, out.
You only think you...
Well. Well, Vance, where were we?
We were talking about how Miller had himself buried in an empty casket, which he later reclaimed.
Yes. What happened after that?
Daniel Miller then disappeared and adopted the identity of George Ward, marrying another girl and starting an entirely new existence.
Uh-huh.
Then Mrs. Miller saw him on the street and realized he wasn't dead and might show up at any time to either accuse her of attempted murder or throw her out in the street.
So Mrs. Miller went to you.
That was a mistake, but she was so confused at the time she couldn't even talk, much less think. However, she realized later she had to keep away from me, and she did, and hired the Dilling brothers to wait on the corner where she saw her husband and try and follow him to his new home.
As I understand it, they did. Then later came back to Mrs. Miller, who they insist didn't know where her husband was living. But Vance, the Dilling boys wanted to be paid for the murder. Why didn't you think they did it?
I was sure Mrs. Miller did the job. You see, what happened was this. When the Dillings spotted her husband, she was watching them. She followed them in a cab while they were following her husband.
Sounds like a parade.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she found out where Miller was living, eh?
Yes.
You reason that she got into the house before they did, by the back door probably, and killed Miller. The Dillings found the husband dead, but they tried to get paid regardless.
Exactly. We have Mrs. Miller's confession, of course, but I knew she was guilty because I saw that on her black dress there was a long gray hair. A hair that could only have come from a Persian cat.
Of course, the Persian cat.
Now, you had told me that the man who was murdered had a Persian cat.
Yes.
Well, the combination of circumstances couldn't be coincidence. Your laboratory has a hair from that cat and from Mrs. Miller's dress. I'm sure they'll match.
I'm sure you're right, Vance. Just as I'm sure Mrs. Miller has reached the end of the line.
And we've reached the end of the talking corpse murder case.
Dan.
We're not acting like two kids, are we, May?
Why shouldn't we if that's the way we feel? Who has more fun than kids anyhow?
Oh, I wish next week would hurry up and get here. You couldn't do anything about rushing it, could you?
No, that doesn't mean I haven't tried. Last night I put on my bridal gown, closed my eyes, and said to myself, this time next week I'll be Mrs. Dan Sanford. Oh, Dan, you've made me so happy. Don't ever disappoint me, will you?
I'll try not to. May I have something I want to...
No, not right now, Dan. There'll be no talking for the next 30 seconds. That's an order.
May, let's stop for a minute and be sensible.
Who wants to be sensible? After next week, I'll be sensible for the rest of my life.
There may not be a next week if you listen to what I'm going to tell you.
Never heard a better reason for not listening to anything in my whole life. Besides, I don't have to listen, Dan. I know what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me what business you're in. But I already know.
You do?
Certainly. And I'm going to help you. Even though I know your business is murder.
You're not nervous, are you, Dan?
Oh, me, Professor? No, I'm not nervous.
Nothing to be nervous about. You have the rope?
Yeah, sure, I have it. See? It's a noose, just like you told me.
All right, then. Open the door quietly. You'll find your victim seated in a chair, his back to the door.
All right.
You are nervous, aren't you? What is it, Dan? The job or the girl you're going to marry next week?
I'm okay, I tell you.
Never mind telling me. Show me.
You just watch.
Very well. The door, Dan. Quietly. Hold the rope ready. That's right. Walk over slowly.
All right.
Now! Hey, Dan, you fool! You haven't done anything. Let go of the rope! All right, Billy. Take it off your neck.
Holy mackerel, Professor, this guy could have killed me with that rope.
That was the general idea of the dress rehearsal. Only it didn't work. Dan, if that rope were around Billy's neck properly, he'd have made no outcry. I've explained that to you a dozen times.
I tried, Professor.
Yes, I imagine you did. I would suggest you watch Billy demonstrate the technique. He's already done 2 perfect jobs on victims for me. Assignments on which he acquitted himself admirably.
Oh, it wasn't nothing, Professor.
I think it was. I'll show Dan how you do it, Billy. After all, he's one of us now. And he should be trained.
Holy mackerel, I've showed him 1,000 times already. Look, stupid, you grab the rope like this, see? Yeah. You slip it over a guy's head. Then
Never mind doing it now. Show him when you 2 are alone. I'd rather you both left me alone at the moment.
Hey, you gonna play that music box again?
The new music box, Billy. The one you brought back to me after your last assignment. It's a beautiful addition to my collection. Would you like to listen to it?
Yeah, I would.
Very good. Listen. Isn't that beautiful?
Not to me, it ain't.
Well, you wouldn't understand. Do you, Dan?
Well...
Do you understand how these music boxes I have in this room represent so much to me? How they make me an individual, apart and above everyone in this world?
Well, I don't exactly understand that, Professor.
Very few people would. But it doesn't matter. Dan? I have an assignment for you. You're first.
Yes, Professor?
There is a beautiful music box, a most unusual music box in the possession of a man named Daly. I want it, Dan. Tomorrow night.
Yes, Professor.
The music box is in his safe. I'll give you a plan of the room and leave the rest to you. Daly is very wealthy. There'll be money and jewels in the safe.
What do I do with them?
You'll bring them back to me, of course, and you'll receive your share. But the music box you bring back, that belongs to me, alone.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice of you to drop into my office.
Thank you, Vance. Always glad to see you. I'd have phoned, except that this is something I'd like to talk to you about in person.
The district attorney making a personal appearance. Be careful, Markham, or you'll have a review of this meeting in Variety.
They'd have nothing to print, Vance, because that's exactly what we have in 2 identical murders which have occurred in the past 2 weeks.
Oh? Sounds interesting, my friend. What's the complete story?
It's just this. 2 wealthy men in this city have been killed, strangled by a rope. Apparently, they interrupted robberies in their homes because the safes of both had been ransacked. We know a lot of money and securities was stolen.
And the killer left no indication of his identity?
None we can find. Sergeant Heath's looking for some kind of a lead right now. He's been working on the murder since they happened.
Heath's a good man. If there's anything to be found, he'll uncover it. What did you want me to do?
Find whoever it is who is responsible for the killings.
Mm-hmm.
Only I can give you nothing at all to work on, Vance, except that I'm reasonably certain both were done by the same man or men.
That isn't much, is it, Markham?
No.
I'll tell you something very strange, though. I'd rather have one little clue than too many. Too many clues are confusing.
I understand. I wish I could...
Oh, telephones have no manners, have they? Just a minute, Markham. Vance speaking.
Hi, Vance. It's Sergeant Heath, homicide. District attorney isn't there by any chance, is he?
Why, yes, he is.
Oh, his secretary wasn't sure if he was going to see you or not. Put him on, will you?
Certainly. For you, Markham, it's Heath.
Thank you. Yes, Heath?
Mr. Markham, I think maybe we're getting a break in those rope killings. I checked the stuff stolen from both of the men, and guess what?
Heath, please.
Okay, I'll tell you. You see, both of the dead guys are not only rich, but they each had a music box in their safe. Not one of those 5 and dime things, but real valuable antiques.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that means something.
Yes, it might. Thanks for letting me know, Heath.
No, it's okay, D.A. So long.
Bye. Did you hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. Very interesting, Markham.
It isn't to me. Not until I find out what is meant by the fact that 2 music boxes were stolen.
You want to know what it means? I'll tell you. It means that the killer has made his first mistake.
The French doors are right there, Dan. They open to the library. The safe is in the library.
Thanks, May. You've been wonderful.
I haven't done anything I didn't want to. You're the man I love, the man I'm going to marry. This is the work you picked out for yourself, and I've got to help you.
You've been perfect. Getting a job as a maid in this house, getting me the combination of the safe just so my first assignment for the professor will work out. Honey, I can't thank you enough.
Don't try. I left the French doors unlocked before I left. Let's go, Dan. Let's get this over with.
All right. Here's for the doors.
Oh, I should have oiled them.
Nah, nobody heard that. Come on in.
Okay.
There. Use your flashlight, May.
Here we are. There's the safe right over there, Dan.
I see it now. Hold the light on this piece of paper for a minute.
Sure.
12 left, 13 right, 14 left, 1 right. It's the combination. Now throw that beam on the safe dial.
There it is. Put your glove on and go to work.
Gotcha. No fingerprints on this job. Just 1 music box in the safe for the professor and part of the money in the safe for us.
Work fast, Dan, please.
Don't get nervous, honey. We're all right. If anybody interrupts us, I have this rope the professor gave me. And I know how to use it. Believe me, I do.
Hope you don't have to, Dan.
I know. I don't want to either. But if it has to be somebody's neck or ours, believe me, it's going to be somebody else's.
Dan.
Huh? What?
I thought I heard a noise just now. A footstep.
I didn't hear any... Yeah. I do. Somebody's coming. I must have woke somebody up.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, no, you stay right here. I'm going over to the door. My rope and me are going to surprise whoever it is.
Dan, the doorknob's turning.
I know, I see it.
What's going on here?
Nothing you're going to remember, friend.
Dan, don't do it. Leave him alone. Don't kill him. Let's get out of here, Dan, please. Dan, you've done it. You murdered him. Let's get out, Dan, while we have a chance.
All right. I guess we'd better. Only what'll the professor say when I tell him I didn't get his music box?
Yes, I understand, Dan. I understand very well what happened.
Well, I'm glad, Professor. You see, it really wasn't my fault. Had the whole job planned perfectly when that Daly had to come downstairs just when I was working on the safe.
Yes, that was too bad.
For him, yeah.
For you, too.
Why, Professor? All I did was... Hey, cut that out.
The music box Daly had. It's still in his safe.
Professor, don't slap me around. I couldn't help it. Professor.
It's a beautiful thing. A picture of it was in the paper Sunday. A lovely thing. 200 years old. I could kill you. I could...
Professor, please, give me another chance. I'll get it for you. Honest, I will. I'll get it for you tonight.
Oh, no, you won't. It'll be a long time before I trust you with another assignment. Billy will get me that music box. Billy won't fail me. We'll wait a few days until the excitement of Daly's death dies down, and then Billy will get it for me.
Honest, Professor, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. You don't know what being sorry is. I know. I don't have that music box.
Philo Vance speaking.
Markham Vance, I think our long association's begun to do me some good.
Really, Markham? I assure you I'm completely complimented. What's going on?
Have you seen the papers this morning?
Yes, why?
You probably missed this item, but there was a little notice saying that one of the most rare and valuable music boxes ever to come to this country is on sale at Joseph's antique shop.
That is interesting.
Interesting. It's going to break our case, these music box murders, Vance. Don't you see what'll happen?
Suppose you tell me.
All right. You yourself said that the music boxes are the keys to the recent killing. Somebody is music box mad. I feel that whoever it is will try to buy that instrument at Joseph's. Either try to buy it or try to steal it.
That's completely reasonable.
I just saw the item in the newspaper this minute, Vance. Will you meet me at Joseph's so we can work this out together?
Certainly, Markham, if you want me to, I'll meet you. Only I have an idea. We'll get there just a little bit too late.
Try throwing the rope, Billy. Throw it this time.
Holy mackerel, Professor. I'm beginning to feel like a cowboy. I do good work with the rope close up, don't I? What do I have to practice throwing it for?
Sometimes you can't get close enough to your victim to slip it over his neck. You see that statue on the pedestal over there?
Yeah, sure.
Throw the noose over the head of the statue from here. Throw it over the head and then yank it. Go ahead.
Okay, Professor, but ain't that hunk of statue worth a lot of dough? You know, I'm liable to break it when I yank it.
If breaking that statue will help you sometime on a job, Billy, it's worth what it cost me. Throw that rope.
Okay, if you say so. Here goes. Holy mackerel, I done it. Professor, I didn't mean...
Good. You're a much better pupil than Dan is. You did a good job, Billy. And as a reward, I have a special assignment for you. Tonight.
Oh, yeah?
An assignment that will give me a wonderful music box and get you at least $15,000 or $20,000. What do you have to say to that?
Me? See, all I can say is, holy mackerel.
This is District Attorney Markham. The music box murder case concerns the killing of 3 men, all of whom owned valuable antique music boxes, 2 of which were stolen. We have no other clues to the identity of the killer or man in the back of the killings, but an item in today's newspaper telling of a new music box to be sold at Joseph's antique shop gave me an idea. And along with Philo Vance, I've gone to the shop and I believe... This is one time, Vance, when I believe I've anticipated what you would have done. We have a murderer and a new music box in this store. The murderer will want that music box. We'll either get it first or get a lead to him.
If you say so, Markham. I told you what I thought, though.
That we'd be a little late?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. We'll know in a minute now. Coming?
Definitely.
Your pleasure, gentlemen.
We're interested in that music box we read about in the papers today.
We have an excellent collection of Chinese jade, should you care to see
My
it.
friend inquired about the music box.
Oh, the music box. You know, so many people inquire about the music box. Could I interest you in some antique chairs, perhaps? We have some that are 150 years old, colonial chairs. Now, let me show them to you. Now, where are they? I'm so nearsighted. Did you gentlemen see any chairs on the floor that are 150 years old?
We don't see a chair that looks a day over 125 years.
Look, my good man, what about that music box? All you've told us is that several people were inquiring about it.
Oh, that's been sold first thing this morning, as a matter of fact.
Look, I want to know the name and address of the purchaser of that music box. Can you give it to me?
Why, yes, if you like. I don't even have to look it up. I can't remember a face or forget a name. As a matter of fact, the name of the man who bought that box was John Smith.
John Smith? Well, that's too bad.
It is?
Yes. It's obviously a fictitious name, and any address he gave you would be equally fictitious. Well, I'm sorry I brought you down here, Vance. I guess we'll have to find some other way to look for our killer.
I didn't mind coming with you, Markham. And as for finding some other way to look for our killer, I think I've thought of a way to have him look for me.
Hold still, Dan. Please hold still.
Honey, that water hurts.
Water won't hurt anything. Gotta fix your face. It's pretty badly bruised.
It should be. After the professor slapped me around for messing up that daily job last night, he had Billy go to work on me. That guy doesn't fool. Oh!
I'm sorry, darling. Dan, let me ask you something.
Oh, some other time.
Now, you'll still stay with the professor, regardless of what he's done to you and had Billy do to you?
Sure, why not? I messed up a job. I deserve what I got.
Nobody's got the right to hurt you, Dan. Nobody at all. I take that back. One person has.
Who's that?
I have the right to hurt you, Dan. Because I love you so much.
Vance, what's the plan you have for making the music box murderer come to you?
Oh, I'm afraid I'll never be a carpenter, Markham. Even though I think that nail I just drove into the wall will hold this pulley.
Nice evading of vision. Expecting company?
No. It might be my secretary, Miss Deering. She might have brought some papers from the office. I'll see.
Good enough. Tell Ellen hello for me if you're not inviting her in.
Ellen wouldn't wait for an invitation. Yes?
You're Philo Vance?
Why, yes. Won't you come in?
I must come in. I've got to talk to you. Vance, you... Oh.
My friend, District Attorney Markham.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Maybe it's just as well he's here. Listen, Vance. Do you want to know who's in back of these Rope murders?
We most certainly do, young lady. Who are you?
Well, the name is May Terry, only that won't mean anything to you. Now listen carefully. There's a man named Professor Davis who planned all 3 of the murders. Catch him, and you'll have the real killer.
How do you know that?
Well, never mind how I know. All I'm telling you is that I'm getting even for something the professor did. And there's a stooge involved in this. Somebody named Billy something or other. He's the muscle man for the professor. He's the guy who uses the rope.
This is very interesting, Miss Cherry. Do you know where the professor and his accomplice can be found?
No, but that shouldn't be too hard for you to find out. That's one reason I didn't go directly to the police. I came to Vance because I have information but no proof. No idea where this professor is.
And you say that the professor has an assistant named Billy who committed all the crimes?
Yes, that's right. Oh, they'll deny it, of course, if and when you find them. But they did the killings together. The professor wanted music boxes. That's what he wanted out of the murders.
We figured as much. But you don't know where we can find either the professor or Billy?
No.
It seems to me, Vance, that we're indebted to this young lady for her information. But she hasn't helped us very much. We're in exactly the same situation we were in before she came.
Not exactly, Markham. We now know what we only suspected before. Can you reach Sergeant Heath on the telephone?
Of course, why?
You'll need him to make an arrest, won't you? You see, I have a way that's guaranteed to make the music box murderer face the music.
You're crazy, May. You're mad. You couldn't have gone to Philo Vance and told him about the professor.
Oh, no, that's what you think, Dan. Nobody's going to slap my man around and get away with it. I also told Vance the professor's stooge Billy did all 3 murders. Do you hear that, Dan? All 3. And Vance, believe me, you're in the clear now. Get out of town fast. I'll meet you somewhere.
Oh, why did you do a stupid thing like that, May? You spoiled everything. The professor will find out about it. Neither of us will be safe then. We'll be...
Dan! Dan, darling, what's happened? Dan!
Hang up the phone, Billy.
Dan, answer me, please.
Mighty fine rope throwing. There's our ex-ally, Dan, where he should be and the way he should be.
Holy
Dead.
mackerel. Look, that was a good toss I made with that rope, huh?
Yes, it was. And now, Billy, we're ready for our next assignment.
Well, what do we do about the dame this guy Dan was going to marry?
Well, we'll take care of her, of course. But our next move has to do with a music box.
Oh, again?
Yes, Billy, again. I have the name and address of the purchaser of that special music box Joseph's antique shop had on sale. And we're going to get it. From the purchaser.
Holy mackerel. He ain't going to have it long, is he?
No, he's not. And we won't be bothered with Dan on this job. It's just as well we got rid of him. I think he would have made trouble for us.
He won't make no trouble for anybody anymore.
No, that's right. Now, Billy, as for the job tonight.
Yeah.
We go to apartment 2-1 at 50 London Avenue. The apartment belongs to a man named John Smith.
Oh, you got the name and address from the antique shop owner, huh?
Yes, I did. We will go there. You carry your rope, and I'll bring some money. Mr. John Smith will listen to the way my money talks, or to what your rope has to say. A kitchen door is always easier to open than a front door, Billy. This one will be opened in a second.
Holy mackerel, Professor, you don't have to be so quiet. We banged on the front door of this apartment. Nobody answers. That means nobody's home.
We're less likely to be seen working the kitchen entrance, Billy. Ah, there. That did it.
Yeah.
One good thing about picking a lock, we can always bolt the door behind us and make sure of not being interrupted.
Yeah, sure.
This is John Smith's apartment, where we are going to get that music box I want. Apparently the tenant is out, and that music box is either in a safe or the living room.
Which we're in right now. Now, how do we
Billy,
find
Billy,
the music?
look, on that table. It's the music box. Oh, it's the most beautiful box I've ever seen. Come over here, quick.
Yeah, okay, I'm coming. Oh, gosh, that is pretty, ain't it? Huh?
I want to hear it.
Oh, now wait till we get home.
No, I won't. I've got to listen to it now. I'll raise the lid. Oh, Billy.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful, only not to me. Personally, I prefer swing stuff. Now, you take that damn... Hey, somebody's in the next room. Come on, Professor, let's get out of here.
Oh, I'm ready. I've got the music box. Out the front door, Billy. Hurry.
You don't have to tell me twice. I'm hurrying. Come on, let's get out.
Oh, quick,
Professor, there's a rope around your neck.
I ran into a noose. Now, your hands are free. Get the noose off my neck.
Trying to get it off you.
Sure, hurry.
Hey.
The quicker you get it off, the quicker I take you two down to headquarters.
Put your hands up, both of
All
you.
right,
Come on, put them up. We don't have all day.
All right.
Sergeant Heath, you'd better take them along.
Sure, DA. Anything you say. Come on, you two guys. We want you both for a lot of murders. And you both ought to thank your lucky stars that rope you ran into didn't choke one of you to death.
Yes, they should, Heath. They should thank their lucky stars for that. And we should thank Philo Vance for trapping them for us. Although I still don't know how he did it.
It is a pretty instrument, isn't it, Markham?
Vance, I want to know a lot of things, none of which has anything to do with that music box. How did you get the professor to come up to your apartment so Sergeant Heath and I could grab him?
I asked you two to be there. You were there, weren't you?
Of course, and we have their confessions. But what brought them to your place? I thought they'd head for the apartment of whoever that John Smith really was.
They did. I was John Smith, Markham.
I beg your pardon?
I saw that item in the newspaper before you called me about it. Went to Joseph's, bought the music box, and gave the name of John Smith, but my real address. I knew the music box would prove a lure our murderer couldn't resist.
Well, that's fine. And I thought I was so clever in reasoning out a plan to trap the professor. It was a fine plan, only you thought of it first.
Oh, I just got the newspaper before you did, Markham, that's all. I rigged up that rope and pulley in my place, changed the name on my mailbox to John Smith, and had you and Sergeant Heath planted there, because I was relatively certain that the professor would come calling. And then, if he heard a noise, would be hastily leaving.
Well, Heath made the noise all right on your instructions, Vance. And the professor and Billy ran right into the noose you had fixed up by your door. I wonder how the professor felt when that rope was around his neck.
Probably he regarded it as an omen of things to come. When he ran into the middle of my rope, he knew he was at the end of his rope.
That's right. And we're at the end of the music box murder case.
Jen, darling, what's the matter?
Mother!
Oh, it's all right, dear. Now, everything's all right. Take it easy, darling. What happened? Did you have a bad
It
dream?
wasn't a dream, Mother. It wasn't a dream. I saw him. He was at my bedroom window.
Steve?
Yes, I couldn't sleep. I haven't been able to sleep since we broke up. And then I saw his face at the window. Mother, it was awful.
Oh, I know, darling, I know. I'll call the police. Even if you were married to Steve, he has no right to do this to
Well,
you.
the police won't be able to help us. They'll say I dreamt it. And Steve will deny he was here. The police have been trying to get something on him for months. You know that.
We'll talk about it in the morning. Your father hasn't come home from his meeting yet. I'll leave a note for him in our room, and I'll stay with you tonight. How will that be?
Oh, I'll feel much better then, Mom. I'll be sure one thing at least. Steve won't try to kill me. Tonight.
She's sleeping now, David, but she was restless all night. What do you think we ought to do?
I don't know, but I'm going to do something, I'll tell you that.
Eat your breakfast, David.
I don't want any breakfast. I want to do something to make sure Steve doesn't bother Jan again. And I'm going to do it.
I told Jan last night, and I'll tell you now, David. The police will take care of him.
When? After he kills Jan or makes a nervous wreck of her? Oh, no, Helen. He isn't going to get the chance. I'm going to see to that myself.
Red queen and a black king, Steve.
I know. I see it.
Okay. I thought maybe you missed it. Why does a guy play solitaire, anyhow?
One reason, Lefty, is that it gives him something to do when he's alone with a mug like you.
Oh, I'm a mug, huh? Well, look, Steve, maybe I ain't such a mug as you think. Maybe I ain't as stupid as you think, either.
You'd go broke betting on that, Lefty.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I like, intellectual conversation.
Steve, the boys and I have been talking.
I can't imagine anything duller than that.
Wait a minute. You don't know what we've been talking about.
Did you?
Sure. Boys and I think maybe you're losing your touch. They think maybe you ought to step down and let me run the gang. With you sticking around to plan the jobs, like always.
Now, look, Lefty.
Hey, boss, take your hands off my collar. You're bending the suit.
I'll bend your neck in a minute. Now, get this, Lefty, and see that the boys hear it, too. I'm head man in this outfit, and I'm going to stay that way until I decide to quit.
That's the way it is.
That's the way it is. I'll quit when I'm ready and not before.
Okay. Hey, maybe the boys won't like that. Maybe they got their own ideas of how you're going to quit, Steve.
Well, Vance, the singing private investigator. I didn't know you crooned.
I didn't know you were typing the lyrics of a song, Ellen.
Oh, I'm not. I'm writing up the details of your last investigation, the tip-top murder case. And singing helps me type.
If you ever want to get your typing finished, I'd suggest you sing something a little faster.
Now, you didn't come out of your private office just to increase my musical tempo, did you, Vance?
No, I just wondered if the district attorney had called before I came in this morning.
Nope. No word from Mr. Markham. If there had been, I'd have told you.
I thought perhaps you might have been too busy trying to remember the last line of the lyrics of that song you were singing.
Vance, nobody has to worry about a last line of anything when you're around. Oh. Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
Not unless you're Philo Vance.
I'm Vance. What is it?
Oh, hello, Vance. I'm Steve Cayley. I want to talk to you. Can we go into your private office?
Come on. I don't want to be disturbed for a few minutes, Ellen.
Right, Vance.
Come in and sit down, Cayley.
Thanks. You've heard of me, Vance?
Never in a very complimentary fashion.
That was good for my business.
Was good?
That's right. I want to quit. I want to quit while I'm ahead and I'm healthy. I want to leave the gang I've been running around with.
As I understand it, You were the boss. How will the boys feel about your walking out?
Not good. That's what I want you for, Vance. Figure out a way I can get out with my skin in one piece, and I'll take care of you.
Sorry, that's out of my line.
Not interested in making a buck, huh, Vance?
Not the way you suggested. Besides, seems to me I read something about you and your divorce a month or so back. Your wife claimed you were a pretty nasty character.
I was the same character when she married me. I got a little news for you. I'm a little worried about her. And about her old man and her mother. They all hate me pretty much.
Apparently not without reason. Sorry, Kaylee, you've come to the wrong man. If you want to quit your gang, why don't you give yourself up to the police? They'd gladly keep you away from your boys for 5 or 10 years, as I understand it.
I'm allergic to cells, Vance. I tell you what I'd like to do, though. I suppose I give you the dope on the boys. What jobs they've done, all that. Think we could make a deal?
Wait a minute.
Yes?
See if you can get me District Attorney Markham, Ellen.
Right.
Ringing the DA in on a deal, huh, Vance?
Yes. You want to give evidence against the boys you've been working with, and he's in that business.
Okay, anything you say. All I want to do...
Just a minute, Kaylee. Yes?
Mr. Markham isn't in his office, Vance, but I left word for him to call you.
Thank you.
Well, Vance?
Mr. Markham isn't in. I'll tell you what you do, Kaylee. Sometime between now and this evening, Markham will call me back, and I'll set up a date for 6 o'clock in his office. You stay with me until then.
That's all I got to do. I'll meet you up there, Vance.
I'd rather you were where I can keep an eye on you.
Yeah, I know. I'll see you at Markham's office. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless one of my friends sees me first.
Your friend is late, Vance.
Steve Cayley isn't my friend, Markham. I doubt whether he's anybody's friend. But you're right about one thing. He is late. He was supposed to meet me here in your office at 6. It's 6:20 now.
Maybe he got cold feet.
He seemed to be worried about the rest of him being cold in the event he met one of his enemies. But I don't...
Excuse me.
Of course.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Douglas in Homicide. Are you busy?
A little. I'm here in my office with Philo Vance.
Well, how would you like to come up and look at a brand new murder victim?
Oh, it's hardly my idea of fun, Douglas. What's happened?
We've got a corpse up here at 300 Roslyn Drive. I think maybe you ought to come up.
I will as soon as I get through here. Vance and I are waiting for a man named Steve Cayley, and after he arrives, I'll meet you up there.
You're waiting for Steve Cayley, huh? Well, Markham, you're liable to have a long wait. The corpse I was telling you about once answered to the name of Steve Cayley.
Who's that?
Me, Mother.
Oh, hello, dear. You're late coming home. Stop off somewhere?
Yes.
Where?
Don't bother me.
David.
I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't mean that. Oh, where's Jan?
I don't know. She's out, too. I thought she might have stopped by at your office for you.
She might have. I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Nowhere. Just walking. And deciding what to do about Steve Cayley.
You mustn't do anything about him, David. He's caused us so much trouble already. Don't make things any worse. Promise me you won't.
All right, Mother. But it's a little late for me to be promising anything where Steve Cayley is concerned.
All right, you guys. All right, dry up. Shut up, I said.
Okay, Lefty, you don't have to get sore.
I don't want nobody to tell me what I have to do.
Okay.
I got something to say to you guys, and I'm going to say it very quick. Steve Cayley is through. He's finished. His nerve is shot. He's going to pack us in. Maybe he's going to turn us in. We got to do something about that.
I ain't doubting you, Lefty, but how do you know about it?
I just come from his place.
What? What do you
Now
know
listen.
about him?
You guys going to listen to me?
Hey, sure, Lefty, we'll listen, but what do we do about Steve?
I'll take care of that. I just want you guys to know what's up. Are you with me?
Okay, so you know how we feel, Lefty. Now, who does the job on Steve?
Well, I just wanted to find out how you guys felt before I broke this to you. None of you guys has to worry about knocking off Steve. That's been taken care of already.
There he is, Markham. Steve Cayley. Somebody did a nice, clean job on him with that knife, right?
Yes, Douglas, that's right. Well, Vance, you see anything that might help us up here in this apartment?
Perhaps. Cayley was killed when the knife was plunged into his heart. The knife went in at an angle, and the hilt of the knife is nearer his right shoulder than his left.
That means something, Vance?
Does to me, Douglas. Markham, let's you and I go back to your office after you call Cayley's ex-wife to have her meet us there.
All right, but why?
Cayley was killed by someone who was left-handed. It's the only reason for the knife to be slanted the way it is. A right-handed person would have had to practically break his wrist to get the knife in the position it's in now.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But why call Cayley's ex-wife down, Vance?
I know he was having trouble with her, as well as with several other people, Markham. We might as well start with her.
Start what with her?
Finding out whether she's left-handed, of course.
Miss Clark, you're using your maiden name now, of course.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Miss Clark, your ex-husband was killed by a person we believe to be left-handed. Are you left-handed by any chance?
Not that I know of.
Any questions, Vance?
Miss Clark, what glove do you put on first?
Why, the left one, I guess. Doesn't everyone?
I do, Vance.
So do most right-handed people. You had reason to kill your ex-husband, of course, Miss Clark. He told me that himself.
Well, many people have reason for killing others, Vance. It's a good thing for civilization that isn't the only thing one needs to murder.
You have a point, of course.
You can't question our child without our being here.
Daddy,
You can't.
It's all right, dear. We had to come. We followed you from the house after you received that telephone call. What are you trying to do to our child?
I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Clark. Mr. Vance and I were just...
You were just trying to make it look like she killed Steve, weren't you?
Now, take it easy.
She should have, but she didn't. And don't you try to make it look like she did.
Mr. Clark, we're not trying to make anything appear different than it actually is. You seem awfully sure she didn't do it.
Do you think she did?
Everyone is a suspect until we get some definite information, Mrs. Clark.
She didn't kill Cayley. She couldn't have killed him.
No, Mrs. Clark? Why not?
Because I did. Mother!
Don't believe her. She had nothing to do with his death. I killed him. I killed him myself.
Did you, Mr. Clark? How?
How? Well, I shot him.
How did you kill him, Mrs. Clark?
I shot him. He was tormenting my daughter. I shot him. You've got to believe I did it.
Are either of you left-handed?
No.
I'm not. And what difference does it make? I shot him, I tell you.
I know that's what you tell me, Mr. Clark, but Steve Cayley wasn't shot. He was stabbed to death.
What?
Yes, I suggest the three of you go home now and stop trying to alibi for each other. Good night. And what a night. This is District Attorney Markham. The left-handed murder case opened with the killing of gang boss Steve Cayley. Philo Vance is sure a left-handed killer did the job, and our suspects include Cayley's ex-wife, Jan Clark, and her father and mother, although none of them admits to being left-handed. The parents each confess to having killed Cayley, but we're convinced they're merely trying to divert suspicion from their daughter. Vance, remembering that Cayley had mentioned one of his gang named Lefty, has gone to find that individual, and I imagine...
Look, Lefty, you sure you got this thing figured out right?
Sure. Sure, I'm sure. Look, you see that traffic light?
Well?
It's got to turn red, ain't it? And when it turns red, a car's got to stop, don't it?
Sure.
Well, there ain't much traffic up here. When a classy car pulls up to stop for the light, you get up on one side of it, I get on the other. We conk the driver, we take the car. We need a classy car for the big job I got in mind.
Okay, if you say so. I don't argue with my new boss.
So he's the new boss, eh? That means he's Lefty.
Who are you?
My name is Vance. I followed the two of you up here.
You did? Why?
Steve Cayley mentioned you when he came to see me just before he was killed. He told me where I could find you. I went there just in time to see you leaving, so I followed you.
So you found us. Hooray.
Lefty, I'm taking you down to see District Attorney Markham. We've got some questions to ask you. We think...
Wait! I figure you don't like questions, Lefty. That's the reason I conked him with my gun.
You practically broke his skull. Good for him. Leave him here. Let's beat it fast. Things are starting to get a little complicated.
You're finding out what a lot of guys find out, Lefty.
Huh?
It ain't so easy to be a boss.
Philo Vance's office, Miss Deering speaking.
Ellen, this is Markham.
The district attorney. I give up. I did it. You've got me, partner.
Ellen, this is serious. Something's happened to Vance.
No.
I've just got the report. A man was picked up on the corner of Fort Wayne Drive an hour ago and rushed to the Mercy Hospital.
What?
He's been hit on the head.
What makes you think it's Vance?
The description and identifying cards in his pocket. I'm positive it's Vance, Ellen. I'm on my way up there right now.
So am I. Thanks for calling me. I'll get there right away.
I'll meet you there. I'd like to get my hands on whoever it was that hit Vance. Believe me, I would.
You'd like to get your hands on him. I'd like to get my nails in him. I'll meet you at the hospital in 20 minutes.
2 hours from now, Jan, and all this unhappiness will be over. We'll be on our way to the coast, and we'll stay away until you've forgotten this unpleasantness.
Thanks, Dad. You and Mother are being swell.
Oh, which reminds me. Mother, how's the packing coming?
Just a few more things, Dad, and I'll be ready to call you in to help me close the valise.
Good enough. Jan, I wish you wouldn't be so nervous. It's all over. Steve's out of the way for good.
I know, but I can't help what I'm thinking. Dad, did you kill Steve?
We won't talk about Steve. We decided that.
Well, Mother said you were late coming home. You're never late coming home.
I said we won't talk about that. Why don't you go see if you can help your mother pack?
Packing's all done, and the valises are closed. What's going on between you two?
Nothing.
Nothing at all, Mother. Well, it looks like we're all set to leave here, doesn't it?
No, I think that perhaps we ought to let the district attorney's office know we're going out of town.
What for?
Well, they may not like it.
Who cares what they like? We're not criminals. We can come and go where and when we choose. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
David,
Yes?
you said we're not criminals and we can come and go as we like. But are you sure one of us isn't a criminal? A criminal who just hasn't been caught up with yet? How does your head feel now, Vance?
Not good enough to listen to you do a chorus of Sally in our alley, I'll tell you that. Nice of you to come up, Ellen. You too, Markham.
We're certainly sorry to see you in this hospital, Vance.
I assure you it's much more comfortable lying here than it was on the street corner. Though if the truth is known, I don't remember much about lying on that corner.
Take my word for it. The pavement was hard.
Take my word for it, that smack on my head was harder. You sent anybody out to get this Lefty person, Markham?
I sent Douglas. He's Sergeant Heath's best man, Vance. He'll bring him in, don't worry. And I'm very anxious to talk to him for 2 reasons. One of them is the fact that he's responsible for your being in the hospital, and the other is that name of his, Lefty.
I know what you're thinking, Markham. Lefty and a left-handed murderer. That it?
With the motive he has, yes. But supposing it turns out not to be Lefty, Vance?
I have an idea.
Please let it have something to do with me for a change.
It has. You're going to leave here.
Me and my big mouth.
What do you want me to do, Vance?
Get the Clark family up here, Markham. Father, mother, and daughter. I want to see them all in this room.
Suspects can come up, but I've got to go. What's the use of being honest?
You can stay, Ellen. I was only teasing.
Oh,
Markham, you get the Clarks here and see that the heat in this room is turned on as high as it will go. I'll try and solve this case from a hospital bed.
Vance, you've said an awful lot of things that have confused me on an awful lot of occasions, but that last statement of yours makes me wonder just how hard you did get hit on your head.
Worried, Markham?
Yes, I am.
You do as I ask, and you aren't the one who should be worried about me, my friend. It should be either mother, father, or daughter Clark.
Look, Callahan, I want to do this myself. That door to Lefty's room is awful thin. I can bust it down by crashing into it just once, I'm sure. And Sergeant Heath says I'm to bring Lefty in, so I'm going to do it. Okay?
Right.
Okay, here goes. Step back and keep your gun ready.
Hey, what's going on out there? Hey, who's that? Hey.
Okay, you hold it. Hold still, don't move. Oh, there's 2 of you, huh?
A cop, eh?
What do you want busting in here like this, fella? You got a warrant?
No, Lefty, but I got a gun.
All right, don't
Do me
shoot,
a
don't
favor
shoot.
and try to
All right,
argue
keep
with it, will
quiet.
you?
We'll get over this.
Come on in here, Callahan. We got 2 passengers for the wagon. Isn't that nice? We'll have company all the way down to headquarters.
It's terribly warm in this hospital room, Vance. Are you sure you're comfortable?
Yes, Miss Clark, but thank you for being so solicitous. I hope Mr. Markham's call didn't interfere with your plans.
Didn't interfere? Of course it did. We were leaving town. You probably made us miss our train.
The last I heard, there were other trains.
Your information is still correct, Ellen. Mrs. Clark, if somebody threatened the safety, perhaps even the sanity of your daughter, you'd take steps to prevent that from happening, wouldn't you?
Of course I would.
And so would I, Vance.
I'm sure you would, Mr. Clark. And I'm sure that Steve Cayley was a constant threat to your daughter.
Look, we've already confessed to killing Steve. But neither you nor the district attorney would believe us.
Of course we wouldn't. You both said you shot him, and Cayley was stabbed. Vance, we're not getting anywhere.
I imagine that's so. Oh, all right. The Clarks can leave if they like, Markham. I guess a case can't be solved from a hospital bed after all.
I'll help you out with your coat, Miss Clark.
Thank you. I'll be ready for it in a second, as soon as I find my gloves.
I'll help you look for them.
Well, they're not under the bed.
Well, I'm sure they were on this chair. I remember putting them right there on top of my coat. Oh, here they are. They must have fallen on the floor.
Well, we still might be able to make the train if we leave right now. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'd like to shake hands with you and wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. Well, Mr. Clark, going to shake hands with me?
No.
I will. No hard feelings, Mr. Vance. Pardon my glove.
That's quite all right, Miss Clark. Where's your other glove?
Right here in my hand. Why?
I just wanted to be sure you had it. Because I'm very sure we have you as Steve Cayley's murderer. It's very hard to explain why Miss Clark is our murderer, Markham. The combination of everybody talking and the way my head hurts makes it very difficult.
All right. Quiet, everybody, please. Quiet. Go ahead, Vance.
Well, to begin with, Cayley was killed by a left-handed person. Miss Clark had denied she was left-handed because she realized the mistake she made when she left the knife in Cayley's body at a revealing angle.
Our daughter is left-handed, yes, but she's not a murderer.
Why didn't you tell us she was left-handed?
Nobody asked her.
That's right, Markham. When Mr. and Mrs. Clark came into your office to confess, we didn't mention the fact that Cayley was killed by somebody who was left-handed.
Weren't you too brilliant, though? All right, so I'm left-handed. I put my right glove on first, so you knew that when I shook hands with you. And I did kill Steve. Do you know anybody who deserved death more?
I'm not prepared to say. All I know is that if you had waited a while, I'm sure one of his own gang would have done the job for you. Markham, if you don't mind.
Not at all. All right, everybody, let's leave Vance alone now.
Not exactly alone. I'm staying.
All right, Ellen.
Let's go, everybody. Mr. and Mrs. Clark, and, of course, Jan.
Come along.
Goodbye, Vance.
Thanks, Vance. Thanks for everything.
Well, I guess that's that, Vance. How do you feel?
Not too badly, thank you, Ellen. By the way, you know why I wanted this hospital room heated.
I know now. You wanted to make sure the Clarks would take off their coats and their gloves.
That's right. I stalled for a while with unimportant talk to make sure the heat of the room would get them to take off their coats and gloves by themselves, without any suggestion from me that might put them on their guard.
You mean put Jan on her guard, don't you?
I didn't know which of the Clarks was guilty, Ellen. In fact, I didn't know if any of them were. I had to make sure one of them showed they were left-handed before I could do anything at all.
You did plenty, Vance. If you don't believe me, ask Jan Clark. But getting back to Markham's office a minute, what was all that confessing business up there?
Mr. and Mrs. Clark wanted to keep suspicion off their daughter, even though they didn't know at the time that she had killed Cayley.
Oh.
Chances are she tried to get them to murder her ex-husband, making up stories about how Cayley was annoying her. Well, I guess they didn't act quickly enough to suit her.
Uh-huh.
By the way, you know, of course, that it could have been Cayley's gang stooge, Lefty, who knocked off the big boss.
It might have been Lefty, of course, but not in view of what happened here a little while ago.
You mean Jan's confession?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've got something there. And I guess Markham will be able to get plenty on Lefty and the rest of Cayley's gang.
No question about that. Well, as they say in books, this all came out fine in the end.
In the end and at the end of the left-handed murder case.
Yes, Mr. Douglas, I understand. You want 6 girls to model evening gowns for your fashion show tomorrow night.
And they've got to be tall, slender, and attractive, Mr. Bennett.
I understand. They will be, Mr. Douglas. In fact, I can give you the same girls you had a few weeks ago.
Oh, do that. They were very satisfactory. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, do you think we have time to finish our little conversation now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sugar. Business is business. You understand?
I understand more things than maybe you realize. All models aren't dumb, you know. They just look dumb.
Sugar, listen. You're going on a photography job tomorrow afternoon for me. 2 girls, you and Betty Down. Oh, wait a minute, Sugar, will you? Mr. Bennett speaking.
Douglas again, Bennett.
Oh, yes, Mr. Douglas.
I just wanted to make sure of something. One of the girls you're sending me for my fashion show will be Sugar Keen.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Douglas. In fact, she's right here in my office at this moment.
Oh, fine. Just wanted to check, that's all. Bye.
Bye.
Somebody wanted me?
I just wanted to be sure you'd be on a fashion show job tomorrow night, Sugar. Another Hollywood-style preview. You worked it a few weeks ago, remember?
Return engagement by popular demand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least I'm not slipping.
Slipping? Why, you're the top photography and fashion model in the country, Sugar. Have been for years.
Let's get back to this business about the date tomorrow afternoon. You say it's important. And I'm going to work with Betty Downs, huh?
Yes, it's very important. The pictures are for a Hollywood department store. Every movie producer in California will see them. Doesn't that make the job important?
To Betty, maybe. She's got movies on her mind. Not me. She's got movies on her mind when she hasn't got Slugger Davis on her.
She's not taking your prize-fighting boyfriend away, is she?
She's trying, and I don't like it. And I like it a whole lot less because Slugger doesn't mind.
Look, let's keep personalities out of business, Sugar. You see, I've got a personal contract with Betty. And if she goes to Hollywood, I'll make plenty. On that tomorrow's date, see that her makeup is okay. See that she looks right, will you? Look out for her, please, Sugar.
Listen, Al, I'm telling you right now. If she doesn't watch her step, she better look out for me.
No, Miss Downs, not like that. Like this. Who should do blue? Who should do blue? The lips round. Project the words. Now, once more, please.
Who should do blue? Who should do blue?
No, Miss Downs. For 20 minutes now, I try to teach you how to speak. How to speak. Like this. We, thee, he, she. How, now, brown cow. Who, shoe, do, blue. And what comes out? We, thee, he, she, how, now, brown cow. Who, shoe, do, blue. You learn nothing.
I'm sorry, Pierre. I'm trying.
Trying? Trying is not enough. Doing. You must do. Alors, once more, please. The oo sounds. Ready?
No, I'm not ready. I'm tired of making ooh sounds. Oh, Pierre, I'm so tired.
Oh, I am sorry, my dear. You model all day, and then in the evening you work with me. It is very difficult for you, n'est-ce pas? You rest a while. We try again in a few minutes, eh? Who is that? Come in.
Hi, Betty. What's the good word?
Hello, Slugger. Sugar Keen isn't here. She isn't even expected, I don't think.
I'm not calling for sugar, Betty. Not tonight. I came to pick you up. Hiya, Frenchie. I'm Slugger Davis, next middleweight champion of the world. You're Pierre, ain't you?
I am Pierre, ain't I?
Well, ain't you?
Talk, such talk, sacre, no. Maybe it is you who ought to come take lessons from me.
Well, I talk plenty good with my hands, Frenchie. That's all I got to worry about.
You might worry about Sugar Keen. She isn't going to like your calling for me, Slugger.
No, I guess she ain't. But ain't that too bad, Betty? Ain't that just too bad?
Build your upper lip a little more, Betty. Oh, here, give me the lipstick. I'll show you what I mean.
Thanks, Sugar. It's awfully swell of you. I understand these pictures we're taking are going to Hollywood.
They sure are. And don't you wish you were?
Sugar,
Hold your mouth still so I can take care of that upper lip. Why I do these things, I'll never know. Now, there. Take a look. Better?
Oh, it looks fine.
Have you plenty of pancake on? Those lights are going to be hot.
I think I've got enough. Sugar, I want to talk to you about Slugger.
I want to talk to you about him, too. Only not now. Business is business, and this is a job. Use a little more pencil on your eyebrows. And put a dot on the outside of each eye. Makes your eyes photograph bigger.
Thank you. Right here?
Yeah, that's the spot. Okay, let's get inside.
I'm ready. Thanks again, Sugar. I'll never forget this.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Mr. Stevens, we're ready. Where do you want us?
I want you for the first shot. You alone, Miss Keene. Miss Downs, you can wait in the anteroom if you like. I'll call you when I want you. You'll find magazines if you can't read.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I'll be ready when you call me.
What now, Stevens?
Just walk up those steps, Sugar. At the third step, turn around and face the camera. This shot shouldn't take long. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Walk up about here. Turn, face the camera.
Hold it just like that, Sugar. Want to take a look through the camera. Hold it now.
While you're looking, see if you can find the $100 I'm supposed to get today.
Turn a little bit more this way. That's good. Now back so I can get a shadow across the bottom half of your gown.
I still haven't seen the 100.
Yes, that's about it. Let me take another look through the camera.
Maybe the money will be there this time.
All right, you'll get your blackmail. Now hold still.
You look awfully silly, Stevens. In fact, the only way you don't look silly is when you're paying me my little weekly hush-a-bye money.
Stop talking and bend your right knee a little. A little more. Good. Hold it. Hold it just that way and turn on the smile. The big prop smile, but make it like you mean it.
I'll just make believe you're paying me. How's this?
That's good. Now hold it. That did it. Relax.
One-shot sugar, they call me. What next?
Relax for a while. I want to take Miss Downs now.
I'll get her. Right after you give me that little cash present I get every week. You do like giving it to me, don't you, Stevens? I couldn't possibly accept it if I thought you didn't enjoy giving it to me.
I love it. And you'll have it before you leave. When do I get back those letters?
At the end of the year, just as I promised. You pay me every week for a year like a good little boy. And your wife will never know you were a bad little boy. And that I have your letters to prove it. You wanted Betty, I'll get her. Hey, Betty.
Well, Sugar.
Hello, honey.
Oh, just like that. Hello, honey. Slugger, I told you to keep away from Betty.
But, Sugar...
I'll handle this, Betty. Look, Sugar, what are you building? Can't I talk to another dame without you blowing your lid?
Listen, Slugger. The only thing that will ever break you and me up is my making up my mind that it'll happen. Me. When I decide you and I aren't a team, we're through. Not when you do. Do you understand?
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't. Maybe I don't like you handing out the decision, Sugar. What happens then?
What happens then?
Mm-hmm.
This happens. Try walking out on me, Slugger. And you'll be the sorriest pug that ever walked on his heels. I said the sorriest. I meant the deadest. Come on inside, Betty. We have to have our pictures taken. Business is business, you know.
Office of Philo Vance, private investigator. Miss Deering speaking.
What a speech it is, too. Hello, Ellen. Vance there.
Hi, Mr. Markham. You're not taking him out of the office, are you?
I'd say it was more a matter of his wanting to go than my taking him. May I talk to him?
Why, of course. Just a moment. The district attorney, Vance.
Markham, splendid. Would you hand me the phone, please?
There you are.
Thanks. Hello, Markham.
Vance, this is one of those calls. There's been a murder. How soon can you come up?
I'm practically there now. Who was killed?
A photographer's model named Sugar Keen, Vance. She was throttled. A wire wound tightly around her neck.
Sugar Keen, eh? Do you have the wire?
No, I don't. It's missing. Sergeant Heath is Miss Keen's employer, Al Bennett, up here, and I'm phoning you from her apartment in the Belmont Towers.
I'm on my way, Markham. I did want to meet Miss Keen, but I would have preferred to have her answer when I said, how do you do? Bye.
I heard that, Vance. So Sugar Keen has been murdered.
That's what the man said. You sound as if you knew her.
Only by sight. I've seen her pictures in the magazines. Everybody has. In fact, I think there's a picture of her in this magazine here. Now, wait till I find it for you. Yes, look. Here's a picture. Girl on the right.
Oh, she was lovely, wasn't she?
Vital statistics. Her name, Sugar Keen. Height, 5'10". Weight, 120. Single. Brown eyes, blonde hair. Is seen very often with Slugger Davis, middleweight challenger.
Very interesting, Ellen. You know, you're an ideal secretary. There isn't anything that you don't know or can't find out, is there?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly, Vance. I wouldn't mind knowing or finding out something about you.
You mean there are things about me you don't know, Ellen? Surprising after all these years. Shows how resourceful I am.
Or evasive. Well, aren't you off to investigate the Sugar Keen murder?
I most certainly am. Ellen, who's the girl shown posed with Miss Keen? Looks a little younger than the murdered girl.
Oh, she works for Al Bennett's model agency, too, Vance. Name's Betty Downs. She's new.
Just thought I'd ask. Well, maybe she's new, but I'd better be off to meet Markham at the apartment of the late Sugar Keen before any clues left around are old. I'll be back, Ellen.
Okay, Vance. I'll be here.
Miss Keen worked for you, didn't she, Mr. Bennett? You must know who didn't like her.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant Heath. I wish I could help you, but this has upset me terribly. You see, I've known Miss Keen so long, ever since she was a child. But you've got to give me time to think. You've just got to.
Sorry, Mr. Bennett. I didn't mean to be tough. You've gone over this murder room without missing a thing. Can't find any clue to work on. I thought maybe you could help us.
Well, maybe I can, but not right now. I can't do anything right now. Look, can't I leave? Please, you know where to find me if you want me again.
I'll ask the district attorney. He's talking to his friend Philo Vance in the next room.
There just doesn't seem to be anything at all that points
Hey, DA, is it all right for Al Bennett to leave?
Oh?
He's the head of the model agency this Keen gal worked for. He wants to go home.
Let him go, Heath. We can get him if we want him.
Okay, DA. Just wanted to get an okay from you.
Well, Vance, you know all the facts. What do you think?
Markham, it's hard to form an opinion at the moment. You say she was strangled with a wire of some sort.
That's right. The police are tearing the murder room next door apart, trying to find it. I wish we could lay our hands on it.
Is that the only wish you can make, Markham? Because if it is, I can fill it for you. This is the murder weapon, I think?
Where did you get that, Vance?
It was lying here in a corner of this room. I saw it glisten while you were talking to Heath just now. The police haven't gotten around to this room, apparently. But, Markham, it isn't a piece of wire.
No, I can see that. Just what is it?
I'm not positive. but I believe it's a piece of costume jewelry. A coiled bracelet that's been unwound. Would make a very effective weapon. Here, take it, and my handkerchief with it. There may be fingerprints on it. Segments of fingerprints, anyhow. It isn't very wide.
My guess is the murderer threw it into this room as he ran out of the apartment. Do you agree, Vance?
With the fact that the murderer threw it here? Certainly I agree with that, Markham. What I don't agree with, however, is that you refer to the murderer as he.
This is District Attorney Markham. The cover girl murder case began when Sugar Keene, popular model, was found strangled by an uncoiled piece of metal which Philo Vance believes was once a costume jewelry bracelet. Al Bennett, model agency head, told us Miss Keene and her boyfriend, Slugger Davis, had been having a severe quarrel over another model, Betty Downs, and also that at one time Miss Keene was friendly with a photographer named Stevens. To see Miss Downs, who, at the moment, is about to make an appearance as a model at a fashion show. Vance should be there.
Please, Mr. Vance, I really must leave. I'm due to go on any moment now.
All right, Miss Downs, I'll walk with you to the side of the stage. Allow me.
Presenting an original Francois Laroche creation, imported and sold exclusively by the shop. That's really
Quite attractive.
Featuring off-the-shoulder design for the cocktail
And
hour.
such lovely shoulders.
Please notice the underlinen, the full black skirt, shirt, oh, that's a wonderful. The bottom in contrasting white crepe.
Quite effective.
I'm on next, Mr. Vance. I'll have to leave you now.
Very well. I'll watch you from the wings. Fine, but very interesting. Goodbye.
Our very latest import, ladies and gentlemen. Another Laroche original. For very formal evening wear, severe black relieved by a gold band at the waist. Completely backless.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Vance.
Oh, Mr. Bennett, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
The long black glove.
Fashion show doesn't seem the same without Sugar Keene in it, Mr. Vance. You should have known her. She was wonderful, lovely, exquisite.
All three?
She was everything, Mr. Vance, everything.
Mr. Bennett, did you know it was a bracelet that strangled Sugar Keene?
A bracelet, Vance?
One of those coiled bracelets, Bennett.
So that you might
Someone unwound it, used it on Miss Keene's
and
neck.
revel in the originality.
You think, Miss Downs?
Possibly.
Maestro?
I understand she was part of a triangle, along with a pugilist named Slugger Davis. People have been killed for less. Tell me, as far as you know, did Miss Downs own a coil bracelet?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, she did. I've seen her wear it.
Really? I almost didn't want to hear that. Well, I'll see Miss Downs later on. I've another call to make, at a gymnasium. Perhaps the challenger to the middleweight championship of the world can forget the ring to discuss a bracelet. Just keep on your work, Mr. Davis. I didn't mean to interrupt your bag punching.
You ain't, Vance, you ain't.
No, I don't suppose I am. Davis, I understand you and your former sweetheart, Sugar Keene, had quite a quarrel just before her death.
Yeah, so?
You might have killed her, Mr. Davis.
Yeah? Well, all I've got to say to you, Vance, is this.
Well, that's quite a punch you have, Mr. Davis. And I think I understand what it was you had to say to me. I'm very happy, though, that you said it to me through the medium of that punching bag.
Hey, Slugger. Hey, Slug. There's a doll outside wants to see you. And what a doll.
Yeah, well, thanks, Punchy. You want in on this, too, Vance?
For just a second, I want to verify one fact.
Huh?
It has nothing to do with you, believe me. Is this the door we use?
Sure. Wait till I throw this robe over my shoulder. There. Okay, let's go. Hi, Betty.
Slugger,
Good afternoon, Miss Downs.
Mr. Vance, I didn't expect to find you here.
You said you had something to ask her, Vance. Go ahead.
Very well. Miss Downs, I've been informed that you owned a coiled bracelet. Costume jewelry, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I own a bracelet like that, but I can't find it anywhere. And I don't understand where it can be.
No. I wonder.
What upsets me is that I only bought it yesterday. Well, I've never had a chance to even wear it.
So you say. I just want to check one more thing. Did Sergeant Heath take your fingerprints?
Forget it, Vance, and beat it. Heath took everybody's fingerprints, and I've taken about all that talk of yours I can stand. Get out of here. Betty and I have things to say to each other.
Have you really? Perhaps it might be a good idea for both of you to devote the things you have to say toward perfecting an alibi for each other.
I tell you, Markham, I needed that guy Vance on this case like I needed a hole in the head. I got it all wrapped up.
Really, Heath? How?
How? We know what the murder weapon is, don't we? That bracelet, right?
Yes, and if memory serves me, it was Vance who found it.
Sure, because he was in the room next to the murder room, and that's where it was. But who checked the fingerprints on it, and who found whose they were? Me, that's who.
Whose prints are on the bracelet?
Whose prints? Betty Downs, that's whose. She had to get her prints on the thing when she unwound it to strangle the Keene gal.
Hello, Markham. Heath.
Hello, Vance.
Hiya, Vance.
Vance, you're just in time to help with a hosanna or two to be hurled in Sergeant Heath's direction. He has fairly conclusive proof that Betty Downs murdered Sugar Keene.
You bet I have.
Congratulations, Heath. I hate to say this, but I know who killed Miss Keene. I've known for some time now.
You have?
Sure. As soon as the DA mentions his name, you say you knew it all the while.
Oh, but I did, Heath. Congratulations just the same, even though Miss Downs is definitely not the murderer.
Hello?
Ellen, this is Vance.
Hi, boss. What's up?
My spirits, for one thing, Ellen. I think we're near the end of the cover girl murder case.
We sure did that quickly enough. How did we do it?
I'll tell you all about it, as if I dared do anything else but that. But first, Ellen, I want you to call Markham and have Mr. Bennett, Miss Downs, Slugger Davis, and a photographer named Stevens in Mr. Bennett's office in an hour.
Right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to stop at the office of an attorney named Wolf, Bartley J. Wolf. And when you're there, here's what I want you to do. Forgive me, Mr. Bennett, for using your office as a meeting place, but it's centrally located and completely convenient.
Perfectly all right, Mr. Vance. Perfectly
Thank you.
all right.
Now, please, everybody, may I have a little quiet? Thank you all. Mr. Stevens, may I ask you one question?
Vance, I've got 2 appointments for photographs in my studio waiting for me. I want to get out of here.
I may not keep you long. I know a photographer with your reputation must be busy. Mr. Stevens, was Sugar Keene blackmailing you? Well, was she?
Yes.
Thank you for being so very truthful. Actually, I imagined that was true. I found some letters you had written to her, and her bank account was larger than it should have been according to the money she earned from Mr. Bennett, to whom I am indebted for that information.
You think because you know that you can prove that I killed her? Well, you can't, and I'm not sitting here waiting for you to try. I'm getting out.
Heath.
You ain't getting anywhere, Vance.
Let
Don't worry,
go,
I
man.
got
You
it.
can't free me
All right,
with
I'll get back to your
Let
seat now,
me-
Stevens. Go ahead and sit down. Sit down.
Please sit down, Mr. Stevens. I know you're not our murderer. But I won't keep anyone in suspense any longer. We were a little late in getting started because I was waiting for a telephone call from my secretary, Miss Deering. I had to find a motive for my murderer. I know it now. Mr. Bennett, would you prefer to confess?
What? Me? Confess?
Shall I prove how I know you killed Sugar Keene?
I killed her. Well, Vance, there's something the matter with you. Did you hear that, everybody? He thinks I killed her. Now, why should I kill her? I needed her in my business. I liked her. She was my friend. Everybody tell Vance Sugar was my friend.
Oh, I don't doubt that you two were friendly, Mr. Bennett, but you killed her just the same. You were entrusted with an inheritance which she was to get when she was 23, next year.
Vance, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. My secretary found out that information from the attorney who represented Sugar Keene's dad up until his death. That was the phone message I got. My guess is you dissipated the money that was rightfully Miss Keene's, and that you couldn't face the accounting you knew you'd have to have with her shortly.
That still doesn't prove I killed her, does it? Everybody, does that prove I killed her?
Nobody knows it doesn't any better than I. But I can prove you did kill her. I said that before, didn't I? You see, I know something. The one little thing that will prove it to the complete satisfaction of the district attorney.
You mean to tell tell me, Vance, that you're going to let me crawl with curiosity and you're not even coming down to the office?
That's right, Ellen. Well, it's partly right. I can control your curiosity even though I won't be down today.
Well, start controlling, boss. I've got questions to ask about that cover girl murder case.
You'll find the answers on the dictaphone. I dictated a record last night. Now I'm going to sleep. See you later, Ellen.
Oh, all right. But if you've left out anything, I'll be on the telephone. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye.
Dictaphone, Well, we'll see.
Miss Deering, you probably want to know how I knew Al Bennett killed Sugar Keene and why I sent you to that attorney's office.
I certainly do.
We knew Miss Keene was strangled with a winding bracelet belonging to Betty Downs. But Betty Downs claimed she had never worn the bracelet. I knew that was probably true because she'd have no reason to lie about wearing it once she admitted she owned it. But to make certain, I checked with the store where she had purchased the bracelet. And I was told it had been delivered late in the afternoon of the murder day.
Mighty good checking.
Al Bennett, however, knew she had that bracelet. How could he possibly know? He never saw her wear it. The only way he could have known is if he took it out of her apartment to use on Sugar Keene.
I wonder what he was doing in Betty Downs' apartment in the first place.
I imagine, with your logical mind, Ellen, you want to know why Bennett would go to Miss Downs' apartment. Well, I believe he went there to get something. A glove, a belt, a handkerchief. Something he could leave at the scene of the crime that would be traced to Miss Downs. He hit upon the coil bracelet. His one mistake.
And what a mistake.
Once Bennett said he knew Miss Downs owned the winding bracelet. I knew he was our man. And if there aren't any questions from you, Miss Deering, I believe that is all that needs explaining. Well?
Oh, what's the difference if I had a question? You couldn't answer it, could you? Hey, what am I doing talking to a record?
I thought I'd covered everything, Ellen. Or perhaps I should say, uncovered everything. Suffice to say that I'm sure we've reached the end of the Cover Girl murder case.
Sergeant Heath, I tell you, this is ridiculous. Two men murdered in the same way and apparently by the same person, and you say you haven't even a single clue. What kind of a homicide department is this?
It's a good one, Commissioner. Just give me a little time. These murders were only committed in the past 12 hours.
But the victims were newspapermen, Heath. Do you understand? Newspapermen. The papers they worked on will needle us for days if we don't get results. I want fast work on this, do you hear me? Fast work and no alibis.
We're working on it, Commissioner. And the dead men weren't really newspapermen. They were critics. Dramatic critics.
Same thing. Somebody's making a joke out of this department. Killing two dramatic critics and leaving poetry pinned to their chests with a knife. Let's see those poems. Let's see them.
Here's the one we found on the first body, Commissioner, the body of Robert Carnes. But it's no clue. Believe me, it's no clue.
He was the leading critic, he always would insist, and that's the reason that I placed him first on my list. It's going to be an epidemic, that's what it's going to be. Give me the second poem, the one you found on Roger Dakin's body.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
As a first-rate critic, you did rate high, and the first-rate critic is the second to die. Oh, take it, Heath.
Yes,
take
sir.
both of these poems and get me the man who wrote them, and get him fast before he murders every critic in the city.
Are you busy, Mr. Markham? Very busy, I mean.
The district attorney is never too busy to talk to the homicide department chief. What is it, Heath?
Well, it's the commissioner. He's riding me on those critic murders. I can't do miracles. I've checked every clue. There's nothing I've found that's any good to me. Try and tell him that, though.
Did you ever think of this motive, Heath?
What's that?
There was a new play opened at the Rex Theater last night. Perhaps both of the critics were going to print bad notices. Perhaps somebody didn't want
You
those.
can stop right there, D.A. I checked that the first thing. The notices both critics wrote were great. I'm stumped, D.A. I don't even know where to look for a killer.
I see. And you think that perhaps I might know someone?
You mean Philo Vance? Now, listen, D.A., I don't want Vance in on this case. He's all I need for me to really blow my top.
Well, in that case, I won't call him. I thought for a moment that you might have been hinting that I do, but as long as you feel so strongly, why, I wouldn't think of it.
Oh, what's the use? Call him, D.A. Get him to go to work. That's the reason I came up to see you in the first place.
Really?
Poetry and murder. What a combination. Maybe Vance can figure out what it all means.
That's the story, Vance, all of it. Definitely interesting, isn't it?
I suppose so. Let me see now. The first murdered critic was Robert Carnes. Carnes. Isn't he the one that married Edna Bowley, the dancer?
Some years ago, I believe, Vance. Yes, he's the one.
And wasn't she being sponsored before her marriage by Mike Wilcox, the racket king?
Mike did have an interest in her. But he's hardly the poetry type, Vance. Don't forget those poems pinned to the chests of the two victims.
I haven't forgotten them. Markham, there's a wonderful art exhibit at the Madison Galleries this afternoon. I was going to take Ellen and visit there.
The Madison Gallery visit will be postponed because of my visit here?
Precisely. I've changed from the Madison to the Rogues Gallery. Markham, I'm going to see our friend Mike Wilcox.
My maid said you wanted to speak to me.
Yeah, lady. I'm Longfellow. I work for Mike Wilcox. He wants to see you.
Mike sent you here? Why?
Look, I don't ask the boss questions. I'm glad he got a job. Who else would hire a guy like me? 5 foot nothing on my tiptoes.
And they call you Longfellow? Rather quaint, isn't it?
Yeah, that's everybody's idea of a gag. Are we ready to go, lady?
Yes, but I don't see what Mike can want with me. After all, my husband has just been killed. It wouldn't do either of us any good if I was seen with Mike.
Lady, I don't know nothing about that. Mike says to bring you down, I'm going to bring you down. That's my way of keeping my job. Yeah, and my health.
If I move here, he'll jump me. Get into my king row, and I'm a dead Joe. But if I move in this square, he can't do nothing. So I move in this square. Yeah? Who is it?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. I'm Philo Vance.
Hi, Vance. You play checkers?
Yes, but I've no desire to play at the moment. Well, playing checkers with yourself, eh? That's a new one. Who's winning?
Me. I always win. Well, Vance, the boy's downstairs says he wanted to see me. So I says if he wants to see me, let him come up. So you're up. And what do you want to see me about?
About the murder of Robert Carnes, the drama critic. The same person also killed another critic. But I'm not quite as interested in the second murder as I am in Carnes' death. You used to go with Carnes' present wife, didn't you?
Edna? Sure. What about her?
Nothing. Except that from what I've heard, this Carnes wasn't too kindly an individual. Maybe you resented the way he treated his wife.
And wrote them poems, too?
No, that I doubt very much. When did you last see Mrs. Carnes, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, a couple of years ago. The way I figure, it'll be a couple of years before I see her again. Well, how's for a game of checkers, Vance? You look smart enough to be able to play checkers?
Thank you very much, but I'm sorry
hold it. Yeah?
I got it, boss. We're here.
Well, in a minute, Longy. I'll buzz you.
There's nothing you can tell me about Robert Carnes' murder, Mr. Wilcox?
No, not me. When I read about it, I says to myself, well, somebody must not like the critics, I said. I guess maybe that's so, huh?
Maybe. Both of them wrote their last notices and their death notices at the same time. Maybe there's some connection between the two.
There may be. I'm glad it ain't my business to find out. Well, you got time for one game, Vance? Just one game?
No, I think not. I'd better be moving along. Thanks, Wilcox. Maybe we'll meet again.
Okay, Longy, you can bring her in now.
All right, boss.
Let's see. Suppose I do move here. And he's going to jump me. And I knock off two of his guys like this. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, beautiful. Come on in.
Me too, boss.
No, I don't want you, long fella. Only Mrs. Carnes.
Okay, I'll be out here with the boys.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Mike?
Too long, beautiful. I had to talk to you. I'm sorry I had to send Longfellow for you, but I couldn't go up to your place while with the cops and all hanging around, maybe even tapping the phones.
I understand, Mike. How have things been with you?
Never better. But we got to talk about you. When I heard about your husband getting knocked off, I says to myself, that dirty rat figured to get it. I've kept pretty good track how he was breaking you down. Beautiful, you need something? Dough, a mouthpiece? Anything at all?
You think that I...
Me, I ain't the thinking type, baby. I just got the same yen for you that I always had. And nobody's going to push you around. Ever.
I don't need anything, Mike, but thanks. Thanks just the same. Mike, it wasn't you who had Robert. You didn't...
Just, relax, baby. Relax. I'm not even interested in who knocked your husband off. So I'll make a deal with you, huh? You don't ask me any questions. I don't ask you none.
Mr. Vance's office. Miss Deering speaking.
Ellen, this is Vance.
Oh, where have you been, Mr. Vance? People have been calling right and left.
I don't want to know anything about calls right now. Listen, Ellen, get your hat. We're going to the theater.
Theater at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What's happening there at this time?
Nothing very much, unless I can make something happen. The Rex Theater in half an hour. I'll be waiting.
I don't mind going to a theater when nothing's on the stage, Vance. But must we wait in the lobby? And why did you bring me down here, please?
Because this is as good a place as any to start working on those poetic murders.
Oh?
Let me think a moment. A new play opened here last night. Robert Carnes and the other critics were here, no question about that. Both of the murdered critics, Robert Carnes and Roger Dakins, left and wrote excellent reviews of the show.
Well, that stops the suggestion I was going to make. Stops it just like that.
If it were that simple, Ellen, Markham would never have called me in. I want to get a look at the seats the critics sat in. That might mean something.
Hello there, Vance.
Sibbleton. How are you, Sibbleton? Well, I hear you have a hit.
It's the finest play I've ever produced. Trying to buy some tickets?
Not at the moment. Miss Deering, may I present Mr. Sibbleton?
How do you do,
How
Miss
do you do,
Sibley?
Miss Deering?
Sibbleton, I'd like to go into the theater for a moment, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, I guess, Vance. I just don't understand.
I'm working on the murder of those two critics.
Oh.
I just want to look at their seats. They were both here last night.
Yes, they were. I don't know what you expect to find, but come on in. I'll get the door. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ellen.
Thank you. Which way, Mr. Sibbleton?
Straight ahead and down the middle aisle.
An empty theater's an imposing sight, don't you think, Ellen?
It is, I suppose, but not for a producer who thinks he has a hit. Then it's a catastrophe.
Miss Deering is right.
Yeah.
Well, I won't have that worry, not with this show. Right down this aisle.
Right. By the way, it seems to me that I recall Robert Carnes panning your last show, Sibbleton.
Oh, he wasn't the only one. You see, we have every critic in town here on opening nights, from newspapers, magazines, trade papers. And practically every one of them took a crack at that last epic of mine.
Including Roger Dakins?
Well, every time Carnes pans anything, Dakins does too. Or rather did. Poor fellow. In fact, the trio of Carnes, Dakins, and Moore was something every producer had nightmares about. Well, here we are, Vance.
Oh, good seat. Who's Moore?
Edward Moore. He's on the Chronicle.
Oh, yes.
He and Carnes and Dakins liked practically nothing this season. So this seat on the aisle was Robert Carnes, eh, Simpleton?
That's right. Dakins sat next to him, and Moore next to Dakins.
Mm-hmm. Here. Are all the seats in these few rows reserved for the press on opening nights?
Oh, all of them except the first 5 seats in row E. Those are mine for every performance. We call them house seats. They're for me and my personal friends.
You certainly give away a lot of seats on opening night, Simpleton.
It must be worth it. Look at all the great publicity he gets.
When the show is good, that is.
Yes. Simpleton, how well did you know Carnes?
Oh, not very. He made sure of that. He made it a rule never to socialize with the producers. Claimed it might influence his judgment.
Not bad reasoning. I've just been thinking of something. I wonder if Edward Moore would be at his newspaper at about this time.
Moore, the third member of the critics trio?
Yes. Think so, Simpleton?
I haven't the slightest idea. We could go back to my office and call if you like.
Yes, I think I...
Is that you, Vance?
Why, it's Mr. Markham.
I'm here, Markham, right down the center aisle.
Right. Be with you in just a few seconds.
Right. Do you know Mr. Markham, Simpleton?
District attorney? Oh, I know him socially, of course.
Hello, Vance. Ellen.
Hello, Markham.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Oh, hello, Simpleton.
Hello, Mr. Markham. Nice to see you again.
What's going on, Markham? You've just interrupted a pilgrimage to the telephone. I thought I'd try to get a lead on the 2 poetic murders from Edward Moore.
You can stop right here then, Vance. Moore was found dead this afternoon with a knife in his heart and one of those silly poems pinned to his chest.
Oh, no.
He has been dead for quite some time. I'm glad you left word that you'd be here, Vance. I knew you wanted to be kept informed, so I came down myself.
Moore dead, too. Vance, what is all this?
Frankly, I don't know. What was written on the 3rd note, Markham?
I'll read it to you. The curtain's down, death slams the door. The play thus ends with no encore. Vance, what's happening in this city of ours?
You know what's happening in this city? A murderer is going to town.
This is District Attorney Markham. 3 of this city's leading dramatic critics have been murdered, and all 3 had bits of poetry pinned to their chests when found. The poems have proved no clue at all to any of us, including Philo Vance, who has discovered only that the wife of Robert Carnes, first of the critics to die, was the former girlfriend of Mike Wilcox, racketeer. Sergeant Heath, however, has picked up a character named Longfellow, diminutive stooge for Wilcox, and Vance and I are waiting for him in my office.
To be very practical about these murders, Markham, we're not doing very well.
We might be doing wonderfully when Heath gets here. He's picked up that hired hand of Mike Wilcox's, you know.
I hope he hasn't found the killer, Markham.
Huh?
Oh, not that I begrudge Heath the glory of tracking down our murderer. It's just that this is the first case I've worked on this long without even denting. I'd hate for it to turn out so simple after all that.
I wouldn't hate it at all, Vance. With due respect to your great admiration for the unusual in crime, it's the ordinary criminal that makes the work of a district attorney easier.
I know what you mean. I guess I was being a bit self-centered.
All right, go on, get in there.
Yeah, you don't have to push. I'm getting.
And get in that chair, sit down, and don't get up until I tell you to.
You sure are tough around this place. Stop or I'll yawn right in your face.
Sit down and shut up. Well, here he is, D.A., the guy that knifed those 3 critics. His name is Longfellow.
Really? Why'd you do it, Longfellow?
This guy's slightly off the beam. I think he's living in a dream.
Get this, D.A. He worked for Mike Wilcox. Everybody knows what a torch Mike was carrying for Edna Boley when she married Robert Carnes. Carnes was pretty tough on the gal. Everybody knows that, too. So Mike sent Longfellow to bump Carnes.
Really?
Sure. Listen, D.A., they call this punk Longfellow. Everybody thinks they do that as a gag on account of he's so small. Only I find out they do it because he's spouting poetry all the time.
Yes?
Well, don't you get it? Spouting poetry. Those notes on the dead bodies. Poetry. This mug wanted everybody in the mob to know he knocked off Carnes and the other 2, so he put poems on them. Simple.
Listen to him rave. Hey, D.A., you gonna let this flatfoot pin a bum rap on me? I never killed nobody. I never used a knife in my life.
That speaks well for your record, but very badly for your manners.
Huh?
Never mind Vance, Longfellow. I don't... Oh, leaving Vance?
I'm afraid I must tear myself away. I have an appointment with a very charming young lady, Miss Edna Carnes. Maybe you have the murderer, Sergeant Heath. And if so, you can keep him. But I have an appointment, and it's quite necessary that I keep it.
Yeah? Come in.
Well, Wilcox. Surprised to find you here.
You don't look it, Vance. Don't mind me. I'm just playing some solitaire.
I understood that Mrs. Edna Carnes lived here. You're putting the Red Queen on a Red King.
Don't kibitz, Vance. Sit down and play some gin if you want, but don't kibitz. How about a game of gin?
I'd just as soon not right now, thanks.
Ah, come on. I gotta play with somebody. Always at solitaire. Can't find nobody to play with.
Maybe your friends wouldn't like what happened to them if they were to win.
Okay, Vance, if that's the way you want it. What are you doing here?
Paying a call on Mrs. Carnes. Where is she?
She ain't home. She wouldn't want to see you even if she was home. Catch on? I'll take that. You could leave any time now, Vance. It'd be all right with me. Yeah?
Hello, is Mr. Philo Vance there, please?
Yeah, he's here. For you, Vance.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Vance? Ellen. I called Markham and he told me where you were. Hop right back here, Vance. On the double.
I'm sorry, Ellen. I'll be detained here for a while. I'm waiting for Mrs. Carnes to return home.
She's not going to return home, Vance. She's here, right here in your office, and she's going to wait here until you get back.
Go ahead, Mrs. Carnes. Tell me anything you think might help.
Mr. Vance, has it bothered you at all that there were 2 other critics murdered right after my husband was killed?
Quite a bit, Mrs. Carnes. Frankly, I haven't the slightest idea why.
I have. My husband's best friends were Roger Dakins and Edward Moore. The night he was murdered, I found a note in the library reading, "If anything happens to me, Roger or Edward will know who did it."
And you destroyed that note?
Yes. I didn't want the police to question them. The murderer did me a favor, Mr. Vance. You don't know what a life I've led with my husband. He was impossible, completely impossible. If he hadn't threatened me, I'd have left him years ago.
I see. Well, this is very interesting, Mrs. Carnes. Your husband probably told his murderer that it would do him no good to kill him because his 2 friends would go to the police. There was nothing for the killer to do then but wipe out Dakins and Moore.
I know that now.
Well, Mrs. Carnes, your actions have certainly confused us. I understood the pleasant front your husband put up in public was just a mask, but
Everything about him was either cruel or false, from the name Robert Carnes to the brilliant words he let drop carelessly, even though he'd spent half the night thinking them up. Oh, I couldn't stand him. I just couldn't.
I was thinking that when I made the appointment to see you. I thought maybe you'd killed him.
Me? But I came down here to tell you all this. Doesn't that clear me? I couldn't see you at the apartment. Mike was there, so I came down to your office. That must clear me.
Not necessarily, Mrs. Carnes. You might have given me some information just to throw me off. However, I'm not going to detain you. You may leave if you like. Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Mrs. Carnes is leaving.
I'm sorry you think the way you do, Mr. Vance. I assure you I came down to see you with only one purpose.
Thank you for coming, Mrs. Carnes. We'll meet again. Goodbye.
This way, Mrs. Carnes, please.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Goodbye. Don't go, Miss Deering.
Goodbye, Mrs. Carnes. Yes, Vance, what is it?
We're finally making progress, Ellen. I know now why all 3 critics were murdered, and that there will be no more killings, at least by the same murderer.
Well, that's good news to any prospective victims. What else is up?
Mrs. Carnes just let drop something I didn't know.
Oh?
She said that Robert Carnes was not his right name. He probably had it changed legally years ago. Find out what his name used to be, Ellen. I've got a hunch it's going to lead to something very important. You don't mind my dropping into your office at this time, do you, Mr. Silverton?
Oh, not at all, Vance. I'm glad to be of service. You want to see the show tonight? I can let you have my house seats.
Some other time, perhaps, but not tonight, Mr. Silverton.
All right.
You told me you didn't know Roger Carnes socially.
That's right, I didn't.
Well, this is very strange, then. You have an odd name, Sibbleton. Very unusual.
I suppose that's right.
My secretary found out that Roger Carnes' real name was Sibbleton. Was he a relation?
My brother. Older brother. Only I never talked about that. He was nobody to be proud of.
So I've heard from a number of sources. What did he have on you, Mr. Sibleton?
What?
Must have been something very important for you to have killed him to keep him quiet.
You think I killed him?
Not exactly. I know you did. You see these 2 tickets for your theater, Mr. Sibleton? They were dropped at the scene of your brother's murder.
And they prove I killed him? Oh, now, Vance.
Oh, but they do. You see, these tickets are house seats. Your house seats. The ones that are reserved for you. You told me about them in the theater yesterday, remember? First 5 seats in row E. That's what these are for.
Let me have them.
There's a gun in that drawer, I presume.
Not anymore, there isn't. It's in my hand. I'm sorry about this, Vance. I liked you.
Well enough to put that gun away?
Hardly.
Well, I don't blame you. Self-preservation is still the primary law of human motivation. By the way, I know why you killed Dakins and Moore. But why did you kill your brother?
Why did Cain kill Abel? My brother and I had an argument. A terrible argument. He was about to write a magazine article telling a lot of things about me that are best forgotten. They happened years ago, before we came to this country. Robert called me up to taunt me about it, and I warned him not to write it.
That's another form of self-preservation. I rather thought it was something like that. Your poetry idea was very brilliant, Sibleton. You knew about Mike Wilcox and your brother's wife, didn't you?
Of course. Everybody knew that.
You also knew Wilcox had a little accomplice with a rather odd name of Longfellow, who on occasion was addicted to poetry. You thought the police would go to Wilcox and look no further than his hireling Longfellow.
You know I've got to kill you, Vance. Kill you now.
No poetry?
No poetry.
I'm sorry. I rather relished the wedding of the muse and murder. Markham, Heath, you can come in now.
What? All right, drop that gun. Drop it fast. Come on in, boys.
Trick me, Vance. You had the police outside all the time.
You ought to drop that gun for one thing, Sibleton. What? Sergeant Heath doesn't like to be kept waiting.
All right, get him outside, boys. He got his gun.
Let me go. Let go.
Hello, Markham.
Hello, Vance. Well, you've done your part, and very well, too. From here on in, I'll take it and make certain, as the book has it, that justice triumphs.
Do that, Markham. And in this case, wouldn't you say that it was poetic justice?
Well, Vance, since you've wound up the poetic murder case, don't you think we ought to close up shop for the day?
Not especially, Ellen. You know, there still is the possibility that Markham might call.
At this hour? It's late, you know.
At last reports, murderers weren't keeping office hours.
I understand. The only thing I don't understand is how a murderer as clever as this Silverton could have been careless enough to drop a pair of theater tickets at the scene of the first murder.
Oh, he didn't drop any tickets.
Well, you told me that's how he started talking.
I told him I found the tickets, Ellen. In fact, I even waved a couple of tickets in front of his face. Only they were opera tickets that I'd gotten for us for next week.
Why, Vance, you and the truth are becoming slight strangers of late.
When you're trying to trap a murderer, Ellen, any means is fair, in my opinion. By the way, I've just composed a little couplet. Like to hear it?
Definitely.
Very well, then. The last chapter's written. The last words, my friend, are the poetic murder case is over. We've come to the end.
Look, you, I don't want any trouble from you here. We got you cold for breaking and entering, and I could put you in jail and keep you there forever if I wanted to.
You'd be an awful sorry guy if you did, Sergeant Heath. You coop me up before I get a chance to talk to the district attorney, and you'll be awful unhappy.
The district attorney's got nothing to do with this case. You broke into a joint, we caught you, and we're going to send you up.
But you did send for Mr. Markham, didn't you, Heath?
Yeah, I sent for him, only he ain't going to be happy being brought down here unless you got a good reason.
I got a great reason. Wait till he hears what it is.
Hello, Heath.
Oh, hi, Mr. Markham.
You asked me to come down here. I'm here. Suppose you tell me what this is about.
D.A., this punk here, he's Joe Farrell, said he had something hot to tell you.
What is it, Farrell?
Well, D.A., I want you to go easy on me on a kind of, I got a trade to make.
What kind of a trade?
I don't like crowds, D.A. This room is too crowded with Heath here.
Huh?
Ask him maybe if he'd like to hop into the other room for a minute.
Heath?
Okay. But this stooge better have something to say to you. I'll be right next door, Mr. Markham.
Thank you, Sergeant. Well, Farrell?
D.A., listen. The cops have got me cold on a burglary rap. Okay, I ain't looking to crawl out of that. Only I want him to go as light as possible.
I should think you would.
I got information I'll hand you if there ain't too much pressure put on me by Heath.
We can't make any trades with criminals, Farrell. Although if you know something that might help us, perhaps the judge might be lenient if you throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Yeah, that's okay by me. Listen, Markham, here's the dope. You know the City Museum?
Very well.
Okay. Well, the museum gets a big shipment from some foreign country. I ain't sure where. And it comes in this afternoon. It comes from some collector who died and willed the whole thing to the joint.
Well?
Well, one of the things that the museum is gonna get ain't what it seems to be. It looks like something, only it ain't what it looks like. You understand?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll hand it to you this way. There's maybe 6 or 8 things in that collection. Mostly statues and stuff. Only there's something about one of the statues.
Really? What?
I don't know. It's junk as far as I could find out. All I know is this, that there's guys in town that want that statue, and they want it bad enough to kill for it.
Come in. Come in, sir.
Master, it is here. It is here.
Well, talk, man. Talk. Tell me everything about it.
Mr. Peters, I wait in the museum until the crates are open. I see it with my own eyes. It is here, Master. The bungee, the idol my tribe worshipped. We will get from the museum, no?
3 years I've trailed that statue from one end of the globe to the other. Now it is within reach. The bungee. Sit down, Ringa, sit down.
Yes, Master. We make plans to get the bungee.
Careful plans, Ringai. The most careful plans man ever made. This is the high point in my entire life. Understand that? Nothing must go wrong. We will plan well, carefully, and quickly.
It is good. Soon my tribe will be at peace within themselves. Soon I bring back to them the bungee.
Tonight, we will get it, Ringai. Right now, I'm sure I'm going to need this.
What you get from the drawer, Master?
This. Ringai, the bungee is 1,000 years old. Stolen from your country.
Yes.
I will return this ancient masterpiece to your people, Ringai. But to do that, it is quite possible that I will need this very modern weapon. This automatic pistol.
All day I do nothing but open these crates. I'm supposed to be the curator in this museum, and all day I... What are you doing here?
Excuse me, Mr. Jasper. You are Mr. Jasper?
Yeah, sure, my name is Jasper. Who are you? What are you doing in the museum? No one's allowed in here at this hour.
I've done a lot of things in my life that no one has been allowed to do, Mr. Jasper. My name is Carter, Enid Carter.
Well?
I want that statue in the corner. That ugly copper thing. The Bonji.
I'm sorry, it's not for sale. And you've got to leave here, Miss Carter. Regulations.
I have no interest in regulations. I want that statue, do you understand? It's thousands of years old. It's been worshipped by generations of natives. I must have it for my collection.
I'm sorry, Miss Carter. There's nothing I can do for you. I can't sell it to you. It just isn't for sale. And you'll have to leave here now. I've got to get the rest of this stuff uncrated before I can go to bed. And I'm tired.
Listen, Mr. Jasper, listen closely. I want that statue, the Bonji. I must have it. I'll pay you for it. More money than you've ever seen in your whole life.
I don't know why everybody wants the Bonji. It's only an ugly piece of copper.
What? Who else wants it? Tell me, man, who else was here asking about the Bonji?
A fellow named Peters called up on the phone about it a little while ago. You know him?
He mustn't have it. Whatever you do, you mustn't sell it to him.
Miss Carter, I can't sell it to anybody. It belongs to the museum, and the museum has decided it is not for sale.
I don't care what the museum has decided. I'm going to have that statue before Mr. Peters or anyone else gets it. I'm going to have it, and I'd just like to see anyone stand in the way of my getting it.
Coming! Will you stop banging on that door at this hour of the night?
Hurry, please, hurry.
Well, what is it? What's the idea of waking me up at this hour?
You're Mr. Jasper, the curator of this museum?
Yes, what about it? You woke me up, do you realize that?
I tried to wake you. I've been banging on the door for 20 minutes.
I sleep upstairs. What do you expect me to do? Apologize for not being awake at this time of night? What is it you want?
Oh, Mr. Jasper, I'm Maurice Abbott, the art dealer. You know my gallery on Madison Avenue.
Yes, well?
You have an ugly copper statue here, valueless except as a relic of native rituals. I want that statue.
You mean the Bonji?
That is correct. I just heard it arrived today, and I came down here to make a deal with you.
I don't make any deals, Mr. Abbott, and you can't buy the Bonji in any event. It isn't for sale, and you're the third person tonight who's tried to buy it.
I'll offer you more than they did. I'll top their best bid.
Look, please, go away and let me sleep. The Bonji is not for sale.
At least let me look at it. Let me see it.
Go away. Good night, Mr. Abbott. Come around in the morning when the museum will be open.
Don't close this door on me. I want to talk to you, Mr. Jasper.
Not tonight anymore, you don't. I'm going to bed.
Going to bed, you see. I trust his sleep is not interrupted.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Markham.
Well, hello, Markham. I've been wondering when I'd hear from you.
This isn't a social call, Vance.
The way I feel about you, Markham, and about your job as district attorney makes it questionable to me whether I prefer your social or professional calls.
That's quite complimentary, Vance. Perhaps the purpose of this call might return that compliment. There's been a murder down at the City Museum, and we need help.
Delighted that you do, Markham. Who was killed?
Well, Vance, it seems that a native idol was delivered to the City Museum yesterday afternoon.
Uh-huh.
The curator of the museum, a Mr. Jasper, had reported an art dealer named Abbott unusually interested in it.
Yes, go on, Markham.
The statue was called the Bonji, a small copper figure. Sometime during the night, an art collector named Enid Carter was found murdered near the statue.
Enid Carter? Not the social registrite?
The same, Vance. She was shot to death.
Well...
Now, what she was doing there or who killed her, we don't know.
Is there anything about the case the police do know, Markham?
Yes. A stool pigeon Sergeant Heath picked up yesterday told me that he knew there would be an attempt to steal one of the pieces in the museum.
Really? Well, perhaps Miss Carter interrupted someone's plans, and in the interrupting met her death.
Well, that seems reasonable, Vance. Will you meet me at the museum?
Will I, Markham? I assure you nothing can keep me from keeping that meeting.
Come right into this room, please, Mr. Jasper. Mr. Vance would like to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Markham, of course.
Hello, Mr. Jasper. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
I've been looking over your papers on that shipment that came to this museum yesterday, Mr. Jasper. I think the statues, or rather one statue, has a direct bearing on the death of Miss Carter.
Well, she probably broke in here last night after the museum was closed, Mr. Vance. I know there was no one here when we locked up.
How she got in or why, Mr. Jasper, may or may not be important. Markham, did you ever hear of the Bonji before today?
No, Vance, I'm sorry I didn't.
If Mr. Jasper will correct me if I go too far astray.
Yes, of course.
The bungee was a native idol stolen from a tribe many years ago. According to these papers which arrived with the bungee, it is copper, stands 3 feet high on a base a foot square, and weighs 3,500 pounds.
Rather heavy, I'd say.
Copper is quite heavy. Have you anything to add to what I've said, Mr. Jasper?
No, I think not. Except that Mr. Abbott, the art dealer, was very insistent on purchasing the bungee.
I've already told Vance that. Now, Vance, I know you haven't seen the statue yet, but have you anything to tell us?
I think so. I think I can tell you why the bungee was wanted, and in so doing, tell you the reason Miss Carter was killed.
You know that, Mr. Vance?
Vance, you can't possibly. You haven't even seen the statue or the body.
That's true. I didn't look at the body because Sergeant Heath had already examined it, and Sergeant Heath is very thorough. I didn't see the bungee because there was no need to see it. You see, I know that it wasn't copper at all, but solid gold.
Gold? You know the bungee is gold, Vance. How could you possibly know that?
By the weight, Markham. A statue 3 feet high and 1 foot square makes 3 cubic feet of statue. Copper weighs 500 pounds a cubic foot.
Then if the bungee were copper, it should weigh 1,500 pounds.
That's right. But the bungee weighs 3,500 pounds. Therefore, it isn't copper. Gold weighs approximately 2.5 times as much as copper, hence my deduction.
Vance, when will you ever stop astounding me?
Never, I hope. Now let's look at the bungee and see whether...
What's that? Shots, undoubtedly. Sergeant Heath or his men are shooting at something. Come on, Vance.
I'm right with you, Markham.
There's Heath at the window, firing at something on the outside.
Yes, I know.
Heath, Sergeant Heath, what's happened?
They got away, D.A. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Heath. Who was it got away?
Search me. 2 guys must have been hiding in this joint. Thought they saw a chance to sneak out the window a couple of minutes ago. I spotted them, yelled to them to stop, but they wouldn't, so I fired at them.
Did you hit them, Heath?
No, I don't think so. I think they made it okay. I saw them get in their car and beat it.
Well, things certainly are getting complicated on this case, aren't they, Vance?
Quite a bit.
Complicated for you, Vance? What should I say? Wait till the papers hear about this. Imagine what happens to me when I gotta tell them that Miss Carter's murderers were here, sneaked right out under my nose, and I can't find them.
Well, if that's all that's troubling you, Heath, forget it.
Huh?
When the reporters ask about the shooting, tell them just one thing, and they won't annoy you any further.
What's that one thing?
Mr. Markham can probably tell you. Can you, Markham?
Why, yes. Only for the life of me, I don't know how you can do it. Heath, tell the reporters that Philo Vance can produce the 2 men who just escaped from this museum. Is that right, Vance?
Yes, Markham. That is precisely what I want Heath to tell the reporters.
This is District Attorney Markham. The idol murder case began before there was a murder. It seems that several people, among them Maurice Abbott, an art dealer, and Enid Carter, wanted the bungee, a native idol supposed to be copper, but which actually is gold. Philo Vance reasoned it was gold, and subsequent tests proved him right. After Miss Carter was found dead, 2 men were seen fleeing from the museum, and Vance announced that he would produce them despite the fact that he hadn't even seen them. Only Vance could possibly make a statement like that. And it is some time later, when he has gone to his office, Vance and he...
Read it again, will you please, Miss Deering?
What's the matter, Vance? My diction bad or my voice so pleasant you just like to hear it?
I'd like to be absolutely certain of what the newspaper says, that's all.
No criticism, no compliment. That's my boss. Okay, here we go.
Just the headline and the subhead will do.
Right. It says, police say Philo Vance can produce mystery men. Subhead, famous private investigator believed to know identity of 2 men who fled from City Museum in hail of shots. Period. More?
No, that ought to be quite sufficient, thank you.
Vance, since when have you become mysterious? If you knew who those men were, why didn't you tell Mr. Markham? They're probably the same men who killed Miss Carter.
Possibly.
Well, then why don't you tell who they are?
I never said I knew who they were, Miss Deering. I said I could produce them, and I can. In fact, I think they'll produce themselves right here in my office.
I'd like to bet they don't. That's off.
It wouldn't surprise me if those were the 2 men, Miss Deering. Let them in, please. I'll be in my private office.
I'll do it. Only I have a hunch I'm going to be sorry.
Forgive me, my dear, but this is the office of Philo Vance.
Yes, it is. Come in, please.
Thank you. Come, Ringai.
Yes, master.
My dear, I must see Mr. Vance. Is he in?
He's not only in, but unless I'm mistaken, he's expecting you. Go right into his private office. Go right in.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's all quite all right. All part of a day's work.
Wait out here, Ringai. I shan't be long.
Yes, master.
Hey, you're not going to leave him out here with me.
I assure you, my dear, you're quite safe. Wait for me, Ringai.
Yes, master.
Mr. Vance?
Come in, sir.
Mr. Vance, you know me, sir?
I know who you are. Perhaps the formalities of an introduction might be in order, though. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, I am Jonathan Peters, world traveler, lecturer.
Authority on native art. I know of you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, according to the newspapers, you knew it was I who was seen fleeing from the City Museum early today. I've come to ask you, sir, to implore you not to reveal my identity.
You realize that a young lady was murdered in the museum you were seen leaving?
I had nothing to do with her death, I assure you, sir. And I have here my personal check made out to you for $25,000.
The check would be in lieu of my not revealing your identity to the police.
Exactly. For the sake of your conscience, you might know that my friend and I did not kill Miss Carter. We were in the museum to see the bungee, and then she was shot. But the alarm was sounded so soon. The officer on the street came in so quickly we could not escape. We waited our chance and tried to get out while you were in the museum. Apparently, you saw us.
We'll let it go at that. Your story may or may not be correct. But tell me something, Mr. Peters. Do you know the history of the bungee?
Of course I do, sir. It was stolen many years ago from a native tribe. I have pledged to return it to the natives, one of whom accompanied me here.
That's the only story you know about it?
Precisely, sir. The only one.
The fact that it's supposed to be copper but is actually solid gold means nothing to you?
You know that, sir? You're a brilliant man, Mr. Vance.
I'm brilliant enough to telephone the police and have them take you in, Mr. Peters.
Put down that phone, Mr. Vance. Put it down. Please, sir.
Excellent backing you have for your instructions, Mr. Peters.
This gun, obvious. But like myself, Mr. Vance, purposeful. Helps me get into places and, as now, out of them. Please don't move, sir. I'm sorry to have to leave like this, but before I go, I beg you to reconsider calling the police. It will necessitate a return visit to you from my friend, this gun, and to me. You're a clever man, Mr. Vance. Be a smart one, sir, I beg of you. Do not call the police.
Do you deny, Mr. Abbott, that you threatened the museum curator, Mr. Jasper, when he would not sell the bungee to you for your gallery? Well, do you?
I have nothing to say, Mr. Markham.
You will have something to say, I'm sure, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Jasper here is ready to swear you first tried to bribe him, and then you threatened him when he told you he could not sell you the bungee.
Yes, he did. I swear he did, Mr. Markham.
Very well, I did try to bribe Jasper here, and I did threaten him. I wanted that statue.
No doubt you did, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. Mr. Jasper, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Vance.
Well, Markham, we're approaching what in Western moving pictures is generally referred to as a showdown. You see, I know who murdered Miss Carter and why Mr. Abbott's interest in the bungee was so acute.
You're not going to frame me for this. You're not...
Grab him, Jasper. You nearest him.
Let go of me.
I'm coming to help. Hold on. Now, Mr. Abbott, I think you'd be better off sitting down and telling us all about this before Vance does.
Feel like talking, Mr. Abbott?
No. No, I don't, and I never will. Go ahead if you can prove I killed Enid Carter. I dare you. Try to prove I murdered her.
Well, Vance, that's the City Museum right ahead of us.
Yes, it is.
You didn't ask Sergeant Heath and me to come here with you merely as bodyguards, did you?
No, Markham, I didn't.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'd like to put this body of mine in a big bed and guard it with a couple of blankets.
No lullaby, Heath. Oh. Vance, why did you have the City Museum closed to the public for the past few hours?
Obviously, because I wanted no one to be there except whoever it is who will try to steal the bungee.
Somebody's going to try to steal that statue tonight?
Perhaps. They know the museum is unguarded, and I believe that time is a factor, and the attempt will be made tonight. You have the door key, Markham.
Yes, of course, right here.
Open it quietly, please.
All right.
If I'm not mistaken, we are about to interrupt the theft of the bungee.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't know that.
I don't know it, Heath, but I merely think it. I believe I saw a flashlight hit a window a second ago. The flashlight carried by somebody inside the museum. Well, Markham?
I'm a little slow because I'm trying to do this as quietly as possible. There. Here we are. Vance.
I see it, Markham. The flashlight at the other end of this hall. Close the door, Heath, please. Quietly. I've got my finger on the light switch.
Right.
What's that noise, Vance?
Winches, Markham. The bungee is heavy and unwieldy and has to be raised mechanically. Well, Heath, I think we're about to catch our thief.
Same guy who murdered that Enid Carter dame?
Perhaps. Ready, Heath?
Me and my gun are both ready. Throw the switch, Vance.
Here goes.
Stand where you are, whoever you are, or I fire. Come on, Markham, Vance.
Who is it, Vance? Can you make him out?
I know who he is, but that body on the floor in the corner...
Okay, you. Get your hands up and turn this way. Get him up!
All right. Only don't shoot.
It's Jasper, the curator of this museum, Vance.
I knew that. I'm much more interested in this body. Markham, it's Jonathan Peters.
What?
He's still breathing. Heath, keep Jasper covered.
Right.
Come over here, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance.
He's dying. I know he's dying, but I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't kill him.
Shut up, you. We got you cold trying to steal the statue, ain't we?
Yes, maybe you have, but that man is dying, only I didn't kill him. I found him that way when I came down here a little while ago.
All right, Jasper, we'll get to you later.
Something.
I think Mr. Peters is trying to say something, Markham. Bend down here with me.
Right.
I can't.
Hello, Mr. Peters.
How are you, Vance? You find me in a sorry state, sir. A sorry state indeed.
Who did this to you, Mr. Peters?
That native boy I had with me, Ringai. He found I was trying to obtain the bungee. Not for his tribe, but for myself.
We'll pick that boy up in a hurry, Vance. Is there anything we can do for you, Mr. Peters?
For me, sir, nothing. This is not quite the idea of the way I should prefer to die. So near to a fabulous fortune. So very near. But fate has made a decision. And I shall abide by it, gentlemen. Yes, I shall abide.
He's gone, Markham. Yes. And I believe you can charge Mr. Jasper here with murder.
I? Well, you know I didn't kill him. He told you that. I heard him. You don't believe I killed him, do you? You can't.
I didn't say you killed him, Mr. Jasper. I said you could be charged with murder. You see, I've known all along you killed Enid Carter.
Look, Vance, if you think I'm going to ask you a single question, you're nuts.
Very well, Sergeant Heath. Suppose we leave it at that.
Wait a minute. Just 1 minute and maybe one question. How did you know Jasper killed that Miss Carter?
Well, Heath, I'll tell you. To begin with, he knew the weight of that statue, the bungee. Knowing it, he knew it wasn't copper, but gold. And, as such, worth a fortune.
That still don't tell me where Miss Carter comes in, or that Peters guy and his stooge either, or Abbott.
They all come in together, Heath. They all wanted the bungee. Miss Carter wanted it so much that the night of her death, she came to the museum to make a deal with Jasper to steal it. But apparently she came into the museum while Mr. Jasper was trying to do that very thing for himself, and she caught him at it.
Yeah, but Peters and the native were there, too.
That's right. But fortunately for them, they hadn't gotten into the room where the bungee was kept. They were in another room when they heard shots. A policeman came tearing in, discovered the body, and they couldn't get out until the next day. You see, they were hiding in the museum.
Yeah, but if they couldn't get out, how could the murderer?
He couldn't either. That's how I knew it was Jasper. His living quarters were upstairs. He got up there in time to be presumably awakened by the police.
And Abbott, the art dealer?
Completely innocent, although he was working for Peters. And Peters had threatened his life if Abbott revealed Peters' identity to us. That accounts for his attitude while we were questioning him earlier today.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, Vance, I promised you I wouldn't ask any questions, and I bet I asked a million, huh?
It's all right, Heath. I enjoyed answering them. I like to make statements, you see. Statements such as, this is the end of the Idol murder case. Miss Deering, do you think you might stop typing for a moment and listen to me?
I could try.
Thank you.
You see, Vance, you never know the things you can do until you try. What am I to listen to?
At the moment, a bit of thinking aloud. Markham phoned and asked me to wait for him in my office.
Right.
Why?
I don't know. It can't be a murder case, or the eminent district attorney would have asked you to meet him at the scene of the crime. Say, who's doing this thinking aloud, you or me?
Both of us. Markham said he was going to bring someone with him. Now, who could that be, and why?
Well, it could be anyone, and for almost any reason.
Ellen.
I know. Go back to my typing.
I'd like to make a wager with you. I'll bet I come closer to guessing the purpose of the district attorney's visit than you will.
Vance, if I bet against your guessing or your reasoning, you'd have the only full-time secretary with no pay on record.
Hello there, you two.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham.
Come in, Doris.
Welcome, Markham. And an extra special welcome to your lovely companion.
Miss Janelle, may I present Philo Vance and Ellen Deering.
How do you do? How do you
Doris
do?
Janelle.
How do you do? Come into my private office, Markham.
Thanks, we will. Come along, Miss Janelle.
Go right in, Miss Donnell.
Thank you.
Markham.
Thanks.
Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
You should have made that wager. I've never been further off base in my life.
Now he tells me.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Markham. And I hope I know why you're here.
Well, I'm not sure myself whether I should have come, Vance. This isn't exactly in your line.
I'm a private investigator. What's the trouble? Isn't this private?
Yes, it most certainly is. Vance, Doris Janelle is the star of the play at the King's Theater.
Let me tell him, Mr. Markham, please.
By all means.
Mr. Vance, I received this note this afternoon. It worried me. I brought it to the district attorney's office because I thought that was the thing to do. Here it is. Will you read it, please?
You read it to me, Miss Donnell. What does it say besides threatening you with death?
But you haven't seen it yet. How did you know?
You're upset, Miss Donnell. Nothing else would account for it. What else does it say?
It says, if you play your role in the theater tomorrow night, you will be dead before morning. And that's all, Mr. Vance.
That's enough, I'd say. So the note threatens you if you go on tomorrow night, not tonight. It might be the work of a crank, but I don't think we can afford to take that chance.
I can't, I'll tell you that.
Do something for me, Miss Donnell. If you receive any further communication, please mention it to no one. Now, that's important. I imagine you're not going on tomorrow night.
Mighty good imagining, Mr. Vance. I definitely am not. I don't mind taking chances, but when I do, I just as soon it cost me money if I lose. Not my life.
Miss Daynell. May I come in?
Sure, come on.
You wanted to see me.
Badly. Betty, how long have you been my understudy?
About 3 months, I'd say.
And you've never had a chance to go on?
No.
Well, you've got one now. Here, throw this towel in the laundry bag, the one hanging on the door. Catch.
Is this your laundry bag?
It isn't anything Santa Claus is waiting to pick up. Just the laundryman, and he won't be here for 2 days. Well, what about tomorrow night? Do you want to go on for me?
Do I? Playing the lead on Broadway opposite Jack Aldridge. Oh, I can hardly believe it. But may I ask one favor?
Sure, kid. What?
May I use your room?
Why not?
I've never used a star's dressing room.
The joint's yours for tomorrow night. Take it with all the trimmings. Yes?
Hiya, decent, Doris?
Sure. Come on in, Peters. As if there was a way of keeping a company manager out of the dressing room.
Hi, Doris. Hello, Betty. What's going on here?
Hello,
Convention?
Mr. Peters. Have you heard I'm going on to Miss Daynell tomorrow night?
Huh? What's the matter, Doris? Don't you feel good?
I feel fine, but I'd like to stay that way. I got a note threatening my life if I work tomorrow night.
What?
Maybe it's a gag, but I'm not taking any chances.
Just one performance?
That's all the note said. Peters, Betty here is your star for one night.
Well, this show is getting jinxed. I'm sure of it. First it's robbery, now it's this threat.
What's this robbery routine? Somebody steal a bow?
Stealing a bow? Somebody stole the receipts from the office 2 nights ago. Over $4,000. And the cops are going crazy because they can't find any evidence of anybody breaking in.
Inside job, huh?
That's the way it looks. But that doesn't help this threat business any. Doris, you wouldn't...
No, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Peters, are you in there?
That sounds like our director. Yeah, come on in, Hartley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayo. Miss Wheeler.
Good evening, Mr. Hartley.
Peters, they told me you were in here.
That was very nice of them.
And you found my dressing room without trouble. Well, the director of our show has a sense of direction. Hey, I'm starting to feel better already.
Miss Daynell, can't we go somewhere and talk? There are so many things I want to ask you.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you. Don't get used to the way Jack Aldridge makes love to you on stage. He's mine. On stage, and what's more important, off.
Oh, of course, Miss Daynell. I know that.
Well, what are you standing there like that for, Hartley? You're supposed to have come in here to see me. What about?
I did not want to interrupt the young ladies. I find their conversation very interesting.
I'll have a record of it made for you. Now, what do you want with me?
Please come outside, Peters, so we can talk.
Tell me in here.
I think it would be better for you if you came outside.
Okay, come on, I'm ready. Well, Hartley, what is it? What's on your mind?
Money, Peters. I need some money.
10 till payday?
Let's not fool Peters. I don't want any of that vaudeville money. I need dough. 1,000, maybe 1,500.
Who doesn't?
You are going to give it to me.
Am I? How do you know?
It isn't how I know, it's what I know. Shall I go into details?
Jack, you know, I think I'm being a sap for believing that threatening note I got was on the level.
Maybe you're right, Doris. I just don't know. Nothing happened at tonight's performance.
It wasn't supposed to be tonight that anything happened. I worked a little with Betty Wheeler, and tomorrow night, maybe the understudy gets her big chance. I told her she could, but now I'm not so sure.
I'll miss you, honey, if you don't make it.
You might miss me permanently if I work tomorrow night. But I'm not sure yet that I won't go on. Something tells me maybe I ought to. Well, here's my apartment. And you've got to make the long walk to the next one all by yourself. Think you can make it?
I can make it this once. You're not nervous?
No, not a bit. If anybody bites me, I'll scream for you, and you can come and bite them back, okay?
Sure is. 2 more weeks and no more good nights, right?
Right. Just 2 weeks till the wedding.
Night, darling. Owe you one extra good morning kiss for the one we missed tonight.
Well, I'm kind of going to want you to pay that little debt, honey. Good night. What's the matter with this lock? Oh, it's not the lock, it's me. There. Oh, I'm so tired. Who can that be at this hour? Hello?
Miss Daynell, you got my note?
Yes. Who is this?
Never mind. You're gonna be a smart girl and not go on 'em all night, ain't you, Miss Daynell?
I don't know.
You better know. You better know for sure, too. On account of I wasn't kidding, sister. I meant it. You walk on stage tomorrow night, and you'll be carried out of your apartment the next day.
Hey, everybody. 20 minutes to rehearsal time. 20 minutes. On stage in 20 minutes. That's what we did for your understudy, Doris, called a special rehearsal.
Where is Betty, Peters?
In your dressing room.
Oh.
She said she had an okay from you to use it.
That she did. Is Jack around?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Well, here's my room.
I saw Betty come in about a half hour ago. Wait, I'll knock. Hey, she couldn't have gone out, or I'd have seen her. Betty! Betty! Miss Wheeler!
Hey, Wheeler, open up. Peters, I never locked that door in my life.
Something's wrong here, Doris. Hey, somebody, Miller, Hartley, come on over here. Something's the matter in Doris's dressing room.
Doris.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's Betty Wheeler. She was using my room.
Oh, thank goodness. What's going on, Peters?
I don't know. Wait a minute. I got a key to this dressing room.
Well, Betty took mine yesterday.
Miss Wheeler is in there. I saw her go in.
Thanks, Hartley. You're a big help. Yeah, here's the key.
Jack, darling, stay close to me. I think I'm getting scared.
Come on.
Betty. Good Lord.
Well, let me...
Honey,
Get back, everybody! Everybody keep away from this room until the police get here. Betty Wheeler has been murdered.
This is her dressing room, Vance. Nothing has been touched, but the body has been removed.
So this is it, eh, Markham? No possible lead on the killer?
Nothing Sergeant Heath could find, Vance. You know about the robbery here a few nights ago?
When the night's receipts were taken?
Yes.
I know about it. Heath believes that was an inside job, doesn't he?
From what I understand, it had to be. No one broke in, and the receipts were missing, over $4,000.
That kind of money will be hard to trace. All small denomination bills. It would also make a pretty sizable package, but I don't suppose that matters. What does matter most now is this murder.
Vance, do you think there's a connection between the murder and the robbery?
Possibly. Let me see. Doris Daynell received a note threatening her if she went on stage for tonight's performance. And then her understudy, Betty Wheeler, was murdered in Miss Daynell's dressing room.
What's that?
Sounds like a fire warning.
Fire! Everybody get out! There's a fire in the theater!
Everybody, Markham, includes us, I suppose.
Doesn't anything ever upset you or your routine, Vance?
Certainly. I was about to leave, wasn't I?
Neither of you gentlemen need leave. There is no fire.
I beg your pardon?
I'm Oscar Hartley, Mr. Vance. There is no fire.
Well, that's an absurd complication. Fire alarm, but no fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Hartley. Apparently you know Mr. Vance. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
Oh, how do you do?
Somebody set off the fire alarm, but there's no fire. Vance, what's going on here?
I haven't the slightest idea. Let's lock this dressing room, Markham. No one's been in here since the murder.
No, it's under guard until the police are able to go through it properly. But are we leaving, Vance?
Yes. We're of the theater now, Markham. And tradition, it seems, insists that the show must go on. Well, so must we.
This is District Attorney Markham. The backstage murder case began when Doris Daynell, stage star, received a note threatening her life if she played her role the following night. The threat came after the theater office had been robbed of $4,000 in small bills. Vance appeared at the theater after Betty Wheeler, Miss Janelle's understudy, had been murdered, and met Peters, company manager, and Oscar Hartley, director of the show. He has yet to meet Jack Aldridge, Miss Janelle's fiancé and leading man. I have just had a report that Peters, the company manager, is in his office with Doris Janelle. It's just about the time for the curtain.
Look, I don't want to hear any more about it, Doris. You're going on tonight. You've got to.
I can't, Peters. I just can't.
Can't? Why? Because of what happened to Betty?
Not only that. I can't tell you why. Mr. Vance told me not to.
What is all this? What's going on here?
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. I got a phone call last night. It warned me not to go on. Mr. Vance told me if I received another threat, I was to mention it to no one, and I haven't till now.
You told nobody?
Nobody but you, Peters, not even Jack.
Doris, you've got to go on. I'll fill backstage with policemen if necessary, but you've got to go on.
Oh.
I can't refund the money for tonight's performance, and I'll have to if you don't work. We're in a financial jam as it is. What with that money being stolen?
I know, and I'm sorry, but I
Doris,
simply can't.
I know how you feel, and I'm sorry, too. But please, do this for me, for yourself, for the rest of the company. You've got to do it.
Hey, D.A., maybe I ought to take this murder room apart, piece by piece. Maybe then I'd get a clue to who killed that Betty Wheeler.
Well, if you think that'll help, go ahead, Sergeant Heath.
Maybe that won't be necessary, Heath. Hello, Markham.
Oh, hello, Vance. Heath and I were just sitting here in the dressing room trying to reason out this Wheeler murder.
That's not a bad way of solving a murder, Markham. Heath, what's the status of this room? What's been done to it since the murder?
Nothing yet. Fingerprint man went over it, found nothing. I'm thinking of taking it apart.
Not a bad idea. What's this on the back of the door?
You mean the laundry bag?
No, I mean this tacked-up notice. Don't forget to turn out lights. Laundry will be picked up every Friday. That's tomorrow. Please leave key with doorman. Well, there's certainly nothing unusual about that. It's on every theater door in the country.
You know, Vance, I was thinking the murder of this Wheeler girl had something to do with a robbery in this theater.
I think it's the other way around, but I agree.
You know something, Vance? If I could just find out who stole those receipts or where the money is, I'd be on the right track. I'm sure of that.
Oh, I know where the money is.
What?
You do, Vance? And who stole it?
I don't know who stole it or who murdered Miss Wheeler. But I repeat, I do know where the money is.
Well, where is the dough, Vance?
Right there in that laundry bag.
But you can't know that, Vance. You were only in this room once before, and then only for a few minutes, and I was with you all the time. I didn't see you look in that bag.
I haven't looked yet, but I see the sergeant is about to. Go ahead, Heath. Dump all that stuff on the floor.
That's just what I'm doing. Holy mackerel. This package. Is that the money, Vance?
Probably.
Hey, it is money. Lots of it.
Over $4,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Vance, anytime you say anything from now on, I'll bet you're not mistaken. How did you know it was there?
Reasoning, Markham. The theater robbery we suspected was an inside job. In view of what followed, it seemed reasonable to me that the thief hid the money in this dressing room.
Why would he do that?
My guess is that he was almost caught. There's a night watchman at this theater. Maybe the thief saw him and knew he couldn't explain the package. Miss Danelle told me her dressing room was never locked. Everybody in the show must have known that.
So the thief, to avoid being seen, ducked into this dressing room.
That's right. He dropped the money in the laundry bag here, thinking he could pick it up the next day. But he couldn't get in here because Miss Danelle was using her dressing room.
Yeah, when she wasn't, there was somebody around. Her maid, her fiancé, actors, or somebody. So he couldn't get in here to take out the money.
He knew the laundry was to be removed tomorrow. And tonight was the last chance he had to get into this dressing room and get back the money he'd stolen.
Go ahead, Markham. You're doing fine.
Thank you. First, he threatened Miss Danelle. But he found that didn't work because Miss Wheeler was using this room.
That's right, Markham. And when he learned Miss Wheeler intended to use this dressing room tonight, he tried to get in here this afternoon. Only Miss Wheeler caught him. He had to kill her. But he still had no chance to get the money out. Later, he tried to get us out of the room with that fake fire. But that didn't work either.
Yes, that certainly sounds reasonable, Vance.
It's what happened, Markham, I'm sure. Let's not say anything about finding this money. As a first step.
Toward finding the killer?
That's right. And, Markham, what a big step that's liable to be. I've questioned Jack Aldrich and Mr. Peters, Mr. Hartley, and I didn't want you to think I was slighting you in any way.
I know you had talked to them. I overheard you.
You did? How?
By the exceedingly simple process of putting my ear to the door. I just wanted to see how far Peters would go in indicting me. You see, he and I did not get on very well.
So I learned. But still, you direct every show he's connected with.
I'm a genius.
That's not the way I heard it. Apparently, you have a hold of some kind on Peters.
Very definitely. You see, many years ago, Mr. Peters happened to take some money out of a theater safe. The producer caught him. Peters was allowed to put the money back when he swore it was his first offense and would never happen again, so nobody was hurt, nor any the wiser.
Except you.
Oh, I had to know. You see, I was the producer.
It's an hour before curtain time, Vance. Aren't you going to the theater to watch Doris Daynell if you decide she is to go on?
Probably. And you're going with me, Miss Deering.
Well, good. You think I might have time to hop off home and don some gay arraignment?
Yes, if you like. I thought I'd...
Vance, you've got to come to the theater now.
Sit down, Aldrich. Relax. What's the trouble?
Doris received another threat. A phone call last night. The murderer insisted she doesn't go on and that there be no performance tonight.
No cause for your excitement, Aldrich.
No cause for excitement. After what's happening in our theater, I love that girl, Vance, and all this is making a wreck of her. She says she'll go on if you tell her to, but you can't take a chance with her life. I'm sure the murderer intends to strike again.
That sounds like a line out of a play. But very well, Aldrich, I'll go. I'm sorry, Ellen. You won't have to bother about changing your dress. I'm going to see a murderer about changing his mind.
I'm so glad you're here, Vance. When you're around, I feel much safer.
That's hardly a tribute to my romantic appeal, but I like it, Miss Daynell. I'm just taking a little inventory. How many phone calls did you receive?
Just one. The one in my room. Oh, Vance, I told Mr. Peters about the call. I had to. I was trying to tell him why I couldn't go on tonight.
You're going on, Doris, and you're going to be great.
But the man who murdered Betty and who threatened me, Vance, what about him?
Him? Oh, I know who he is, Miss Daynell. He probably thinks he's very clever. I'm going to let him make his second mistake.
Second? What was the first?
Thinking he was very clever. Sergeant Heath.
Right here, Vance. Can't see you very well in the dark, though.
Just keep your eyes straight ahead, Heath. There'll be a light showing any minute now.
Huh? A light?
A match or a flashlight. Match, probably. It doesn't attract as much attention and suits the purpose. You're sure everybody connected with this show thinks we haven't examined the late Miss Wheeler's dressing room?
Sure, I'm sure. I practically announced it to two cops so that everybody could hear. Did a good job. Vance, down the corridor. A light. It's a match.
That's what I expected.
Do I grab whoever's carrying it?
That's right.
I'd sure love to know who it is.
There goes the match in the dressing room, plus the man that's carrying it. Go get him, Heath, and get a look at him yourself. I promise you a great surprise. Ellen, how long will you be getting dressed?
Not long. What's the hurry? Won't they hold up the show till we get there? Well, Vance, how do I look?
As interesting as an unsolved murder.
As soon as I find out if I like that, I'll thank you. And speaking of unsolved murders, let's talk about one you solved. The backstage murder case. I understand from Mr. Markham that you had everything in the case all figured as you went along. How'd you know?
Trade secret.
Let's trade secrets. I'll tell you why I like going out with you, and you tell me how you knew the murderer.
Deal. You know all about the robbery of the theater safe and its association with the murder of Betty Wheeler?
Yes, of course.
Your turn.
Well, I like going out with you because I never know what you're going to do or say next. Your turn. Oh, just a second. Seems to me that I understood Doris Daynell got a phone call from the murderer several nights ago, just a few seconds after she'd said goodnight to a fiancé. Now, how could the murderer have been Jack Aldrich?
Very easily. He needed only a few seconds to go into his apartment and call Doris to threaten her. Well, I'm waiting, Ellen.
Oh, let's see. I like going out with you because you're so different. Now, another question. How did you know it was Aldrich?
Good question. When he came breaking into our office last evening, he seemed terribly distressed about the phone call his fiancée had received.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't supposed to know anything about that phone call. Doris didn't tell him. Peters, whom she told, didn't tell him.
So?
So the only way he could have known about it is if he made the call.
So he made it. Now it's my turn to say something nice to you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see now.
Well, is it that difficult?
No, I've got it. I like going out with you on account of most of all, I like going out with you.
A little repetitious, but very flattering repetition. Well, that's about all there was. Of course, while I knew his identity, I couldn't prove it. So I set the stage for Aldrich to steal back the money he had hidden in Doris Daynell's laundry bag. He tried to, and Sergeant Heath took care of him.
I'm glad.
That Sergeant Heath took care of Aldrich?
That and the fact that you were right again, and that we're going out, and that you're you, and that I'm me, and most of all, I'm...
What?
Glad.
Yes?
That this is the end of the backstage murder case.
Yes, it's a goodbye, I think. Of course, the next evidence is questionable. If I were you, I'd get into White Willow Refineries. They're going to move that stock up 5 points.
Hello, call for you, Mr. Ames. It's in your office, Mr. Ames.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I'll call you back.
15 1/2. Davis Motors, 168.
Ames speaking.
Stuart, this is Dawn.
Oh, yes, darling. What is it? I'm
How's
quite
the
busy.
market?
Holding its own, I'd say. White Willow is off a fraction. That's what you're really interested in, isn't it?
Ah, you're what I'm really interested in, Stuart.
Well, tell me about it tonight, will you, darling? I've got some people waiting to see me. I'll be up around... Well, you better name the time.
Oh, I can get rid of Nate around 8:30. Play safe and be up around 9, will you?
I'll be there. Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Sit right down again, Ames. What? I want to talk to you.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Leroy. How are you?
I'll let you know in a little while. As soon as I close the store so we can have some privacy.
Yes? What is it?
Ames, 3 months ago, you urged me to buy 10,000 shares of White Willow Refineries.
I wouldn't say I urged you. I pointed out that the company was in good financial shape and had excellent possibilities. There was going to be a merger. If it had gone through, the shares would have been split 2 for 1.
Yes, I know. That's what you told me. But there was no merger. And the stock is off 15 points from what I paid for it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leroy. I don't control the companies. I just recommend investments for my clients, and most times they turn out well.
You knew White Willow was a dog stock when you put me in it. I've lost $150,000, all the money I had in the world.
Oh, look here, Mr. Leroy. You can't be blaming me for that. The investment must have looked good to you.
Yes, it looked good because you recommended it. I mortgaged everything I own, went into debt to buy that stock. I'm broke, Ames. If I sold that stock now, I couldn't get enough money to pay my debts.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Leroy, but there isn't anything I can possibly do about it.
No, huh?
No.
Well, there's something I can do about it. You don't think I'm going to take a loss like that lying down, do you? Oh, no. Somebody's going to take it lying down, but it won't be me.
Oh, please, Nate, you know you have to leave. It's after 9 o'clock.
Isn't it a funny thing about time, honey? It goes so fast sometimes and so slow other times, huh?
Ha ha, sure. And now, come on, I'll help you with your coat.
Oh, what's the hurry, Dawn? What's with this Russian act? What have I got, the measles or something?
What?
Well, what have you got, a date or something with some other guy?
Oh, Nate.
Now, look. I'm not the kind of a character who thinks my baby will cross me. She wouldn't do that. Would she, baby? She's too smart. Ain't she, baby? I'll be seeing you, baby. Bye.
Oh.
Dawn.
Stuart, where?
Heard you and Nate talking. So I came in the back way and waited until he left.
Oh.
Good thing you didn't catch me walking in here. It's all I'd need.
What's the matter, Stuart? Something else wrong?
Oh, yes. The market, Dawn. Started to bend in the last hour. Afraid it's going to crack at the opening tomorrow.
Is White Willow down?
2 points. That's White Willow that's got me worried. George Roy says he went broke on that stock, and that it's my fault. Looked like he was desperate.
Oh, forget about Leroy, darling. And listen to me. It's Nate. I have an idea he knows about you.
What? How could he?
Well, don't ask me. Only Nate has a way of finding things out in this town. He's got a finger in every racket and a fingerman on practically every block.
What makes you think he knows about me?
Oh, just a couple of things he said, that's all. Nothing definite. Nate never says anything definite, just a few hints. Enough to worry me, I'll tell you that.
Enough to worry you? Well, what about me? If Nate Amico knows that I'm seeing his girl, I'm really in trouble.
Oh, darling, don't you think I'm worth a little trouble?
Oh, yes, of course you are. Listen, maybe it'd be better if we didn't see each other for a while.
What?
Maybe I ought to take a little trip somewhere for my health.
Oh, but your health is wonderful, darling.
Yes, it is now. But there's no telling how long it'll stay that way. With George Leroy and Amico around.
Sit down, Mr. Leroy. Sit down. Always like to have somebody that comes to see me sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Amico. Thanks very much.
It is perfectly all right with me should you want to cut out that Mr. Amico stuff and call me Nate. I am known mostly to most people as Nate.
All right, Nate. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you're busy.
Never too busy. I shouldn't take time out for something on which maybe I can make a buck. What's your proposition, Mr. Leroy?
Well, I don't exactly know how to begin.
Okay, so I'll help you. Somebody's lost you up somewhere and you want him taken care of, right?
That's approximately right, Nate. A man in this town has ruined me, left me with hardly anything. Whatever it is I have, I'm willing to spend to see that he gets what's coming to him.
That sounds like a very reasonable proposition. I'm very glad to take the details under advisement. You should tell me what's going on.
How much would it cost to kill a man, Nate?
Oh, you want he should be knocked off, huh?
Yes.
Well, that requires a little working on, Mr. Leroy. It's a pretty hot town for killings. At DA, we got Markham. He's a rough character. Now, if you want this friend of yours worked on a little, that could be different.
I want him dead.
I see what you mean. Well, I could get him good and scared for you and wouldn't cost you too much scratch.
I want him dead, I said.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. Who Who is this guy you want should be suddenly taken dead?
His name is Stuart Ames.
Stuart Ames, eh?
Yes, he has an office.
I know all about him, Mr. Leroy. And he's the guy you want killed, eh?
That's right. How much will it cost me?
I don't know. You see, I kind of have a reason I should kill that bum myself. Maybe this is one job I don't do for money. Maybe Ames gets knocked off just for the fun of it.
97th Precinct, Murphy speaking.
Hello, police. There's been a murder at the Caton Apartments. Come right away.
Caton Apartments, you say? Who was killed?
A stockbroker named Stuart Ames. It only happened a couple of minutes ago. I was passing by his apartment. I heard a shot, and I went in and found him on the floor, dead.
No sign of the murderer?
He must have gotten out the back way. I grabbed the phone and called you.
Hey, you did good. Wait right there. We'll have some men up in 5 minutes.
Oh, Miss Williams, has my secretary come back from lunch yet?
No, Mr. Vance. Miss Deering isn't back yet. Anything I can do?
Yes, I think so. Just a second, I'll come into the outer office. Miss Williams, will you get me the files on the last case we worked on?
The $1 million murder case, Mr. Vance?
I believe that's what Mr. Markham, the district attorney, called it.
I have the files right here. Oh, you did a wonderful job on that case, Mr. Vance. You certainly know how to find murderers.
Finding murderers, Miss Williams, consists exclusively in knowing where to look.
Oh, it certainly sounds simple when you say it that way. Now, if it was me,
Vance, I'm glad I found you in.
Well, Markham, my friend, we were just speaking of you. What's the excitement, or should I guess?
Do you ever guess, Vance? I didn't think so. Let's go into your private office. I have something to tell you.
Of course, Markham, after you.
Thank you.
A murder this morning, Markham?
No. Last night, Vance. I just received word of it this morning. Apparently, Sergeant Heath tried to reach me last night, but I spent the night at a friend.
Who was killed?
A man named Stuart Ames, stockbroker. He was a specialist in a stock called White Willow Refineries. You know anything about it?
I know nothing about it or about him. What are the details?
Well, a neighbor heard the shot, rushed into Ames' apartment, found him lying there on the floor, and called the police.
Any other details?
Several. There was no sign of a struggle, no powder marks on the body, no disturbance at all in the room, and a cigarette was still burning in the ashtray. Only Ames didn't smoke.
I see. Anything else?
Yes. We have 3 prospective suspects and 1 definite clue.
A clue, Markham? What is it?
In the dead man's hand, Sergeant Heath found a button from a sports jacket. One of those leather buttons, you know the kind.
Yes, I do. And that's your clue, Markham?
Of course.
I'd forget it if I were you.
What? Why?
The button was planted there just to throw off any investigator.
But, Vance, what can you possibly know about...
My dear Markham, if there were no signs of a struggle and no powder marks on the body, how could the killer have been near enough to the victim for Mr. Ames to yank a button from a coat?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I see what you mean.
Of course, the killer might have been near enough to Mr. Ames to shoot him after a struggle, providing there was time enough for him to straighten up the apartment after firing the shot, but apparently there wasn't.
No, there wasn't. The neighbor came rushing in immediately, he says. The murderer undoubtedly went out the back way.
Undoubtedly.
Well, it's nice to know I'm right about something. You want to know about the suspects, Vance?
Please.
First, there's a man named George Leroy who lost a fortune due to the dead man's stock recommendations.
Yes.
Then there's a gangster named Nate Amico. Ames was fooling with his girlfriend.
And last, there's the girlfriend. Who's she?
Her name is Dawn Vander, former nightclub singer. She's the one who supplied Sergeant Heath with the information about the 2 other suspects. She's being held at the apartment now.
Is she attractive, Markham?
From what I understand, she is.
Well, in that case, what are we doing here? Miss Vander, if there's anything you can tell me about this case, I'd be very grateful.
I can't tell you anything if I don't know anything, can I, Vance? And if I did know anything more than I told the police, I'd tell you, wouldn't I?
I certainly hope so. This was Mr. Ames' living room, I imagine?
That's right. Oh, I wish I could help you.
I do too, Miss Vander. Markham.
Yes, Vance?
Come in, will you, please, Markham?
Yes, of course. Something I can do?
I think so. You can let Miss Vander go, for one thing.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, gee, thanks, Vance. Is it all right for me to go, Mr. Markham?
It is, if Vance says so. But please don't leave town, Miss Vander. We may need your testimony later.
I'll be around. Thanks, Mr. Markham. And, Mr. Vance, I wish I could think of a way of thanking you.
Forget it, Miss Vander.
So long.
Markham, you mentioned to me that Mr. Ames didn't smoke, yet there was a cigarette still burning in the ashtray when his body was found.
Yes, a Menlo, king size. It was smoldering. Somebody, the murderer probably, tried to put it out but wasn't successful. You know how cigarettes sometimes keep burning?
Yes, of course. No lipstick marks.
You know better. We don't often get breaks like that. Sergeant Heath, incidentally, was very disappointed when you exploded his pet clue, the leather sports jacket button.
I'm sorry. I thought it might save him some time trying to track it down.
It did. He has another clue he picked up near the back door, Vance. Here, take a look.
Book of paper matches, eh?
It's the book. The matches are all gone. But look at the edge of the cardboard, Vance. There are several indentations, you see? Apparently made by a thumbnail.
Well, that's not too unusual, Markham. Many people have the nervous habit of putting their fingernail into a paper match cover. Do it myself sometimes.
Yes, I know. I've seen you. You didn't murder Stuart Ames, did you, Vance?
Not that I remember. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it was the murderer who discarded this match holder. Seems to me we ought to make a survey of our suspects and find which one had a habit of putting his nail into the cardboard.
Good. I must remember to tell Sergeant Heath to withhold any mention of our finding this clue. I wouldn't want the newspapers to get hold of it.
Wouldn't you, Markham? Why not?
Well, it's perfectly plain why not. If the newspapers print it, the murderer will know we're working on that angle, and he'll be extra careful when we interview him. He'll make sure he doesn't give himself away.
That's very good logic, Markham. But I think that the newspapers ought to get the story.
But, Vance, I've seen you do this very thing on other cases. You hold back some bit of evidence so that you can capitalize on it later on.
Yes, I do, Markham. But those were other cases. This case is an entity in itself. I think another theory applies to it.
Yes?
Make sure the reporters get the story of the match cover, Markham. Then give me 24 hours, and I'll deliver your murderer to you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The White Willow murder case began with the finding of the body of Stuart Ames, stockbroker specialist in White Willow stock. Suspects include George Leroy, who went bankrupt following Ames' market tips, Nate Amico, gangster boyfriend of Dawn Vander, nightclub singer whom Ames was seeing, and Miss Vander herself. Philo Vance believes that a paper matchbox cover with fingernail markings is a vital clue, but hasn't said why. One of my men has reported that Miss Vander has just visited Nate Amico's apartment, but we don't have anything.
Now, look, honey, you're blowing your top. Put that gun away, will you?
Oh, no, Nate. It stays just where it is, and you stay right where you are. Don't make a move. And don't say anything till I tell you it's okay to talk.
Oh, now, don't, baby.
Shut up, I said.
Who you calling?
The district attorney. Oh, you thought you were awful cute, didn't you, Nate? Well, I'm cuter.
Oh, now, baby.
Shut up and don't come near me.
Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Dawn Vander. I'm in Nate Amico's apartment.
Yes, I know. One of my men saw you go in.
Good. Get him to come right up here, Markham. Nate killed Stuart Ames. I know he did.
Well, you no good two-timing broad.
Oh, Miss Vander, what was that, please? Miss Vander.
You did it.
I didn't get...
Didn't you, baby?
Hello?
You did it.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Markham?
Oh, yes, I'm still here, Miss Vander. What happened?
Don't bother sending up any men for Nate Amico, Mr. Markham. Send them up for me. I just shot and killed him.
Do you want me to go in with you, Vance, or do you prefer to talk to Miss Vander alone?
Either way, Markham.
In that case, I'll leave you here. But first, Vance, may I ask you why you're going to see Miss Vander?
Certainly, Markham. There are things in this case with which I'm not satisfied.
I don't understand how you can say that. It's very obvious that Amico killed Ames, and that Miss Vander killed Amico when he tried to prevent her from telling that to me on the telephone.
The last part of that statement is correct, Markham.
I have an idea, you have an idea, it was Miss Vander who killed Ames.
Frankly, I don't have any such ideas, Markham.
Oh. But just in case you did, I'd like to remind you, Vance, that Miss Vander uses a great deal of makeup, and there was no lipstick stain on the cigarette we found smoldering in Ames' apartment.
I realize that practically removes suspicion from her.
Then there's the clue of the matchbox. Miss Vander certainly doesn't seem to be the nervous type, does she?
No, and while we're on the subject, she doesn't seem to be the type to carry paper matches either. But I'm going to see her regardless.
As you say, Vance.
Which cell is she in?
First one to the right.
I'll talk to her from the outside through the bars. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you later.
Right. Come into Heath's office when you're through, will you, Vance?
I'll do that. Miss Vander?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I'm sorry I'm being such a baby.
I'm sorry you're being held in this detention cell, Miss Vander. But you will have to stand trial, you know.
Yes, I know. I don't really care what happens to me at the trial either, Vance. As soon as I found out that it was Nate who killed Stewart, my whole world fell apart.
When I questioned you, why didn't you tell me it was Nate? That would have saved you a lot of trouble and a prison sentence.
I know, but I was afraid of him. Later, I thought it over, and when he tried to stop me from telling Mr. Markham, I shot him when he went for his gun. Cigarette, Vance.
No, thank you. Here, I'll light it.
I have my own lighter, thanks. It was self-defense, Vance. Markham knows that. He could hear Nate threaten me over the telephone.
Yes, I know. He told me that. Having trouble with that lighter, Miss Vander?
No fluid, I guess.
Allow me, please. Just hand it to me through the bars. These Burton lighters are tricky. There.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can get for you while you're here, Miss Vander?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Unless you can get me my compact, I'm lost without it. I'd even settle for my earrings or a cigarette holder or a couple of bobby pins. Anything so I don't look like everybody else in this cell row.
I'll ask Mr. Markham to get them for you, Miss Vander. I'll send you some cigarettes. What brand are you smoking?
Douglas cork tips.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Vance.
Oh, no trouble, Miss Vander. After all, you did me a favor, you know.
You mean by finding Stewart Ames' murderer for you?
Yes. That is, if it was Mr. Ames' murderer you killed. I beg your pardon. You're Mr. Leroy?
Yes? Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Vance?
Fine, thank you. Mr. Leroy, you follow the market?
I did when I had enough money to play with stocks. I don't anymore. I just come down here now to see how much money I might have made if I bought stocks of my own choosing.
Instead of the ones the late Stewart Ames picked out for you.
Yes, that's right.
That was the information we had, Mr. Leroy. I just wanted to be sure. By the way, you smoke?
Well, yes, of course I do.
May I see your lighter?
I don't use a lighter. Ordinary paper matches are good enough for me. You want to see them?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do.
Here you are. Have them right in my hand. It's a habit, I guess.
These nail punctures in the side. That's habit, too, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought much of it. I didn't realize I was doing it.
No, I venture to say you didn't.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't build anything. The police know that dead gangster killed Ames. I didn't kill him. You've got to believe that.
Do I, Leroy? Why?
Well, Vance, you asked me to meet you on the corner of 5th Avenue and 57th Street. I did. Now tell me, where are we heading?
Toward the solution of the White Willow murder case, I hope, Markham. See this tobacco shop?
Yes, I do, but what has it to do with our case?
Come on in here with me and find out.
Very well.
Gentlemen, may I help you?
Yes, please, if you will. If I'm not mistaken, this store is the exclusive agency for Douglas cigarettes.
That's correct, sir. We import them. Douglas cigarettes and Burton lighters.
I'd like a carton of Douglas's, please. Cork-tipped.
Very good, sir. Thank you. I'll have them wrapped.
Vance, I don't know what you're driving at. You remember, of course, that it wasn't a Douglas cigarette we found in Stewart Ames' apartment. It was a Menlo.
Of course. This carton is for Miss Vander. She asked me to get her some Douglas cork-tipped cigarettes, so I'm getting them.
Oh, that's different.
The cigarettes will be wrapped in a moment, sir. Is there anything else I can do?
Yes. A Burton lighter was sold sometime recently, yesterday perhaps, to a very attractive young lady. I'd like to see the gentleman who waited on her.
Well, if it's the young lady whose photographs are in the newspaper, sir, I'm the man. She came in and purchased a lighter and a package of Douglas's the first thing yesterday morning. Never saw her before that.
That's what I thought.
Dawn Vander bought a cigarette lighter yesterday morning, Vance. How did you know that?
I'll explain later. Will you have her and Mr. George Leroy in your office this afternoon, Markham? I'd like to talk to them both, but I'm sure only one of them will want to listen to me.
Darn.
Having trouble with that cigarette lighter, Miss Vander?
Yes. You want to try and make it work again, Mr. Vance?
Try these matches of mine. They never fail.
Thanks.
Here you are. Now, Mr. Leroy, you and I had a little chat in the brokerage office this...
I offered to pay Nate Amico to kill Stuart Ames for me. But he told me that he would do it for the fun of it.
Well, Vance, that just about cinches the case against the dead Nate Amico, doesn't it?
Not quite, Markham. Not quite.
What do you mean, not quite, Vance? I told you I knew he'd kill Stuart Ames. That's the reason I shot him. Now you hear this Mr. Leroy tell you Nate told him he was going to kill Stuart. What else do you want?
For one thing, I want those matches I gave you, if you don't mind.
What?
Thank you. And now, in case you'd still like to know what I want, Miss Vander, I want Mr. Markham to hold you for the murder of Stuart Ames. Miss Williams, will you please read back these notes on the White Willow murder case?
Oh, sure, Mr. Vance. It'll be a pleasure.
Nothing like combining fun and work, Miss Williams, is there?
Oh, that's right. Especially when I get to work for you, Mr. Vance. Well, here are the notes. To F.X. Markham, District Attorney. You have asked me why I was certain that Miss Vander was Stuart Ames' killer, and you cited the cigarette left burning in Ames' apartment when his murderer fled.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. You wanted to know how a girl could have left that cigarette there and there'd be no lipstick marks on it. Very simple. Miss Vander used a cigarette holder. It was one of the articles taken from her when she was in jail.
Well, that's right so far.
About her murder of Nate Amico. Apparently, Mr. Amico saw her enter or leave the apartment of the dead Mr. Ames immediately after she had killed him. He reminded her of this hold he had on her, and she killed him, too. Very cleverly, inasmuch as she had you on the telephone when she did.
That was quite a trick. Please continue, Miss Williams.
Right. Now, Markham, you will want to know why Miss Vander would kill a man while you were listening just to cover up another killing. The answer is simple. She had a perfect self-defense alibi. An alibi you would have given her, but she might have gone to the chair if Nate Amico had ever decided to talk about her killing Ames. Well, that's all there is so far, Mr. Vance. Would you please tell me how you knew it was she?
Well, as I said, Miss Vander was clever. She knew about the clue of the matchbox cover with its nail impressions because she'd read about it in the papers.
Uh-huh.
She immediately went out and bought a cigarette lighter. The Burton's a little difficult to work at first, so I knew it was new when she tried to use it while I was visiting her.
Right.
Another thing, she realized we knew the brand of cigarette she had left in Ames' apartment, so she switched brands. Switched to Douglas's. But the clerk said he'd never seen her in the store before she bought the lighter. Therefore, that was another lie that came back to haunt her.
From what I read, Mr. Vance, that other suspect, Mr. Leroy, well, he used to mark a match cover with his fingernail, just like the one that was left in Mr. Ames' apartment.
Yes, he did. But he made no effort to hide that fact from me when I questioned him. He had nothing to hide, you see.
Oh.
Yesterday in Mr. Markham's office, I let Miss Vander have a book of matches. And while I was questioning Mr. Leroy, she was so interested, she forgot herself and used her fingernail on the match cover.
Oh.
Well, when I saw that and added up all the other factors I knew, I was certain she was the killer.
You know the reason why she killed Ames, Mr. Vance?
I think so. It seems that he was about to leave town and her. It also seems that when she came up to see him the night of the murder, he refused to either take her with him or return a lot of money he had borrowed from her. Well, that was enough reason for her to put an end to him.
I guess that's right. And calling you in, Mr. Vance, was enough reason to put an end to the White Willow murder case.
Hey, Harkins. The old man wants you in his office.
Oh, thanks, Eddie. Probably wants to give me a bonus on that last yarn I turned in for the sheep.
Who knows what he wants, including him. Walk you to the door?
Yeah, do that. Some young cub reporter might be waiting to take a bite out of me in transit.
What are you working on for the old man, Harkins? Something hot?
Big secret stuff. No can talk.
Not even to me. I'm working here, you know.
You never know it. See you later, Ed. Hi, boss.
Oh, come in, Harkins. I got an assignment for you.
Good. Let's have it.
Ever hear of Philo Vance?
Private investigator par excellence? Sure, I've heard of him.
Get an interview on him. Something about the cases he's worked on. Want to make a good feature. Maybe we'll run it as a series on Sundays. That's all.
Just like that, I'm to get a story out of Vance. Mike, you know he never talks to reporters.
So don't be a reporter. Be a society gal. Be somebody in trouble. Be anybody. Nobody said you had to be a reporter.
No, that's right. Nobody did. A lot of people have told me I'm not a reporter. But you wouldn't be one of them, would you, Mike?
I might one of these days. Call me and let me know how you make out.
Okay, Mike. Oh, by the way, that yarn I was on this morning. Nothing doing on it. NGNS. No story.
What one's that?
That thing about the concert pianist, Lillian White, inheriting $500,000. She denies it.
She denies it, so there's no story? Maybe I should have sent Henderson.
Wait a minute, Mike. Keep your top down. Did dig up something on the White gal. Found out she was once married to a man named Joe McGuff. Mean anything?
Not to me. Did you knock out what you have?
Yeah, here it is on this paper. Only it isn't much, and you can't use it. But here it is, such as it is. Only I'm telling you now, it's no yarn. It's no nothing.
Well, if you got nothing except that she was married to a guy named Joe McGuff, it sure is no story. Okay, leave it and I'll look it over. Go on now. See what you can find out from Philo Vance.
I'm on my way. Only from what I've heard of him, I've got an idea he'll find out more about me than I will about him.
Keep moving! Keep moving there! Keep moving! Hey, you, what's the idea of parking in the middle of a busy street? Move that cab out of there before I give you a ticket.
Hey, officer, I gotta talk to you. Come here, please. Hurry.
Okay, what's with you in that taxi?
Officer, look in the back of my cab. There's a girl there. I picked her up in front of the bulletin office 10 minutes ago.
What about it?
She's dead. She's been murdered. There's a knife in her heart.
That's the story, Vance, all of it. The girl was a reporter on the Bulletin, and she was on her way to interview you when she was murdered.
Interview me? That sounds like a very interesting case, Markham.
Not to me, it doesn't. If anybody was murdered because they were on their way to interview you, Vance, murder's getting a little too close to home.
Perhaps we'll move our home then, Ellen. What does the district attorney think about that?
I'm not thinking about anything, Vance, except this girl's murder and the fact that she was on her way here when she was killed. Generally, you're not concerned with the murder until after it happened.
That's true, of course. But before I do anything on the girl's murder, I think it might be an idea to quiet my secretary's fear for my safety. Ellen, up until now, I've done a pretty good job of taking care of myself, haven't I?
Yes, Vance, you have. But it only takes one mistake to bring your average all the way down to 0.
Well, I'll try not to make that mistake. Come on, Markham, let's get going. We'll make the newspaper office our first stop. I don't know a better place to pick up some news.
Eddie, listen to me. Somebody murdered one of our staff. Reporters have solved crimes before, but this one we've got to solve.
I'd like to get my mitts on whoever knocked off Harkins, Mike. She was one of the best newspaper men I've ever worked with.
Well, go on. Get going, Eddie. There must be some connection with her death and the story she was working on.
Well, you'd know what yarn you gave her, Mike. What was she on?
Nothing at the moment. Nothing but a straight assignment. An interview with Philo Vance.
What was she working on before?
Nothing. That item about a concert pianist named Lillian White inheriting some money. Nothing important.
Nothing, except that you took that story and put it on page 1. What a nice little job you made of it, too. Headline, is this the story that caused the death of the Bulletin reporter? Subhead, who is this mysterious Joe McGough? Nuts.
McGuff.
G-O-U-G-H is McGough.
All right, Eddie, have it your way, only don't be bitter. That yarn, treated just that way, will be on page 1 of every paper in the country by morning. They'll all handle the story the same way. It's human interest.
Story that wasn't even a story becomes front page news, only it costs a reporter's life. Maybe I'll turn in my press card.
I know how you feel, Eddie, but forget it. Now, listen. How about to the house where the taxi driver lives? The one that picked up Harkins in front of our building. Get him to say something. Whether he saw anybody get in the cab when it stopped for a light. Anything.
Okay, Mike, I'm on my way. Only if the cab driver knew anything, he'd have told the cops. And Riley at headquarters said he keeps insisting he didn't see anyone get into the cab after Harkins got in.
The cops let him go, Eddie. He's home now. You got the address?
Sure, Riley gave it to me.
Well, get on your horse and see what you can find out.
Okay. Only don't expect me to die just to put my story on the front page. Hi, Johnny.
Hi, Eddie.
Hey, what is this? Every newspaper man in town waiting to see that taxi driver?
Looks like it, don't it? We can't get in, though, Eddie. Cops have been there since I got here.
Flash your press card?
I could have left it home. Sergeant Heath's in charge.
Heath?
Yeah.
Heath's on homicide. What's he doing here?
That Harkins girl's death wasn't any accident, you know. And if you really want to know what Heath is doing, ask him yourself. Here he comes out the door now. Hey, Heath! What'd he say, huh? Did you get anything on it?
All right, shut up. Shut up, all of you.
Okay, quiet.
Hey, Heath, all we want to know is whether that cab driver talked. Did he say he saw anybody get in his cab while he was driving the girl?
Yeah, what'd you get from him?
I said shut up, and I mean it. The cab driver didn't talk. Much more, he ain't gonna talk. Now or never to nobody. He's dead.
What?
Yeah, killed the same way as the girl was. We don't know who knocked him off, either.
Hello?
Miss Lillian White?
Yes?
Long distance is calling. I have your party, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Lil.
Yes, who is this?
This is Joe, Lil. Your darling husband. Remember me?
Joe, where are you? What do you want?
It don't make hardly any difference where I am. And what I want, well, that don't make hardly any difference either. I just seen the papers.
But, Joe, I don't know how that reporter found out that you were my husband. I didn't tell her.
No, I don't suppose you would, hardly. But she found out. Only I don't care about that. I care about $500,000 you inherited, according to the story. I want in on that dough. I'm entitled to it. I'm still married to you. Remember, kid?
Joe, that story isn't true.
Maybe. Maybe not. Anyhow, I'm hopping a plane in a few minutes, and I'll be in to see you in a couple of hours. Just don't be too surprised when I walk in. I hardly want to surprise you, honey. Hardly.
City room's on the 8th floor, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, we're finally on the way to the bulletin office, Vance. Sorry we were held up.
That taxi driver's death didn't help us any, Markham. Apparently, the same person killed Miss Harkins. Find the one murderer, and you solve 2 murders.
Sounds like bargain day. You know why the taxi driver was killed?
I think so. And I think I know why Miss Harkins was killed, too.
Well, I'd say she was killed because of a story she was working on. Someone didn't want that story in print, and if that's true, when we see her editor, we'll find out what she was working on, and we'll have our suspects.
The general idea is a possibility. The cab driver's death is pretty easily explained. He probably did see someone in his cab with Miss Harkins, didn't tell the police, but instead figured he'd try a little blackmail.
Oh, when will people learn, I wonder?
He won't learn anything anymore, I'm afraid. Well, here's the 8th floor.
City room straight ahead. Right. You know, Vance, I think this case is going to give us trouble. I just have that feeling.
All cases give us trouble, Markham. In every case we ever work on, somebody has committed a murder they've thought out pretty carefully. In their intelligence lies the extent of the trouble they cause us. And I'm sure our murderer this time isn't stupid.
And my hunch was correct.
Probably. We'll know very shortly, as soon as we know what story Miss Harkins was going to print. Come on in with me. I beg your pardon.
Yes. What is it?
I'm Philo Vance. This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you? Oh, hello. Hello, both of you. I'm Eddie Henderson. Can I help you, Vance?
Perhaps. I'd like to see the city editor. Where do I find him?
Oh, in that office back there. The first one on your right. Walk right in where it says private. Everyone else does.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, which desk was Miss Harkins?
That one there. First one you see. Why?
I don't imagine we have to explain why, do we, Mr. Henderson?
Oh, no, of course not. I'm sorry. Well, I gotta get this copy to the boy. Excuse me.
Why didn't you tell him why we wanted to see Miss Harkins' desk, Markham?
A very complicated reason, Vance. You didn't tell me why we wanted to see it.
Well, here it is. Now, let me see. Every newspaper writer I ever knew kept a carbon of every piece he wrote. Generally, in the top drawer.
Miss Harkins was no exception, apparently. There are her carbons.
I'm going to take a look at the last few, just for luck. Nothing on the first one except a note to interview me. We knew about that.
Yes, of course.
This one? Lillian White denied today that she had inherited $500,000, although the bulletin learned from authoritative sources that she had. Miss White, famous concert pianist, was the wife of Joe McGuff. Have you hear of him, Markham?
McGuff. How do you spell it, Vance?
M-C-G-U-F-F. Know him?
I'm not sure.
Well, Markham, that's the unfinished story every paper in America carried as the last item Miss Harkins wrote.
That's the story her killer didn't want finished, I imagine, eh?
Perhaps. Then again, perhaps not. I'll just borrow this carbon. Now let's see our friend, the city editor.
Oh, his name is Abbott. Mike Abbott, though that doesn't tell us anything, of course.
It isn't his name, I expect, will tell us anything. I'm hoping that he will.
Hello, Miss White.
Eddie. Eddie, what are you doing in my apartment?
Talking to you. I don't know why I'm bothering to. I've done a lot for you in the bulletin, Lillian. But I didn't like what you did to pay me off.
Please, Eddie, don't I have enough trouble now? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Don't you? It wouldn't be that you wanted to make sure Myrna Harkins never got any more information about you, would it? And that you killed her.
I killed her? Who sent it to me with that made-up story about an inheritance that I never got? Couldn't have been anybody but you.
Doesn't matter where the paper got the tip that sent Harkins here. What does matter to me is that you wouldn't want any information about your husband, this Joe McGuff, to get out. See, I just got finished checking, and I found out the rackets he's been running.
Get out of here, Eddie. Get out of here before I send for someone to throw you out.
Who are you going to send for, Joe? And what are you going to tell him? And aren't you afraid I've got something to tell him, too?
This is District Attorney Markham. The bulletin murder case began when Myrna Harkins, bulletin reporter, was found stabbed to death in a cab. Philo Vance visited the bulletin office where he talked to Eddie Henderson, reporter, and Mike Abbott, editor. Neither could throw any light on the murder, but the police believe that a story Miss Harkins was writing, and which was later published unfinished, is a clue. It concerns a concert pianist named Lillian White and her secret and up till now missing husband, Joe McGuff. Vance was on his way to Miss White's apartment when I last saw him. He should be there in a few minutes.
What's the matter, Lily? You don't seem hardly glad to see me at all. Hardly.
Go away, Joe. Go back where you came from.
I hopped the plane just to look at you, Lily. So stop playing that piano. I want to look at you and that $500,000.
There is no $500,000, Joe. I don't know where the newspaper ever thought I inherited anything. I didn't. Believe me, I didn't.
Maybe not. Anyhow, I'm going to stick around town here to make sure. Hey, that newspaper dame that wrote that story. She's the one got herself killed. That wouldn't hardly be anything you did, Lily.
Joe, you don't know what you're saying.
No? Maybe not. Hey, Lil, I've been away a couple of years. I was coming back about this time anyhow to take care of a guy. You wouldn't hardly know nobody named Gregory, would you? Bill Gregory?
No. No, I never heard of him, and I wish I'd never heard of you.
I like you too, Lily lady. Only I don't hardly like the way you talk to me. Somebody calling on you, Lily?
I don't know. I'm not expecting anyone. Might be the police. They've been here almost all the time since that story appeared.
Okay, Lily. If it's the cops, I'll get out the back way. I gotta take care of you. And that Gregory guy. Only it's two different ways of taking care. Be seeing you, Lily.
I'm coming. Just a moment. Yes?
Miss White, I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Your company left in a hurry, I presume. I didn't scare him off, did I?
How did you know there'd been somebody here?
Oh, please, Miss White. Don't expect any Sherlock Holmes explanation such as a rubber heel mark on your rug or a burning cigar left carelessly behind. I merely heard voices from outside. Oh, magnificent piano, this.
What do you want, Mr. Vance?
Well, under any other circumstances, I'd want to hear you play. But right at the moment, I'd like to know about a man named Joe McGuff.
What the papers printed about him was true. He's my husband.
McGuff, eh? M-C-G-O-U-G-H?
Yes.
Then the papers had the spelling right. I wondered. By the way, it wasn't he who was here a little while back, was it?
Yes, it was. He left the back way. He thought you might be the police.
Oh? What's his allergy to police, Miss White?
I don't know what he's been doing. He's been away for 5 years. All I do know is that right now he's looking for a man named Gregory.
He's been away 5 years, and Miss Harkins found out about you and him?
She came to interview me when I was out. My maid let her in, and she was alone here in the apartment. She might have come across my marriage license, correspondence, anything.
They did say she was a good reporter. Miss White, have you any idea where I can see Joe McGuff?
No. No, I don't.
I haven't either. But I'll find him. You may be unhappy to learn. I think that will be all, Miss Deering. My notes are up to date on the bulletin murder, I believe. Read me the last item again, will you please?
Certainly, Vance. With the knowledge of the above facts, detailed in chronological order, it is very evident to me who murdered Myrna Harkins, and as a consequence, Arthur Allen, the taxi driver. Oh, that's it, Vance. Now tell me, who was it?
Who it was, Ellen, is secondary in this case to why it was. Wait until Markham gets here, which should be momentarily, and I'll tell you both at the same time.
You could dictate it, and then I'll promise not to even look at it until the district attorney gets here.
Oh, Ellen.
I'll wait for Markham.
Hello, you two. Here I am, right on schedule.
Practically on cue, and I'm glad you're here.
Really? Well, that's very complimentary. Vance, I've got some information. Joe McGuff is at the Rex Hotel. Heath tracked him down, only McGuff doesn't know that.
Good, Markham. That's really good news. It will postpone my announcement, however. I'm going to see Mr. McGuff.
Vance, you promised.
Yes, I did, Ellen, but I told you the fascinating part of this case was why Miss Harkins was killed. That's the part I don't know either. But it's the part I'm going to find out now.
I could kick you out of here, Vance. You could hardly blame me for that, could you? Hardly.
No, I couldn't. You don't seem surprised that I found you, Mr. McGuff.
I heard of you, Vance. I ain't surprised at nothing you do.
Then it won't disturb you too much to know that I can find a certain man named Gregory for you.
Gregory. You know where he is?
I think so.
Maybe you're thinking ain't so good. Maybe you talk faster than you know. What does he look like?
About 45, gray hair parted on the side, big fellow, big hands.
And big bluff. Okay, Vance, you know him. Where is he?
First, what do you have against Mr. Gregory?
A beef, that's what I have. And he knows I got that beef. And he knows that one day I was going to come and take it out on him. The hard way.
So he's afraid of you?
He's been afraid of me for 5 years, ever since he crossed me. And every day of those 5 years, he ain't hardly slept, hardly. On the corner, he knew I'd get him. You think not?
Hardly. Joe, I'm going to do more than just tell you where Gregory is and what name he's using. I'm going to deliver him to you. How'd you like that?
How'd I like it? With bells on, my coat off, and my sleeves rolled up. That's how I'd like it.
Hello?
Ellen, this is Vance. Is Markham still at the office?
Yes, he's sitting right here, Vance, and so am I, only I'm on pins and needles.
Rather uncomfortable, I imagine.
Vance, I've got to know who killed Myrna Harkins and why. But I'll settle for one thing now. Were the police right in their original premise that the story about Miss White's inheritance was the reason Miss Harkins was murdered?
You mean was Miss Harkins killed to prevent that story from being printed?
Yes.
Mm-mm. We've never been more wrong in our lives. That murder was committed in order to make certain that that story appeared. Good evening, Mr. Abbott.
Huh? Oh, hello, Vance.
Where's your star reporter, Mr. Abbott? Mr. Eddie Henderson, I believe his name is.
He's out in the city room. You want him?
Yes, as soon as I check some facts with you.
Yeah? Check away.
Mr. Abbott, Myrna Harkins' last story would never have been printed if she hadn't been murdered. Isn't that so?
You mean it was no story the way she wrote it? That's right.
Suppose it was important to somebody that that story appear not only in your paper, but nationally. It would be impossible unless the person who wrote it suddenly became important. You know, Abbott, I think...
Hey, Chief,
Oh, come in, Henderson. We were talking about you a while ago. Sergeant Heath,
Yeah, Vance?
please come in with Mr. Henderson and stay close to him, will you?
Sure, Vance. Anything you say. Come on, Henderson. Vance wants you.
What do you want with me, Vance?
Eddie, Mr. Vance thinks you had something to do with Myrna Harkins' death.
He does. Well, isn't that nice?
Now, don't get tough with Vance, or I'll rap you one.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Don't mention it.
Henderson, you knew nobody would print the Lillian White inheritance story the way she wrote it. So you killed her to make sure it would appear. Take him downtown, Heath.
Sure, Vance. Come along, you.
Get your hands off me, you big ape. I never killed anybody.
Come on,
Nobody's gonna
come on, out
blame me.
with you. I'll take care of this character, Vance. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Well, so Henderson's a murderer. I can't believe it.
Then don't try to. Oh, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah? I mean, who?
Don't bother with the deception, my friend. I know your name is Gregory, and I know you killed Myrna Harkins. That little byplay with Henderson just now was to throw you off your guard so you'd answer to the name of Gregory.
Well, what does that prove?
A lot of things.
You said whoever killed Harkins did it so her story would get in the paper. Well, I'm the editor. I could have used that story if I'd wanted to. And what's this Mr. Gregory business about?
You're Gregory, all right. I described you to Joe McGuff.
McGuff?
That's right. And it's right that you could have published Miss Harkins' story in your own paper. But that wasn't any good. You had to have a story that would break nationally, so no matter where McGuff was, he'd see it and come back here.
I wanted him back here, whoever he is?
Most certainly. That was your intention when you first dreamed up the inheritance story for Miss Harkins to work on. You had the whole thing planned then. Let her write the denial. Then you were to kill her, and her last story would then be page one news all over the country. You wanted McGuff back here so you could kill him before he got you. Heath. Heath.
Here I am, Vance. I take this guy downtown?
Please. He's one of the lowest murderers I've ever met. Killing an innocent girl just as a means to bring somebody here where he could get his hands on him.
Harkins innocent? That's how much you know. She knew all about me. The same things that McGuff knew. She'd been blackmailing me for years. Hey, Vance. Vance, tell me. I gotta know something. Where did I make my mistake?
You were too good a newspaper man, Gregory. Too good a newspaper man, but not too good a murderer. Well, Ellen, any questions?
Just one, Vance. What pointed to Mr. Abbott, or Gregory, as the murderer?
I'll tell you. When Myrna Harkins wrote the story of Lillian White's alleged inheritance, she spelled McGuff M-C-G-U-F-F.
Yes.
Her editor, who'd sent her on the story in the first place, knew the correct spelling was M-C-G-O-U-G-H. So he changed her copy accordingly.
Oh, I get it. And actually, he'd have no way of knowing the right spelling unless he knew McGuff.
Correct. He had to change the story to be sure it came to the attention of the right McGuff. Quite simple, isn't it?
It always is after you explain it. Vance, you're so wonderful. You solved this one, and it was a pretty tough package.
Well, let's not discuss packages, Ellen. Let's understand only that this is the end of the Bulletin murder case.
It fits beautifully, Mrs. Wentworth. Perhaps a little sleeve alteration,
Oh,
but...
Miss Collins, could I see you a moment, please?
Of course, Miss Payne. Oh, excuse me, please, Mrs. Wentworth. I won't be long. You wanted to see me, Miss Payne?
Yes, I do. Would you please come into my office with me?
Of course. I just saw the sales figures for last week, Miss Payne. They're up from the same week last year and the year before.
Yes, I imagined they would be. The year before was the year you came with me, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. I'll be here 2 years this month.
Yes, that's what I thought. Come in, Clay.
Thank you.
You may sit down if you like.
Thank you.
Now then, you were saying something about sales figures, Claire. About the fact that they're up.
Yes, and I imagine profits are up accordingly.
How much would they be up if you hadn't been stealing from the shop?
Miss Payne.
Now, let's stop the pretense. I know all about your declaring yourself in on the profits, Claire.
Well,
The only thing I don't know is how you're going to pay back what you've stolen. According to these records, the amount is $12,465.
I needed the money, Miss Payne, and I had to have it. I'll pay you back.
Will you? Then there isn't any more to be said, is there? $12,465 by Saturday of this week. That is all, Claire.
Saturday of this week, but I couldn't
If
possibly...
I don't have the money by Saturday, I shall turn the entire matter over to the police. You have until Saturday, Claire.
I have until Saturday to get the money. That isn't very long, is it? But perhaps it does give me time enough to find another way out.
Please come in any time, Mrs. Jameson. I'm sure we'll have something that you'll like. Goodbye. Come.
Hello, Edith.
Sidney, what do you want here?
A job in the store, Edith. I need a job pretty bad.
How the mighty have fallen. What do you think you could do around here?
Anything. Anything at all. Stock clerk, maybe? Shipping room? Anything you wanted me to do.
You know, Sidney, if I ever needed any assurance of my success, your being here, asking for a job, would do the trick.
What about the job, Edith?
You'd better get used to calling me Miss Payne. You remember my last name, don't you?
I remember everything about you. How you came to my shop, this same shop 5 years ago, and asked me for a job. And how I gave it to you.
Yes, you did. As a stock clerk. $12 a week. With a chance for advancement.
You certainly advanced. And quickly. Before I knew it, I was depending on you for everything. And then one day I found you had control of my business.
That won't happen again, Sidney. The other way around, I mean. All right, you start as a stock clerk for $12 a week. And no chance for advancement. Want the job?
Edith!
Nobody can say I don't remember my friends. Oh, excuse me, friend. Miss Payne speaking.
This is Tom Henderson, Miss Payne.
Oh, yes, Mr. Henderson.
I own the Paris Import Dress Shop on Fifth Avenue.
I know. What can I do for you?
I'll tell you what you can do. You can stop sending those snoopers of yours over to my store to sketch my imports so you can make them up cheaper. That's what you can do.
So far as I've been able to find out, there are no copyrights on designs, Mr. Henderson. And besides, my designers just happen to think of the same models that you go to the expense of importing. Is that all?
No, it isn't all. My business has been cut in half. I'm on the verge of bankruptcy because of your unethical tactics. But you're going to have to stop, Miss Payne, or I'll find a way to stop you. That is all.
Very excitable man. Now, where were we, Sidney?
You were offering me a job at $12 a week. The same job under the same circumstances that I offered you 5 years ago.
Not exactly the same circumstances, Sidney. You see, I was smarter than you are. And I still am. You want a job. You've got it. Now, go on, get out and tell the bookkeeper. Only leave me alone right now. I have troubles.
Have you, Edith? I mean, Miss Payne. I don't doubt it. You can't push little people around without having worries. Yes, my dear. One little person can see to it that you have one big trouble.
Taxi! Taxi!
Oh, good evening, Miss Payne.
Oh, it's you, Sidney. Through for the day so early? Get me a cab, will you?
All right, Edith. I mean, Miss Payne. But I think I'll have better luck down at the corner. It's only a short walk. Shall I try there?
Might as well. Oh, I'll go with you. Well, how did you like your first day in what was once your dress shop?
I didn't mind too much.
You shouldn't mind, you know. You asked for a job, and I gave you one. Incidentally, you forgot to thank me.
I have a lot of things to thank you for, Miss Payne.
Yes, well, I'd just as soon not hear about them. Well, here's the corner. What about a cab? Taxi! Are all the cabs taken?
In my present financial condition, cabs don't represent much of a problem to me. A popular corner we stopped on.
People waiting for the lights to change before they cross the street. Sidney, what about that cab?
There should be one along in a minute.
Well, somebody else had the same idea about taxi cabs in this corner, apparently. Look there in back of us. The rather tall man.
The one in the striped trousers and dark coat?
Yeah.
Who's he?
Tom Henderson. You should remember him. He's one of our competitors. Only right now he insists I'm putting him into bankruptcy by stealing his exclusive imports and copying them. Oh, silly fellow. Taxi! Oh, darn.
Plenty of empty trucks, but not too many empty cabs. Oh, wait here, Miss Payne. I think I see a cab pulling into the curb back there.
All right, but hurry, will you?
Somebody pushed her! Let me through! Oh. Look at her. Lying there dead. And I was with her only a moment ago. Poor Edith Payne.
Who is it?
Markham, Vance.
Well, come right into my private office, Markham.
You alone?
Yes, Miss Deering's out to lunch and my other secretary's on an errand, so I'm holding down the fort all by myself.
How are you, Vance?
Well, thank you. And my favorite district attorney?
All right, thanks. How busy are you at the moment, Vance?
Very. Unless there happens to be a murder my favorite district attorney wants investigated.
There happens to be a murder.
In that case, I'm completely at your service. Details, Markham. What are the details?
Well, Vance, a woman named Edith Payne owned a very successful dress shop.
Mm-hmm.
She was standing on the corner of 5th and Main waiting for a cab when suddenly she cried out. And an instant later, she was dead under the wheels of a truck.
Well, I follow that, Markham.
We got one break on the case, Vance. A newspaper photographer happened to be in the crowd. He heard her scream and managed to get a picture of her lying on the ground. Now, you can see the figures of the people who were in back of her, but not their faces.
The camera was pointed down at the ground, is that right?
Yes. Before I show you the print, Vance, I want to tell you what else we know of this case. Sergeant Heath made inquiries and found out that a man who admits being with Miss Payne, but claims he left her a moment before, once owned the shop, but was now working for her. His name is Sidney Taylor.
And he was with her at the corner.
Yes. Sergeant Heath uncovered another suspect for you, too. A man named Tom Henderson, who was being forced out of business by Miss Payne.
Oh?
Heath found out at the shop that he was intensely bitter about it. And, well, that's all I can tell you. Now is the picture of the body of Miss Payne in the crowd.
Doesn't seem to tell us much, does it? People are pretty hard to identify when their faces aren't shown. But it can be done.
It can? How?
Clothes, posture, some idiosyncrasy of dress peculiar to a particular individual.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it can be done, Markham, and in this case, I'd say it had better be done. What's this?
What's what?
This figure in the front row of the crowd.
The man wearing the double-breasted herringbone suit?
Yeah.
And what about him?
I don't know. But there's something peculiar about this suit. What's wrong with it, Markham?
I'm sure I don't know. It doesn't fit very well.
No, that isn't it. It's something else. May not be important, though. Markham, what kind of a man is this Tom Henderson?
Well, from what I've learned, very stately, well turned out, and his store had quite a society clientele.
Really? Then this conceivably might be his picture right here.
Where?
You see the cutaway trousers in the front row?
Oh, yes.
Henderson might well be wearing a cutaway in view of his ultra dress shop.
We can check that, of course. That herringbone suit still puzzle you, Vance?
Very much. Wish I could figure what was wrong with it. Well, Markham, I think we've spent enough time here. Let's go down to Miss Payne's dress shop and see what we can find out there. You say your name is Claire Collins, and you're the manager of this shop.
That's right, Mr. Vance. It was I who told Sergeant Heath about the trouble Miss Payne was having with Tom Henderson.
That's correct, Vance. She also informed me of the fact that Sidney Taylor, who used to own this shop, was with Miss Payne.
How did you know that, Miss Collins?
Well, I saw them leave together. I go in the opposite direction, but I saw them walk toward the corner together.
Well, that's logical enough. You may go if you like, Miss Collins. Only, please don't leave the store. You're an excellent source of information, and I'd like to keep you handy.
Glad to be of assistance, Mr. Vance.
Oh, just one moment, Miss Collins. Would you take a look at this picture, please?
Certainly. Well?
Do you recognize anyone in this picture besides Miss Payne, of course?
Well, how could I? There aren't any faces shown.
Oh, I didn't think you'd be able to pick anyone out, but there was always a chance. Miss Collins, there was no bad feeling between Miss Payne and you, was there?
Of course not.
Thank you. You may go now. I'll send for you if I want you.
All right, Mr. Vance. I'll be where I can be reached.
Well, Vance?
Attractive, isn't she?
Yes, very. I see you're looking at Miss Payne's daily calendar. Anything there?
Not yet. Just routine appointments, I'd say. What's this?
What's what?
On this page. Take a look, Markham. On the page reserved for Saturday of this week, there are these 4 letters. What do you make of them?
Well, they look like... Well, that first letter looks like a P. The second is definitely an I, and the last 2 are 2 C's. P-I-C-C. What does that spell or stand for?
I don't know. Yet. Oh, but that first letter isn't a P, Markham. The first stroke is curved, not up and down.
Well, perhaps it's code of some kind.
No, I think I know what it is now. I'll give you this much of a hint. The CC, those last 2 letters, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Which you rarely are.
Thank you. Stand for Claire Collins, the young lady who was just in here.
Oh? And the first 2?
They're shorthand symbols, Markham. Pittman shorthand. Transcribed, the notes under Saturday's date read, Last Day, Claire Collins.
This is District Attorney Markham. The herringbone murder case opened with the finding of the body of Edith Payne, dress shop owner. She had apparently been pushed under the wheels of a truck, and a newspaper photographer passing by had snapped a picture almost immediately after the accident. No one in the crowd that surrounded the body was identifiable. Later, at the dress shop, Philo Vance discovered a memorandum concerning the store manager, Claire Collins, left by the dead owner. Vance has appeared puzzled by a figure in the photograph, the figure of a man wearing a double-breasted suit. He hinted there was something wrong with it, and in an effort to find out what, I have gone to a photography studio.
Of course, Mr. Markham, you close the coat.
I'm sorry.
Never do I photograph a man in a double-breasted suit with the coat open.
Yes, yes.
Always it has to be buttoned.
Yes.
Please.
Of course, Mr. Roberti, of course. There. Now, remember, I don't want my face shown, just the suit.
No face? No face. 40 years I have been taking pictures. This I never heard of before, except perhaps if this is to be a fashion picture.
Oh, no, hardly.
Very well. You tell me what you want. I take the picture.
Thank you.
Hold still, please.
I'm sorry.
One moment and it will be all over.
That's fine, Mr. Roberti. I have a great deal to do, and the sooner I get this picture, the sooner I may be able to show my friend Philo Vance some results.
Yes?
Mr. Henderson, there's a gentleman in the outer office who wishes to see you. He says his name is Sidney Taylor.
Taylor, huh? Fine. Send him in, please. Sidney Taylor coming to see me. I wonder if...
Mr. Henderson?
Come in, Mr. Taylor. Sit down.
Thank you. You know me, Mr. Henderson?
I know about you. You once owned the dress shop Edith Payne was running.
That's right. I had no love for her, Mr. Henderson. I have no feeling of remorse now that she's gone.
Remorse? You mean you killed her?
Mr. Henderson, how much do you think the police would like to know that you were on the corner in back of us when Edith Payne was murdered?
If they knew that she was ruining my business, I imagine they would be very interested, if I were there.
Oh, you were there, all right. I saw you. Only I have no intention of telling that to the police.
No?
No. And this isn't blackmail or a threat of any kind, Mr. Henderson. I just would like a job in your store. I know the business very well, and I could be valuable.
It isn't blackmail, but you want a job, or you'll talk.
That's right.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor. If you'd come here an hour ago, I might have listened to your proposition.
An hour ago?
Yes. You see, Philo Vance was here. He seemed to know I was on that corner. Something he figured out from a picture. There's nothing you can do to me or for me, Mr. Taylor. I'm in this thing right up to my neck.
I just dropped into your office for a moment, Markham. I want another look at that photograph of the crowd at the death scene.
That double-breasted herringbone suit still has you stopped, Vance?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, Markham.
What about that mysterious memorandum you deciphered from Miss Payne's calendar? The one that read, Last Day, Claire Collins.
I'll get to that in due time.
Vance, I'm quite convinced that you know more about the solution of this case than you're admitting. Why the reticence?
I'm not holding back because I want to be secretive, Markham. It's true I have a definite idea as to who killed Miss Payne. But you're the district attorney, and you're liable to become prejudiced against the person who I think is guilty.
If you think he's guilty, Vance, I guarantee he is.
That's just what I meant. I'd rather wait until I had proof.
Just as you say. But I felt a little unhappy about that herringbone-suited figure. You mentioned there was something wrong with the suit, so I had a picture taken of myself to compare with it.
And you found that there was a difference in the way your suit was buttoned and the way the one in the group picture was buttoned.
You knew that, Vance?
I realized what was wrong with the herringbone suit after I left you, Markham. I'm sorry you went to the trouble of having a picture taken.
So am I now. Do you think that the herringbone suit is important, Vance? In the solving of this case, I mean.
Important, Markham? No, I wouldn't say it was important. I'd say it was vital.
Officer Philo Vance, private investigator. Miss Gorham speaking.
Miss Gorham, this is Mr. Vance. Is Miss Deering there?
No, she's not. She's doing some research at the library. Can I help?
Yes, you can, Miss Gorham. I'm going to give you the home addresses of two people, Sidney Taylor and Thomas Henderson. I want you to use some pretext or other and get into their homes. I want to know whether either of them owns a double-breasted herringbone suit.
I'll try to find out, sir.
Good.
Oh, give me the addresses, Mr. Vance, and I hope I find the herringbone suit for you.
Frankly, I hope you don't.
Oh?
You see, I'm going to see a man whom I don't know, who doesn't know me, but who I think can supply the ending to the herringbone murder case.
Yeah?
How do you do? My name is Vance. You don't know me.
No kidding. Of course I don't know you. And I let you in on something. That's okay with me.
Just one moment, please. I'm not selling anything.
That's good, because I'm not buying nothing. So suppose we start when you're knocking on the door, and this time I'll ignore it. So long.
Wait a moment. Just one moment. How would you like to make $50?
Oh, I see. You're not selling anything. You're the one that's buying.
That's right. $50 worth of the answer to one question.
Brother, this beats those radio quiz games. You got to work up to the big money question on them. Well, what is it?
Do you own a double-breasted herringbone suit, and did you let somebody else wear it yesterday?
That's really two questions, but I'll let it go on account of there's only one answer to both of them. The answer is yeah.
Thank you. Here's your money. You've earned it.
I have. Well, what do you know about that? Hey, call again, will you, Mr. Vance? Call again.
Where is Vance, Mr. Markham? I'm not used to standing on street corners
I'm
like
sorry,
this.
Miss Collins. Apparently, Mr. Vance has been delayed, but he'll be here, I'm certain. Why don't you join Mr. Taylor and Mr. Henderson? They don't seem to mind waiting.
Look, I don't care what they mind.
All I can tell you is that Mr. Vance asked that you, Taylor, and Henderson be here. Here comes a truck headed for this corner. I thought I left orders for no traffic to come through here.
Maybe the truck is getting restless, too.
That isn't the reason. Look who's riding with the driver. It's Vance. What happened, Vance? Couldn't you get a cab?
Hello, Markham. Miss Collins. Sorry I was delayed a bit. Well, I see you have Mr. Taylor and Mr. Henderson waiting.
Yes, Vance, I have. What's this outdoor meeting for?
Well, you should know by now, Markham.
You mean this is the payoff? You know who killed Edith Payne, and you're going to prove it.
Make that I hope to prove it, and you'll be right. Call our two friends over here, will you, Markham, please?
Of course, Vance. I'll go get them personally.
Oh, I hope you have a good reason for all of this, Vance.
I have, I assure you. Now, you all want to know why you were brought here, don't you?
Of course we do.
You're entitled to that information, Mr. Henderson. This is the corner where Miss Payne was pushed under the wheels of a truck. I know you were in the crowd, Mr. Henderson, so please stand where you were at the time.
Well, I'm not sure exactly where I was.
I am. I studied the photograph taken at the scene a dozen times. You were immediately in back of where Miss Payne had been standing. Right there, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, but what am I doing here, Vance?
You, Miss Collins?
Yes, me. I told you I wasn't here when Miss Payne was killed. I'd gone the other way, to the subway.
Yes, you did tell me that, didn't you? It must have slipped my mind. Mr. Taylor, you were right alongside of Miss Payne a moment before she was pushed, right?
Yes. I was standing right about here before I went for a cab.
Vance, what about our mysterious man in the double-breasted herringbone suit? Where does he fit in this?
I'll show you in a moment. I brought a double-breasted suit coat with me on the truck. Mac, would you hand me that coat, please?
Right.
Thanks. Now, Miss Collins, will you put this on over your dress and stand right about there?
All right, but I never heard anything so ridiculous in my life.
Perhaps not. Oh, button the coat, will you, Miss Collins?
Certainly. There. Now what?
Now, Miss Collins, I'm sure you won't give Mr. Markham any trouble when he takes you to headquarters. You see, you've just convinced me that you are the murderer of Edith Payne.
May I have this in very small pieces, please, Vance? The explanation of how you knew Claire Collins pushed Miss Payne to her death, I mean.
Certainly, Markham. First of all, you're entitled to know how I knew it was a woman.
I go along with that.
It was a herringbone suit, Markham. The double-breasted herringbone suit we saw in that picture. It was buttoned the wrong way.
Yes, I know. Buttoned from right to left.
A woman buttons everything that way, from a blouse to a topcoat.
And a man buttons everything from left to right. I'm beginning to understand your logic now. You were convinced that the herringbone wearer was a woman, and you wanted to know what a woman would be doing at the scene of a crime wearing a man's suit.
Right. She probably wore it so that if she had to skip in a hurry, witnesses would say a man was seen running away. She didn't have to run because apparently nobody saw her push Miss Payne.
But, Vance, any woman could have been wearing a man's suit. Why did it have to be Miss Collins?
Markham, where would a woman get a man's suit?
Rent it. Or buy it, I'd say.
Renting it would be dangerous. The suit wasn't new, so it wasn't bought. Of course, it could have been a second-hand suit that was purchased, but fortunately it wasn't.
Well, how was it gotten?
It was borrowed from a neighbor, just as I thought it would be. I went to Miss Collins' apartment house and questioned her neighbors until I found a man who'd loaned her his double-breasted suit. Then, when I rode up on the truck this afternoon, I had her put on a coat just to make sure she buttoned it as all women do, from right to left.
Yes, I understand now. Vance, do you know why Miss Collins killed Miss Payne?
No, I'll admit I don't know the motive.
Well, then, for a change, I can tell you something. It seems that Miss Payne had given her until Saturday to return the money she had stolen or be turned over to the police. She couldn't return the money, so she did away with Miss Payne and would have been in the clear if it weren't for you. A lot of people must hate you, Vance.
Most criminals do, I imagine. You're not included in that not-so-select group, are you, Markham?
Me? Oh, no, Vance. I'm on your side. I'm one of the many who want to see you operate and wind up mysteries, just as you wound up the herringbone murder case.
Okay, Pinky, climb down off her back and throw a blanket over her. How'd she do?
Well, she went a little slow in her turn, Mr. Burke, but she sure opened up plenty good when I got her into the stretch. Plenty good. She's a winner, this horse is.
Miss Murdoch will be glad to hear that.
I sure wish she was my horse, Mr. Burke. Sure wish she was. I sure wish I was riding her in a race, too.
Oh, you'll ride someday, Pinky. All jockeys have to be exercise boys to start. Well, take the filly over to her stall and rub her down, will you?
I sure will, Mr. Burke. Sure like this here horse. Come on, Princess. Come on, at it, girl. Gotta get you over to your stall and fix you up some nice, clean straw to sleep on. At least you can get some sleep.
What's so funny, Burke?
Oh, hello, Billy. Didn't hear you come into the stable.
Yeah, I don't make much noise. I'm so small you can hardly hear me.
Fact is, when I was in school, I had to keep yelling or I'd be marked absent. Nobody could see me. Well, why aren't you laughing at that?
It's not terribly funny.
Berg, sometime you're gonna learn that when a star jockey tells a gag, it's a good thing if a horse trainer laughs it up. Especially if the star jockey happens to be friendly with the trainer's boss, like I am with Miss Murdoch.
How long do you think you'd be friendly with Miss Murdoch if she knew as much about you as I do?
Oh, not long. Only there's a couple of ifs you want to remember. One of them is if she believed you, and the other one is if you had nerve enough to rat on me. Don't be the talking type, Berg. Open that mouth of yours out of turn sometime, pal, and I'm telling you now, I'll close it for you. Permanently.
Miss Murdoch will see you now, Mr. Burke. This way, please.
Thanks, Andrew.
She's in the library. Seemed a bit disturbed that you were calling, sir.
Most people are disturbed when you come over to tell them things for their own good.
I wouldn't know about that, sir. Please go in.
Thanks.
Very good, sir.
Miss Murdoch.
Well, what is it, Burke? What is it?
Oh, I thought perhaps you hadn't heard me come in.
The butler announced you, opened the door for you. I heard you say my name, and you thought I didn't know you were there.
You seem so occupied in that book, I
If
didn't...
the book were interesting, I wouldn't have seen you at all. Well, what is it?
Miss Murdoch, it's about Billy Alberts, your jockey.
What about him?
He isn't honest, Miss Murdoch. I know that for a fact. I thought perhaps you wouldn't want him riding for you if you knew about him.
Oh, you thought that, did you? Mr. Burke, what is it that you're paid to do?
Train your horses, breed them, run your training farm.
Not to question my judgment of people?
Well, hardly, Miss Murdoch. I never intended to do that. All I wanted to do was tell you something you didn't know.
What makes you think I didn't know? I'm a little surprised that you knew, but that isn't too difficult a situation to remedy. After all, you do work for me.
Yes, Miss Murdoch.
So you won't talk. Not as long as you're in my employ, you won't. And if you ever leave my employ, well, perhaps it might be arranged that you won't talk anyhow.
Pinky? Pinky? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Phil. How are you tonight, sir?
All right. You seen Burke?
I sure have. He's in his office. Looks like the moon fell down on him. You gonna go see him?
Yep.
Well, don't get in any mood like he's in. Been in it all day, too. Hey, as long as you're his assistant out here, maybe you could do some assisting in the trouble he's having. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea, huh?
Might not be at that. Hey, you're pretty dolled up for an exercise boy. Where you going, Pinky?
Out. Got me new suit, new tie, and the same old girl. I'm stepping out tonight, Mr. Phil.
Go ahead, Pinky. Only watch that step a little.
I sure will, Mr. Phil. I sure will. Tonight's the night. Yes, sir. Tonight's the night.
Come in.
Evening, boss.
Oh, hello, Phil. Come in.
Say, you've got the lows, Mr. Burke. What's wrong?
Nothing very much. Nothing you can help me with, I suppose. Well, what's on your mind, Phil?
I need some money, Mr. Burke. $1,000.
Who doesn't?
I need it bad, Mr. Burke. A couple of bets I made went haywire.
You've been betting on horses, Phil?
Well, I thought they were horses when I made bets on them. I haven't got $1,000, Mr. Burke. You got to lend it to me.
You know, Miss Murdoch has a rule about her employees betting on horses.
Oh, now look, I don't want to lecture. I want the money. You can get it and take it out of my pay. The Murdoch girl will give it to you if you ask for it.
If I ask for it, maybe she will. But I'm not going to. In fact, I don't know why I shouldn't tell her that you've disregarded her orders about betting.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Burke. That way, I'd never get the money I need, would I?
No, but that's your problem. I can't worry about you and me, Phil.
No, I guess you can't. But that being the case, Mr. Burke,
Maybe you'd better do some extra worrying about you.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice to have you drop in on me this evening.
Thank you, Vance. I got through at the office and thought I'd come in here after dinner. You know, this business of being a district attorney has many complications, Vance, and only a few compensations. One of them is you.
Well, very pretty compliment, Markham. Thank you very much. May I add to that speech that my profession of private investigating could very easily become a chore without the incentive of the cases you've called me in on?
Okay. We're even. And now to the purpose of my call.
Yes?
Could you take the evening off to go over to the club for a game of billiards?
I'd like to, Markham. I'd like to very much. Just give me a second to slip out of this robe and into a coat. Turn the radio on if you like.
I will. Oh, I've got a new 3-cushion shot to show you that's terrific, Vance.
Not fair. You've been practicing.
Very good, very good. And now for your last question, sir. What is the capital of the state of Maine? Now tell me quickly before a gust of wind comes into the studio.
What have you got there, Markham?
A quiz show, apparently.
No coaching, please. No help from the audience. Come on now, sir. The capital of the state of Maine. A gust of wind will come into the studio. Augusta! That's right, that's right!
Lots of fun, these quiz shows, Markham.
Yes, I enjoy them. Let's listen for a moment, Vance.
All right, now, everybody, we're ready for our next contestant. Your name, sir? Billy Alberts. Well, welcome to our game, Mr. Alberts. And what do you do for a living, may I ask? I'm a jockey for the Murdoch stables. Hell, you're a good man to know. I once knew a fella came to a betting window and he said, I want to bet $5 on this horse. And then the man said, on his nose, and the fella said, on his nose, on his back, on his tail, everywhere, so even if he comes in sideways, I win. Well, Mr. Alberts, you've selected a topic to talk about. Now let's have your slip. Popular songs, huh? Well, okay, here's your first question. Name 5 songs that Irving Berlin composed.
Always, Because I Love You.
That's 2.
Alexander's Ragtime Band, Remember, and Blue Skies.
That's 5. That's correct. In fact, that's wonderful.
Well, turn that off, will you please, Markham? I'll get the phone.
Sure, Vance.
Hello?
Mr. Vance, this is Sally Henderson, Mr. Markham's secretary. Is he there?
Why, yes, Miss Henderson, just a moment. For you, Markham, your secretary.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye billiards.
Here.
Thanks, Vance. Hello.
Mr. Markham, I'm glad you left word where you could be reached. Sergeant Heath of the homicide just called you. There's been a murder, and he thought you'd want to get there right away.
I most certainly do. Who was killed, Miss Henderson?
A man named Edward Burke. He was a horse trainer. Shot with a .45 automatic about 15 minutes ago at the Murdoch stables.
Thank you very much. I'm on the way. Goodbye, Miss Henderson.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Vance, we're on the way to a murder. Horse trainer named Edward Burke was killed.
Burke? He trains for the Murdoch stables, doesn't he?
That's right. Say, that jockey we just heard on the air was from the Murdoch stables, too. Quite a coincidence.
Yes, it is. Well, you were talking a while ago about a very difficult billiard shot. Apparently a murderer has called his shot, Markham. Perhaps we can call his hand.
Vance, the Murdoch stables where the body was found are miles from here. Why did you ask me to stop the car outside the Murdoch house?
Because Sergeant Heath is at the stables with the body, Markham. And he'll find anything there that I might find. I thought someone at the Murdoch house might give us something to work on. After all, the Murdochs own the stables.
I've learned better than to argue with you, Vance.
Don't ever stop, please. I'm not always as certain as I sound. We might find out absolutely nothing here.
We certainly won't if we don't get inside. I'll handle that detail. Oh, I hope you have your calling card ready, Vance. Miss Carol Murdoch is very social.
You mean she's very rich? Markham, some of the richest people I know are antisocial.
Yes, sir.
District Attorney Markham and Mr. Philo Vance to see Miss Carol Murdoch.
Miss Murdoch is not at home. Would you care to come in and wait?
Vance?
We would.
Very good, gentlemen. Oh, you might wait in the library if you like. Right this way. Oh, there's someone else in the library, a Mr. Billy Alberts. He works for Miss Murdoch.
Billy Alberts, the radio star?
He's a jockey, sir.
I know, but he was on the air tonight. How does it happen he's here?
And he telephoned after the program, and I informed him of Mr. Burke's death. He came in only a few moments ago to wait for Miss Murdoch.
I see. And where is she?
I'm sorry, sir. That I do not know. She'll return presently, I imagine. She always has. Make yourselves at home right through that door there.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, young man. You're Billy Alberts?
Yes, I'm Alberts.
I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, the private dick?
I suppose you could call me that. I'm glad to have an opportunity of speaking to you, Mr. Alberts. You undoubtedly knew Mr. Burke.
Sure, he trained horses for Miss Murdoch.
Any idea who might have killed him?
Search me. He had an assistant who had ambitions. A guy named Phil Dexter.
Phil Dexter, eh?
Yeah.
Must remember to talk to him. Anybody else?
Well, nobody I know of. I could have a lot of guys saw at him that I wouldn't know, though.
That's entirely reasonable, I'd say.
Mr. Alberts, we understand that Edward Burke was killed at about 9:10 tonight. We know you were on the radio shortly after that time. In fact, we heard you.
Hey, was I good?
Very.
Huh.
Tell me, how long had you been in the radio studio?
Well, let's see now. The show went on the air at 9. They picked us contestants out of the studio audience at about 8:30. I must have got there about 8:15, I guess.
And Burke was killed an hour later while you were still in the studio, eh?
Sure, that's
Mr.
right.
Alberts, I'd like to...
Hands off me. I can walk. Take them off me.
Hey, that's Carol's voice. Some guy's with her. Maybe the murderer.
Come on, Vance.
I'm with you, Markham.
There's no use arguing, miss. I'm staying
That's
right
a cop
with
with
you.
Miss Murdoch. Listen, you...
Now, wait a minute. I'll handle this, Alberts. Good evening, officer. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. And how are you this evening?
Well, how are you this evening? You in a minute. Mr. Markham, this officer of yours has been pushing me around, and I won't stand for it. I'm Carol Murdoch.
Now, take it easy, Miss Murdoch. What's wrong, officer?
Well, I picked this young lady up about an hour and a half ago, Mr. Markham. She was speeding, going like a bat, headed for this place. For a half hour, she wouldn't tell me who she was. Then, when we finally get to headquarters, she tells me her name is Carol Murdoch.
Well, that's who she is. She is Carol Murdoch.
Shut up, Sonny. I'm talking to Mr. Markham.
Yep.
So, Mr. Markham, I asked to see her license, and she says she hasn't got any. Then, when I want to take her in again, she said she left it at home. So, here we are.
I see. What time did you pick her up, officer?
Oh, I should say about 9:20.
And the murder was committed at about 9:10, eh, Markham?
So we've been informed.
Look, I know all about the murder. I heard it firsthand over the police radio. I know one of my men was killed. But that doesn't give this cop any license to treat me like a criminal.
Driving without a license is against the law, Miss Murdoch. Officer, where did you pick her up?
Just a short distance from her own stable, sir.
And you heard about this murder from the police radio, Miss Murdoch?
Yes, of course I did. Ask this big lug here. He heard it with me.
That's right, sir.
Oh, I don't doubt that you heard about it over the police radio, Miss Murdoch. I was just wondering if it was news to you when you did hear it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Murdoch murder case began when Edward Burke, trainer for the Murdoch stables, owned by Carol Murdoch, was found dead. Vance has questioned Billy Alberts, a jockey who was on a quiz program at the time of the murder, and also questioned Carol Murdoch, who was caught by a motorcycle policeman coming from the murder scene at about the time of the murder. Still to be interviewed by him is Phil Dexter, assistant to the dead man. But I understand Vance is taking care of that detail right now in the Murdoch home. We have been at the house
I'd tell you more if I knew any more, Mr. Vance, but I don't. Honest, I don't. Let me go, Mr. Vance. Let me go.
I'm not stopping you from leaving, Mr. Dexter. The police might, but I won't.
But you've been asking me the questions, Mr. Vance. If you said to let me go, they'd let me go.
They might, but they'd only pick you up again. Why don't you tell me what you know of this case, and then you'll be clear of it once and for all.
All I know is what I told you. The last time I saw Mr. Burke, he was worried about something. He'd just been to the house here, he told me, and he was worrying. Don't ask me about what I don't know.
Tell me all about the last time you saw him alive in detail.
Okay. I was walking toward the stable when I saw Pinky.
Pinky?
Pinky's an exercise boy. It was about 6:30, and I asked Pinky if he knew where Mr. Burke was, and he said sure, in his office. And I said so long to Pinky, and I went in.
Where was Pinky going, do you know?
No. Yes, I do know. He was all dolled up in a new suit, and he said he had a big date in town. He was pretty happy about something.
I see. And then you spoke to Burke and found out that he was worried.
Well, that's what he told me, anyhow, but he didn't say about what.
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, come on in, Markham.
Thank you. There's a phone call for me, and I didn't want to take it out in the hall. More privacy in here.
I thought you'd released our jockey suspect, Mr. Billy Alberts.
Well, I did. I sent him home about an hour ago, Vance. But Miss Carol Murdoch is still in the house, and I just don't want to be overheard in case this is important.
I see. Mr. Dexter, you may leave. Only be somewhere that I can reach you in case I have to, will you please?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Vance. I'll be at home.
Well, Markham, go right ahead. The coast is clear and the phone is yours.
Thank you, Vance. I can take that call now. Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Miss Henderson.
Yes, Miss Henderson.
The homicide department called with some information I thought you'd like to have. Hope I didn't disturb you.
Go right ahead, Sally. Oh, just a minute. Can you hear this, Vance?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Sally.
A body has just been found about 10 miles from where you are now.
Yes?
It was shot in the head by a .45 automatic and tossed out of a car, the police believe.
I see. Any identification?
Positive identification, Mr. Markham. It was an exercise jockey employed by the Murdoch stables. His name was Pinky Rice.
Uh-huh.
That's all the information that was given me.
Fine. Thank you, Miss Henderson.
You're welcome, sir. Goodbye.
Well, a second murder, eh, Markham?
Yes, and connected with the Murdoch family and its stables. Well, this certainly complicates things, doesn't it?
On the contrary, Markham, I'd say it simplifies things quite a bit. In fact, I'd say it points pretty directly to the murderer.
Billy?
Is that you, Carol?
Yes, where are you?
Right here. I've been waiting for you over the side of the road where I wouldn't be seen.
Well, all right, I'm here. What's all the mystery? Why did you call and ask me to meet you here?
Take it easy. I thought you'd like to know what I think about the murder of your trainer, Burke. And of Pinky, the exercise boy.
Oh, so that's what it is, hmm?
Mm-hmm.
What's there to talk about that you couldn't say on the phone?
Oh, I had no reason for privacy. I thought maybe you might want it, though. You see, I know you had a battle with Burke. Your butler told me.
I pay him for services rendered. Apparently you did, too.
That's right. As I understand it, you threatened Burke.
You want to know why I did? To protect you, you fool. He knew something about you.
Did you kill him to protect me, too?
No. That's not saying I might not have if I thought it would stop him from talking, though. You see, that's the way I feel about you, Billy.
Yeah, you've been trying to convince me of that for quite some time now. You'd get tired of me, though.
Probably. I got tired of everything else in my life. But what has that to do with what you called me about?
Oh, everything. Now, take me. I'm a good jockey. I make good money. In a couple of years, I'm a little too old to ride. I don't make such good money. Carol, how much is it worth if the police don't know about your threats to Burke?
You're not that low.
I wouldn't be so sure.
You can't prove I killed Burke.
Oh, maybe not. But according to the cop who picked you up, you were near enough to the stables to have done it.
Billy. Where were you when Burke was killed?
Me? I was on the radio being a genius. I was practically talking on the air when Burke got his.
And when Pinky was killed? Where were you then?
Home. Kid, there's no heat on me. Now, let's get back to the important reason for this little meeting. How much is your life worth?
Quite a bit, Billy. In fact, I value it a whole lot higher than I do yours.
Is everybody in the next room, Markham?
Everybody you asked for, Vance. Billy Alberts, the jockey, Carol Murdoch, and the young man who found Burke's body, Phil Dexter.
Good. We'll go in a moment. I'm pretty sure one of those three is our murderer, Markham.
Well, if you are, I am too.
I think, of course, that Pinky, the exercise boy, was killed by the same person that murdered Burke. The connection may not be terribly apparent to you at the moment, but I imagine it will be shortly.
All I can say is I hope you're right, Vance.
All I can say is I hope your hope comes true. Well, come on, let's go in.
There you are.
I'm sorry to have kept the three of you here so long, but it couldn't be helped. And I promise that two of you will be able to leave this room very shortly.
Mr. Vance, I found somebody who saw me away from the Murdoch stables at the time Mr. Burke was shot. You see, that's why I wanted you to let me out, so I could find somebody.
That's very convenient, Mr. Dexter. Did you find someone to alibi for you, Miss Murdoch?
I don't need any alibi, Mr. Vance. I didn't do anything, and you can't prove that I did.
That's right, I can't, as yet. Mr. Alberts?
You don't want anything to do with me, Vance. I was on the radio when Burke was killed, and I was home when Pinky got knocked off.
That's quite according to what I've been led to understand. Well, I don't want to appear overly dramatic, but one of you three killed 2 men. I have some questions I want to ask each of you. Answer I don't know if you don't know. That will be all right. Mr. Dexter?
Yes?
2 questions for you. 1, how many shots in a .45 automatic?
I don't know.
Who wrote the song, Memory Lane?
What are you trying to do, Vance? Trick me into saying something? I don't know how that can mean anything. All I know is I don't know.
Singularly devoid of information, isn't he, Vance?
Perhaps he told us more than he realizes, Markham. Miss Murdoch, your questions. Where on an automatic pistol is the safety catch?
Near the thumb. It can be released by the thumb.
Thank you. Your other question. Victor Herbert was a great composer. Who wrote most of the lyrics of his operettas?
I haven't the slightest idea of who wrote the lyrics, of why you're asking these stupid questions, or who killed the 2 men that worked for me.
All I can do is assure you that I have.
You think because I know about automatics
Please,
that
Miss Murdoch, don't try to tell me what I think. Mr. Alberts.
Yeah, what?
It's question time for you. Who wrote the popular song of some time ago titled Remember?
I don't know. Jerome Kern, Cole Porter, one of those characters. How do I know?
Your second question. How is a clip fed into a .45 automatic?
I don't... why lie about it? It's fed through the bottom of the grip. Everybody who's ever seen a movie knows that. Any more questions?
No, I think not. Markham, did those questions mean anything to you?
No, Vance. As a matter of fact, they didn't. And I haven't the slightest idea of what the answers proved.
No? Well, then I'll tell you. They told me that Billy Alberts killed Burke and Pinky.
Oh, no, you don't, Vance.
Wait.
I don't know if you're bluffing or guessing or if you really know something. But I'm not taking any chances. You're not saddling me with any murder rap. Not when I got 2 legs and this gun to get me out.
Well, thank you, Miss Murdoch. I'm afraid the vase you hit him with is pretty well shattered, though.
What if it is? You just see to it that Billy Alberts gets put in jail, all in one piece.
I'm waiting, Vance.
I'm not playing games, Markham. I just wanted to finish these notes. That's all there. Now, what is it you're waiting for?
An explanation, of course, as to how you knew it was Billy Alberts who killed Burke and Pinky. All I knew was that Alberts was on the radio when Burke was killed.
Well, that wasn't Alberts at all. It was Pinky, establishing an alibi for Billy Alberts. That's the reason Alberts had to kill him, to avoid any possible future blackmail.
You knew that?
Of course. Remember when we heard that quiz program together? The master of ceremonies asked the contestant, who was supposed to be Billy Alberts, to name 5 songs by Irving Berlin.
Yes, and he named them.
One of the songs was titled Remember. Remember?
Yes, and the contestant included it.
Right. But when I asked Billy Alberts who wrote the song Remember, he didn't know. He couldn't very well know one night and not the next, could he? No. Therefore, it wasn't he we heard on the quiz show. It was Pinky.
Yes, I know that's right, but how did Billy Alberts know that Pinky would be sure to get on the radio and give him an alibi? After all, contestants at radio shows are selected at random.
All Pinky had to do was bribe somebody who was supposed to be on the program, or in other words, buy that person's ticket. No problem there.
No, I can't argue against that either. You know, Vance, Miss Murdoch was very helpful to us. She told us why Alberts killed Burke, and she really hit the lad with that vase when he tried to break away, didn't she?
That she did. That little smack on the head was the end of Billy Alberts' escape plan.
And also, Vance, the end of the Murdoch murder case.
Greg?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's all the excitement about? Oh, it's you, Johnny.
That's right, Greg.
Of course you realize you woke me up. That's all right.
If it is, it's the only thing that's all right. Greg, I've got something to talk to you about.
Couldn't it wait until we're at the airport this afternoon? Seems to me you're my co-pilot on the Center City flight, aren't you?
That's right. Only I'm doing you a favor by not talking about this where anybody else can hear. I want you to keep away from Sue Gordon.
Oh, you do? Well, what do you know about that?
Now, don't kid about it, Greg. You're only giving her a run around and she's taking you seriously.
And you don't like your girl taking me seriously. Selfish, aren't you?
I wouldn't mind if she meant anything to you, but she's too nice a kid for you to be
Look,
taking...
Johnny, I'll see Sue, and she'll see me. Just as often as we like. And there isn't a thing you can do to stop that. Understand? Not a thing.
Oh, no?
I don't like the way you said that.
Well, I've got something to say you're going to like even less. If you don't stop seeing Sue, a certain party is going to learn about you and that certain party's wife.
What certain party?
You want names?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll get them. The woman's name is Sylvia Crane.
Oh?
And her husband is Millard Crane.
How do you know about Sylvia and me?
I made it my business to find out. And I can make it my business to keep quiet about it, too. If you keep away from Sue.
We're going to be a very swell crew when we fly this afternoon, aren't we? My co-pilot is ready to cut my throat over the hostess on the ship.
Never mind about what happens when we get in the plane. What happens from now on is what I want to know.
I'll think it over, Johnny boy. I'll scram out of here while I take a shower and get dressed. I think we can make a deal about the Sylvia Crane situation.
Good enough. I don't want to hurt her. All I want to do is keep you from hurting Sue.
I know. You said that before. Goodbye, Johnny. I'll see you at the airport.
Yeah.
Seems to me that maybe Sylvia ought to know something about this. Yeah. Certainly think she should.
Shall I get it, Sylvia, dear?
Don't bother, darling. Go on with your packing. I'll take it. Hello?
Sylvia, this is Greg.
Oh, hello, Barbara.
I get it. Your husband's there. Okay, this won't take a second. Listen, we'll have to watch our step for a while. I'll explain why I want to see you.
Why, certainly, Barbara. Luncheon tomorrow at the Barton Room. I'll be there. Goodbye.
What did Barbara want, Sylvia?
Oh, luncheon tomorrow, Millard, that's all. I'll help you finish packing. You won't need more than one shirt, will you, Millard?
I think not, darling. I'll pack the other things I need myself.
I'm going to miss you, dear.
No, darling, I'll be back tonight. I'll get in the plane in an hour, be at Center City in 2. I'll be back before you know it. But I like the idea of you missing me. It's good for my ego.
If you knew how much I miss you, you'd never be able to get your hat on.
Ooh, that reminds me. One hat needed.
Oh.
In the closet there, please.
Sure. Hope you close the deal, darling.
It won't be any trouble.
I still don't see why you don't send one of your men. That's what they're for, isn't it? Here's your hat.
Thank you, dear. Yes, I have salesmen and good ones. But this is one thing I'm going to take care of myself. All by myself.
Hurry back, darling. And please take care of yourself.
Oh, I will, Sylvia. Don't worry about that. And I'm not only going to take care of myself, I'm going to take care of somebody else, too.
Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at gate 7. Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at gate 7.
Good afternoon, miss.
Hello.
Hope you have room for one more on this plane.
Certainly, sir. Just take any seat at all. I'm Sue Gordon. I'll be your hostess on this trip.
How do you do? My name is Crane.
Go right in, Mr. Crane. I think you'll find most of the other passengers already aboard. We're about to take off.
Yes, I see the pilot and co-pilot coming now. Thank you, Miss Gordon. I'll see you on the flight.
Righto, Mr. Crane. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, sweets. Customers all on board?
Practically a full house.
All over me, Sue?
Of course, Greg. How are you?
Leave her alone, Greg. I warned you about bothering Sue, didn't I? She's the only one who knows whether it's a bother or not, Johnny.
She knows. Believe me, she knows.
I like the way she said that. Come on, Johnny. Let's get this plane started.
Okay. I'll see you in a little bit, Sue.
Do that, Johnny, please.
Duck your head, low bridge.
Don't worry about me. You're going to have enough trouble looking out for yourself.
Come on in. Tell me all about it, lad. What's going to scare big bad me?
Skip it. Let's get the plane warmed up.
Thanks for telling me my business, but go ahead with the checking.
Left and right engine. Gas electric valve set.
Check.
Control tabs.
Set.
Mixture control.
Idle off.
Props.
Low pitch.
Gyros, altimeters.
Set.
Battery switch.
On.
Hold it.
Spring held, boy. Spring held.
Okay. Ignition switch.
On. Here we go with engine number 1. Burn like a kid. Engine number 2. Listen to that. Hand me that microphone, will you, Johnny? I'll get instructions from the control tower.
Yeah.
Thanks. Flight 22 to control tower. Pilot, Flight 22 to control tower. Engine missing badly. What do you want us to do? Over.
Control tower to Flight 22. Inform passengers there will be delay while we transfer them to another ship. Inform passengers they will be transferred and flight will be delayed 1 hour. That is all.
Oh, Johnny, my boy, cut the engines. And tell your girlfriend to relay that little information to the customers, will you? Tell them we're leaving in an hour.
Okay, Greg. Only I wouldn't be so sure that all of us were going to be leaving in an hour.
What I want to know is this, Miss Deering. Are you happy in your work?
In my work? Yes, Vance, I'm very happy. A job with the greatest private investigator in the country? Who wouldn't be happy?
You'll forgive me for momentarily reveling in that compliment and secondarily questioning the sincerity of it. Your face sort of belies that happiness.
You said you might call me last night, Vance. What happened? Did Markham call you about a murder?
No such good luck, Miss Deering. I haven't seen the district attorney in days. Seems that I became involved at dinner over a discussion concerning the merits of modern as against medieval architecture. Quite interesting.
So interesting that you forgot all about the fact that I was waiting for your call.
You didn't wait too long. You went to the movies, and not later than 9 o'clock.
Who told you?
Nobody. There's a single ticket stub from the Kingsway Theater in your bag. The date is on it, and your purse is open. The last feature at the Kingsway starts at 9 o'clock, so, you see?
Yes, I see all right. Vance, does anything ever escape you?
Of course, my dear, many things. Now, inasmuch as I have explained how I knew you didn't wait too long for me, am I excused for last night?
You were excused last night for last night, and you know it.
Hello there, you two.
Oh,
apparently I'm
hello,
interrupting something pleasant.
How are you?
Hiya, Markham. Welcome to our little city. I hope I know why you're here.
Yes, you do, Vance.
Who was it this time, my friend?
What puzzles me is that you don't know. You always seem to be able to anticipate everything. It was an airlines pilot, Vance, man named Gregory Allen. I was on my way to the airport and dropped by to pick you up.
I'm glad you did. What are the particulars, Markham?
Well, from what we've been able to gather so far, this Allen was kind of a ladies' man.
Oh?
He had a romance going with the airplane hostess, Sue Gordon, and this was resented by her boyfriend, his co-pilot, Johnny Taylor.
That sounds like a nice, happy crew. Remind me to travel by train hereafter.
Oh, that isn't all. The dead man also was going around with a woman named Sylvia Crane, and her husband was aboard the plane.
You're going a little too quickly for me, Markham. Was Mr. Gregory Allen killed in the plane?
No. It seems that when he was about to take off, one of the motors went bad, so everyone was to be switched to another plane. That would have meant a delay of about an hour. So Allen went into the pilot's room in the administration building, and that's where his body was found, in the pilot's room, with the lights out.
The murderer probably turned them out to delay the finding of the body. When did all this happen, Markham?
Not 15 minutes ago. I've had all the passengers held, although they're all quite anxious to get to their destinations.
Good. You had the co-pilot and the hostess held, too, I imagine.
Of course. Sergeant Heath is there now.
In that case, Markham, I might say that within a half hour we should be there, too. Good day, Miss Deering.
I have the co-pilot and the hostess outside, Vance, just as you asked. Are you ready to question them now?
Not at the moment, Markham. I want to look around at this murder room a bit.
Of course.
This room was built for tall men, Markham. The top shelf on that bookcase is out of the reach of an ordinary-sized man.
Pilots are generally tall, Vance, and only pilots were permitted in here.
Yes, I know. That light switch is back pretty far and very high on the wall. And even the easy chairs seem to be built to accommodate long-legged individuals.
No question about that. Tell me, Vance, how long do you want the passengers held? Some of them are complaining about being held up.
Well, I don't believe I'll have to see them all, Markham. Although I'll know better after I talk to the co-pilot. Ask him to come in, will you, please?
The hostess, too?
Might as well.
Right, Vance. The co-pilot's name is Johnny Taylor, and the hostess is Sue Gordon. I'll tell them to come in. Oh, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
Miss Gordon.
Yes?
Please come in here.
It's all right, dear. I'll handle everything.
Vance, this is Mr. Taylor and Miss Gordon. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
Miss Gordon, tell me something. Were you ever in this room before?
No, neither hostesses nor passengers are allowed in here, Mr. Vance. Only pilots.
That means that you've been here, Mr. Taylor.
That's right. Vance, you're wasting your time with us. We don't know anything about who killed Greg.
No? What makes you think I ought to believe that?
Because there's somebody being held outside who had a real reason for killing him, Millard Crane. Greg was fooling around with his wife.
Oh? Well, that's very interesting. Markham, would you ask Mr. Crane to be out in the hall in a moment, please?
Certainly. I'll get him there, Vance.
I understand the late Mr. Allen also liked you, Miss Gordon.
Yes, I believe he did.
But you are supposed to be Mr. Taylor's girlfriend.
She is my girl. The only reason I told you about Crane was so you'd know who your real suspect is.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You'd better stop, Mr. Taylor, because you're beginning to sound like my real suspect at the moment.
Oh, Vance, Millard Crane, the man you wanted to see, is right outside the door.
Good. Come on, Miss Gordon.
All right.
Mr. Taylor.
Right.
Thanks, Markham. Right this way, everybody.
Okay.
Mr. Crane, I want to see you.
And I want to see you, too, Vance. I understand it's because of you that we're being delayed.
The delay will only be temporary. Mr. Crane, I've just been told by Mr. Taylor here that your wife and the dead pilot were quite friendly.
You were told that, were you?
Yes.
Well, if they were friendly, Mr. Vance, I didn't know a thing about it.
I don't believe him.
You're the young man who told that to Mr. Vance, aren't you?
That's right. What about it?
You really ought to have proof before you make a remark
Don't talk
like
to
that.
me about
Hold it,
proof.
both of you. I was under the impression that I was conducting this investigation. Let me understand something. Are all three of you going on that flight to Center City?
I'm co-pilot on the plane and Sue's the hostess.
And I've got to get there on business.
Very well, then. Go ahead, all three of you. You're all free to go.
Come on, Sue, let's get out.
All right, Joe.
Vance, I don't think I understand why you let them all go. They were your principal suspects.
That's right. And they're all going to Center City. But they'll all be back. Markham, would you see what you can do about getting me a reservation on that plane?
You think you can find out something about this murder in Center City?
Possibly. Besides, I haven't been to Center City in almost a year.
This is District Attorney Markham. The flying murder case opened when Airlines pilot Greg Allen was stabbed in the pilot's room at the airport. Philo Vance's suspects include Sue Gordon, Airlines hostess, her boyfriend, co-pilot Johnny Taylor, and Millard Crane, whose wife was friendly with the dead man. Vance took a plane trip to Center City with all three suspects, but has returned to town where he is again in the airline's administration building, questioning Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon.
You see, Mr. Taylor and
Yes.
Miss Gordon,
Yes?
there isn't anything I can ask you that would help me. But I am quite certain that there is something that you can tell me that will be important.
I don't know who murdered Greg, Mr. Vance. If I did, I'd tell you. Believe me, I would.
At the moment, I'm not quite as anxious to have you tell me who murdered him as I am to have you supply me with some proof.
What does that mean, Vance?
It means I think I know who killed Mr. Allen. Now, where are you going, Miss Gordon? Stop!
Sue!
They can't make me talk. I won't let them. I'm going to get out of here.
Well,
She had nothing to do with the murder, Mr. Vance. She's just scared, that's all. Honest, that's all it is.
That might be the reason she left here so suddenly. It isn't terribly important, though. I can have Markham pick her up almost any time. Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
What can you tell me about Mr. Millard Crane?
I've told you about Greg and Crane's wife. What else could I tell you?
You might tell me that you saw Crane fooling with one of the motors on the plane that was originally scheduled to take him to Center City.
But I didn't. And besides, what would that prove?
It would prove that Crane wanted Flight 22 delayed so he could murder Greg Allen while the new plane was being readied.
That means you know that Crane killed Greg?
No, but I can understand how you might want me to think that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Look, Vance, maybe I was sore at the way Greg treated Sue. But I wouldn't murder him for that.
No. There have been murders for less reason, Johnny. In fact, this might be one of those murders.
You haven't told me anything about your trip to Center City, Millie, darling. Was it successful?
Very, Sylvia, dear. Very successful.
I'm glad.
There was a little delay at the airport before we got started, but that's all.
Delay? What sort of delay?
Oh, one of the engines on the plane went bad, and we had to wait around an hour.
Oh, well, that wasn't too bad, was it, dear?
No, but it seems that while we were waiting around, the pilot on the plane was murdered.
The pilot?
Yes. Didn't you read about it? Or hear it on the radio?
I've been out all afternoon shopping. What pilot was it, Millie?
Oh, dear, please, don't be so upset. Of course, it was too bad, but after all, he was a stranger. He was a stranger, wasn't he, Sylvia?
Who was it, Millie? What was his name?
The pilot's? Greg Allen.
Greg!
Oh. You knew him? How unfortunate. For him.
Millard, did you know I knew Greg Allen? Did you?
Maybe.
You did know it, Millard. You killed Greg.
Now, please, dear. You're hysterical.
Of course I'm hysterical. Greg did. You killed him. You killed him.
I wouldn't say I killed him. Philo Vance and the police have 3 suspects. Of course, I'm one of them. But the other 2, Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon, both have pretty good reasons for killing Greg.
I don't care how good their reasons were. They didn't kill him. You did.
Sylvia, dear. You were the principal motive if any of the 3 of us killed your friend Greg. And if, as you believe, I killed him, it would be only a self-preservation for me to kill you, too.
You wouldn't dare. I'll tell... Oh.
Yes, dear? You were saying?
Nothing. I'd better answer the door.
I think you'd better control yourself and wipe away those tears. Don't you? I'll be in the library.
Good evening, Mrs. Crane.
Why, yes.
Mrs. Crane, I'm Philo Vance. Is your husband at home?
Why, yes.
Would you please tell him I'm here?
All right,
Just one moment, Mrs. Crane.
Yes.
I notice you're upset. I hope not too upset to corroborate one fact.
What is that?
Were you and a man named Greg Allen friendly?
I'll tell Mr. Crane you're here.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane. And thank you for answering that question by not answering it.
Millard. Millard, dear.
Come in.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, dear, but Philo Vance is here, and he wants to speak to you.
Well, ask him to come in. I've nothing to hide.
Come in, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Sorry to have to drop in on you like this, but it was important.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Crane, you took a plane to Center City today. Why?
I had business there.
That's the only reason?
Of course.
Did you transact your business, Mr. Crane?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Why?
Nothing. Except that it's very strange where business is being transacted these days.
What do you mean?
Well, after you left the airport at Center City, I followed you.
Yes, I know.
You knew that, did you? Did you also know that I was in back of you when you went to a movie in Center City? Never forgive you for that, Crane. Bad picture.
So I went to a picture show in Center City. And unless that's illegal, Vance, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
It isn't illegal, and you may invite me to leave if you like, of course. But may I extend you an invitation, too? Would you meet me and District Attorney Markham at the airport in exactly 2 hours, please?
Bring in that airplane hostess, Miss Williams, and then come back here to take notes, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham. Miss Gordon, come in, please.
Very well.
Sit down, Miss Gordon. Yeah, that's better. Now then, I have a list of several questions I want to ask you. Miss Williams will take down your answers, so please remember to tell the truth.
What do you want to know, Mr. Markham? I've already told you why I ran away from Mr. Vance at the airport. I was afraid he'd have me arrested, and I didn't want to be arrested.
You're not arrested, Miss Gordon, merely held for questioning. If your answers are satisfactory, you may be released. Now, tell me, were you ever in the room where Greg Allen was found dead?
Never. That room was only for the pilots. Nobody else was allowed in. I told Mr. Vance that.
I just wanted it on the record, that's all. Now, another question. Did you hate Greg Allen because his intentions were not serious?
No, I didn't. I couldn't hate him.
I imagine Johnny Taylor knew that, too.
What's that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Mr. Markham, what's the reason for these questions? The real reason, I mean.
You want the truth, Miss Gordon?
Of course.
Well, then, ask Philo Vance. We're going to meet him at the airport now, and I have a hunch that this case might hang on your answers to these questions.
Oh, Markham.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Mr. Vance.
Well, I brought Miss Gordon to the administration building, just as you asked.
Thank you, Markham. And I've brought Mr. Johnny Taylor.
Sue, have they done anything to you?
Of course not, Johnny. Everything's going to be all right, believe me.
I invited Mr. Crane to be here, Markham. In fact, that should be the gentleman in question coming now.
And it is. Hello there, Mr. Crane.
Well, let's get this over with. I'm here. Somebody please tell me why.
I will, Mr. Crane. Now listen, everyone, please. We're standing at the door of the pilot's reading room. In this room, Greg Allen was stabbed to death.
Is that supposed to be news, Vance?
Hardly. For purposes of my own, I find it necessary to bring you all here. The lights in the pilot's reading room are off. I'm going to open the door leading to it now.
Now, this is beginning to be funny, Vance.
I wouldn't start laughing just yet if I were you, Miss Gordon. I ask you all to look into the room from this doorway.
That's a good trick if you can do it. The room's pitch black.
You can turn on the lights if you like, Mr. Crane.
All right. You want the lights on? There.
Thank you. Now, Johnny, would you go in and turn them off?
Sure. Is that all you want me to do? There.
Close the door, Markham, please.
Of course. Now what, Vance?
Now, Markham, I have proof to convict the murderer of Greg Allen. Markham, you can arrest Mr. Millard Crane. Ready, Miss Deering?
With eagerness, anticipation, and everything else a secretary's supposed to have.
No curiosity.
Oh, well, that's standard equipment with gals, Vance. You know that. By the way, I think I know how you knew Crane was guilty. But I don't know what proof you finally got.
Tell me first how I knew it was Crane.
Oh, well, I think I followed that. He had no reason to go to that airport in the first place, inasmuch as his business trip was a phony, which you found out by trailing him to a movie in Center City.
That's correct. And now you want to know about the proof.
Well, for the purposes of our records, yes.
Well, then, if that's the only reason, the explanation isn't important. After all, he has confessed, you know. And so has the mechanic he bribed to fix one of the engines on the plane Greg Allen was to fly.
Vance, you know I'm dying of curiosity.
That's different. In that case, listen. Who was allowed in the pilot's reading room?
You mean where Greg Allen was killed?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody but pilots, of course. Everybody kept insisting that all through this case.
That's right. But still, today, when we were out at the scene of the crime, and I asked Mr. Crane to please put on the lights, he walked into the dark room and, without a second's hesitation, snapped them on.
Which meant that he'd been there before.
Correct. The light switch was in an unusual position, way back on the wall. He'd been there to kill Allen, and after he killed him, he snapped off the lights to delay discovery of the body.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned on the lights for me, well, that was all the proof I needed.
Oh, this was an unusual case, Vance. The principal suspect turned out to be the killer.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing was awfully simple, though, wasn't it? Not that it isn't always after you explain it.
Thank you, Miss Deering. For that, you may have the rest of the day off.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, it's after 9 o'clock, but Thanks just the same. I think I'll go wash up, inasmuch as Mr. Millard Crane is all washed up, and so is the flying murder case.
Tell me, Roger, please. There must be something else you see in the crystal ball. I've never heard anything so wonderful as the things you've been able to see.
Patience, Miss Stone. Patience. Yes, there is something. Only this is not so pleasant.
Oh?
You wish to hear it?
Of course. I can't understand how you knew the things you've told me. It's incredible that you should know them, and I want to know what it is you see now.
Very well. Attend, if you please. Miss Stone, there is someone whom you trust. Someone very close to you. Someone who is violating that trust.
Dick Novus.
I think not. No, that is not the name. The initials are... P... Let me see... PG. The name is blurred, but it is coming through more clearly now. The name is Peter Golden.
What?
That is it. Peter Golden.
Mr. Golden? And he's cheating me? But he's my guardian. He has all my money. Tell me more, Roger. Please, more.
No, I cannot. There is nothing more now. Tomorrow, perhaps, but not now. I am sorry, Miss Stone. That is all.
Well, here's the $100 we agreed upon, Roger. I'll be here tomorrow, and thank you. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, then.
Good day, Miss Stone.
Come out, Mr. Novus, please.
It worked, didn't it, Roger? She believed what you told her.
As much as I told her.
You realize I've tried to tell her this myself, but she wouldn't listen.
I require no explanation as to why you see fit to give me information to be passed on to Miss Stone.
No, maybe not. But I just wanted to make sure my conscience was clear. You see, I work for Golden. He's been stealing from Miss Stone for months.
I am quite sure that is so.
Oh, there had to be some way for her to find out about this, Roger. I couldn't tell her, but if he keeps up his swindling, she'll be penniless.
Which would mean that you would be marrying a penniless young lady.
Yes, I suppose so, only, well, that isn't terribly important.
No?
No, I love Kay. I love her very much. And I'm greatly indebted to you for being the means whereby she knows about Golden.
At $100 a visit, it's no trouble, I assure you.
Thank you. Only suppose this doesn't work. Suppose Golden convinces Kay that he isn't cheating her. Then what?
What? Well, that might call for a visit from me to Mr. Golden. Only, Mr. Novus, that visit will cost a good deal more than $100. 'Cause, 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 'cause
Yes, who is it?
It's Dick Novus, Mr. Golden. You asked me to come to your office.
Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Golden.
Sit down, Novus. You know, one of the reasons I put your office at the other end of this floor is that you wouldn't get too close to me.
I don't think I understand.
You will. The point is that when I hired you, I didn't want you to know everything about my business. But apparently you found out regardless.
I still don't know what you mean, sir.
No?
No.
Well, you see, I just received a call from Miss Stone. She said a lot of things nobody would know about. Nobody but me, and apparently you.
I haven't told her a thing about your mishandling her money.
She found out some way, I guarantee that. She's not sure, mind you, just suspicious. Now, right now, your job is to keep Miss Stone's mind off my business, Dick. Make sure you do.
And what if I don't? What if I won't stand by and watch you swindling my fiancée?
You will. There are a few things about you that she might like to know. About where you spent the 5 years before you came to this city.
You know about that?
Certainly. And make no mistake about it. I'd tell her in a minute if you don't do things my way.
Why, you low, underhand
This
rat.
little gun makes up for the difference in our age and physical abilities, Novus.
It doesn't scare me. I've got to convince you that telling Kay about my past would be a very wrong thing for you to do. A very wrong thing.
Don't come any closer to me or I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Yeah, shoot, will you? I think not. I'll just take that gun away from you before you get into trouble with it. There.
You'll be sorry about this, Novus. Very sorry. You'll be the sorriest man alive. Just as long as you stay alive.
You are Philo Vance, the private investigator?
Yes, of course. Please sit down, Miss Stone.
Thank you.
And thank you for your promptness.
I imagine you're busy, Mr. Vance. I said on the telephone I'd be here at 3.
Yes, you did, and it's 3 now. So suppose you tell me why you think you need my services.
A very important reason, Mr. Vance. Do you know anything about me?
Only that you were left a sizable fortune when your father died, and that the money is being invested for you.
Supposed to be invested for me, you mean? Peter Golden is my guardian and the executor of the estate. He's been cheating me.
Really? How do you know?
A fortune teller told me. Oh, don't laugh, Mr. Vance. I know it sounds silly, but he had facts and amounts and dates. He's fantastically accurate.
He is, eh? Who is this great mystic?
His name is Raja Ramoy, and I went to see him today for the first time. If what he says is true, I'm practically penniless.
You believe what a fortune teller says, Miss Stone?
Implicitly. My fiancé, Dick Novus, recommended him. Dick works for Peter Golden in the Standard Building, but the Raja told me things even Dick couldn't know. Nobody could know. He's psychic, Mr. Vance. Terribly psychic.
If you're so sold on him, Miss Stone, I think you made a mistake coming to me. You see, I don't happen to believe in anyone being able to call on the spirits for information whenever he finds it convenient. Or, shall I say, profitable.
But, Mr. Vance...
I'm sorry, Miss Stone. I deal in facts, not fancies. My suggestion would be for you to allow this Rajah to settle your problems. I'm sorry I can't take your case.
All right, if that's the way...
Excuse me, please.
Of course.
Hello.
Hello, is Miss Kay Stone there?
Why, yes, she is. Just a moment, please. For you, Miss Stone.
Oh, that must be Dick. I left a note for him telling him where I'd be. Thank you, Mr. Vance. Hello?
Hello, Kay. I got your message to call this number. Where are you?
I'll explain later. You're at the office, Dick?
Yeah.
Where's Golden?
In his private office down the hall. Why? Where are you?
With a friend, Dick. I'd like him to talk to you. His name is Brown.
Okay, put him on.
Please, Mr. Vance.
But I don't have anything to say to you, Mr. Novus.
Well, please, Mr. Vance, just as a favor.
All right.
Thanks. Dick, here is Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Mr. Novus.
Hello, Novus.
Hello, Brown.
I really don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I've just told Miss Stone I can... Novus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. That shot came from Golden's private office down the hall. Hold the phone. I'm going to investigate.
What happened, Vance?
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to wait until Novus gets back.
Well, where did he go?
Down the hall to Golden's private office.
But he was talking to you on the phone.
That's right, but you see, there was a shot fired.
What?
Novus is sure it came from Golden's office. He's gone to find out.
A shot?
That's right.
What?
Impotent feeling, isn't it, Miss Stone, to have to stand here and hold the telephone while a murder might have been taking place?
You think that...
Hello, Brown?
Yes?
Brown, yeah. I've just come from Golden's office. He's lying face down on the floor, and there's a bullet wound in his head. I think I heard footsteps racing down the stairs, but I was afraid to follow whoever it was. What shall I do?
Leave everything just as it is. I'm sending Miss Stone to her home. You meet her there. I'll want to talk to both of you later. Right now, I'm going to call District Attorney Markham and invite him to a murder.
Well, Vance, we meet in strange surroundings, but in a familiar circumstance. Mr. Golden is quite dead, the medical examiner assures me.
I never doubted that, Markham. His private office is furnished rather well, don't you think?
Yes, in fine taste. And his murderer had the bad taste to leave us practically clueless, as usual.
Lack of obvious clues hasn't deterred us on other cases, Markham.
Hasn't deterred you mean? I'm just old-fashioned enough to want a lead to a killer.
So do I. Only it isn't necessary for it to be out in the open. For instance, Markham, this tells me a lot.
Vance, what in the world did you climb on that chair for?
I wanted to take a look at the wall. Closer look, that is. Very interesting.
A wall is interesting. Now, Vance,
It provided me with a possible clue, Markham.
How? It's an ordinary wall. There's a little accumulated dust or something up where you looked, but what's that?
That is the clue to our killer, Markham.
Oh, no.
Imagine the murderer would rather believe your remark than mine, but I'll stick with my theory for a while.
Don't think I'm not glad you're going to. Vance, who was this Golden fellow anyhow?
He was guardian for the money left to a girl named Kay Stone, for one thing, Markham. She was in my office when I owed to Mr. Novus, Miss Stone's fiancé.
Oh.
I took the liberty of sending Miss Stone to her home and of asking Mr. Novus to meet her there.
I don't see where that was such a liberty, Vance. Novus couldn't have been guilty if he was talking to you over the telephone when the shot was fired.
That doesn't seem possible, does it, Markham?
Of course not. There are some things, Vance, which even I am willing to bet can't be done.
That may be, but if I were you, my friend, I wouldn't say this was one of them.
There isn't anything we can do, Dick, except sit tight and wait for the police to get here to question us. You know why I introduced Philo Vance to you over the telephone as Mr. Brown.
Well, I understand why you did it, only it was a little ridiculous.
Well, maybe, in view of what followed. Oh, excuse me a second.
Well, certainly.
Hello?
Miss Stone?
Yes?
This is Roger Ramoy. I have something very important to tell you.
Well, not now.
Oh, but definitely now. It seems that I have done you quite a favor, and I don't want it to be wasted.
What do you mean?
Haven't you heard? Peter Golden is dead. Killed. It is important I see you.
I'll call you back.
Please do. I went to a great deal of trouble. I would rather it were not done for nothing. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who was that?
That fortune teller you took me to. He has something to tell me.
Okay, listen, that man's a fake.
What?
Everything he told you, I had told him. I wanted you to know about Golden. You don't have to see the Raja anymore. You don't have to go near him again.
I don't know, Dick. He seems to feel that I do. And somehow, so do I.
This is Miss Stone's home, Vance. Is this the place where our mystery comes to an end?
Perhaps. All I can do is hope.
There's one thing I don't understand, Vance.
Then you're lucky. There are a lot of things that I don't. One thing I do understand, however, is that this is a bell. And if we're going to get in to see Miss Stone and her fiancé, we ought to ring it. There.
Vance, I've never known you to be so mysterious before, so reluctant to tell me anything.
That could be for an excellent reason, Markham.
You mean you don't know anything about this case?
Well, let's say I don't know enough. Oh, Miss Stone, may we come in?
Hello, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you. This is District Attorney Markham.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Novus is in the library. You wanted to talk to him, Mr. Vance?
I most certainly do. And I wonder if you'd mind waiting out here in the hall with Mr. Markham.
I don't think I understand.
Neither do I, Miss Stone, but I imagine it might be a good thing for us to do.
Thank you, Markham. I won't be long.
All right, Vance. We'll be waiting.
In here, Miss Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. How do you do? I'm Philo Vance.
Yes, I imagined it would be you. What do you want with me, Vance?
A little cooperation, for one thing.
Well, now, let's talk straight. You're going to find I have a record that I served time in jail years ago. You know, I was down down the hall in my office when Golden was murdered. Now, what do you want with me?
You were down the hall, you say?
You know I was. I was talking to you over the telephone when we heard the shot. Kay told me you were Mr. Brown.
That's quite right. And now, inasmuch as you were on the telephone when the shot was fired, you want to know what I want with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's very simple, Mr. Novus. You see, 2 people are involved in the murder. You might very well be one of those 2.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Golden murder case opened with the finding of the murdered body of Peter Golden, executor for the estate of Kay Stone. Philo Vance has discovered that Golden was cheating Miss Stone, and that fact was known to Dick Novus, Golden's assistant and Miss Stone's fiancé. He has also found out that Miss Stone had been to a fortune teller named Rajah Ramoy before going to his office, and it was while she was in his office and Vance was talking on the telephone to Novus that a shot was heard, and Novus, investigating, found Golden murdered. Vance is of the opinion that 2 people are involved in the murder and has gone to see Rajah Ramoy, who, I have been told, at the moment has another visitor, Kay Stone. It should be...
Well, Rajah, what is it?
Miss Stone, my crystal ball shows
Let's
me...
forget that crystal ball stuff, Rajah.
Oh?
You said you had something to tell me about Peter Golden's death. I think I know what it is.
Very well. Then suppose you tell me.
You wanted to tell me you killed Golden and that you expect me to pay you. Who's that?
I don't know, but I shall find out. Come in.
It's Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stone.
Good
This,
evening.
I imagine, is the eminent Rajah Ramoy.
You are Philo Vance. What is it you want?
I understand you have a remarkable crystal ball, Rajah. I would like to see it.
See it? Of course you can see it, but it'll tell you nothing.
No, I don't suppose it will. Perhaps you'll tell me, Rajah. It seems that Miss Stone was in my office at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon when we heard a shot.
Yes?
Look in your crystal ball, Rajah. Or better still, perhaps you'd better have a more tangible witness. Because you see, very shortly, you're going to be called upon to say where you were at 3 o'clock yesterday. Markham.
If that's you, Vance, I'm in here in the murder room.
Right, Markham. You shouldn't be too difficult to find. And you're not. How are you?
As well as can be expected, and just about as perplexed. Vance, I've gone over this room with the proverbial fine-tooth comb, and I can't for the life of me see what you've made seem like a clue.
I'm prepared to tell you very shortly, my friend. Have you anything to tell me?
Not especially. Is the medical examiner's statement about the death of Mr. Golden. I don't believe it's terribly enlightening, though. Bullet entered the head, death instantaneous, that sort of thing.
Mind if I see it?
No, not at all. Here you are.
Hmm.
And what, may I ask, are you humming about?
Nothing important.
That's what I said. There's nothing terribly exciting in that information.
What would you call terribly exciting, Markham?
Well, for one thing, knowing who killed Peter Golden.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who killed Peter Golden, Markham. What I want to know is who fired the shot.
You and Miss Stone understand now why it is imperative I came here so we could have this chat, Mr. Novus.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so, Rajah.
What I suggest is very simple, is it not, Miss Stone?
Very.
Oh, it isn't so simple for the one of us who had nothing to do with the murder.
Let us not split hairs, Mr. Novus. Let me put it even more simply than I have done. You came to me originally to have me tell Miss Stone several things about Mr. Golden.
Well, that's right. But I've already told her I did that.
Yes.
Wait, please. You're too hasty, Mr. Novus. It is possible, of course, that Mr. Golden knew, as I know, that you are an ex-convict.
Oh, you dirty...
Never mind, Dick. I knew that. It didn't make any difference before. Don't see to it that it does now.
Go ahead, Rajah.
It's so simple. Philo Vance thinks one of us killed Golden. So far, I do not think he knows which one. That is, if one of us killed him. Personally, I have an alibi for my whereabouts at 3 o'clock the afternoon Mr. Golden was killed.
Well, so have I. I was on the phone talking to Vance.
And I was in his office.
Vance knows something which we do not know. Let us assume, then, that none of us 3 killed Mr. Golden. In view of that, let us keep what we know about each other and about him away from the police.
I already told Vance that Golden was cheating me.
That was not wise.
Why not? I had nothing to hide. No, Rajah, I want no part of your plan. I'm going to answer any question they ask
And
me.
that goes for me, too.
Well, that leaves me no alternative but to do the same. Unfortunately for one of you.
I'll answer that. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Miss Stone?
Yes? Who is this?
Philo Vance. May I invite you to a reading of Raja Ramoy's Crystal Ball?
What do you mean?
I mean that I would like you and your fiancé to be at the Raja studio in an hour.
Oh, Dick is here with me now. I'll tell him.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, I happen to know Raja Ramoy is there with you, too. Please tell him that he also is cordially invited to be at his place then. Draw the curtains, please, Markham. I want the room quite dark.
Right, Vance.
You're going to use my crystal ball, Vance? It works equally well in the light, believe me.
Perhaps it won't for amateurs like myself, Raja.
What do you expect to see in the crystal, Mr. Vance?
The murderer of Peter Golden.
Oh.
You see, Miss Stone, perhaps Golden did deserve to die for cheating you out of your money. But the decision to take life does not rest with any of us. Do you agree, Mr. Novus?
Forget about me, Vance. Go ahead with that foolishness.
Very well. Please, everyone, keep very quiet if you don't mind.
Of course, we certainly
Before I start this experiment, Raja Ramoy, do you have a gun?
Why, no.
No? It seems to me that at police headquarters this morning I saw a license issued to you giving you permission to possess a firearm.
Oh, that. Why, that's a blank cartridge pistol. I use it in my act when I appear on the stage. You are seated at my place at this table. There's a drawer right in front of you. The pistol is in there. But believe me, it is loaded with blanks.
We'll see. Yes, here it is. I'd like to fire it now.
Vance.
Not at anyone in particular, Markham, just at this wall.
Oh, thing's tight.
Yes, it shoots blanks all right, Vance. There's no bullet in the wall.
I wanted to be sure. Now for the experiment with the crystal ball. I see in it many things. Hatred for his employer for several reasons by Mr. Dick Novus.
Why should I hate him?
He knew about your past and he was cheating your fiancée. I also see in it a visit by the great Raja Ramoy to Mr. Golden's office. If I'm not mistaken, he was about to sell him some information.
What information, Mr.
You were
Vance?
going to ask him how much it would be worth if you did not tell Miss Stone all the details of his swindling.
I was?
I think so. And I think that inasmuch as you knew that what you were doing amounted to blackmail, you brought your gun, your blank cartridge gun, along with you.
Why would I do that?
Just in case Mr. Golden resented being blackmailed. You'd use the gun merely to threaten him if he seemed bent on throwing you out of his office.
That perhaps is so. But it means I did not kill him, doesn't it, Mr. Vance? After all, what I had was a blank cartridge pistol. You can't kill with that.
No, but you could fire the gun to create an alibi which you could explode any time you liked in the event the person you were alibying for refused to pay you.
I should never have allowed you to use my crystal ball, Vance. Apparently it works as well for you as it did for me. What else do you see in it?
I see a young lady named Kay Stone who could conceivably have gone temporarily insane when she found that the man she thought was a friend had made her penniless.
That means you think I killed him.
What I've tried to show was that all three of you had motives. Good motives.
We all have good alibis for the time he was shot, too, Vance. Don't forget that.
No. Pardon my correcting you, Mr. Novus. You all have alibis for 3 o'clock, the time the shot was heard. But Mr. Golden was killed before that blank cartridge gun was fired. And the name of his murderer...
Yes?
Yes, Vance, the name?
The name of his murderer is...
Tell us if you see it. Tell us.
Turn that last lamp out, Markham. I can read it more clearly.
Right.
Well, that's better. In absolute darkness, one light remains. The light in this crystal ball. And it tells me that the name of the killer of Peter Golden is... Kay Stone. Lights, Markham.
Right.
She got away, Vance. She got away.
Not very far, Mr. Novus. Apparently, my pretending to read the crystal ball was too close to home. But we have several policemen downstairs prepared to seize anyone fleeing from this room. No, she didn't get away. Believe me, she didn't. She didn't get away from us or with murder.
I, Kay Stone, of my own free will and volition, confessed to shooting Peter Golden in his office. I shot him and went directly to Philo Vance's office.
Have you taken that down, Mr. Pace?
Yes, I have, Mr. Markham.
You killed him because he stole that money from you, didn't you, Miss Stone?
That was the reason, Vance.
And you went to Vance's office so that you'd have an alibi, having been there when Vance heard the shot over the telephone.
No, I knew nothing about any shot. I went there to ask Vance to investigate Golden and my fiancé. I knew he'd find Golden dead, but would suspect Dick when he found out about his jail record.
How little she knew you, Vance. But what about this business of the shot you heard? Didn't she really know about that?
Quite possibly not, Markham. You see, what happened was this. Of course, I wasn't reading any crystal ball, but just as I said at the Rajah's house, the Rajah did go to see Golden, but he found him dead in his private office. Then he heard Dick Novus speaking on the telephone to Miss Stone and then to me, and he thought he'd give either one of them an alibi.
Either one of them?
Whichever one had killed Golden.
Oh.
You see, he didn't know which one at the time, but he figured that later on, one of them would be good for a little blackmailing. So he fired his blank cartridge gun into the wall while Novus was on the phone.
But how did you know that?
That smudge on the wall. The one I investigated the first time we went up to Golden's office, Markham?
Yes.
That told me a blank cartridge gun had been fired and had left powder marks on the wall. Well, I had to build the rest of this case from that.
You built it too well, Vance. Too well to suit me.
It had to be you, Miss Stone. You told me you left a note for Mr. Novus, and that was the reason he was telephoning you at my office. If you left a note, you had to have been at his office. If you were at his office, it is very conceivable that you killed Golden.
Well, that's what happened, all right. I did go up there. And when I saw his smug face looking at me, laughing at me after he cheated me out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, I fired. And that was the end of him.
No question about that, Miss Stone. And Markham.
Yes?
There's no question about the fact either that this is the end of the Golden murder case.
That'll be $4.20, lady.
Here you are, driver. Please keep the change.
Thanks, lady.
You're quite welcome, I'm sure.
Grace! Oh, Grace!
David! What in the world are you doing here at this hour?
Rather early, isn't it? You see, I have an appointment to interview your husband for my magazine this morning. Where did you come from?
Oh, I've been away for a few days. My train just got in a little while ago, and I took a cab from the station.
Really, darling? The fare from the station is about $2. Didn't the driver say $4.20?
Did he, David? He must have come the long way. Come on to the house.
Oh, I'm supposed to meet your husband out by the pool. He's going to demonstrate some tricks on trout fishing, which our readers will positively drool over.
Well, that magazine of yours gives you a good living, David. I wouldn't belittle it if I were you. Come on, I'll walk to the pool with you.
Well, if it gave me a good enough living, you'd be married to me.
Instead of Morton?
Instead of J. Morton Zachary.
You think it's his money I married?
It certainly wasn't because you were in love with those specimens of deep-sea fishing which are mounted in his den. Or with the fact that he was perhaps the leading authority on the use of wet coachman flies for trout fishing?
You're quite sure I would have married you if you'd had Jonathan's money?
Reasonably. You know, Grace, I don't think I'll ever change about you. I think I've loved you from the first moment I saw you.
Thank you. Well, here's the pool. You know, it's a sort of symbol of this whole place, all white and large. David!
I see it, Grace. There's a body floating in the middle of the pool. Come on.
It's Jonathan!
Look what's lying on the edge of the pool. A fishing rod. A trout fishing rod.
And the hook is attached to Jonathan. David, do something.
I can't very well, Grace. There's nothing anybody can do for him. Now.
Did you get him, Chief? Did you?
I don't think so. Maybe winged him, but he got away through that window.
Casey'll pick him up downstairs. I put him under the fire escape.
If I remember Casey, it's more likely the killer got him. Well, Morrison, we almost had our hands on him. Almost caught the phantom killer. Now, let's go downstairs and either grab our killer or revive Casey.
Pretty corny, isn't it, Vance?
I don't know, Ellen. Plays like this are relaxing.
That they are. They practically put me to sleep. Oh, Vance, look, that usher seems to be looking for somebody, and you left word at the box office where you'd be sitting.
Boy, are you looking for Philo Vance? Yes, sir. There's an important phone call in the office. It's District Attorney Markham.
Markham? Ellen, will you excuse me a moment, please?
A moment? I might as well say goodnight right now. If it's Markham, it's a murder. And if it's a murder, I know I won't see you until morning.
All right now. I want you men to go over every inch of the grounds. Somebody got in here early this morning and murdered Mr. Zachary and left some kind of a clue before he scrammed. Okay, now go out and find something for me.
Rather excellent performance, Sergeant Heath. Resourceful homicide detective orders his men to bring him a clue. What do you expect they'll find?
Nothing, D.A. Absolutely nothing. But I can't have him hanging around here at the pool either, can I? Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Sergeant. District Attorney Markham and I just had a look at the late J. Morton Zachary. Pretty ugly knife he had in his chest.
Any knife in any chest ain't pretty, Vance. Well, all I know so far is his wife and that magazine editor, David Douglas, found him.
What about that fishing rod that was on the edge of the pool with the hook in Zachary's clothing?
Yes, please, Heath, something about that. A prominent fisherman found dead in a pool with a rod and reel as accessories before the fact. Rod, reel, and hook, complete with coachman fly as bait. Intriguing.
I don't know about it being intriguing. All I know is I'm working on my day off. Well, the hook was attached to him, all right, and the rod lying on the edge of the pool. Why, I don't know. Or who killed him, I don't know.
Glad you came, Vance.
Certainly, Markham. I admire mystery plays. Ellen and I were seeing one when you phoned me. But I'm more partial to unusual real-life murder cases.
No, I gotta go to work. Hey, Morgan. Here? Get in that overgrown bathhouse and see what you can find.
These articles on the ground here, the ones in the sergeant's handkerchief. I imagine they were found on the dead man.
So I understand. A handkerchief, wallet with nothing unusual in it, and these keys. Oh, funny thing about these keys, Vance.
Wonderful example of colonial architecture, Markham. The house, I mean, and beautifully kept grounds.
Vance, I was saying there's a funny thing about these keys.
Yes, I know. One of them doesn't open any lock belonging to Zachary. Do you know there's a definite resemblance between colonial
Now, wait a
and
minute,
southern...
Vance. How could you possibly know that about that key?
It's true, isn't it?
Yes, it is true. Heath tried every one of them. Each one is for some different door or Zachary's office or car. But that shiny one in the middle, that's the one that opens nothing. Only how did you know?
Because it's the shiny one, Markham. Either it's a new key to an old lock, or it fits some door that was just constructed. Neither of which is very likely. Or it doesn't belong to any of Zachary's locks. Where's Mrs. Zachary, Markham?
In the house. Sergeant Heath asked her to hold herself available for questioning.
He wasn't thinking of my questioning, I don't suppose, but I'm grateful just the same. If you don't mind, Markham, I think I'll join the lady. 3 days, Mrs. Zachary. Came home this morning. Took a cab from the station, found Mr. Douglas here on your arrival, and the two of you discovered your husband's body?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Vance.
How long had Mr. Douglas been here?
I don't know. He said he'd just arrived.
Then it's possible that he might have killed your husband.
Oh, no. Not David. He couldn't do anything so brutal.
Oh, it's David, is it? Know him pretty well, Mrs. Zachary?
Yes. Yes, I know him quite well. I was engaged to him once.
Well, that's quite interesting. What time did you arrive here this morning?
About 9 o'clock. 9:15, maybe.
What time did your train get in?
At 8:50.
Well, it's about a 20-minute cab run from the station. That would bring you here at about 9:15, as you said. Mrs. Zachary, you inherit all your husband's estate?
Yes, I suppose so.
It will be considerable, judging from this house. Was he retired?
No. He was the head of a number of corporations, something to do with the manufacture of rayon. You can find out all about that at his office.
I'm not particularly interested at the moment, Mrs. Zachary. Where can I find David Douglas?
If you've come to arrest me, Vance, arrest me. Only don't just sit there staring at me.
I'm not a police officer, Mr. Douglas. All I want to know is, did you kill Zachary?
No, I didn't kill him. I told you I had just driven up to his house a moment before Mrs. Zachary arrived. I was there, standing there, when she got out of the cab. I paid the driver.
How much did she pay the driver?
She gave him a bill, a $5 bill. Told him to keep the change.
That's quite a sizable tip. I rode out to the house from the station, and the meter only read $2.
What's the difference how big a tip it was? Besides, the fare wasn't $2. It was $4 something. I heard that. Get through with me, Mr. Vance. Please get through with me.
You're awfully nervous, Mr. Douglas. I won't be too long now. Oh, incidentally, I know that you were once engaged to Mrs. Zachary.
Yes, I was. Vance, listen, I know the police let me go, but that they're watching me, waiting for me to make a false move and daring me to make one. I can't stand this anymore. I can't, I tell you. I'm going to...
If you kill yourself, Douglas, it's practically a confession that you murdered Zachary. Do you want that?
Oh, no, I don't want that. I don't know what I do want, but it's not that. Here. Take the gun, Vance. Take it and go away. Please go away. Please leave me alone.
Thank you very much, sir. Goodbye.
Well, Ellen?
Well, Vance, you were right in your hunch. The railroad information just told me that there is no 8:50 train that Mrs. Zachary could have taken. There was a 7:50, though.
So she arrived at her house an hour before she said she did. And she gave the cab driver $5 for a $2 run. Well, let's see now. She could have arrived at her home about 8, killed her husband, had the cab driver wait, then drive her around a while and back to the house in time to meet Douglas.
Oh, got yourself a prospect, Vance?
3 prospects. Mrs. Zachary, David Douglas, and a certain Hastings.
What, may I ask, are Hastings?
They're people.
Oh.
And this particular one is George Hastings, assistant to the late Mr. Zachary.
Have you seen him yet?
No, I tried to, but he sent out word that he was too busy. I think I have an idea how to talk to him, though. It seems important to find out just what Zachary's rayon business means.
Well, when you get that certain look on your face, you mean business yourself.
A little bit higher, Frankie. Up around the shoulders. That's better.
Nothing like a massage to keep you fit, is there?
There certainly isn't. Oh, waiting for Frankie to get finished with me?
Yes, but there's no hurry.
Always said I would know what I'd do if I couldn't run over to the gym a couple of times a week to get a workout and a rub down. Oh, I haven't seen you in here before.
It's my first visit.
Well, you'll like it here. Okay, Frankie. You can hold it up. I'll just lie here and relax a minute.
You can think better when your body's in top condition, I've always thought.
Oh, you sure can. And I've got to be able to think. Think fast. I'm in rayons. Hastings, the name.
How do you do, sir? I'm Robert Williams. Rayons, did you say?
Right. Read about that fellow named Zachary who was murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was his assistant. I'm taking over the firm now.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes. That murder ruined the biggest merger ever attempted. Secret merger. Zachary representing the East and a fellow named William Bartlett the West. Wow. What that would have done to the industry. We'd have monopolized it.
Had to keep it secret. Didn't want anyone to know.
It doesn't matter now anymore, I gather.
Nope. The deal was dead when Mr. Zachary got killed.
Really? Mr. Hastings, I'm not Robert Williams, as I said. My name is Philo Vance.
Oh, I see.
I tried to make an appointment with you, but you wouldn't see me. So I followed you here to the gymnasium.
You did? What for?
To find out what you might know about Mr. Zachary's death. It seems to me that you know a great deal about Mr. Zachary's business.
Why shouldn't I know about it? Mr. Zachary never did anything without my help.
No, Mr. Hastings? Not even die?
I'm glad you came with me to pick up this David Douglas, D.A. I like having you along on cases when Vance isn't along with you.
I don't know why that is, Heath. Vance never objected to you.
Why should he object? I never outsmarted him, did I? This is the Douglas apartment right here. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure he did it, D.A. Just found out he was engaged to Mrs. Zachary before she married her husband in that rod and reel business. That'd be right up his alley. Come on, open up in there. Open up.
Oh, that shot came from Douglas' apartment. Break down the door, Heath. Here, I'll help you.
All right.
Once more, and I think we've got it, Heath.
All right. They're in, D.A. Oh, they're a little late. Look at him. Still holding the gun, too.
Yeah, look around the apartment, Heath. And while you're at it, you might look around for another suspect who had as good a motive and opportunity to kill Mr. Zachary as the late David Douglas. This is District Attorney Markham. The coachman murder case opened when millionaire sportsman J. Morton Zachary was found dead in his swimming pool, a fishing knife in his heart, and a rod and reel and hook complete with coachman fly attached to him. Philo Vance has been to see both Zachary's widow and a Mr. Hastings, who has taken over the murdered man's business interests, and who told Vance of an impending merger between Zachary and one William Bartlett, whom Zachary had never met. One of our men, Sergeant Heath, has just reported that Mrs. Zachary, who has not been detained by the police, has just had a visitor. This information has led us to...
Miss Zachary, I'm sure sorry I never got to know your husband. From what you say, he sure was a grand man.
He was. He was, Mr. Bartlett, the finest. It was nice of you to come down, especially since you'd never met either of us.
You had to come, ma'am. Was going to be your husband's partner.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, shucks, ma'am. Nobody knew about it except him and me. We was going to have our first meeting up at my place, a meeting set up for today, and get real organized. Sure was a shame. Well, now, ma'am, if there's anything I can do...
This is terribly rude of me, I know, but may I please come in?
Mr. Vance.
I apologize deeply for this intrusion. I did knock on the door, but nobody answered, and the door was open.
Mr. Vance, this is Mr. Bartlett.
How do you do?
Hi, son. Glad to meet you. I wished it was under different conditions, but I'm glad to meet you. I was just going in case you got something to talk to Miss Zachary private, like.
I'd like to talk to you, if you don't mind, Mr. Bartlett.
Me, son? About what?
About that merger you and Mr. Zachary were planning.
Well, how'd you hear about that?
I didn't even know about it until just now, Mr. Vance.
A private investigator makes it his business to find out things that people in general don't know. In this case, it wasn't very difficult.
Well, son, what do you want to know about the merger?
Oh, I guess just why you were merging and some of the details.
Well, why? Because we've been cutting each other's throats, Zachary and me, for years. One way to stop being competitors was to become partners. But we never did get to meet on account of, well, asking your pardon, ma'am, on account of what happened here yesterday.
You'd never met Zachary, eh, Bartlett? I wanted to be sure of that.
Nope, never. Now I'll be going. Please call on me, Miss Zachary, if there's anything I can do for you.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Mr. Vance. Nice to have made your acquaintance.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. It was nice meeting you. Now, Mrs. Zachary, I think it's time you and I had a little understanding. According to what I've found out, you arrived here yesterday morning a little after 8 o'clock, not 9:15 as you said.
You found that out?
Yes. I also found the cab driver who took you out here from the station. He said he drove you here twice. Once about 8, then he waited for you, drove you around a while, and then back, at which time you met Dave Douglas here.
Well?
I want to know why the double cab trip, and why you told me your train arrived at 8:50.
Very well. I told you that because I didn't want to be suspected. I did get here earlier. I went into the house. I looked out, and I saw Jonathan's body in the pool. And all I thought about was to get away so fast and as soon as possible. The cab was waiting, so I got in. I rode to town, and then I came back out here again.
I believe that David Douglas thought you killed your husband, Mrs. Zachary, and committed suicide in the belief that he was taking suspicion from you. He must have loved you very much.
He always said he did. But taking his own life was so unnecessary. I didn't kill Jonathan. I tell you I did.
Perhaps you didn't. Perhaps the explanation of who did lies in that shiny key, the fishing rod, the reel, and the hook we found attached to your husband's clothes. We'll see, Mrs. Zachary. We'll see. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to call Mr. Markham and have him invite some people to a meeting at your swimming pool. Please, everyone, may I have your attention?
Want me to keep him quiet, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath, thank you just the same. Now, we are in what I imagine was a combination bathing cabin and trophy room. Is that what it was used for, Mrs. Zachary?
Yes, Mr. Vance, that's right.
All of you can see that there is fishing equipment, mounted fish, and fishing knives in this room. And that one of the fishing knives is missing from the box on my right. That is the state's Exhibit A. It's the knife that killed Mr. Zachary.
Vance, must you go into all the terrible details?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hastings. Now, you'll notice that there's a door leading from this cabin to the pool. It's only a few short steps.
Mr. Vance, I sort of wish you'd stop wasting time and get down to cases.
I will, Mr. Bartlett, all in good time. Now, it is my theory that Mr. Zachary and his murderer met out here early on the morning of the murder. There was a quarrel, and in the heat of anger, the murderer seized a knife from this box and stabbed Mr. Zachary.
Stop that, Mr. Vance, stop it.
Vance, stop. Mrs. Zachary is fainting.
Somebody run into the kitchen and get a glass of water for Miss Zachary.
Thanks.
The kitchen's right in there.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bartlett, but it won't be necessary. Thank you just the same.
I apologize again to you, Mrs. Zachary. I'm sorry, but I must continue. The murderer stabbed Zachary. He staggered back, as I'm doing now, and through this door. Well, please follow me, all of you.
Yes, we will.
That's fine. Thank you. Zachary staggered through this door. Teetered a moment at the edge of the pool, like this, and then fell in.
Vance! Vance! Look at him. He's floating face down out to the center of the pool. Vance!
I'm all right, Ellen. Don't worry.
Oh, dear.
Give me a hand, will you, Markham? Right here, old boy. Thanks.
Oh. What in the world did you do that for, Vance?
Because I already know who killed Jonathan Zachary. And now I know the reason for that fishing rod and reel. You can go now, everybody. Thank you for coming here. And the murderer, well, I want to thank him for giving himself away.
Well, Vance, we're here. You said to drive you here, and I did. Now tell me what this place is.
It's the place, Sergeant Heath, that's going to give me the proof of who murdered Mr. Zachary. It's a hunting lodge.
Look, you said after you fell in the pool that you knew who did it.
I still know, but I need proof. You brought the key, Sergeant?
The shiny one we found in Zachary's pocket? Sure. Only what makes you think it's going to open a door you never saw before?
I'm the positive type. Come on, let's try it. Come on, Heath, if you want to watch.
I'm coming, Vance. Okay, there's the front door. Go ahead.
One key, one little lock, one little turn.
Having trouble, Vance?
It doesn't seem to fit. Can't understand this. Wait a minute. This lock is brand new.
So?
So maybe it's been changed since the murder. Heath, drive me to the nearest town so I can find the nearest locksmith. I refuse to admit a little luck can make me so very wrong.
Yes, sir. He did put a new lock on that front door. Did it yesterday. Why'd you want to know?
Why? Well, I can't tell you, but I can tell you this, that I am completely indebted to you. Please accept this $5.
Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Tell you what, I'll give you the lock I took off that door. Got it right here someplace.
Well, that'll be very nice. Thank you very much. I assure you, I'll never forget you for this. And I'm equally certain a certain Mr. William Bartlett will never forgive you for it.
Now, look, Bartlett, it's 4 hours since we've held you here at headquarters. We've told you how we know you killed Zachary. Now, you tell us why you did it.
I don't see why the why is bothering you so much, Sergeant Heath.
Bothering me? Of course it's bothering me. We know you got down to Zachary's early on the morning you murdered him.
You do, eh?
Sure. And after you stabbed him and the body fell into the pool, you remembered that the key to your hunting lodge was in Zachary's clothes. So you grabbed the rod and reel. It was only a trout fishing rod, but you figured it'd be strong enough, and you threw the line out toward the body.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. The hook caught on Zachary's clothes. You started to reel in the line when you heard Mrs. Zachary arrive, so you dropped everything and ran.
Why would I go through all that procedure, Sergeant Heath, just to get back a key? Why shouldn't Mr. Zachary have a key to my hunting lodge?
Because, according to your own story, you were never supposed to even have known him. That's why. And that key tied you up to the corpse, but good. That little description I gave you just now, that's the way it happened, wasn't it?
Who saw me?
I can't tell you that. Why did you kill him, Bartlett?
He tried to trick me with a framed contract. I wasn't to be a partner, just an employee. We fought about it, and that's how it happened. He had the key to my hunting lodge because we had to have a secret place to meet before anybody in the industry thought we even knew each other. I had to get the key back, just like you said. Heath, tell me, who was it saw me? Mrs. Zachary?
Tell you the truth, Bartlett, nobody saw you.
Nobody? But they must have. You knew the whole story. If nobody saw me, how'd you know?
I didn't know. Philo Vance knew. But how he knew? Well, you can search me.
Vance, please, can we play 20 questions?
Do you need 20, Ellen?
I'm not sure yet. Let me start with 1. How did you know it was Bartlett?
Well, Bartlett said he'd never met Zachary. Yet he knew where the kitchen of the Zachary house was. Remember his telling Heath where to get a glass of water when Mrs. Zachary almost fainted?
Yes, but did that prove that he murdered her husband?
No, but it made it obvious that he and the murdered man had been meeting here. And if they had been meeting here, it might be that they'd met at Bartlett's lodge. It might still further be that the shiny key Zachary had was the key to the front door of the lodge. It was, even though Bartlett tried to throw me off with a new lock.
And that's all the proof you needed? Well, I helped a little. I stayed away when you went to Bartlett's lodge, didn't I?
Yes, you did. You know, someday, Ellen, our little enterprise here will be reading Vance and Deering, private investigators. I can see it just as plain.
Now, I can see something even plainer than that. I can see that we're at the end of the Coachman murder case.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to show in my brief lecture just how factual are the case histories on applied psychology contained in my newest book. Are there any questions?
Oh,
Mr. Merry.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Merry, if, as you say, the subconscious is the stronger of our two minds, why doesn't it dominate us most of the time?
A very good question. In my opinion, the subconscious is held in check by a controlling band. A band that keeps it under the conscious mind. Were it possible to remove that controlling influence, I am of the opinion that the subconscious would dominate our motivations. Well, if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed I have a phone call in my office. Should any of you care to speak to me there, I assure you I shall be delighted. Thank you very much. Hello? This is Mr. Merry speaking.
Mr. Merry, this is George Haworth. I represent the Justine Literary Club. Would it be possible for you to speak to our members next Thursday?
Next Thursday? Yes. Well, I intended to return to the coast.
Oh?
But I think I might be able to postpone my departure. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Will you write me a letter, Mr. Haworth, merely confirming our appointment?
Oh, I'll be very glad to. Thank you, Mr. Merry.
Not at all. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, it's you. I thought I saw you in my audience. I hardly expected the pleasure of a personal visit. Come in. I hope you've come to tell me that you've forgotten the past. How would the French say it? Un de ces choses? One of those things? I'm glad you came to see me. I've been wanting to Why are you staring at me like that? Why don't you say something? What do you want? Oh, no. No! No!
No. I think yes.
Vance? Mr. Vance, I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I could contribute to your ego, Miss Deering, by saying that you're quite disturbing to me. But I won't. At least, not during business hours.
I'm not disturbing during business hours, or you won't say it during business hours?
A combination of both, Miss Deering. You know, I believe I've reached the epitome of success as a private investigator. I'm so private that I haven't had an interesting or unusual client in a week.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
It doesn't bother me at all. You know, I rather like the ambition that gets me down to my office and the circumstances that do not force me to work when I get here. It guarantees my character and places no strain whatsoever on my mentality.
Would it be too much for me to ask you to guarantee your character in your own office? After all, it's only through that door, and I have some typing to do.
Do I distract you, Miss Deering?
Well, I could contribute to your ego, Mr. Vance, by saying that you're quite distracting. So I will. You're quite distracting. Now let me get to work.
Miss Deering.
Yes?
Take a letter, please.
A letter? Okay, I take L for let me finish what I'm doing. Now, let me see. Take a look at the glass panel in the door. You will not be at ease much longer, oh serene sir. I seem to see a female profile.
And I seem to hear a female knock. Come in.
Mr. Vance here.
I'm Philo Vance. May I help you?
Oh, yes, if you only will, Mr. Vance. Is there someplace we can talk alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I only work here.
Come into my office if you like. It's just through this door here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Won't you have a seat?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance, I'm Alice Barkley. And I've come to you because you're the only one who can help me, if anyone can.
I assure you I'll try. Just give me an idea as to what you'd like me to do.
I don't know. I don't know what anyone can do, Mr. Vance. I've just shot and killed a man.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong office, Miss Barkley. You want the police, or perhaps that's vice versa.
Oh, but you don't understand. I can't remember anything that happened to me, except that 2 hours ago I was standing over a man who'd been shot in the heart, and I had a gun in my hand, and the gun was still warm from being fired.
You can't remember anything before that?
Well, I went to a lecture on applied psychology this afternoon with friends. The lecturer was Joseph Mary. You've heard of him, of course. He's written books.
Oh, yes.
All I remember was that after the lecture, I was standing over his body, and he was dead.
What did you do with the gun?
And I have it here. I put it in my purse and ran. It was only then that I realized I didn't know where I was running to. And so I walked and walked, and then I came here. But I can't remember anything else.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Miss Barkley. But I'm pretty convinced that you'll be facing a murder charge unless you suddenly start remembering something.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, how do you think your husband looks in his new tuxedo? Pretty nifty, eh?
Please. Please, darling, I'd like to lie down for a while.
What's the trouble, Joan? Come home rather late from the lecture and you're all upset.
Here,
wait, sit down for a minute.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll get you a glass of water. Here, let me have your hat and your handbag.
I'm so sorry. I guess I don't know what's come over me.
Joan, your handbag's terribly heavy. What's in it?
Well, you might as well look.
Joan, it's my gun.
Yes.
What were you doing with my gun? And one of the bullets has been fired. Joan!
Please, darling, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
All I know is that I had to take it to the lecture. Don't ask me why. And I shot a man with it.
You what?
I shot Joseph Mary.
The district attorney will see you now, Sergeant Heath. Go right in.
Thanks, Mary. Oh, how's his humor today?
Very good, I'd say. And don't change it, will you?
I'll try not to. Hi, Mr. Markham.
Hello, Heath. What do I owe the honor of the homicide department's call?
This, D.A. You've always been griping about the cases I hand you. There's always something missing, you always say, right?
Go ahead.
This time I got one for you on a silver platter. Man named Joe Mary was killed in his office this afternoon. This afternoon, mind you. He was shot. There was a gun lying next to his body. We traced the gun, found its owner, and I'm holding her. Name is Frances Adams. How's that?
Sounds like good work, Heath. Just a moment. Yes?
Mr. Philo Vance is here, Mr. Markham.
Vance. Well, show him in, by all means.
Oh, so your friend is here, eh, D.A.? Well, I'm glad. He'll find out that the police don't need him on every case.
Hello, Markham, and Sergeant Heath.
How are you, Vance?
Vance.
How have you been, Heath? Or haven't you made up your mind yet?
I feel fine, Mr. Vance. Wonderful, in fact, and you?
You'll have to forgive the sergeant today, Vance. He feels rather good. He's wrapped up a murder case by himself.
Really? What one is that?
The Joe Mary murder. Girl named Frances Adams shot him.
Is that so? Well, I came up here to tell Markham that a girl named Alice Barkley came to my office a little while ago, and she was under the impression that she killed Joe Mary.
Huh?
Had the gun she did it with, too. Here it is.
Well, Sergeant Heath, this rather complicates things, doesn't it?
Any time your friend Vance arrives, there's complications, D.A. My advice is...
We'll have to wait for your advice, Sergeant. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yes, of course. Would you bring her right down, please? Thank you. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now, I was saying that my
We're going
advice...
to still have to wait for that, Sergeant. You see, you've arrested a girl for killing Joe Mary. Vance here has a young lady who says she killed him. And that phone call was from a man named Anderson. He says his wife shot and killed Mary, and he's bringing her down here right away. How long does it take that medical examiner to check a body, Sergeant Heath? He's been working on Joe Mary's body for an hour.
Our friend the sergeant doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Markham.
Sure, I'm in a hurry, Vance. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry? When the doc tells us what bullet killed Mary, I'll know which of the 3 guns I have fired that bullet. I'll know whose gun it is, and I'll know which one of the 3 girls killed him.
I guess Sergeant Heath has something there, Vance.
Maybe. But I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that. Well, here comes the doctor. We'll know in a second.
Hey, Doc. What kind of a bullet was it that knocked off Mary?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, gentlemen? Doc, we're in a hurry. What kind of a bullet did you find in Mary?
Patience, Sergeant. Patience is a virtue.
All right, so I'm not virtuous. What did you find? We want to know which one of 3 different gals to hold for this murder.
I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you that, Sergeant. There were 3 bullets.
3 bullets?
Yes, 3 bullets in Mr. Mary's heart. 3 bullets from 3 different guns, I'd say.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
The sergeant said, huh. That means he's bewildered.
Yes, and he isn't the only one who is.
Bewildered? Oh, I'm supposed to be bewildered, huh? Well, I'm not. All right, so there were 3 different bullets fired into our friend, Mr. Mary. Doc, which one was fired first? Whoever fired that shot is the murderer.
That's probably correct, Sergeant, only the 3 bullets were fired within a very short time of each other. I'm afraid there's no way I or anyone else could tell which one was fired first.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I'm inclined to think it can. I had a feeling this wouldn't be so simple. Sergeant, may I make a suggestion?
Somebody better suggest something.
We have 3 suspects and 3 guns. I think the first thing we ought to do is find out if those 3 guns fired the bullets that the doctor found in Joe Mary's body. Which way to the ballistics department, Sergeant? Well, you have quite a good eye, Sergeant. You hit the bale of cotton without any trouble.
I got trouble, all right, but it's not because of the way I shoot. Okay, Daniels, get that bullet out and check it with the 3rd one we took out of Joe Mary's body.
Right.
Now, Vance, what do you think we'll find?
The same thing we found in the case of the other 2 guns we checked. That each fired 1 bullet into Mary.
You know something? I wouldn't mind that. Look, this Barclay gal who came to see you, we know her gun fired one of the bullets, right, D.A.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. The Anderson gal whose husband phoned us, we know her gun fired one of them. The Adams woman that I picked up, this is her gun we just tested now. Why, this case is a snap. All 3 of them were in on it. They're all murderers.
I doubt that, Heath. In fact, even if it were right, you could never put all 3 of them on trial.
No, why not?
Vance is right, Heath. Only one of those women is a murderer, the first one that fired the first bullet into Mary. She killed him. Supposing the other 2 did fire their guns into his body. If he were already dead, what crime did they commit?
See what I meant, Heath?
We don't know and can never find out which was the first bullet that killed him. Of course, we got to hold all 3 of those women. We've got to. Vance, do me a favor. Say that you're a little confused by all of this, too.
All right, Heath, if it'll give you any satisfaction. I'm confused.
Okay, you solved the Canary murder case and the Green murder case, and only last week the Eagle murder case. The DA keeps reminding me that I didn't, but you did. Well, I'd like to see you solve this one.
I'd be glad to wind up this case for you, Sergeant. Very glad. And I'd gladly close it for you if only knew where to start.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mary murder case has everyone concerned, including Philo Vance, completely baffled. Joe Mary was murdered. 3 bullets were found in his heart, bullets belonging to guns owned by Alice Barclay, Joan Anderson, and Francis Adams. All admit they brought those guns to Mary's lecture, but can't tell why. At Vance's request, all 3 women were brought into a detention room at headquarters, and I understand Vance is on his way.
Well, somebody say something. It's no good for the 3 of us to just sit here and stare at each other.
What is there to say, Alice? We don't know where to begin. Francis, the police are going to find out that you were once married to Joe Mary. Why don't you tell them?
And make myself their number 1 suspect. You can't mean that, Joan. And while we're on the subject, you and Alice ran around with him at college, didn't you? Why don't you tell the police that?
Don't try to make it look like we killed him, Francis. Don't you do it. I warn you, I may know more about this than I'm saying.
That sounds like a threat.
Well, does it? How does this sound? I think you killed Joe Mary.
You even intimate that again, and you'll be the sorriest girl alive.
Joan, are we going to stand here and take
now,
this from
look,
her?
Alice.
She killed Joan. She killed him, and she's afraid we know how she did it.
Now, look, darling.
She shot him. I know she did.
Don't cry,
Keep
Alice.
that screaming idiot quiet, Joan. Keep her quiet.
Ladies, please.
What do you want here, Mr. Vance?
Well, first I want to tell you that I couldn't help overhearing what the 3 of you just said. Very interesting. But, ladies, I have good news for you. You're all free to go home.
Oh, how wonderful.
Only, of course, you're not to leave town.
Not to leave.
And Mrs. Anderson.
Yes?
I'd like to see you in my office the first thing in the morning.
I'd prefer it, Joan, if you'd get out of here and let me finish packing.
You can't leave me now, darling. You just can't.
Oh, no? Just you wait and see. I'm not going to be known as the husband of the girl who murdered Joe Mary, believe me. Ex-husband, maybe, but not husband. Get out of the way, please. Oh, answer that, will you? I'm having trouble enough trying to close this bag.
All right. Hello?
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes?
This is Philo Vance.
Oh,
Why weren't you down at my office this morning as I asked you to be?
I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now.
You've got to. I just found out that the police know you ran around with Joe Mary at college and that he walked out on you.
Please, Mr. Vance, let me alone. I can't explain anything to you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm going to hang up. And if you or the police think that I killed Joe Mary, well, it doesn't matter very much now, anyhow.
Yes, come in. Come in. Don't keep knocking like an infernal idiot.
Good afternoon, Professor Colby. Remember me?
Huh? Oh, certainly I remember you. One of my worst students. Got one of my highest marks. Never forgiven you for it. What's your name?
Vance, Professor. Philo Vance.
Yes, Vance. Well, Vance, what is it?
Professor Colby, can a person be hypnotized into committing murder?
If you'd paid any attention in your classes, you'd know that nobody can be hypnotized into doing anything that's against his moral code. Goodbye, Mr. What did you say your name was?
Vance.
Yes, Vance.
Tell me this, Professor. Post-hypnosis is a suggestion given to a hypnotized person which must be carried out after he is awakened from hypnosis, correct?
Yes, of course, that's correct.
The person receiving a post-hypnotic suggestion would have no idea why he was doing something, but he'd know he'd have to do it, right?
Any child knows that.
Children don't take courses in applied psychology. May I use your phone?
Well, there's a pay station outside.
Oh, this will do very nicely, thank you. I've got to talk to the district attorney and ask him to have 3 suspects in a murder case brought to my office this evening. And then, Professor Colby, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor I don't think you can well refuse. Miss Barclay, Mrs. Anderson, and Miss Adams.
Yes.
Let me start by saying I'm glad you were willing to come to my office.
Oh, not at all.
I appreciate that.
Well, Vance, I got them here. Where's this great experiment you promised?
Please, Markham. Ladies, I'm going to attempt an experiment in mass hypnosis. Does any of the 3 of you object to being hypnotized?
Well, I don't object.
No,
No,
I
don't
don't
either.
think so.
You know as well as I that if you fight against it, you couldn't possibly be hypnotized. So thanks again for your cooperation. Now I'd like to present one of our eminent authorities on hypnotism, Professor Colby.
How do you do, Professor Colby?
Well, turn out all the lights except this one on the desk, please, Vance.
You do it, William Markham. You're nearer to it.
Well, somebody do it. I haven't got all night, you know.
Very well.
Good. Now, ladies, I want you all to sit back in your chairs. Please make yourselves comfortable and think of nothing at all. And if you feel yourselves getting drowsy, close your eyes and sleep. Sleep. Vance, there they are, the 3 of them hypnotized. The conscious mind dormant. You won't need me any longer.
No, I know what to do from here on in. Thank you, Professor.
Be sure you do it. Fine thing bothering me at this time of the night. Good night, Mr. Vance. Mr. Markham, Sergeant.
Good night, Professor. He certainly is a strange sort of gentleman, isn't he, Vance?
Professor Colby is wonderful. You know, it's his theory and mine that under hypnosis, if hypnotism was used once before, the subconscious mind will recall what was done at that time. I have one of my secretary's hat pins in my hand, Markham. Observe closely. I'm going to touch Miss Adams' hand with it. There.
What's up, Vance?
Don't be alarmed, Markham. I assure you she didn't feel it. Now for the experiment. Remember, Markham, they're completely under hypnosis. They couldn't lie if they wanted to. Remember that. Miss Adams, I want you to take this gun and shoot it like you shot Joe Mary.
She's doing nothing, Vance, just holding it.
I know. I'll take back that gun, Miss Adams. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Anderson, please take this gun. Thank you.
Now what, Vance?
Hand me that hat pin, Markham, please.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'll just touch Mrs. Anderson's hand with the point. There. That's fine. No reaction, Markham. Now, Mrs. Anderson, I want you to fire that gun the way you fired it at Joe Merry. Now.
Fine experiment, Vance. She hasn't moved a muscle either.
One more subject, Markham. Give me back the gun, Mrs. Anderson. Thank you. Now, Miss Barkley. First, the hatpin test. No reaction, Markham. Now, take this gun, Miss Barkley, and fire it just as you did at Joe Merry. Now.
Vance, this is ridiculous. She's doing absolutely nothing.
I know. But believe me, that isn't all I know. I know who killed Joe Merry. Can't you tell, Markham? Miss Barkley.
Yes?
You've got to help me. I know you were hypnotized the day Joe Merry was murdered. I know who hypnotized you. The real murderer gave herself away in my office a little while ago. But I can't prove anything without your help.
In the interest of society and to help trap a clever murderer, Miss Barkley, will you please?
Will I be in danger, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Vance and I will try to see that the danger is as slight as possible.
Very well, gentlemen. I'll do it. Hello, Francis.
Oh, it's you, Alice. Come in.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Tea?
Yes, please. Francis, we're quite alone, aren't we?
Why, yes, of course. Why? Cream?
Yes, please. I just wanted to tell you that as long as the police have apparently given up on us, you and I ought to have an understanding.
Really? What sort of an understanding? Sugar?
Yes, two, thank you. Well, for one thing, when you hypnotized Joan and me several weeks ago and gave us a post-hypnotic suggestion to bring guns to Joe Merry's lecture, I wasn't hypnotized.
I don't know what you mean. Is the tea strong enough?
Yes, quite. I saw you shoot Joe Merry with your own gun, then with mine, and then with Joan.
You're dreaming, child.
Oh, no, I'm very much awake. I let you go through with your plans because, you see, I could use some money.
Oh, well, that's too bad. But you won't need money very shortly. You'll never leave here alive. You were clever enough to figure out what I had done. Very well. But if you think that you can blackmail me, you're mistaken. I'll kill you with my hands. It'll make no noise. You'll never feel anything. Just my hands on your neck like this. A little while. No pain. No knowledge. No fear.
All right, Miss Adams, take your hands off Miss Barkley. Arrest her, Markham.
All right, Vance.
She's all yours. Yours and the state's. Miss Deering, inasmuch as you are employed by me, would it be too much to ask you why you're not working?
I'm only hired between the hours of 9 and 5, Vance. It's 5:30 now. How about breaking down and telling me how you solved the Merry murder case?
All right. To begin with, when Professor Colby hypnotized the three ladies, only two of them were really hypnotized.
Oh.
The actual murderer, Frances Adams, fought against it, knowing her subconscious mind, which she could not control, might reveal something to us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole purpose of the experiment, to find which girl would be afraid to be hypnotized.
But how did you know Miss Adams was faking?
Your hatpin told me.
Well, how do you like that? I've been using it for months, and I never knew it could open its mouth.
I touched the point of it to all three of the ladies. One of them, Frances Adams, jumped a little. That was enough to prove she wasn't hypnotized, and indicated she was the murderer, but didn't prove it. So we framed a little scene between her and Alice Barkley, and we got our proof.
Well, and why did Miss Adams become a murderer?
She'd once been married to Joe Merry. When he left town with his divorce, he also stole most of her jewelry and ready cash. And there you are.
Oh, really? Where am I?
With me, Ellen. Right at the end of the Merry murder case.
Is this today's collection, Donald?
Yes, Mr. Miller. I opened the mail myself this morning.
And all the checks are here, hmm?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Tell me, what's the total?
$12,450. All the checks are made out to consolidated charities, Mr. Miller.
Of course. That's so that no irresponsible party can cash them, Donald. You see, people who contribute to our campaign want to make sure that the money goes to charity.
I understand, sir. Would you be interested in the total we've collected so far?
Yes, what is the amount?
Here it is. $130,000.
Good.
And our campaign is less than 2 weeks old.
Everything is going according to plan. Oh, Donald, has Morton Gary phoned today?
Not yet. I imagine he will, though. He's very interested in knowing how the drive is coming.
He's taking that business of being chairman of Consolidated Charities too seriously.
Oh? You think he may be a problem?
Perhaps. Gary is a very prominent man. We need him. His name on our letterhead assures the legitimacy of our organization.
Mr. Miller.
Yes?
What happens if Mr. Gary finds out what's really happening to the money?
You mean suppose he finds out that only a small percentage goes to charity and I pocket the rest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think he'll find out, Donald. I'll answer that. Hello?
Mike? Elise Avery.
Hello, Elise. I thought this was old man Gary calling in. What's going on?
I just hit a big one, Mike. Some sucker just gave me a check for $5,000.
Good for you, girl. Bring it in with you.
Sure. Just thought you'd like to hear the good news, that's all. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Now, where were we, Donald?
We were just talking about Morton Gary and what would happen if he found out what we're doing to the money we're collecting.
First of all, he isn't going to find out.
No?
No. And second, even if he does, it doesn't matter too much.
He'll squawk, Mr. Miller. He'll take this up with the police, maybe with the FBI. After all, we're using the mails.
Yes, that's true, Donald. We are using the mails. And the mails are bringing us in a fortune. But Gary won't talk. Believe me. And even if he does start to talk, he'll never finish what he's saying. You can believe that, too.
Mike? Oh, Mike, where are you?
In my private office, Elise. Come on in.
Right. Well, here I am, boss. Armed to the teeth with a check for $5,000.
The one you phoned about?
Mm-hmm.
Lay it right here, lady. I want to look at it.
Here you are, chum. Paid to the order of Consolidated Charities. 5000. Endorse it, cash it, and it's all yours.
People sure are suckers, aren't they, honey? $5,000. You'd think they'd investigate a charity before they start giving their money away.
Sure, but there are lots of legitimate charities, thank goodness. That makes our job that much easier. Oh, Mike, let me take a look at that list.
What list?
The list of guys who've kicked in and the amounts. I need some dough. Thought maybe you'd give me a check for my commissions.
Well, I'll have to get it for you, Elise.
Okay. But while we're waiting, suppose you give me my cut of this $5,000 I just brought in.
Gotta wait till the check clears the bank, baby. You know, you've been dealing with suckers all day. Kindly remember that I'm not one of them.
Me either, Mike. That's why I want my commission on the dough I've already brought in.
You'll get it. Donald is figuring out what I owe you. He'll have the figures in an hour. Then, if you're a good girl, I'll give you a check.
Kid, if I was a good girl, I wouldn't be in this racket. But bad or good, I'll get that check.
You're pretty sure you'll get it,
If I don't get it, Mike, you'll get it. Right in the neck.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see the district attorney, please. My name is Morton Gary.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gary. You telephoned for an appointment, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yes.
Well, just a moment, sir. I'll find out if Mr. Markham can see you now.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Williams.
Mr. Morton Gary to see you, Mr. Markham, by appointment.
Ask him to come in, please.
Would you go right in, Mr. Gary? Right through that door there.
This door here?
Yes. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Gary.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you. Mr. Markham?
Come in, please, Mr. Gary.
How do you do, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Gary, please sit down, sir.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Mr. Markham, I've come to ask you to investigate a very unscrupulous man, Mr. Michael Miller.
Miller? I don't believe I know the name.
I didn't either until a few weeks ago. He's not from this city, Mr. Markham. He claimed to be very philanthropic and was forming an organization to be known as Consolidated Charities.
Yes, Mr. Gary.
He induced me to lend my name to the organization, which I did. Many of my friends have contributed to it. And now I have reason to believe the entire thing is a fraud.
I see. He's collecting money but not turning it over to charity, is that it?
Oh, I believe he is turning over a small percentage of the money to legitimate societies, Mr. Markham. But I've asked to see statements of monies collected and dispersed, and Mr. Miller has refused to allow me to see any records.
I begin to understand your suspicions, Mr. Gary. Michael Miller, you said the man's name was?
That's correct. His offices are in the Lions building.
Well, I'll investigate this at once, Mr. Gary, and thank you for calling it to my attention. If your suspicions are correct, we'll put a stop to this racket, but fast. 931.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney calling me at home.
Thank you.
Sounds important, Markham.
It is. I called your office and they said you'd left for the day, Vance. I'm in the office of the Consolidated Charities in the Lions building. How soon can you get here?
At once, if it's important.
It's very important. We had a complaint late this afternoon about a Mr. Michael Miller, who was the head of this supposed charity organization. Actually, it was a racket.
Go ahead, Markham. Who made the complaint?
Morton Gary.
Oh.
You know him, Vance?
Yes, I do. Very honest, very wealthy, and very gullible.
Well, when I got to this Miller's office a little while ago, Vance, I found Miller dead. He'd been shot twice, once in the heart and once in the calf of his leg.
Really, Markham? How strange.
And there are no records of any kind here, Vance. Apparently, the murderer took them with him. All that was here when we broke in was the body.
The lists are missing, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Apparently, we have a listless murder case. Well, just to generate a little action in it, suppose I describe Miller's killer for you.
Describe him, Vance? You haven't even seen the body. You don't know any more about this case than I've just told you. How can you possibly describe Miller's murderer?
I'll explain that to you later, Markham. Right now, all I'll tell you is to look for a murderer with a bruise on his cheek or a black eye. I'm on my way down to meet you now.
Vance, I have Sergeant Heath out searching for someone who has a connection with this case and who also has a black eye or bruised cheek. Now, tell me why.
One of the nicest things about you, Markham, is that you do things that I suggest without demanding an explanation. Let us retain that fine point in our association until the proper time, shall we?
I know your reasoning, Vance. You believe that if you were to explain why you think the murderer is bruised, I'd be prejudiced immediately against any suspect we turned up who did have such a mark.
Exactly.
Yes.
And up until now, I'm quoting only theory, Markham, not fact or proof.
Good enough, Vance, good enough. By the way, if you can table your theory temporarily, we have a suspect for you.
Really? Who?
A girl named Elise Avery. She's in the next room now. It seems that she came into the Consolidated Charities office while I was waiting for you. She admits she worked here, but denies any knowledge of the shooting of Mr. Miller.
Oh, nobody makes our job simple anymore, Markham, do they?
Well, that should make you very happy, Vance. You and your theory about the bruise on the killer's face. Do you want to go in and see Miss Avery?
Do you think I should?
She's very attractive.
I should. I'll report any developments to you, Markham.
Do that, Vance, do that. I'll be here somewhere trying to find some records of contributions. They must be around unless the murderer took them with him.
Which is not at all unlikely.
See you in a little while, Vance.
Right. I'll go in and talk to Miss Avery now.
Hello.
Hello. Miss Avery, I'm Philo Vance.
Really? You're not at all the way I pictured you, Vance.
No?
Mm-mm.
Should I be flattered or ashamed?
I didn't know you were so, distinguished looking.
I'm ashamed of those newspaper pictures.
Oh, I like that.
You're either very easily pleased, Miss Avery, or very anxious to cater to my vanity. In either case, there are several questions I want to ask you.
Oh, I'll save you the trouble of asking, Vance. I've got the answers already.
Oh, yes?
Yes. My name is Elise Avery. I worked for Consolidated Charities soliciting contributions. I got a salary. I had no idea this was a racket, and I don't know who killed Mr. Miller.
Very interesting, very informative, and very pet. Miss Avery, you know that Mr. Miller was killed by a bullet in the heart?
Yes, I do. Mr. Markham told me that. He also told me about a bullet in the calf of his leg. Oh, I don't see the connection, if any.
I believe there is one, Miss Avery.
Vance, may I confess something?
Not the murder.
No, of course not.
Then go right ahead.
I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Vance. Ever since I first saw your picture in the papers and began reading about you.
We went through this flattery routine a while ago, didn't we?
Oh, I don't want anything from you, Vance. I'm not looking for any favors for what I'm saying. That just happens to be the way I feel. And so I'm saying it.
Oh, I find this most enjoyable. Please continue.
All right. I've often wondered what kind of a man you were, where a woman was concerned.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Most of the men I've known were dull. You look different. You sounded different in the stories I read about you, and yet in person, you're still different. Attractively different.
If you'll believe that I'm not merely trying to return a compliment, I might say that you're different too, Miss Avery. And very attractive.
And what's keeping the two of us so much apart? Come closer, Vance.
Courage is one of my strong points, Miss Avery. I'm here.
How much courage do you have, Vance?
Adequate amount, I'd say.
Enough to come still a little closer? Hmm?
This is what I like about a murder case. You never know what's going to turn up next.
Right now, it should be my toes. Oh, no, I never felt quite like this before. Vance, let's not talk about a murder case.
That suits me. Concentration is one of my weak points.
Vance.
I was just thinking of that myself.
And what are we waiting for?
Nothing that I know of.
Vance. Vance, darling.
Vance, I just wanted to... I beg your pardon, both of you.
Oh, Markham, well, come in, please, come in.
I guess I'm supposed to say I hope I'm not intruding, but I guarantee all three of us know I am.
You're not kidding.
Oh, but you're not really intruding, Markham, honestly. Although it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Miss Avery.
Oh, after the way you've kissed me, my name is Elise.
Very well. Well, Markham, it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Elise. But that embrace was in the nature of an experiment.
An experiment?
Really? Yes, Elise, an experiment. An experiment that tells me whether or not you killed Michael Miller.
This is District Attorney Markham. The listless murder case began with the finding of the body of Michael Miller, who headed a racket organization he called Consolidated Charities. The firm was reported to me by prominent Morton Gary, who was being used as a dupe by Miller. And subsequent investigation disclosed Miller was shot with bullets in his heart and in the calf of the leg. Philo Vance is under the impression that the murderer has a bruise on his face or a blackened eye, but has refused to indicate why he believes this. Vance has already questioned Elise Avery, who worked with Miller, and has told me he had an appointment with Morton Gary the following day. He should be with him about...
Nice day for walking, isn't it, Mr. Gary?
Yes, very, Mr. Vance. Only I wish there weren't so much on my mind.
That's the reason I decided to take this walk rather than discuss our mutual problem in your office. It's very mild out, this is a very secluded street, and we're quite alone.
I can't quite get over my being used as a cover-up for that Miller and his gang. So many of my friends donated money to his mythical charities, Mr.
I
Vance.
can understand that. Perhaps something you might tell us will give us a lead to his killer, though.
Well, I've told you all I could. But apparently I haven't been much help, though.
I wouldn't worry about that. You may think of something which seems unimportant, but which might solve this entire case for us. I believe... Drop to the ground! What happened, Mr. Gary? Somebody in that car shooting at us.
Right. Oh, Vance. Vance, what is this? Who is that in the car?
I don't know. I didn't see the license. It was covered with some sort of rag. Oh. The car's gone. I think it's safe to get up now.
All right. Oh.
Get very dirty, Mr. Gary?
No, I don't think so. You pulled me down on top of you. But how can you be so calm, man? Don't you realize somebody just tried to kill you?
Somebody did shoot, but after all he missed, so what's there to be excited about?
Oh, I've heard things like that about you, Vance, but I didn't believe them until this very minute. Oh, you're quite a man, sir.
Thank you.
Only I suggest that we go somewhere else to finish our talk. I don't believe we ought to give our assailant another chance.
That's very sensible, Mr. Gary. I wish there was some way of chasing after him or of identifying that car.
Well, apparently you've made more progress on this case than you think, Vance. There's no question but that the killer feels you're getting close to his trail and tried to prevent that by killing you.
Really? Well, Mr. Gary, if I were you, I'd appeal to Mr. Markham for police protection.
You would, Vance, but why?
Why? Because I believe those bullets were meant for you.
All right, Vance, you came down here to tell me you believe someone tried to kill Morton Gary. Why would anyone want to do that? And what's more important, who was it?
Sorry, Markham, I can't tell you.
Well, suppose you clear up that first mystery, then. No sense in having two unexplainable remarks by you go unanswered.
You mean, why do I think the killer would have a mark on his face?
Yes. Suppose you take your topcoat off, sit down, and let me have the details on that one.
I'm not staying long enough to sit, Markham. But I will tell you why I think as I do.
All right.
You mentioned to me over the telephone that Michael Miller had a bullet wound in his heart and one in the calf of his leg.
That's right.
It's the bullet in his leg that leads to my line of reasoning. I think that the killer fired from the floor and his first shot struck Miller in the leg.
In other words, he was lying on the floor, Miller was standing over him, probably about to kick him, and the killer shot.
Yes. His first bullet struck Miller in the leg. Miller staggered back. The killer got up off the floor and shot him in the heart.
Well, that still doesn't explain the bruised face.
Doesn't it? Well, isn't it logical, if the killer were on the floor, that Miller had knocked him down first? And if he knocked him down, wouldn't it seem as if there should be a bruise?
Yes, it would. And Vance, while you're in a true confession mood, why not explain why you were embracing Miss Avery yesterday?
Certainly. There was no bruise on her face, Markham, but her makeup might have been used to cover it, if she did have one.
What?
While I was ostensibly kissing her, I was actually trying to rub off as much of her makeup as I could.
Oh, I see. And as there was no bruise, that relieves her of suspicion, then, I suppose.
I wouldn't go that far, my friend. I could be completely wrong about this.
Personally, I don't believe you are. But as long as you've been so cooperative, Vance, here's a piece of news for you. There were 3 people in Miller's charity racket. Miller, Elise Avery, and a secretary, a young fellow named Donald Stone.
We've overlooked him, haven't we, Markham?
Well,
I think we can do something about that. Miss Avery knew him, of course.
Yes, she did.
Well, perhaps I'll call her on the telephone and ask her something about him I want to know. Come to think of it, there was a memorandum at my office saying that she had phoned earlier today.
Oh, I wonder what she wanted.
From the tone of the message she left, apparently she didn't believe what I said in her office, that the embrace between us was merely an experiment. She seemed to regard it more as a sample.
You know, I'm beginning to get an idea about you, Elise. An idea I don't like. Now I know why you called and wanted to come up here.
Anytime you get an idea, Donald, that's news. Now shut up and let me think.
I'll let you think, all right. I'll let you think about me. Vance called me. You know that he suspects I killed Miller?
Does he? I've got news for you, kid. Vance never suspects anybody. He knows who killed Miller.
Then what makes you so calm?
Now, wait a minute, you punk. Don't you even think I had anything to do with killing the boss?
No, why not? He was holding out your cut on you. You had all the reason in the world to kill him.
Look, lad, just don't let me lose my temper. And talking about people who had reason for knocking off Miller, what about you? You knew he was going to get rid of you when this campaign was over, didn't you?
He was going to kill me?
Sure. He didn't trust you. He was afraid you'd talk if anybody put the heat on. You were new with Miller. Remember that.
Oh, so he was going to kill me.
He didn't, did he? That's all you have to worry about. Now, what did you do with the money and the sucker list that was in the office? I want my share of the money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, suit yourself. Maybe Vance'll know. You've got one more chance, chum. I want half of the dough you must have taken from Miller. Well? Okay, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. I'll be seeing you. So long.
Wait a minute.
Now you're getting smart, Donald. Where's the money?
Here in my desk drawer. There wasn't too much cash, just $20,000.
Well, hand over 10. And, by the way, how'd you get that cut on your chin?
7, 8, 9, 10,000. Here's your half, and I got the cut on my chin from shaving.
Oh, thanks for the money, Donald. You're being smart. The less Philo Vance knows about you, the better you should like it.
You said he knew who killed Miller.
Knowing and proving are two different things, friend. And since you've seen the light, we'll just keep Vance in the dark.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance.
Yes?
This is Elise Avery. I had tried to reach you earlier today.
I know. I got your message.
I'd like to see you, Vance.
So your message said.
It isn't what you think, Vance. I'm trying to help you. I can tell you about Donald Stone, who was Miller's assistant in that charity racket. He has a prison record, and I happen to know he stole at least $20,000 from the office after the murder.
That's so?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Did he refuse to give you a cut of it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you must have had some reason for waiting this long to tell me that, Miss Avery. The chances are you were waiting for a chance to blackmail him.
No, that's not true, Vance. I just want to help you. That's the only reason I've told you about Stone.
In that case, Miss Avery, thank you. But believe me, I don't believe you.
Hello, Mr. Vance?
Hi, Miss Williams. Mr. Markham in?
No, he's not. Why don't you take your hat and coat off, Mr. Vance? He won't be long.
Thank you. I'll do that. All right to lay them on this chair?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Why, Mr. Vance, what on earth is that on your shoulder? Paint?
No, Miss Williams. Looks like paint, doesn't it? Actually, it's something I'm preserving rather carefully. It's the clue to the murderer of Michael Miller.
That spot, Vance?
That's right, Miss Williams. And I think that perhaps I'd better not wait for Markham. I have some things to do, but would you ask Mr. Markham to have Miss Avery, Mr. Donald Stone, and Mr. Morton Gary in my office in an hour?
Well, yes, of course.
Tell him that I'll be ready to name Mr. Miller's murderer then. All three of our suspects are in my outer office, Markham?
Yes.
Good. Would you ask them to come in, please?
Of course, Vance. Miss Avery, Mr. Gary.
Yes?
Donald. Yes, sir. Mr. Vance would like you all to come in now.
Oh, very well.
This way.
Thank you all for being here. I thought you'd all like to know who killed Michael Miller. You, Donald Stone.
No, Vance, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't.
I didn't say it was. I think, though, that it was you who fired those shots at Mr. Gary here and myself this morning before you realized that I knew you were Miller's secretary.
You think I shot at you?
I know you did, and I know why. You wanted to kill Mr. Gary because he could identify you as working for Mr. Miller. According to Miss Avery, you have a prison record.
Why,
you didn't want to be linked with this case.
So she told you, did she, about me?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you a couple of things about her.
Nothing I don't know already, believe me, Mr. Stone. Mr. Gary.
Yes?
This is the young man who shot at you. What do you think we ought to do with him?
Lock him up. He's dangerous, Vance. By all means, lock him up.
He's dangerous because he shot at you and me and missed. What would you do with someone who didn't miss, Mr. Gary?
I'd see that he went to the chair. That's what I'd do.
Well, in that case, I hope you are reconciled to it.
Mr.
You killed Michael Miller, Mr. Gary.
What? I? Why should I kill him?
When you found out he was running a racket using your name, you were so blinded by rage that you attacked him. He knocked you down. While you were on the floor, you shot.
All right. I did. But he was going to hit me with a chair while I was lying on the floor. He would have killed me.
Perhaps. That, of course, we'll never know.
Vance, there's something I'd like to know.
Yes, Markham?
How did you know it was Gary here who killed Miller?
I'll tell you, Markham, later.
I'm listening, Vance. You knew Miller was killed by Gary. How?
Remember, Markham, my theory about the killer having a bruise on his cheek?
Yes, but Gary had no bruise.
Oh, yes, he did. It was covered with makeup, so we couldn't see it, but it was there.
But if makeup covered it, how did you know?
Your secretary noticed a spot on my shoulder today. I'd wondered earlier how it had gotten there. But then I realized that there was only one way.
And that was?
That was when Gary fell against me on the street when we were both walking and the shots were fired. It was mild, and I wasn't wearing a topcoat.
Oh, I get it now. When you realized how you got the makeup on your shoulder, you realized Gary would have only one reason for wearing makeup, to hide a bruise.
That's right.
Vance, you're wonderful.
Come now, you're beginning to sound like Elise Avery. You'd better stop.
I will, if you'll tell me what happened to the list of people that contributed to Consolidated Charities and gave this case its name.
That list? Donald Stone probably destroyed it. He found Miller dead, stole whatever money was around, and tried to hide the fact that the Consolidated Charities was a racket.
Yeah, pretty low racket, Vance. I'm glad we ended it. And I'm glad we ended the listless murder case. This is District Attorney Markham. The shoeless murder case involved the killing of 3 girl models, all of whom had participated in a contest at the home of Walter Jordan, shoe manufacturer. First to die was a girl named Inez Stone, killed while the contest was going on. Later, 2 other models were murdered, and their shoes stolen, a factor which we can't understand. We do know that one of the models still alive, Edith Graham, has a boyfriend who has a record. And Vance has an idea he can entice the killer into the open with 2 letters he wrote. But that's all. Whom the letters were to go to or what was in them, we don't know.
Morning, Edie.
Hi.
Just come by to take you to breakfast.
Well, that was nice of you, Joey. Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
Be ready in a minute.
Okay. Bring your mail up with me. Just 1 letter. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Wonder who this can be from. Let's see. Joey, listen to this.
Listen to what, Edie?
This letter, here's all it says. Miss Edith Graham, I got what you want. Meet me tonight, 10th and Culver Streets, midnight. And it's signed Shoes.
Uh-oh.
What does it mean, Joey? What do you think it means?
I know, honey. And I'm stupid. Only not stupid enough to think that you don't know what it means, too.
That's all the mail this morning, Mr. Jordan.
All right.
Except 1 letter marked personal. Do you want me to open it?
Please do. Mark personal.
Yes.
There can't be anything my assistant shouldn't know about. Go ahead, open it and read it.
Yes, sir. It says, Mr. Jordan.
What is it?
You'd better read this yourself.
Here, let me have it. Mr. Walter Jordan, I got what you want. Meet me tonight, 10th and Culver Street, midnight. Signed shoes.
Doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Jordan. Does it to you?
Yes, I'm afraid it does. Very good sense.
10 minutes after midnight, Vance. Our murderer hasn't shown up.
10 past midnight, 10th and Culver, you and I, Markham, but no murderer.
Yes.
I've got something to confess to you.
What's that?
Either I'm not as clever as you've always insisted, or our shoeless killer is a very smart individual.
Because he didn't fall for this plan?
Well...
Why did you think he would?
He had to, Markham. Don't you see? He was killing to get a certain pair of shoes. A pair which was worn by one of the girls in that bathing contest. But he didn't know which girl wore them. He tried to kill one of the remaining models the night before last. That means he hadn't gotten what he wanted up until now.
Logical enough.
I offered to give it to him in a letter. He should have risen to the bait unless our suspect list isn't complete.
I'm pretty sure that if we could find the reason for those shoes being missing from the victim's feet, we'd have our murderer.
Seems as if that's right, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, it may or may not be so, but one thing I know is definite. I know where I'm going.
On this case?
I wish I did know that. No, Markham, my next move may possibly be wasted, but I'm going back to the Jordan home for a look at some of Walter Jordan's personal records.
You think he'll show them to you? Or do you want me to do it legally for you?
I'd rather you didn't, Markham, thanks just the same. I'd rather Jordan didn't know I was doing it either. I want to look at his records off the record.
Stand right where you are, whoever you are. Turn toward me with your hands up. Do as I say now, before I shoot.
Mr. Jordan.
Do as I say. Caught you in my library. I could shoot without giving you this break. Turn toward me, I said. Why, Vance.
Hello, Mr. Jordan. I must apologize for this.
Well, I certainly think you ought to, Vance.
Oh, I didn't mean to you. I meant to myself for getting caught. Rather bungling of me. Then I've never done anything quite like this before.
Quite like what?
Like looking through a man's personal papers and checkbooks. I'm rather glad I did, though. I've uncovered a lot of interesting information.
I'll tell you what you found. You found canceled checks made out by me to Inez Stone. Correct.
Yes, and Inez Stone was murdered in this estate of yours, the first of the shoeless murders.
She was blackmailing me. I admit it. And I admit I paid her.
In view of the evidence here, you couldn't do anything else but admit it. Do you also admit you killed her?
No.
I'm glad you said that. Makes this case even more interesting. There's a stub in your checkbook here I'd like to know about. It's one dated yesterday and indicates a check made out to Edith Graham. $10,000. What was that for?
She knew Inez was blackmailing me and threatened to tell the police.
How did she know?
I can't figure that at all.
I can understand her not saying anything to the police. It would destroy her chances of continuing to blackmail you. Very interesting, Mr. Jordan. I have an idea I'll be seeing you again after I see Miss Graham.
I don't know why I did it, Mr. Markham. I just don't know why.
Easy now.
I know it was wrong, but I couldn't help it.
I think I understand, Miss Graham. And I'm glad you came to me. How much money did you get from Mr. Jordan?
Just one check for $10,000. I cashed the check, but I'll return the money.
I'm sure we can straighten this out, and I'm very glad you came to me. So Jordan was being blackmailed by Inez Stone, the first of the girls to die.
Yes, he was. And after she was killed, I thought I could do the same thing.
I'm happy you changed your mind. You know, Vance has you on his list of suspects. This might do quite a bit to change his mind.
Perhaps, Markham.
Oh, Vance.
Hello, Vance.
Miss Graham. Mind if I intrude, Markham?
You're not intruding, Vance. Miss Graham was just reporting something very interesting to me.
She was telling you that Inez Stone was blackmailing Jordan, and that after Miss Stone's death, she took over.
That's right. How did you know?
Markham, I left Walter Jordan about an hour ago. At that time, I found out about Miss Stone and Miss Graham here.
But she didn't know that. She came down to my office to tell me what she'd been doing, without knowing you already knew, Vance.
That's fine, but incorrect. As soon as I left Walter Jordan, he called Miss Graham. Called to tell her blackmailing was over, that I knew. I overheard him calling the number. And her being here now indicates the conversation. Miss Graham knew I'd be after her to admit she was blackmailing Jordan, so she beat me to it and came to you, thereby eliminating suspicion from herself, she thought.
That's all very cute and clever, Vance. But now what?
Now I want you to tell me how you knew Inez Stone was blackmailing Jordan.
Vance, please, I'm sorry, but how can that be important? Why should it have resulted in the deaths of two other models?
The answer to the question I asked, Markham, will tell you what you want to know. Miss Graham, how did you know Inez Stone was blackmailing Jordan?
I overheard her fighting with him. It all came out while they were arguing.
Where were they and you at the time?
I was putting on my bathing suit. The pool bathhouse has a roof, but there's an opening between the floor and the walls. An opening about 2 feet high running right around the back.
So you could hear what was going on outside.
That's right.
I see. That's all, Miss Graham, except for one thing. I'll want you down to that bathhouse tomorrow morning. And bring your friend Joey with you.
Oh, you know about him, huh?
Of course we do. We'll expect you and him there tomorrow morning, Miss Graham.
Okay. Can I go now?
Vance?
Yes, but you're entitled to know this. Mr. Jordan will be invited to his own bathhouse tomorrow morning, too. And Markham and I will be there.
Planning a party,
Ending a party, Miss Graham. It's high time our killer stopped having a good time out of making fools out of us. Markham, can you hear me?
Yes, Vance.
Good. You have Joey and Mr. Jordan in the bathhouse with you?
That's right.
Very well. You are now in the position that Miss Graham says she was in when she heard Jordan and Inez Stone arguing. Can you hear this very plainly? Listen. Go ahead, Miss Graham. Say the words you overheard.
Okay.
Don't give me that, Walter. You'll keep paying till you're blue in the face. And incidentally, I'm winning this contest today. Don't forget it. You're paying, and I'm winning, or I talk. And then here Jordan tried to get her to quiet down, but she wasn't having any. And she said, "Don't shush me, Walter Jordan. Suppose everybody knew how you took over your shoe business by swindling the man who owned it. How long do you think you'd be such a big man?" Well, how long? That's about all that.
Hear all that, Markham?
Very distinctly. Apparently she's telling the truth, Vance.
Yes. Come out here, will you, Markham?
All right.
Miss Graham, who was in the dressing room with you when you heard all this?
Nobody. I came in early. That's why Inez and Jordan talked out here. They didn't know I was inside.
I see. And Inez Stone was killed in almost this same spot a few hours later.
I suppose that's right.
Where were you at the time?
I don't know where I was when she was killed. You don't trick me, then.
Well, Vance, what's up?
Markham, look down at the opening in the bathhouse. The bathhouse wall. It doesn't extend all the way to the floor. What do you see?
See?
Yes.
I see a pair of legs belonging to Mr. Jordan and another belonging to Joey. Why shouldn't I see them? They're both in the bathhouse.
That's right. And now, if you will, you can make your arrest.
You mean you know the murderer? Why the 3 girls were killed and why the shoes were missing?
Yes, I'll tell you all about that later. But right now, you can arrest Edith Graham for murder. Wait right there, Markham.
Righto.
I'm coming out of the pool. Very invigorating.
It certainly looks good.
Nice of Mr. Jordan to let me use his pool.
Yes, it was. And it'd be very nice of you, Vance, if you brought me up to date on the shoeless murders.
Well, you want to know first why they were shoeless. Is that right, Markham?
I want to know why the shoes were removed from the dead bodies, yes. That was the most confusing part of this case, and it still is.
It was intended to be confusing, Markham. In fact, that was the only reason the shoes were taken.
I beg your pardon?
The murderer, who we know now as Edith Graham, knew that we would try to find some link between the missing shoes and her. There was no link, of course, but she was trying to lead us up a blind alley.
Well, she most certainly succeeded. In other words, the shoes were taken merely to throw us off. She was sure we'd concentrate on them, and we did.
Yes.
Very clever idea. Now tell me this. Why were the 3 girls murdered?
The answer is simple. When Edith Graham murdered Inez Stone, out where she had heard Stone and Jordan arguing, she looked down and saw a pair of girls' legs in the bathhouse. She immediately assumed that whoever owned those legs had heard Miss Stone's death struggle, and probably had heard Miss Stone mention her, Miss Graham's, name.
Go ahead.
Well, by the time she'd killed Miss Stone and made her way into the bathhouse, whoever it was in the bathhouse had disappeared. All Miss Graham knew was that one of the girls was a possible witness to the murder, a murder she committed to enable her to blackmail Walter Jordan. She had to get rid of that possible witness.
In order to do that, she had to kill 3 more girls.
That's right.
She had no idea which one of the 3 other girls in the contest was a possible witness to what she'd done, and there was no way to find out.
Right.
Listen to this, Vance. Originally, there were 5 girls. Miss Stone was killed. That left 4. 2 of the other girls were murdered. That left 2, Doris Morgan and Edith Graham. The killer tried to get Miss Morgan in the park, but she escaped. That left only 1 girl who could have done the killing, Miss Graham.
You're right again, Markham. Now we know how and why and that she killed the others. Now we have her confession.
We know one other thing, too, Vance. We know this is the end of the shoeless murder case. Come.
Mr. Markham.
Oh, come in, Miss Henderson. What is it?
Mr. Markham, they're here again in the outer office. Irma and Sarah Wakefield.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. And they insist on seeing the district attorney. They say it's very important.
All right, Miss Henderson. Ask them to come in.
Yes, sir. Would you come in, please?
Yes, of course. Of course we'll come in, miss. Thank you. Go right in, Sarah.
Indeed I will. Indeed I will.
Please sit down, ladies.
Indeed we will. Indeed we will.
Mr. Markham, we've done it again. Sarah and I have done it again.
Have you?
Yes.
And what is it you've done this time?
Listen to him, Irma. What have we done this time? Young man, don't you read the papers?
Yes, I believe I do.
Well, didn't you read this morning of the gangster Eddie Rogers who was shot and killed last night?
Didn't you read that, young man?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. The police have arrested the killer.
Did you hear that, Irma? The police have arrested the killer.
How could they have arrested the killer, Mr. Markham, when Sarah and I killed that gangster? Didn't we, Sarah?
Indeed we did. Indeed we did.
I just had to call you up and tell you about it, Vance. The two old girls were so serious about thinking they murdered Eddie Rogers, I had a hard time convincing them that they didn't.
I'm not sure I understand about them, Markham.
It's simply this. They're both spinsters, have no family we know about, and they sit at home and worry about all the evil men in the world. Then they pick out some public enemy and concentrate on his death. In the event that a gang bullet ends that gangster's career, they come in to confess.
And they've done it twice before, is that it?
Yes, they're perfectly serious, Vance. They apologize for the potency of their concentration and insist they're quite willing to accept the consequences.
Apparently, a district attorney meets almost as many eccentric characters as a private investigator. Well, Markham, what about dinner tonight? Busy?
No, why don't you call me later?
I will. Bye.
Bye.
You and the DA are pretty friendly, aren't you, Vance?
Who are you? How did you get into my office?
The name's Sterling, Joe Sterling, and I walked in. Any more questions?
What do you want? And why didn't you knock?
You don't seem to understand, Vance. I said I was Joe Sterling. I don't knock on doors. When I want to get in somewhere, I walk in.
How'd you like to get thrown out?
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Take it easy. I'm not looking for any trouble. Besides, you don't throw clients out of your office, do you?
You're not my client.
I'm just about to be. Vance, I run the 19th Ward. I'm what the papers call a political leader.
Well?
I control a lot of votes, and I'm pretty important in my territory.
I still say, well?
I want to hire you to shadow somebody.
Who?
There are a lot of people I have an interest in, Vance. A lot of people who have an interest in me, good and bad. Fellows like my political opponent, Frank Allen, for instance. The man I want you to shadow happens to be the most important interest I have. I want you to shadow me.
Let me see now. In the 5th Ward, we're a cinch. We figure to cop the 6th, and we'll hold our own in the 7th.
That doesn't sound too bad. If you do your part in the other districts, I'm liable to be elected at that.
Well, that's just the point. Joe Sterling controls the other districts, and I mean controls. People in those districts would vote for a cow if he was in back of the cow. It's no good, Edgar.
Not the way it stands, I'll grant you that, but we can do something about Sterling, can't we?
Any suggestions?
Oh, I'm not supposed to think. I'm just the candidate for office, Frank. You're the one with the brains, so I've been told.
Don't get sarcastic, kid. Look, you've got everything in your favor. Public sentiment, for one thing. The orphan boy who studied at night and worked 18 hours every day to get through law school. You're young, good-looking. But that's not enough.
And so you keep telling me you're my campaign manager. Don't you have anything to suggest so we can lick Joe Sterling and win his district?
The only thing I can tell you is his people will vote the way he wants them to as long as he's alive.
Well, why can't something be done about that?
Is there anything interesting in the newspapers, Sarah?
Indeed there is, Irma. Everybody's writing about the election.
Yes, of course, the election. How does it look? Does the paper say?
Indeed it does, yes. Indeed it does. It says the candidate being presented by Mr. Joe Sterling seems to have the election in... The paper says, in the bag.
That isn't good, is it?
No.
This Mr. Joe Sterling is a very evil man.
Indeed he is. Indeed he is.
Don't you think we ought to do something about him?
I'll gladly do anything. What did you have in mind?
Don't you think you and I ought to concentrate on his dying?
The way we did about that gangster, Eddie Rogers, and the other bad men?
Yes. Don't you think we ought to do the same about Mr. Joe Sterling?
Indeed I do, Irma. Indeed I do. And at once.
No, I don't think so. No, I'm going down to check my districts. I'll keep in touch with you here at the office.
Very good, Mr. Sterling.
Now, the opposition may have something cooking. You keep your ear to the ground, see that I'm kept posted, Danny.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you in an hour.
You better leave this door open so you can see your way down the stairs, Mr. Sterling. The light in the hall is out.
Good enough. Now, don't leave until I call here. Hey, you're right.
About what, sir?
About it being dark. Just make out the stairs. Seems to me
What?
there's somebody at the bottom of these stairs on the street. Danny, come here a moment.
Mr. Sterling! Sterling!
Philo Vance speaking.
Markham Vance. We've got a murder.
Well, that shouldn't be hard for you to solve. The Wakefield sisters ought to be in to confess the crime as soon as they read about it in the papers.
Please, Vance, this is serious. The dead man was rather important politically. He was Joe Sterling.
Oh. Well, Markham, he thought he was going to be killed. And he thought he knew who was going to kill him.
Who was that?
Frank Allen.
Oh, campaign manager for Edgar Lessing, eh?
Yes.
Allen and Sterling were pretty bitter rivals. After what you've told me, I think I'd better have Sergeant Heath pick him up.
I wish you'd wait an hour or so, Markham. I want to see him first.
All right, we'll wait an hour.
Good. What were the circumstances of the murder?
Well, Sterling was found at the bottom of the steps leading to the street from his office. He'd been shot, presumably as he was about to go out the street door.
Mm-hmm.
The only witness, and he isn't a witness exactly, was Danny Moore, who worked for Sterling.
What about him?
Well, he was in Sterling's office when he heard the shots. We're holding him incommunicado. I don't want any newspapermen to get to him before we question him thoroughly.
But the papers do have the story.
Yes, headquarters reporters arrived with the homicide police. There'll be an addition on the street very soon carrying all the details we know.
I see. All right, Markham, thanks for calling and telling me about it. I'm going to see Frank Allen right now. He's a campaign manager. I guarantee I'll find out if he elected Joe Sterling dead.
If you want to come with me to see that nice Mr. Markham, Sarah, please hurry.
Indeed, I do want to come with you, Irma. Indeed, I do. But I'll only be a moment finishing this collar I'm crocheting. Pretty, isn't it? Look.
You're very handy, Sarah. Very handy.
Thank you, Irma. And I do want to come with you, so just wait 1 minute and we'll go down to Mr. Markham's office and tell him that we killed Mr. Joe Sterling.
I'll wait for you. Are you going to wear your new collar?
Indeed I am. Indeed I am. I don't want Mr. Markham to see me in this same old dress without something new on.
Look, leave me alone, Edgar. I gotta think.
All right, Frank. There doesn't seem to be anything to think about.
Oh, you belong in politics, all right. You don't know from nothing. How do we know how the public's gonna take Joe Sterling's death?
Isn't it a little late for you to be thinking about that?
Wait a minute, you little dope. You're not trying to say...
Get your hands off me. Take them off.
Oh, keep that mouth of yours shut, then. Remember this. Remember it now, and remember it when you're elected, if you're elected. You don't do any talking, you don't do any thinking, you just follow orders. You understand that?
I know what you're trying to say, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. So with Joe Sterling out of the way, I think you're a cinch. But you just go through the motions when you get elected. I'll do the thinking. You think you're smart enough to remember that?
Yes.
Now that you're smart enough to remember that, see if you're smart enough to forget about how important Joe Sterling's removal is to us. Or what I want...
Who could that be?
What do I know? Go and see.
Supposing it's the police.
Supposing you had a head on your shoulders. Or is that supposing too much? Never mind. You stay here. I'll go to the door. Stupid characters I get hooked up with. Why don't I turn honest and learn to steal? Yes?
Hello. My name is Vance. Philo Vance. Thanks for asking me in.
Oh, so you're Vance, huh? I've often wondered what you looked like.
And now you know. Aren't you lucky?
What do you want here, Vance?
I want to see Frank Allen.
Well, you've seen him. That's me. Aren't you lucky?
Who's the other individual? Oh, wait a minute. I recognize him from those campaign posters all over the city. He's Edgar Lessing, isn't he?
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Vance.
Look, Edgar, you don't have to shake hands with everybody, just the people I tell you to. Now go on back over there and sit down.
When you throw him a bone, does he bark?
Okay, Vance, what's up? What are you doing here?
I came to find out one little fact, Allen.
What's that?
I want to know whether you killed Joe Sterling.
Is that all you want to know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vance, why, you didn't have to come all the way over here for that. You could have phoned. I'd have been delighted to confess to you over the phone.
Cute, aren't you, Allen?
That isn't what my mirror tells me.
Well, listen to what I tell you. I tell you that Joe Sterling believed you'd try to kill him. And I tell you something else. I tell you that if you did, I'll find a way of proving it.
Look, Vance, I don't stand inside a doorway and shoot guys as they're about to walk out in the street.
What is your type of murder?
I better teach you a lesson. I just better. That's all. A lesson like this.
Is that all you have to teach me? You'd better learn something yourself. Oh. Come on, get up. You're not hurt too badly. Get up, Allen.
Okay. Okay, big man. Now what?
Now I repeat what I told you before. That if you killed Sterling, I'll find a way of proving it.
And if you do, they'll pin a rose on you, won't they, Vance? Well, I got news for you. If you try, you aren't going to get a rose. You're going to get a whole bouquet. Laid right on your chest.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Sterling murder case opened with the finding of the body of Joe Sterling, political boss. Vance's principal suspect is Frank Allen, who is sponsoring a candidate in opposition to Sterling's. We have no clues to the murder as yet, but we'll have a confession in a moment. A confession from two old ladies, the Wakefield sisters, who feel it their duty to confess to every major crime that's been committed in this city in the last 3 months. They're in my office now, and I've got to listen.
So you see, Mr. Markham, we're quite ready to be sent up the river. Indeed we are, aren't we, Irma?
Such a vulgar expression. We're ready to pay the penalty for killing Mr. Sterling, Mr. Markham. That's what Sarah means.
So I gathered. Well, ladies, I appreciate what you're doing, but, let me ask you a question.
By all means.
You wouldn't consciously try to make my job more difficult, would you?
Why, Mr. Markham?
That's what I thought. You see, I have a lot of problems concerned with Mr. Sterling's murder, and only one of them is finding the murderer.
I don't think I understand.
Legal technicalities. Habeas corpus, ipso facto, e pluribus unum. Very involved legal procedure. Do you understand?
Oh, indeed we do.
Good.
My sister and I didn't mean to bother you. We just wanted you to know that we wished Mr. Sterling dead, and poof, he was dead.
Yes, poof. He was dead.
Poof, he was dead. Well, thank you very much. And now, ladies, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do.
Of course, ipso facto and all, isn't it?
Yes. You understand, don't you?
Indeed we do, indeed we do. Come, Irma.
Goodbye, Mr. Markham. You'll let us know when you want us, won't you?
Indeed I will, indeed I mean, of course. Good day, ladies.
Good day.
Good day.
You know, Irma, I don't think Mr. Markham can be bothered with confessed murderers today.
Okay, Edgar, now look. In a few minutes, we'll have this truck right in the middle of our district. There'll be a big crowd there. I've had a couple of singers entertaining him for an hour.
And I'm going to make a speech over the loudspeaker. Okay, Frank, I know. And I know the speech I'm going to make. I'll have them in the palm of my hand.
You better. There's just a slight chance they'll resent Joe Sterling's death. This was his district, too, you know.
How well I know. If it weren't, and if you could control it instead of him, he'd be alive today.
Look, I don't want to hear talk like that, especially from you. You're running for office because I put you up. I'll break you in a minute if you get out of line. Don't ever forget that.
All right, all right. Hey, is that the mom I got to talk to?
What's the matter? You scared?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, be sure. Be sure you're not. All right, go on. Now tell him something and make it good.
Well, doesn't somebody introduce me? You tell them who I am?
They've seen your campaign pictures, haven't they? Who could miss that cute mustache, that blonde wavy hair? They'll know you, all right.
Maybe you'd better introduce me, just to make sure.
All right. Give me the microphone.
Okay, here. I'm ready whenever you are.
My friends, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the man whom you're going to choose to represent you because he does represent you. The man who came up the hard way, who struggled just as you struggled, so that he knows each and every one of your problems. The man you're going to elect to office, Edgar Lessing.
Go ahead, Edgar. It's all yours.
Friends, I'm not going to stand up here and make a long speech. I'm not going to do what most candidates for office do when they're campaigning. I'm not going to make you a lot of promises. My purpose in coming to talk to you today is simply this. You, every one of you, have a right to representation. And I have only this to tell you, that if I'm elected, you're going to get it.
Sure, like Joe Sterling got it.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment.
You wait, Lessing. Joe Sterling was our friend. We don't like what happened to him. We don't like what's going on here. We don't like you. Let's get this guy out of here. What do you say, man?
We better get out of here. Johnny, get that motor going.
Hurry up, can't you, Johnny? We'll be mobbed.
Come on. Okay, we'll be all right now. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea as I thought.
Maybe killing Joe Sterling wasn't such a good idea as you thought either.
Would you care for another cup of tea, Sarah?
Now, let me think. I just don't know.
You don't mind if I have another cup?
Indeed I don't, Irma. Indeed I don't. He should be here almost any time now, don't you think, Irma?
You mean Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Yes. When he phoned, he said he'd be here at 4 o'clock, and it's almost that now. He's a nice man. I like him.
He's wonderful. He's the kind of a man I should have married.
No sense getting that particular at our age, Sarah. I think...
Oh, that must be Mr. Vance. I'll go.
Oh, no, I'll answer the door.
Irma, please. I'm the younger sister. I'll go.
I'll go fix some more tea in case Mr. Vance would like some.
That will be nice.
Good afternoon, Miss Wakefield.
Yes, indeed it is. Indeed it is. Come in, Mr. Vance, please.
Thank you. Where's your sister?
Oh, she's in the kitchen. She thought you might like some tea.
Oh, she shouldn't have bothered. This is a wonderfully homey room.
Well, we try to make it that, Mr. Vance. Irma and I don't have much else. You're sure you wouldn't care for some tea?
Positive. Who's that gentleman whose picture's on the wall?
That's Uncle Martin. He's been dead for 20 years. And that's a picture of his son over there on the mantelpiece. That's what you were looking at, wasn't it, Mr. Vance?
Yes. Fine-looking lad. About 15 when this was taken, wasn't he?
I think so.
Miss Wakefield, this is kind of a business visit. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, indeed we do not. What is it you want to know?
Well, now let me see. As I understand it, there have been several murders in this city in recent weeks. You and your sister have confessed to all of them.
That's right. Of course we confessed. We killed all of the men.
Why? And how?
Well, we killed them because they were evil, and we just willed them to death. Irma and I just sat right down and willed them to die, and they did.
You did that to Joe Sterling, too?
Oh, of course. He was a very dishonest man. When we read in the papers how he had hurt other people, we just couldn't stand it. So we sat down and willed him to die. And do you know something? At the very moment when the paper said he was killed, Irma and I were sitting right here. Yet we could see him tumbling to his death.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well, Miss Wakefield, you've answered my questions very nicely. I know you'd told everything you just told me to Mr. Markham previously, but I wanted to hear it.
Oh, are you leaving so soon?
Yes, I'm afraid I must. I'm a little late.
Oh, do you have an appointment with someone, Mr. Vance?
Not exactly, although I am going to see Mr. Markham. I'm a little late in solving this case, is what I meant.
Vance, will you tell me what on earth you're doing?
Certainly, my friend, but not at the moment.
That's what I like, information. You come breaking into my office with a campaign poster in one hand and a photograph in the other, and you proceed to make my desk look like an art gallery.
How am I doing with this pencil, Markham?
From all I can see, you're drawing a mustache on that photograph of the young fellow you brought in with you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your idea of fun, Vance?
It's a lot of other people's, Markham, but not mine. I'm deadly serious. Look at this campaign poster.
I'm looking. Nice-looking young fellow. Big type says, vote for Edgar Lessing.
Describe Mr. Lessing.
Well, nice-looking, wavy blonde hair, little mustache.
Fine. Now, look at the photograph I've been working on.
I saw it when you brought it in. It was a picture of a young fellow about 14, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see it now that you've put a mustache on him and fixed his hair with that pencil.
Here you are. Look.
Uh-huh. What? Well, that's a picture of Edgar Lessing as a boy. The likeness is unmistakable now.
That's what I imagined. The Sterling murder case is practically over, Markham.
Well, it's nice of you to let me know that. Now, who killed Joe Sterling?
I have only one question to ask you, and then I'll tell you.
All right.
Sterling was found dead on the ground floor of his office building. His office was on the second floor. There was no elevator, right?
That's right.
You told me he was shot as he was about to go out into the street. Have you had any reason to revise that theory?
Well, yes, I've had time to question the man who was in Sterling's office. He told me Sterling had been shot at the top of the stairs and fell down them to the ground floor. What does that prove?
What I imagined it would. That you can, without any hesitation, arrest the Wakefield sisters for murder. I think, Miss Sarah, that you could have gotten away with your very clever plan if you hadn't made one mistake.
What mistake did we make, Vance?
I'll get to that in a moment. We know now that Edgar Lessing was your nephew, that you knew you could control him if he were elected, and that he could never be elected as long as Joe Sterling were alive.
So, these two women did kill Sterling. But, Vance, how about the other killings they confessed to?
That was their plan, Markham. They thought this out months ago when they decided to kill Sterling. They came to your office on several previous occasions and admitted murdering several individuals who had been found dead.
Yes.
That was just to throw you off.
It did throw him off, too, didn't it, Sarah?
Indeed it did. Indeed it did. And if it weren't for Mr. Vance, nobody would ever have suspected us of killing Mr. Sterling. We were just two harmless old women who hated anything evil.
Or so you wanted us to think.
What I want to know, Vance, is why you took that young fellow's photograph from the Wakefield's living room in the first place. You must have been suspicious of them to do that.
I was. It was something Miss Wakefield here said to me that gave me the clue. So far as anybody knew, Joe Sterling was killed on the ground floor of his office building. Yet she mentioned that she saw him tumbling down. Tumbling down, Markham.
Oh, I see. That's why you asked me if Sterling had been shot at the top of the stairs.
Right. I thought he might have been, after I heard what Miss Wakefield said.
Uh-huh.
Only the murderer would know a thing like that, Markham. It wasn't in the newspapers. Well, all I had to do then was find the motive, which we know now.
Yes.
And the career of the Wakefield sisters was at an end.
The career of these two women, Vance, and also the Sterling murder case.
Well, Markham, it certainly seems strange being with you in the middle of the night when we haven't been working on a murder.
Well, even district attorneys take some time off, Vance. And here's your apartment house.
That it is. Well, thanks for taking Ellen home and for dropping me.
No trouble at all, Vance. I'll phone you tomorrow if anything interesting happens.
I'll be waiting. Good night, Markham. Meet you at a murder.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I'm Vance.
I've been waiting here in front of your house for hours. Mr. Vance, I'm Edgar Walters. I must talk to you. It's about my wife. She's missing.
There's nothing I can do about that tonight. Not at this hour.
But you've got to do something, Mr. Vance. I'm desperate. You know that gambling ship that's anchored offshore?
Yes, I know about it. Why?
Well, my wife went out there this evening to gamble with Lucky Saunders. He owns the ship. She can't help gambling. She has to. Cards, roulette, horses. It doesn't make any difference.
Well, there are people like that. But as long as you know where she is, Mr. Walters...
I know where she was, Vance. But all gambling stops on board at 2 a.m. And it's almost 4 now. She should have been home an hour ago. I know something has happened to her.
And you want me to find out what, if anything?
You're a private investigator, Vance. And I'll pay you well.
I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. Be on my way in half an hour.
Here's my card, Vance. Call me as soon as you find out anything, will you? And thank you. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Walters. I only hope I give you a real reason for thanking me before long.
Your deal, Mrs. Walters?
Your cut, Mr. Saunders. How much did I owe you before we started this evening's session, Mr. Saunders?
12,000. And now I owe you 3,000. It's time to quit, isn't it? I have a stateroom fixed for you, Mrs. Walters. We could go on with the game in the morning.
Lady Luck's smiling at me right now. Tomorrow she might be laughing out loud. One cut, double or nothing.
For 3,000?
That's right.
If I win, you join your friends, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, and leave, huh?
Oh, if I win, I'll stay here on board. There are no more water taxis to shore. I sent the last one off an hour ago. The Hendersons don't mind spending the night aboard ship. Your cut, Mr. Saunders.
As you say. There we are. 9 of diamonds.
And mine's the Queen of Clubs. That makes 6,000.
Queen of Clubs again. That's the third time you've picked that queen, Mrs. Walters. I suggest we quit. You won 6,000. I have it here in my safe. I'll get it for you.
Maybe you won't have to get me anything. Or 12,000. Double or nothing, Mr. Saunders. One cut?
One cut. They say never fight the cards, but there is also a law of averages to be taken into consideration. Your cut first. 12,000 or nothing.
You are a gambler, aren't you? Very well, my cut. The...
Queen of clubs.
Why, yes.
You seem surprised. You shouldn't be. You've had a strange affinity for that card since we started. Perhaps we'll discuss that a bit after I've cut. There. Oh, Jack of diamonds. You win 12,000.
Once more.
Hardly. You want the cash now?
I think so. Then in the morning, with my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, as bodyguards, I'll leave the ship.
Really, Mrs. Walters? Would you like to cut double or nothing on that, too?
It's almost 5 o'clock, Ace. Do you think she's still playing?
Well, she hasn't come to a stateroom, has she? Lucky Saunders told me he had the one next to this fixed for her. She'll be here as soon as she wins enough.
Edith Walters mustn't win. She mustn't.
When she plays with Lucky Saunders, the weather's clear and the track fast. But if she does win, maybe she'll take care of the markers I've been holding. She's in my book for 10,000 she dropped on the horses.
You don't generally let anyone get into you for that much, Ace. You know, I think that...
honey. You're the one I married to, and I like it that way. There's nothing between her and me. I suppose we just forget all this and go to bed.
I've got to know whether she won or not. I've got to.
In the morning. Comes the morning, we'll both find out.
Go ahead to sleep if you want to. I'm waiting up until I hear her come in. And if she won tonight, I'm going to get that money she owes you. If she lost...
Yes, honey. What if she finished out of the money?
Then I'm going to fall asleep laughing.
Who is it?
Mary Henderson.
Wait a minute. What do you want?
You mean, what do we both want? Me and this gun.
Oh.
Same answer, though. We both want you.
You're being a little dramatic, aren't you, Mary?
Maybe. How much did you lose to Saunders?
I don't know that it's any of your business, but I didn't lose.
That's what I was afraid of. You know, I don't like you, Edith.
I gathered that quite some time ago.
I liked you more when I first met you. And I despised you then. I was praying you'd lose to Lucky Saunders tonight.
Sorry to disappoint you. I still don't know any reason for that gun.
I'll explain. It's very simple. There are no boats leaving for shore. And certainly none coming out from shore for the next couple of hours. We're practically alone on this ship. You and I, my husband, and Lucky Saunders.
So?
So you've got no means of either getting off or getting help. And I wanted to announce to you personally that you'll never leave this ship alive.
You've lost sight of one thing, haven't you, Mary? My husband knows I came out here.
Your husband thinks you came out here. Nobody knows except my husband, Lucky Saunders, and I. And I'm sure none of us will ever remember seeing you on board.
You're going to kill me?
Maybe. You're going to be dead, I can tell you that. You're afraid, aren't you? I was afraid, too. I've been afraid for months. Afraid I'd lose my husband to you. But I won't now. There'll be no you around to lose him to.
You forget there's a radio room on board, right next door. I can send a message for help, and I'm going to right now.
Stop! Edith, stop!
Oh, one of these switches turns on the microphone. One of them does. It must be this one. It's got to be. Anybody who can hear me anywhere, get in touch with the police. I'm going to be murdered. Listen, my name is Edith Walters. I'm on board the gambling ship Argus. Please, if anybody hears this, get in touch with the police. Tell them to come out here. Tell them to hurry. They're coming in for me now. Tell them to hurry. Hurry before... It's too late. This is Edith Walters. Call the police.
Markham, this is Vance. I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, you didn't. As a matter
I've
of
been
fact...
trying to reach you on the telephone for 10 minutes. Your line's been busy.
I've been trying to get you, Vance. But it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What do you want me for?
I've tried for 2 hours to get some sort of transportation so I could get out to the gambling ship Argus. I can't find a thing at this hour. I'm going to need a police launch.
What you want to get out to the Argus for?
To look for a woman named Edith Walters. Her husband...
Edith Walters? Well, she's the reason I've been trying to reach you, Vance. A half hour ago, an amateur radio operator picked up a call for help from Edith Walters. She was screaming she was about to be murdered, and the call was cut off in the middle of a sentence.
We've got to do something, Markham. How soon can you meet me? I'm down at the docks now.
Well, Sergeant Heath is picking me up. I'll be there in 10 minutes. A police launch has already been ordered.
Pick up Edgar Walters on the way. He's at the Buckingham Apartments. I'll be waiting for you, Markham, at the foot of the docks to get to the bottom of this mystery. Take it easy, Walters. We'll be out at the gambling ship very shortly now.
I know, Vance. It's just that I'm afraid of what we'll find when we do get there.
Vance, we're a little bit lost. This fog is so heavy, the launch pilot says he can't see a thing. We're going by compass, but we don't know exactly where the Argus is anchored.
Oh, I know, Mr. Markham. It's exactly 2 miles along the coastline from the dock. Then we round a blinker light and head due east into the ocean. I was out there only the other night with my wife, and that's how we got there.
Oh, that's fine, Walters. Thanks. I'll tell the pilot. Sergeant Heath.
Don't take it so hard, Walters. Things may not be as bad as you imagine.
No, maybe they aren't. All I'm sure of is that they couldn't be any worse.
There's the Argus, Vance. Thanks again for those directions, Mr. Walters.
Don't forget it, Mr. Markham. Let's worry about my wife.
I'll try to find her for you, Mr. Walters, believe me. Let Heath and his men search the ship and give me a half hour to question anybody on board. And I promise you, if Mrs. Walters ever arrived on the Argus, I'll have news for you.
You're going to use the master's cabin as an office, Vance?
Temporarily, Markham. What luck has Sergeant Heath had?
None at all. He's had men searching this ship for a half hour. They can't find Mrs. Walters' body, and they can't even find any evidence that she ever was aboard. This is really a case, Vance.
Yes, I know. I'd like to see the owner of this ship, Markham. He's waiting outside. In fact, I'll see him and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson together.
All right, I'll tell them right now, Vance. Mr. and Mrs. Henderson and Mr. Saunders, will you come in here, please?
Yes, of
Yes,
course.
certainly.
Glad to come in.
Please sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
What do you want with us, Vance?
I'm not quite sure. You say you haven't seen Mrs. Walters in 2 days, that she was not aboard this ship last night?
That's right.
Mr. Saunders, how do you account for the radio message that was picked up and relayed to the police?
I've got no idea how, why, or from where it was sent.
The message did say it came from the Argus.
And we do have a radio sending set aboard. But there's no way in the world to prove it came from here.
No, there isn't. Mrs. Henderson, your story, I take it, is the same as Mr. Saunders?
Not at all.
I beg your pardon.
He said he hadn't seen Edith Walters in 2 days. I haven't seen her in a week.
I see. And you, Mr. Henderson?
I was supposed to meet her at the track yesterday afternoon, but she never got there.
That proves nothing one way or another. Mr. Saunders, how long have you been operating this gambling ship in these waters?
About a month. It's all very legal, Vance.
That's a matter of opinion.
It's legal.
Well, let's say it's within the law. It's outside the state's jurisdiction, so state laws do not apply to it. Has the ship always been anchored in just this spot?
No, we move it around every night. A few miles up or down the coastline, just to prevent any possible hijacking. We move it every night, but we keep it outside state limits every time we do.
I understand. They call you lucky, don't they, Mr. Saunders?
Well, most gamblers are called lucky, Mr. Vance.
I've got an idea, though, that your name isn't complete. Offhand, despite the fact that we can find no evidence that Mrs. Walters was here, and certainly none that points to your having murdered her, I'd say your name should be Lucky up to now.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Argus murder case started when Edgar Walters came to Philo Vance, asking him to help find Walters' wife. She had gone out to a gambling ship, the Argus, but nothing had been heard from her for several hours. Then, an amateur radio operator relayed a frantic message from Mrs. Walters to the police, and it sent Vance, Sergeant Heath, and me, along with Mr. Walters, out to the Argus. There we met Lucky Saunders, owner of the ship, and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, both of whom knew Mrs. Walters, and both of whom deny she was ever on board. It was a
Hi, Mr. Vance.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Heath. I was just on deck getting a little air. What have you found?
I haven't found a thing. No trace of Mrs. Walters anywhere on board, but I'm sure that dame was on board this boat, Vance, and that she was murdered. Only how do we prove it?
We don't. We can't unless we find the body. And if she were murdered and the body thrown overboard, which is probably what happened, if she were murdered, we'll never find it.
Hey, I never heard you so pessimistic before, Vance.
Never had more reason to be, Heath. I'm going ashore to check over my facts, and I'm taking Mr. Walters with me. I'll contact Markham if I find out anything. Well, that's it. Up to date, Ellen. You've got all the facts?
Yes, Vance, all of them.
Can you think of anything to add to what I've dictated to Miss Deering, Mr. Walters?
No. No, I can't. You've been very thorough, Vance.
Ellen, when will you have those notes typed up so I can see them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Please be sure. I'd like them in a half hour. Come into my private office, will you, Mr. Walters?
Wait a minute, Vance.
I beg your pardon.
I'm not going to transcribe these notes today. I'm taking the rest of the day off.
I'm sorry, Ellen. Some other day, if you like. Come along, Mr. Walters.
Vance, I said I was taking the rest of the day off. I'll be back in the morning.
You may take all day tomorrow if you like, but, Ellen, those notes must be transcribed now.
Sorry, there is something I've got to do, but that's not it. Goodbye.
Ellen, if you leave now, I'd just as soon you didn't come back to work for me.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Mr. Vance, I'm sorry.
You had
that
nothing to do with it. I've felt this coming for quite a while. Let's get back to your wife, Mr. Walters. Who were her friends? Who might she have been with if she actually didn't go out to the Argus last night?
She had few friends, Mr. Vance. Nobody she was very close to. Most of the days she spent at the track.
Oh, the track, eh? Where would she be at the racetrack if she were going there?
Oh, somewhere around Ace Henderson's box. He's a bookmaker. You met him on board the Argus.
I'm going out to the racetrack this afternoon. Maybe I can pick a winner. And that has nothing to do with horses. Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hi, Vance. Didn't know you follow the ponies.
I don't, generally.
I got something good going in the next race, if you're interested.
I'm interested, but not in races.
Mrs. Walters?
Come on, Joy! Come on, Joy!
Yes, Mrs. Walters. I'd like to talk to you about her.
Right after the race.
Making up the distance, Joy. The second is dropping back. Rasputin's closing in on Dave Derry. At the three-quarters, it's still Dave Derry and Rasputin. Dave Derry by 3 lengths, but Rasputin's closing in. Dave Derry by 2 lengths. 1 length. Rasputin is alongside as they approach the finish line. It's neck and neck, nose and nose. There goes Rasputin out in front as Barker goes for the whip. It's Rasputin by half length. Rasputin, the winner! In second place, Dave Derry. Third place, Count Joe. Winner's time, 1:37. Next race, 20 minutes.
Well, Vance, I dropped a few on that one.
We won't bother then about the good thing you had for me in the next race. Henderson, how much did Mrs. Walters owe you?
Oh, a few... 10,000.
How did she intend to pay you?
That's never my problem, Vance.
Isn't there some way bookmakers have of making sure that their clients do pay them?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
What happened to Mrs. Walters?
Why, I don't think I know who you are, do I?
You should. I'm Ellen Deering. I was Philo Vance's secretary. Remember me now, Mr. Walters?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do.
Well enough to ask me to come in? Don't bother. I don't need an invitation.
I don't understand what you want with me.
Don't you? Okay, then I'll tell you. I'm the only one that knows that you murdered your wife. Do you want to know how I know you murdered her?
Why, I didn't kill her. I haven't even seen her since she left here yesterday morning.
Oh, no? You told the police you'd been out to the gambling ship exactly a week ago, right?
Well, of course that's right.
They changed the position of that ship a couple of miles every night. Yet the time when you and Vance and Markham went out there, you gave exact directions on how to reach the Argus. Now, the only way you'd have known that is if you'd been there earlier.
Well, that's
now,
right,
don't
but...
get excited. Nobody realizes that little fact except me.
And what do you want?
Money. 10,000 will do.
I don't have that kind of money.
Well, then go get it. Here's my apartment address. Shall we say 9 o'clock tonight and $10,000 in cash? What time is it, Vance?
A few minutes to 9. Frightened, Ellen?
Yes, but I'll go through with it. You were right about Walters, of course, but what happens when he gets here?
I'll be in the next room. You get him to talk and tell the whole story. Take the money. Then I'll come out and take him.
Well, suppose he has other ideas. Ideas that he can pay me less expensively with a bullet than with a bundle. What then?
Don't worry, Ellen. Nothing will happen to you, I promise.
Oh, listen, that's the door. And that'll be Walters. Vance, please stay close. Hide, but stay close just in case.
Don't worry, Ellen. I'll be here.
Well, right on time, Mr. Walters. Come on in.
Oh, no. You're coming out. Out here in the hall. Come on!
Hey, listen, you're hurting my arm!
Your apartment might have been a trap. Taking no chances. We'll talk out here in the hall. I just locked your door, and here's the key right here in my pocket. Now, come on.
You can't make me.
See this knife? I'll slash it across your face if you don't come.
What happened to your wife? You tell me that first.
She's in the cellar at my house, all dressed up in concrete.
Oh.
And you'll be keeping her company. Are you coming, or do I use this knife?
I think I'm coming.
And this guy's going.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, Sergeant Heath. Am I glad to see you?
Didn't you expect me?
Oh.
Didn't Vance tell you he asked me to be here in the hall in case this guy got cute?
No, he didn't. And that reminds me. I've got something to say to Mr. Philo Vance.
You won't be able to see a thing for a moment, Vance, now that Heath has turned the lights out.
I figured that out for myself, Markham.
The FBI have done this, Vance, taken movies of an actual confession, but it's not done too often in police work. I think you're entitled to see the film, though. The film featuring Edgar Walters in his first and last starring role.
Okay, Markham. Let's see and hear it.
All right. Heath, let's have the film.
Right.
This is Edgar Walters. Of my own free will and volition, I'm confessing that I murdered my wife by going out to the gambling ship, Argus, in a small boat I had chartered the day before. I met her by arrangement, and I killed her as soon as we reached land. Her gambling was ruining me. I had to kill her. I don't know how anybody could have figured my actions, but Philo Vance did. That is all.
All right, Heath, let's have some lights.
Right, Mr. Markham.
Very interesting, Markham. Very interesting explanation. Which reminds me, I've got some explaining still to do to Ellen Deering. She won't be satisfied till she knows the whole story. But then, neither was I. Well, Ellen, I know you've waited very patiently. So let's talk about the Argus murder case. It really had me puzzled for a while. I was quite certain that Mrs. Walters had been on board the Argus, But the denials of Lucky Saunders and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson threw me for a while.
Why did they lie, Vance?
They all had reason. Saunders would have made himself a wonderful suspect if he'd admitted that Mrs. Walters had been on board. And in addition, have given his gambling ship a bad reputation.
A gambling ship, a bad reputation? Well, that sounds like a reason skunks don't eat scallions, but I'll buy it. Why did the Hendersons lie?
Mrs. Henderson hated Edith Walters. And Edith Walters was welching on money she owed Ace Henderson. Both would be ready-made suspects if they told the truth.
I suppose I'm dumb, but it's hard to figure out why Walters came to you in the first place.
He was trying to be smart. He figured it was a perfect alibi to ask me to work on his wife's disappearance. He knew I couldn't possibly get out to the gambling ship at 4 a.m, but he could, and he did.
But what about that radio message that Mrs. Walters sent?
Mrs. Henderson admits now that she threatened Edith Walters, that Mrs. Walters ran into the radio room and sent the message that brought us out to the Argus.
And then?
Then, while she was sending the message, Saunders came along, let himself into the radio room with his own key, and put his hand over Mrs. Walters' mouth. He didn't want the police out on his boat, naturally.
Commonly known as Natch. Then what?
Then Saunders talked Mrs. Henderson out of any desire for personal revenge against Edith Walters, and saw to it that Mrs. Walters got to her cabin. But she had arranged with her husband to meet him, as we know, and she rode with him to the shore, and her death. It was a very clever plan Walters had.
There's a moral in this somewhere. Something about wives, not gambling.
Or playing around with gamblers. That was the beginning of Mrs. Walters' trouble.
Yes, I suppose it was. And this is the end of the Argus murder case.
Yes, senorita, we guarantee to teach you the latest South American dances in 10 lessons, or we refund your money.
I'll buy that, Miss Ortega. There's something about the samba that I just can't get.
Samba and rumba are included, of course. Now, your name, please?
Sally Henderson.
Occupation or profession?
Oh, I'm secretary to Mr. F.X. Markham. He's district attorney here.
Oh?
Well, why? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Miss Henderson, we will not be able to start your lessons for several weeks. Will that be all right?
Well, no, not especially all right. Well, you know how it is with these things. You make up your mind to do them, and then, well, once you do, you'd like to do them right away.
If you are in a hurry, you might try somewhere else. I'm very busy. I have many people to give lessons to.
Well, one more shouldn't make any difference.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rosita?
Yes, this is Senorita Ortega.
Look, don't hi-hat me, Rosita. It's Ronaldo.
Yes, what is it?
This connection must be bad or something. Rosita, this is Ronaldo, remember?
What is it you want?
To see you for one thing, to get my job back for another.
I'm sorry, there is no position open here now. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Rosita. Take it easy. Maybe if there isn't a job open, you wouldn't mind making a small loan to a friend?
Absolutely not. We have nothing further to discuss, Ronaldo.
Oh, yes, we have. We have a lot to talk about. I gave you a week to cool off after you fired me. But nobody's hiring males dancing teachers much. I'm not doing too good.
I'm sorry.
That's all you can say, I'm sorry? Rosita, you've got no idea how sorry you're going to be.
Now, where were we, Miss Henderson?
You had just decided not to give me dancing lessons, Senorita. But after what I just overheard, I've decided perhaps I'd better get in touch with my boss, the district attorney, right away.
Now, you see, Mr. Cummings, it is really quite simple. Now, listen, watch. Just 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You see, the entire rumba is built on the 1, 2, 3 rhythm, just like your American waltz.
Is it, Rosita?
Please, Mr. Cummings, pay attention to what I'm trying to teach you. Head up. No movement from the waist up. With the feet, 1, 2, 3. Come, we try it again.
1, 2, 3. You do it. I like watching you.
You can do it if you try, Mr. Cummings. Come, try, eh?
No, I'm a little too clumsy for that kind of thing. I realize that this is my 10th lesson and I haven't learned to dance, but I've learned something that's worth a whole lot more. I've learned about you. That's come to mean something to me.
Stop playing, Manuel. I'll call you when I want you.
Okay. Oh, this is what I like. You and I alone, Rosita. Of course, it isn't exactly an ideal setting, but it will do.
And, the ideal setting, what is that?
That's the kind of thing I wrote to you about, Rosita. Moonlight, away from people. Some place where they never heard of rumba lessons.
You are quite, romantic, Mr. Cummings. Your letters are very dear to me.
Are they, Rosita?
Yes. Mrs. Cummings must be a charming woman, Mr. Cummings. I wonder if she is equally an understanding woman. You think she would like reading your letters?
You wouldn't show them to my wife.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, how could you even think such a thing? No. In fact, I might even be willing to part with them, despite their great sentimental value to me. How much would you say they were worth?
Oh, so that's it, blackmail.
Blackmail, Mr. Cummings? Oh, no, I merely asked for a friendly estimate. How much would you say those letters are worth? Is that blackmail?
You know it is. And you want to know what those letters are worth to me? They're worth a whole lot more than your life is.
Good evening, Senorita Ortega. Rinaldo is not here?
No, he is not, Senorita Raymond. He won't be here. I told you that a dozen times. Go on back next door where you belong, please.
That is no way for one senorita to talk to another.
Senorita? Oh, don't make me laugh. Just because you teach Spanish and because you can fool whoever it is that is stupid enough to come into your studio. Oh, don't think I believe you are Spanish.
You know many things that aren't good, Senorita Ortega. It's true, I'm not Spanish. And my name is not Ramon. But I didn't come here to talk about me. Where's Rinaldo?
I do not know. Here, there, somewhere. I have not heard from him since he quit his job here last week.
Quit his job? You fired him. Don't try to kid me. He knew a little too much about you. Knew the cute little blackmail racket you had going for you. That's one of the reasons you let him go.
Is it? And what's the other reason?
I'm the other reason, and you know it. He was starting to go for me. He was starting to overlook you. You're getting a little old, Ortega. A little tired looking. You can't blame a man.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name really is. Go on, get out. Get out or I throw you out.
Better get somebody to help you.
Help me? I need nothing to help me. I'll push you right out.
Get your hands off me. Come on. You asked for this.
Huh? Oh, a knife you carry, do you? Well, you won't use it on me. I will get that from you. I will. Stop it. You're breaking my wrist. The knife. Drop it. Drop it on the floor. Ow. Drop the knife. My wrist. You've broken my wrist. You are lucky that isn't all I break. Now, get out of here and take this knife with you.
Okay, I'll get out. I'll take the knife with me. But you never can tell, Ortega. Both of us may be coming back.
It may be something and it may be nothing, Mr. Markham, but I thought I'd tell you about it.
I'm glad you did, Sally. So you went up to one of those private dance studios last evening, and when this Senorita Ortega found you were working for me, the district attorney, she wasn't very anxious to have you take the course.
Oh, it isn't that so much, Mr. Markham. It's the phone call she got from somebody named Ronaldo. That's why I tried to reach her last night on the phone. He sounded mighty serious when he threatened her.
Yes, I didn't get in till quite late. And he was serious, all right, Sally.
What do you mean?
Look at this memorandum that came into me just before you arrived. It's from Sergeant Heath at the Homicide Department. Here, read it.
Uh-huh. Rosita Ortega, private dance instructress, stabbed to death in her studio midnight last night. Mr. Markham, she's dead.
Mm-hmm. Apparently. And I was about to go up to the dance studio to meet Philo Vance there. I'd called him.
You mean that maybe I gave you a clue to the murderer?
A clue to the suspect, undoubtedly. Somehow, clues to a murderer are never this easy to find. Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath has this Ronaldo individual in the late Senorita Ortega's studio. Shall we go in?
No, not for a moment, please, Markham. Let's stay here in the outer office a minute. It was quick work on Sergeant Heath's part.
Apprehended Ronaldo? Yes, it was. Heath has another suspect for us, too, a Senorita Ramon. She teaches Spanish in the studio next door.
Senorita Ramon. That's right. I noticed her sign as we came down the hall. Well, Markham, I'm about ready to go to work. It's been quite a while since our last murder case, and life is little to a private investigator without a murder.
To a private investigator such as you, that's undoubtedly correct. Now, how about this Ronaldo, Vance?
Let's get him in here now, if you will, Markham.
Right. I'll have Heath send him in. Sergeant Heath, would you ask Ronaldo to come here, please?
Sure.
He's on the way, Vance.
Good.
I'm Ronaldo Alvarez.
Right in this way, please, Ronaldo.
Sure. What happens now?
Ronaldo, I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, huh?
You heard of Mr. Vance?
Who hasn't? But I don't suppose he can want anything from me.
I might, now that Sergeant Heath apprehended you so quickly.
What apprehended? I walked in here this morning to see Ortega. Didn't know a thing about her being dead until then.
Perhaps that's true. Ronaldo, why did Senorita Ortega discharge you?
Why? Because she thought she could get along without me. That's why.
Was that the only reason?
What is going on in here? Why am I being held like a prisoner in the studio?
It's all right, Heath. Let her come in. All right.
Why am I being held in there like a thief? Why?
And who are you, may I ask?
Me? I am Senorita Ramon. I have the studio next door.
Oh, I see.
Is that reason enough for me to be held until you get ready to speak to me?
I think it might be, Senorita Ramon. That accent of yours is slightly spurious, too, I might add. What is your right name?
Her name is Margaret Stone, Vance.
Thank you, Ronaldo. You knew her?
Very well.
Ronaldo,
Would you please wait in the studio just one moment, Senorita Ramon, or Stone, whichever you prefer. I promise you we won't be more than a few minutes.
Okay. Only I don't like to be kept hanging around like a pet dog.
Quite a young lady there, Ronaldo.
Her? She's really something, Vance. And, can I go now?
Not yet. Ronaldo, I'd like you to tell me all you know about the late Senorita Ortega and who might have killed her.
Look, Vance, I'm a dancer, not a detective. But Rosita did have something off the record going on with a guy named Cummings. Jack Cummings. He was married, and he wrote us some letters.
That sounds like something, Vance.
Yes, it does. Where did the Senorita keep those letters, do you know?
I should know. I saw her looking at them only last week. I got an idea that was one of the reasons I was fired. They're right in that desk Mr. Markham's sitting at. Middle drawer.
Yeah? It's locked.
Well, that shouldn't be entirely unexpected. That paper knife ought to be capable of prying the drawer open. Insert it right in the center, Markham.
Right.
Well?
No, no letters. Nothing that even looks like a letter.
Really?
It's like I told you then. Cummings killed Rosita for those letters.
That sounds logical.
And very pat. Where were you at midnight last night, Ronaldo?
Midnight? I can tell you. I won a Rumba contest over at the Shadowland Dance Palace a little after midnight. I was there all night. Mary Morgan, she's my dancing partner. Maybe we're going to do an act together.
I'd like to know a little more about this Cummings man you mentioned, Ronaldo. What's his first name?
As far as I know, it was Jack. He took lessons from Rosita.
You know the name, Vance?
Jack Cummings. No, I don't think I do. There is a quite wealthy merchant in this city named John H. Cummings. Ronaldo, was Cummings rather big, about 45, gray hair parted on the side?
That's about right.
You do know him then, Vance?
Yes, I know of him, that is. I attended an exhibition of his wood carvings about a year ago. Wood carving's his hobby. He's quite good at it, too, as I remember.
Vance, listen, the Ortega girl was killed by a knife. Cummings carves wood as a pastime.
Certainly. And they had a motive. Those letters. If I know Rosita, she was using those letters, too.
It adds up, Vance. I'm going to have Heath pick up Cummings at once. What we found out this morning practically proves it was he that killed Rosita Ortega.
Does it, Markham? Personally, I'm of the opinion that what we found practically proves that he didn't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Rumba murder case began when Rosita Ortega, a dance instructress, was found knifed. Vance's suspects include a Spanish teacher, Margaret Stone, a dancer named Ronaldo Alvarez, whom the senorita had discharged, and Jack Cummings, merchant and amateur woodcarver, who, we have reason to believe, was being blackmailed by senorita Ortega. Ronaldo has told us that he had been at the Shadowland Dance Hall the entire evening previous, dancing with a hostess there named Mary Morgan. And I know that Vance checked the dance hall, found out her apartment address, and is there with her right now.
I'd like you to know something, Miss Morgan. This is the first time I've ever been in the apartment of a dance hostess.
Oh, gee, high-sounding name, Mr. Vance. I'm a taxi dancer. You sure you don't mind that record playing? I like music. It relaxes me.
I don't mind at all. Mind if I ask you some questions?
Go ahead, ask.
First of all, these pictures of Ronaldo that are in your place here. How many of them are there?
Oh, 3 in here and 3 in my bedroom. I go for that guy, Mr. Vance. He's a swell dancer. Excuse me.
Surely.
We won a Rumba contest last night at Shadowland. Did I tell you that?
Not that I recall. What time was the contest held?
12:15. Ronaldo and I have been practicing all night.
At Shadowland?
Sure, at Shadowland. Oh, it was perfectly legit. He bought tickets, the same as any customer.
My knowledge of dance halls is a little limited, Miss Morgan. Tell me about Shadowland.
Where till I turn off this record, huh? There. Well, Mr. Vance, there are about 25 of us girls. They call us hostesses. We sit around till some fella comes over and asks for a dance.
Some fellow?
Well, sure. Fellas come up there to dance, and they buy a bunch of tickets, and they dance with us. Every time they dance, they give us a ticket.
I understand. Now, you were telling me about Ronaldo. I know he won a contest with you a little after midnight, but he says he was with you all evening from 9 o'clock on.
That's just about right, too. He got there about 9, and we started dancing. We didn't miss a dance until the contest. Every dance we danced.
You must have been pretty tired.
Oh, I do that every night. I'm used to it. Only every night I don't get a break like dancing with Ronaldo every dance.
I'm curious about one thing, Miss Morgan. How much money do you girls make, if I'm not being too personal?
That ain't personal, Mr. Vance. We get 6 cents on every ticket. Tickets cost a dime, and The house makes 4 cents.
I see. You really do have to do a lot of dancing to make money, don't you?
That I do. Why don't you come up sometime, Mr. Vance? You look like you wouldn't get fresh or nothing.
I might do that, Miss Morgan. This case I'm working on seems to be getting nowhere. The lack of clues is a little fantastic. Perhaps after I solve it, if I solve it, I might devote some time to the light fantastic.
Yes, I know you. You teach Spanish in a studio next door to Senorita Ortega's.
That's right, Mr. Cummings. Only I'm not Spanish. And that has nothing to do with why I came to your apartment. We are alone.
Yes, but what has that to do with what you're going to say?
Plenty. I just came from a little interview with Mr. Markham and Philo Vance. They wanted to know what I knew about Ortega's murder.
What did you tell them?
Nothing. Cops don't pay for information.
What are you driving at?
This. Ortega was murdered about midnight last night. You were at a studio at about that time. I saw you. I want $10,000 to keep quiet about it.
I won't pay it.
I think you will.
Get out of here. I've worried enough about my being up there last night. I was there to get something that belonged to me. But I didn't kill her, do you understand? I didn't kill her. I won't pay a cent.
You will. You've got a wife, respectably married children. You wouldn't want them to read about you in the papers? You'll pay.
Get out of here. Get out. I won't pay a cent. Get out of here.
Everybody throws me out, and everybody's sorry they did right afterwards. One more chance, Mr. Cummings. Are you paying?
I said get out, and I meant it. Get out!
Okay, stop pushing. I'll go. In case you change your mind, you know where to reach me. I'll give you an hour.
An hour? An hour? I can't pay her. She'll blackmail me for the rest of my life. I can't pay her. I can't face the ruin I'll bring to my family. I know. Where is it? I always kept it here. Oh, here it is. This is my way out. This gun of mine. First, I'd better write. No, I'll telephone my wife. That'll be better. Quicker. Oh, no. No, I can't talk to her. I can't. I've just got to do this now. The longer I think about it, the longer I'll put it off. And I mustn't put it off. I've got to...
I wouldn't if I were you, Mr. Cummings.
Who are you?
My name is Vance. Philo Vance. Mind if I take that gun?
Here, take it. Take it quickly.
Thank you. I'm glad my appearance has that effect, Mr. Cummings. I take it you were going to kill yourself because of your connection with the Ortega murder?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. Only no one will believe it when they find out I was up there last night.
I wouldn't say no one, Mr. Cummings. I believe it. And as soon as I meet Mr. Markham up at the Shadowland Dance Hall, which I'm to do in a few moments, I think everyone concerned will believe it, too. There's nothing quite so desolate looking as a dance hall during the day, is there, Markham?
Oh, I don't know, Vance. An empty stadium at night, an office building on Sunday. They give this dance hall a little competition for desolation.
Perhaps you're right. So this is Shadowland, Temple of Terpsichore.
Hey, you two. What are you doing here?
Watchman, Vance?
I think not. Must be the manager. I phoned him a while ago. My name is Vance.
Oh, yeah. You called me, didn't you? Who's your friend?
This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you? What can I do for you, Vance?
Have you the records I asked for?
Oh, sure. In my office. It's right here. Come on in. Not much doing around here this time of day.
We figured that out for ourselves.
I got the records right here on my desk. Here they are. Last night, Mary Morgan, the girl you asked about, Vance, turned in 40 tickets.
40, eh? Tell me something. How long does a dance last?
All last the same time, and the music is continuous. We got 2 bands. Every dance lasts exactly 2 minutes. We do a minute break between dances to collect tickets and let people on and off the floor.
What's that information for, Vance?
Just general knowledge, Markham. All I'd say that's what it's for. One thing more. How much did Mary Morgan make the night before last?
I'll have to find that out for you, Vance. Won't take me a minute.
Don't hurry. We'll be here when you get back.
Well, Vance, I've got something to tell you. We're picking up Jack Cummings, the man Ronaldo spoke to us about. He was supposed to have written some letters to Senorita Ortega, remember?
Of course. And you've picked him up, eh?
Yes. You see, the girl who has the place next to Ortega's, Senorita Ramon, saw him near the Ortega apartment at the time of the murder.
And she told you that?
Definitely.
Markham, I wouldn't overlook this Senorita Ramon if I were you.
You mean you don't think that Cummings murdered the Ortega girl?
No, I don't. I told you that once before. I know who the murderer is, Markham. And believe me, it's not Jack Cummings. Just leave me here in your office for a few minutes with Rinaldo, Markham, and I'll be with you.
Right, Vance.
Well, Vance, what's eating you?
Not a great deal. I've been over to see your girlfriend, Mary Morgan.
Have you now? Great girl, huh?
Terribly loyal. She's in love with you, apparently.
Because my pictures are all over her apartment? She's a picture patsy. Before me, there was a shipping clerk. I'm doing a little better than him, though. One more picture. He only had 5.
Well, congratulations. Rinaldo, what made you think you could get away with murdering Senorita Ortega?
Me? You think I killed her?
No. I know you did.
And I'm supposed to say, oh, no, please, please, don't turn me in. I did it. I admit it. But don't turn me in. Nuts, Vance. You don't know a thing.
Don't I, though? I wouldn't be quite so sure.
I'm listening, but I'm not paying too much attention.
It might be an idea if you did.
Sure. If I couldn't prove where I was last night, maybe. But I can't. 500 people saw me win that rumba contest at 12:15 last night in Shadowland.
I don't doubt that at all.
Well?
Senorita Ortega was killed at midnight. Shadowland is near enough to the Ortega studio for you to have killed her and then gone over to the dance hall.
Oh, it is it? Look, Vance. I was at Shadowland all night, from 9 o'clock on. I didn't leave the joint. Mary Morgan can tell you that.
Yes, I know. In fact, she did tell me that. So you claim you couldn't have killed Senorita Ortega because you were at Shadowland all evening.
Of course.
You stick to that story, my boy. It's a perfect alibi. Perfect for me. You see, instead of proving that you didn't murder the Ortega girl, it proves you did. Well, Markham, what you want to know then is how I knew Rinaldo killed Ortega. It's a matter of mathematics. Sit down and listen.
Very well. I'm doing both.
Good. Rinaldo said he danced every dance from 9 o'clock to midnight with Mary Morgan. That's 3 hours.
That's right.
Now, the Shadowland dance hall manager told me that each dance lasted 2 minutes with 1-minute intermissions between each dance. In other words, there were 20 actual dances per hour.
Can't argue with that either.
All right, let's take it from there. 20 dances per hour for 3 hours makes 60 dances. In other words, if Mary Morgan had danced every dance with Rinaldo, as she claimed, she would have turned in 60 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't. The manager told me she turned in only 40 tickets.
So she only danced with Rinaldo 2 hours and not 3.
Of course. That gave him an hour off to murder the Ortega girl. He thought he had a foolproof alibi because he knew Mary Morgan would lie for him. But they overlooked the detail of the tickets.
Yes, they did. Silly of them, wasn't it?
Our friend Jack Cummings was silly, too, going to a studio like Senorita Ortega's to learn to dance. There are hundreds of legitimate dance studios, recognized, licensed places. You're almost looking for trouble when you go visit someone like the Senorita.
Fortunately, there are no others we know of, Vance. Well, Rinaldo has confessed in view of the way you broke his alibi, and it looks like the end of his career to me.
To me, too. But Markham, it also looks like the end of the Rumba murder case.
sorry, Miss Westcott. What you ask is impossible. I cannot release your aunt.
But there's nothing wrong with her. There's no reason for her to be locked up in your whatever you call this place.
It's a rest home, Miss Westcott. The finest in the East. Our patients have every comfort, every care.
Maybe. And if they're ill, maybe that's what they need. But not my aunt. There's nothing wrong with her. She's a wealthy woman, and her family had her put here so that they could get her money.
I'm sorry. Well, that may be so, but your aunt has never said she was unhappy here. Never asked to be released. Apparently she's quite content. The only person making trouble, as far as I can see, is you. Excuse me. Yes? Yes, I'll see him. Send him right in. I'm sorry, Miss Westcott. I'll have to ask you to leave. To leave this building and these grounds. I have an appointment with my chief assistant.
With your chief guard, you mean? I've seen the way he treats Aunt Alice. Mr. Ward, believe me, I'm going to do something about this place and about you.
You got company, I see.
Miss Westcott was just leaving. Good day, my dear. We'll keep you informed as to your aunt's condition.
There'll be an improvement in that condition with her out of here, and I'm going to see to it that she does get out. I promise you that. I promised that to Aunt Alice. And what's just as important, I promised that to myself.
She's really got a beef, ain't she, boss?
She thinks she has. Durant, I sent for you because there have been complaints about your tactics. You're a little too rough with our guests.
Guests? Stop kidding. You know, I've been meaning for you and I to have a talk, Ward, and this is as good a time as any.
Oh?
You got a good racket here. I want in on it.
Racket?
Don't raise your eyebrows at me. I work here. That kindly little kisser of yours and your pretty snow-white hair don't fool me. This joint's practically a prison for people whose families want 'em out of the way. You ain't such a nice character as you look, Ward.
Well, that does call for a little talk between you and me, Al. Shall we say this evening?
Look, Mrs. Westcott, I didn't bring your dinner up to your room just to have you sit and look at it. Eat it and hurry up.
I just don't think I want it right now. I'll eat, Mr. Durant. I just don't care for anything right now, thank you.
You don't, huh? Well, you better. I'm through for the night as soon as you eat. Now, Mrs. Westcott, I ain't got much patience. Start eating.
Thank you very much, but I really couldn't have a thing.
I said start eating.
Oh, you mustn't hit me like that. I'm an old woman, and I've done nothing to you.
I'm just starting. Now eat.
Well, what's going on here? Quite a slugger, ain't you, Al? Like any woman you'll wait, I bet.
What's it to you, Bill?
Nothing. Go ahead and hit her again for all I care.
Now, look, Bill, Mrs. Westcott here's on this floor. This is my floor. That's got nothing to do with you. You belong downstairs.
Yeah, sure. What I came up to tell you, though, Al, was that I ain't got the dough I borrowed from you.
No?
No. Maybe I'll be able to pay you in a couple of weeks. Maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean, maybe? You'll pay me that dough. Believe me, you'll pay it.
Please, gentlemen. You're giving me a headache with all that arguing. I'd much rather you didn't argue.
It ain't making Al very happy either. Just to make him just a little bit more unhappy, take your time about eating. He'll wait. I'm making him wait for his dough. You make him wait, too.
Now, look, just because you work here, too, Bill, don't give you any license to hold me up for my money or try to run this floor. Maybe I ought to...
You won't. You ain't got the guts. You wouldn't take a chance of taking a poke at me. After all, I ain't an old lady.
And Alice, please wake up. Aunt Alice.
Joan, dear, what are you doing here at this time of night?
Let me in quickly.
Of course.
Aunt Alice, get your clothes together. I'm going to get you out of here.
But why, dear? I have no place to go. My family doesn't want me at home.
You always have a place to go as long as I have an apartment. Now hurry, please. I've been hiding here in this building till everyone went to sleep, and then I came right here.
Did you, dear? I wasn't sleeping, you know. I was just lying on the bed and thinking.
just thinking.
And Alice, please hurry. Something terrible has happened. But he deserved it. We know he deserved it.
You mean that Mr. Durant, who is supposed to look after me? He's lying outside my door, isn't he? And he's quite dead.
You know about that?
Oh, yes. And I'm not a bit sorry. Not a bit. He was struck down by Providence, you know.
No, I don't know. I only hope that's what it was.
Oh, it was. Of course, sometimes, like in this case, Providence has to have a little outside help. The solution of murders lies not so much in the mistake made by a murderer, but in the ability of the investigator to find that mistake. Well, I got that, Mr. Vance.
That's good, Miss Woods. Now, let me see.
How am I doing since Miss Deering's been away seeing her mother, Mr. Vance? Great, huh?
Adequate. Adequate but refreshing, Miss Woods.
Mr. Vance, you seem a little unoccupied. Something on your mind?
No, nothing. That's the reason for my being preoccupied, I imagine. I heard over the radio a little while ago of an unusual murder, and it disturbs me that my friend, the district attorney, hasn't called me.
Who got killed?
The guard at a private sanitarium. I don't understand why Mark... Well, I'll get that myself, Miss Woods. It's probably Mr. Markham. Hello?
Mr. Vance?
Yes?
This is Joan Westcott. Mr. Vance, there's something you must do for me.
Is there?
Yes. I'm calling from the Ward Sanitarium where that guard was murdered. I'm being held here because I tried to get my aunt out last night. Mr. Markham is here and Sergeant Heath. I heard Mr. Markham say that he was going to call you.
And you're calling for him?
No. I want to beg you not to work on this case, Mr. Vance. Please don't. The man who was murdered deserved to die.
I'm afraid that isn't within your province to judge, Miss Westcott. I'm glad you called and told me Markham was there, though. It gives me every reason to go up. Goodbye, Miss Westcott.
See now why I didn't want you to call Vance, Mr. Markham? How can I miss solving this case myself?
I don't know how you can. I just hope you don't. And I did phone Vance, Heath, only he wasn't in. Now, let's see. The dead man was killed by a blunt instrument. Blackjack, probably. And in his hand, you found 3 black hairs.
Yeah, D.A. He probably yanked him out of his murderer's head when he was struggling with him. Now, I talked to everybody in this joint that's got any sense. And there are 3 suspects. And all of them got black hair. First, that Joan Westcott, the young dame who got locked in Mr. Ward's private office there. She's a brunette.
Quite attractive one, I'd say.
Well, it all depends on how old you think she is.
On the contrary. It all depends on how old you think you are.
Maybe. Well, my second suspect, anyhow, is her aunt. She's a little touched, I think. She's a patient here, and she's old, but her hair is pitch black.
Yes, I saw that. And the hair of Bill Williams, the guard you suspect, is black, too.
Sure. So, all I have to do is take samples of their hair, send them down to the police lab with the samples taken from the dead guy's hand. Whichever checks, well, that's our killer.
Somehow I'm sure that Vance would have another theory.
Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham.
Yes, what is it, Mr. Ward?
There's a Mr. Philo Vance outside. He says you're expecting him, or rather, that you should be expecting him.
I'll go out. Well, Heath, Vance is here.
Yeah, I know. But am I happy? No. Hey, wait a minute. Sure, I'm happy. Now Vance will have a chance to see how I work. Hey, Mr. Markham, you tell Vance I'm glad he's here. I'm very glad. I'm overjoyed.
Please, Heath, don't overdo it.
Thanks, Markham.
You're welcome.
Just give me a few minutes in Mr. Ward's office with Joan Westcott and that other guard, Mr. Williams, and I'll be satisfied.
All right.
You know, of course, that the reason you didn't reach me on the phone was because I was on the way up here.
Of course. My fault for calling late. Go right in, Vance. I'll wait for you here.
All right.
You know, murder in a sanitarium is such a delicate thing. I'm really gratified that you did come.
Right, and thanks again.
It's all right.
Well, hello, you two.
Hello?
Hiya.
My name is Vance.
Oh.
I've a purely academic question to ask both of you. Miss Westcott, did you kill Mr. Durant?
So you came after all, didn't you, Mr. Vance? Even after I begged you not to.
I told you I would. Mr. Williams.
Don't bother me.
I'm sorry, but I must, Mr. Williams. What's that? Changing of the guard?
Patients are exercising. We march them around. What about it?
I'd like to see that.
So look. Yeah, look, Vance. You can see it very plain from this window.
Well, I'll try. That's quite an imposing sight. Does Mr. Ward always lead the patients through those maneuvers?
No, that's my job. I'll show you where I generally do it from. You see, right about... I've got him, Miss Westcott! Oh! Clipped him. Now, grab that towel and cram it in his mouth. Get that towel, hurry, or I'll take care of you, too.
Oh, here it is.
Good. Now get that roll of wire from the top drawer in Ward's desk and step on it. We'll tie him up good and get out of here.
I don't want to get out of here, not this way.
Do what I tell you. Get that wire.
Well...
Make it quick.
Okay.
That's better.
I don't like doing this.
Who cares what you like? Do what I tell you so I can get out of here. You want to stay, stay. I'll tie Vance up and then go to work on that window.
Here's the wire.
Okay. Vance guy just walked in here. Wrong time for him. There, that takes care of his hands. I use my handkerchief to make sure that towel stays in his mouth. Tie it. Good and tight.
All right, but I...
Hurry up and shut up. Feet. There, one more turn to make sure. That does it. Well, you coming with me?
No.
Well, then, so long, sister. I'm getting...
What's going on in here?
Sergeant Heath.
I guess that's that. Seemed like a good idea at the time, though.
Hey, come on in, Markham. Take a look at your friend Vance. All he needs is a spit, and he's ready to be barbecued.
Vance, what happened? What? Just a moment. I'll have this. Look. There you are.
Thank you for removing that gag, Markham.
It's all right.
Well, please get to work on my hands.
Of course. Now, what happened here?
Well, Miss Westcott and Mr. Williams didn't want to be questioned, I imagine, so Mr. Williams knocked me out. Oh, thank you, Markham. I'm all right now.
Oh, you are you? I'm going to show you how all wrong you are, Vance. I'm solving this case myself. You can watch if you like.
I'd like to, very much.
Okay. Now, Al Durant, the dead man, had 3 black hairs in his hand when we found the body. So, a black-haired guy, or gal, killed him.
That's entirely reasonable.
Sure it is. Now, I'm taking samples of the hair of this black-haired gal and this black-haired guy. Yeah, hold still, you.
Hey, what are you doing to my head?
Just taking a couple of hairs off it. You won't miss them. Now, you, miss.
Don't you dare use that scissors on my head.
Oh, okay, do it yourself. Here.
Oh, all right. This is all completely ridiculous.
Perhaps not, Miss Westcott. Sergeant Heath is going to have your hair compared down at the police laboratory with the hair found in Al Durant's hand.
And if it checks, I'm afraid you're in rather a serious spot.
I'm not afraid.
Heath, let me ask you something.
Yeah?
Suppose, just suppose, mind you, that you find that neither of those hair samples match the ones you took from Durant. Then what?
Well, then that old Mrs. Westcott's hair will match. It's got to be one of these 3.
Just supposing it isn't, though, Heath.
Well, then I'll take samples of every black-haired person in this place. Even you agreed it had to be somebody here who killed Durant.
Yes, we're reasonably certain of that.
Well, okay, then. One of them killed that guard, and that one's hair will match the sample we got. Then we got our killer.
As simple as that, eh, Heath?
Sure.
How much longer are you going to keep me here, Sergeant Heath?
I don't know.
Miss Westcott, you're a rather contrary person. As I understand it, you wouldn't leave this place before Mr. Durant's death. Now you're quite anxious to go.
Yes, I am. I want to get out of here and take my aunt with me. I never want to see this awful place again.
Well, Miss Westcott, I wouldn't be so anxious to leave here if I were you. In the event that Sergeant Heath's hair test points to you, you'll be going to a much more uncomfortable place, I assure you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blackjack murder case began when Al Durant, a guard in the private sanitarium run by a Mr. Ward, was found dead. Suspects include Bill Williams, another guard, a patient, Alice Westcott, and her niece, Joan Westcott. Vance has one important clue: 3 strands of human hair that have been found in the dead man's hand. Vance told me he was on his way to interview Mrs. Westcott, and he should be there.
You sit down, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you, Mrs. Westcott.
Yes.
I have a few questions to ask you.
I don't mind. Really, I don't. Only you won't slap me if I don't answer them, will you? I'd rather not be slapped, Mr. Vance.
I won't slap you, Mrs. Westcott. In fact, I'd like to see anybody raise his hand to you while I'm around.
Mr. Williams, the other guard, made Mr. Durant stop hitting me the day Mr. Durant was murdered. Just before they quarreled. Yesterday, I believe.
Mrs. Westcott, do you think Mr. Williams killed Mr. Durant?
Oh, no.
Your niece, then, Mrs. Westcott?
Oh, my goodness, no. She's so nice and gentle. She wouldn't hurt anyone.
I wonder, then, who did kill him?
Oh, I did.
You? You killed Mr. Durant?
Yes, but he was mean and very rude to me. He slapped me. I'd rather not be slapped, Mr. Vance.
I know. You told me that before. How did you kill him?
I opened the door, and there he was. And he had a blackjack in his pocket. I took it out of his pocket and hit him with it. I'm sorry if I've caused everybody so much trouble, but nobody asked me until now whether I killed him.
All they wanted was a few strands of your hair. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't know why.
You're sure of what you just told me, Mrs. Westcott, that you hit Mr. Durant with his own blackjack?
Oh, I'm positive. I used to kill him very often. Every night, right after I fell asleep, I used to kill him. And always the same way. So you see, I know I did it.
I see. I'll tell you one thing, Mrs. Westcott. You've confused me, and very nicely. I wonder how ill you actually are, how imaginative you actually are, and above all, how clever.
What a case this is, Mr. Markham. The only clue is a couple of hairs, and listen to this report the police laboratory sent me. You can listen too, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Sergeant Heath.
Go ahead, Heath.
I sent him the hairs we found in Al Durant's hand, and the hairs from our 3 suspects. Now, listen. Sergeant Heath, this is to inform you that there is no similarity between the samples taken from the heads of your suspects and the original hairs found in the dead man's hand. Signed, Morgan Police Laboratory.
Looks like we haven't gotten very far on this case, doesn't it, Heath?
Yeah, sure does. A fine time for your friend Vance to run out on us.
Oh, he'll be back. I know that.
You know it, but what do I know? All I know is a black-haired guy killed Al Durant. Well, I'll leave you with Mr. Ward. I'm going to go looking for another black-haired guy. And see you later, Mr. Markham. Mr. Ward.
Right. How soon will the police leave here, Mr. Markham? They've spoiled my discipline, my routine. They've ruined this office.
How do they ruin it, sir? By using it?
Look and see. Papers helter-skelter, the desk moved, everything topsy-turvy. Nothing is in its proper place. Everything must be in its proper place, Mr. Markham.
Yes, I know. And the reason we've made such a mess out of your office, Mr. Ward, is because we're trying to put a murderer in his proper place. Behind bars.
Very well now, Mr. Vance. You may look through the microscope now, if you like.
Thank you, Doctor. It's very nice of you to allow me here in the police laboratory.
It is nothing. Mr. Markham phoned me and asked for me to let you come in. I was glad to have you. Sometimes even scientists like a little audience. Here, now look through the microscope, Mr. Vance.
All right. Tell me first, though, Doctor. Your test showed that none of the hair samples from the 3 suspects match the hair found in the hand of Mr. Durant, the murdered man.
None of them match, Mr. Vance. You are looking through the microscope now. Good. The single hair on the right, that is the one which was found in the murder man's hand. The one on the left is one of the samples.
Vast difference, isn't there, Doctor, under a microscope?
Definitely. Notice, Mr. Vance, at the very tip of the hair on the right, a little unusual substance.
Yes.
That is gum arabic, generally used as a glue.
As a glue? Well, Doctor, perhaps the hair samples found in Mr. Durant's hand came from a wig.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. They came from no wig. They came from a human head, and they were pulled from that head when the head was alive. No, Mr. Vance, that hair came from no wig. It came from a living head.
But the gum arabic, that must mean something.
Yes, I imagine it does, but what?
What, Doctor? Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, it means I know who murdered Al Durant.
Well, Vance, welcome back.
Thank you, Markham. Any progress on the murderer of Mr. Durant?
No, none at all. Frankly, I've been waiting for you.
I've an idea you'll be glad you did. Where's Heath?
He and Mr. Ward are gabbing in Ward's office. You know, Vance, I was thinking that perhaps an outsider killed the guard. That is possible, you know.
Undoubtedly, only I'm quite sure that isn't what happened. Where's Joan Westcott? I'd like to see her.
She's in that room right there, Vance. It wouldn't surprise me any if she were about to break down.
I'd like to talk to her, Markham. I'll meet you in Mr. Ward's office in a few minutes, all right?
Certainly, Vance. I'll be there with Ward and Sergeant Heath.
Hello, Miss Westcott.
What is it, Mr. Vance?
Why were you crying, Miss Westcott? Any reason I might do something about?
No.
Perhaps there is. I'd like to tell you something. This is no trick, believe me, but I know that neither you nor your aunt murdered Al Durant.
You know that?
Very definitely. Now, will you tell me why you were crying?
Oh, Mr. Vance, I didn't mean to break down, but the hopelessness of this whole thing just got me. It just got me, that's all. I thought my aunt had killed Mr. Durant, and that's why I couldn't tell you about this place.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
Well, if she had killed Durant, I wanted you to think that she was insane, that she belonged in a place like this. Only this isn't a rest home or a private hospital, Mr. Vance. It's a prison. None of the patients here have anything wrong with them.
I'm beginning to understand a lot of things now, Miss Westcott. The one thing missing from this case so far was a motive. I believe I have that now. You'd do all of us a great favor, Mr. Ward, if you'd cooperate with Sergeant Heath and me.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Vance. How can I help?
I'll get around to that in a moment. First of all, as I understand it, Mr. Durant, the murdered guard, wasn't too gentle with his patients.
Well, in this sort of institution, sometimes it's necessary to use force.
Of course, Mr. Durant knew what kind of institution this was.
What? I don't understand.
I think you do. And I think he did. I think he knew you were operating this place as a wide-open racket, keeping certain people in it because of the convenience that might provide to others.
Mr. Vance, do you know what you're saying? Sergeant Heath.
I don't know either. All I know is he generally does.
Thank you, Heath. Mr. Ward, this Durant came to you the night of his death. Probably came to your room and demanded money in return for keeping his mouth shut.
What?
You quarreled, and you killed him.
Oh.
Then dumped his body outside Mrs. Westcott's door.
This
Ridiculous.
guy's the murderer, Vance?
That's right. Joan Westcott thought that perhaps her aunt had done it, so she wouldn't talk, and in fact tried to keep me off the case. The aunt thought Joan had done it, so she pretended to be slightly insane and confessed. But I have proof that it was Ward.
Vance, the murderer is a black-haired guy. That much we know. Ward's hair is snow white.
I think Mr. Ward's hair, what's left of his own hair, is black. Take that toupee off his head, Heath.
Keep away. Don't touch me.
Vance says that's a toupee. Now get your hands down or I won't touch you. I'll scalp you.
Hey!
Hey, Vance. It came off in my hand. It is a wig.
So I see. What's left of his original hair is black. And I think you'll find the black hair matches the ones you took from Durant's hand.
I'll get you for this, Vance. If you live to be 1,000, I'll get you.
I doubt that, Mr. Ward. I doubt your getting me. I doubt my living to be 1,000. And I doubt that you'll live to your next birthday. See to that, will you, Heath?
You know, Mr. Vance, I'm so mixed up about that hair thing. I don't know how to begin asking you what made you so sure. I'm dumb, huh?
Leading question, Miss Woods. Perhaps I might explain, though. The one clue we had was the black hair.
Yeah.
It had a bit of gum arabic on it. I believed that the gum arabic, or glue, got on the hair from a toupee.
That's the way it turned out, too.
That's right. I was sure then that Ward wore a toupee, and I reasoned that Durant must have come into his bedroom when he was preparing for bed, at which time he'd have taken off the toupee.
Oh, hey, then they battled, and that's how Durant got some of Ward's real hair in his hand.
That's right. Sergeant Heath spent his time looking first for a black-haired individual.
Sure, that Mr. Ward's toupee was snow white. He had quite a racket, didn't he, Mr. Vance?
For a while. But, like all rackets, eventually it backfired.
This one backfired very convenient for me.
Hmm?
You got back here just at 5:30.
Right at the end of the day.
That's right, Miss Woods. And right at the end of the day, we're right at the end of the Blackjack murder case.
Sit down, Vance. Sit down. Nice of you to drop in.
Well, thank you, Markham. Well, I'm glad that being district attorney gives you the same privilege of working late that my chosen profession affords me.
Haven't seen you in a week, Vance. Don't tell me that the public has taken over my favorite private investigator.
Oh, I've been busy, but mostly routine cases. Then, this evening, I was driving by this way, saw the light in your office, and thought I'd take a chance that it was you up here and not a cleaning woman.
I'm glad you're not disappointed. Or are you?
If the cleaning woman had a murder case for me to work on, or if you don't, I will be. Anything unusual going on, Markham?
Yes, I'm working late because a young lady phoned me and asked me to wait for her. She said it was urgent.
Well, that sounds very interesting, Markham. Perhaps I...
Which one of you is the district attorney, please? Please?
Well, please come in.
I must see Mr. Markham. I phoned him a while ago. It's a matter of life and death.
Yours?
Are you Mr. Markham?
I'm Philo Vance. This is Mr. Markham.
How do you do?
Mr. Markham, my name is Mills, June Mills, and you've got to help me.
Well, I'll certainly try if you'll give me a hint as to how.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so upset. I've never done anything like this before, and I don't even know if you can help me.
If he can't, I'd like to, Miss Mills. What's the trouble?
Well, I know the district attorney is called in to help convict a killer after a murder takes place, but can he help prevent one? That's what I want to know, can he?
He certainly can try. Tell me what it is you're troubled about.
It's my boyfriend, Johnny Blake. He works at the soda fountain down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. He's going to be killed.
Who's going to kill him?
Who?
Yes, Miss Mills. Who?
Well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that. I don't dare tell you.
Why not?
Because they'll kill me, too, if I do. And you won't be able to stop them. They might kill me if they knew that I came here. Oh, I just thought of that. You've got to forget that I was here. Promise me that you will.
What about your boyfriend, Johnny Blake?
I'll think of something else. I'll have to. Nobody must know about this. Promise me, both of you, that you'll do nothing about it. Please, please, promise me. I'm frightened.
You've given us no alternative, Miss Mills. We have nothing to work on.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry I came up here. When I heard about... Oh, no, I can't tell you. I mustn't. Remember, you promised that you'd forget what I said. Please forget that I was here tonight. Please.
Well... What do you think of that, Vance?
I don't know yet. That girl was terrified. Something tells me I ought to see her boyfriend, and I will, first thing in the morning.
Chocolate soda, all black, no whipped.
There you are, sir.
Thank you.
What's yours, miss?
Strawberry soda, no ice cream, please. And a bacon and tomato on toast.
Right. BT down.
Echo.
BT down.
Right, BT down.
Strawberry, right, miss?
Yeah, and a bacon and tomato on toast.
Well, that's coming up. I'm only vice president in charge of sodas. There you are. Your sandwich will be right up.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. What'll you... Oh.
Finish it, Johnny. You want to know what I wanted? Or do you know, kid?
I know. Tony, I've got to talk to you.
Nothing says I gotta listen. Only one thing talks with me, kid. Dough.
Wait a minute. Hey, Dick, take the counter for me for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure, Johnny.
Tony, I haven't got what I promised you I'd have.
Oh, Johnny? Not too bad. I'll take a plate of vanilla.
Oh, sure, Tony. Coming up. You're not sore, Tony. There.
Sore? No, I ain't sore. Only I'm disappointed in you, Johnny.
Here you are.
White. That's right.
It's good ice cream. You, promised me something, you don't keep that promise. That ain't right.
Next Saturday, I'll have it for you, Tony. The whole $50.
Johnny, let me show you how I work. You borrowed $50 from me a month ago. Supposed to be for 1 week. Next week, you were supposed to pay me $55.
I know, but I couldn't that week.
Okay, so you paid me the interest, $5. But the next week, and the week after, and the week after that, nothing. Now you say next week you'll pay me the $50. Nothing doing, Johnny.
But I haven't got it, and I can't get it, Tony. Don't you understand that?
I don't understand anything except if you don't pay me, I gotta take it out on you. Nothing personal, Johnny. Just that guys like me, we don't ask for security when we lend you guys dough. If I let you get away with it, other guys will get the same idea. That's good ice cream.
Look, Tony, there must be some way I can make a deal, will you? There must be something you'll take.
Sure, kid. My money. You better run around tonight and get it, Sonny, or tomorrow maybe you won't even be able to walk. It's good ice cream you got here, you know?
Sit down on the porch for a minute, Johnny, please.
I don't want to sit down, June. I brought you home. I've got to leave now. All I need is for your old man to catch me here. Good night.
Johnny, wait.
What is it?
He did come to the store tonight, didn't he?
Tony? Yeah, he came in. June, I got to get out of here. Your father...
Johnny, the rate of interest Tony charges isn't legal. You could go to the police.
Forget that, and quick. That'll only mean more trouble. Hey, where did you disappear to before? Where'd you go, the cops?
I went to the district attorney's office.
Oh, Junie, you little fool. If you told anything to the DA, I'm cooked. Don't you realize that? You didn't go to the police. You didn't.
Johnny, it was for your own good. I know you don't have the money. I knew what Tony would do. I had to go. But I didn't tell him anything. Honest, I didn't.
You little dope. Why I told you anything, I don't know. If a cop shows up at that store, Tony will take care of me, sure.
June, who's that with you?
It's me, Mr. Mills. Johnny Blake.
Daddy only took me home. That's all, Dad.
That's all. Johnny, you listen to me. I've told you to keep away from June. If she hasn't enough sense to know what kind of a guy you are, I have.
Mr. Mills, you don't understand about
Understand?
us.
Why,
Dad,
What are you
please.
trying to do? I don't understand, eh?
Let me.
I understand this. That you're no good for my daughter, Johnny. You're no good to anybody. And I'm telling you now, as quietly as I can, that if I ever catch you with her again, I'll kill you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. What do you have?
Oh, good morning, young man. My name is Vance.
If you're selling anything, Vance, you better see the manager, Mr. Kelly. He'll be in about a half an hour.
My name is Philo Vance.
No, I'm sorry. I can't do a thing. Philo Vance? The private detective?
Well, I'm really a private investigator, but the difference is so subtle we'll skip it. I'm looking for Johnny Blake. Is that you?
Nope. I'm Dick Jackman. Johnny ought to be around, though, somewhere.
Where's that?
Well, I don't know for sure. I just came to work. He gets in before I do. Maybe he's downstairs in the basement grabbing a smoke. Or mixing some syrups or something. What's up, Mr. Vance?
I don't know. That's what I came to find out. Which way is the basement?
Right down the stairs at the back of the store. Say, I'm off for a couple of minutes. You want me to take you down?
I'd appreciate that very much.
Okay, just walk along outside the counter, Mr. Vance. Meet you in the back.
Well, that's fine. Thank you again.
Here we are. Right through this door. Down the stairs. Oh, I'll go first, Mr. Vance.
If you will.
See, we keep all kinds of stuff down here, Mr. Vance. Syrups, big refrigerators, everything. Hey, Johnny, got company. Yeah, that's funny.
Maybe he isn't down here.
Oh, no, he's got to be. One of the boys said he saw him go down here about an hour ago. Hey, Johnny! John! Mr. Vance?
I see it. Was that Johnny Blake?
Sure looks like him from here, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't like to go over there. I would like to look at it from up close.
You won't have to, Dick. He's dead. I can tell that. I can see from the way he's crumpled up. What's that on the floor next to him?
Well, that's a syrup pump. Vanilla syrup pump. We keep all of them down here in the morning where they can be scrubbed.
Well, I'd say somebody hit Johnny over the head with it and killed him. Dick, who was it Johnny was afraid of?
Don't ask me, Mr. Vance. I don't know. I haven't any idea who it was. No kidding. I wouldn't know, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't know.
It might help me find whoever killed Johnny, Dick.
Yeah, maybe, Mr. Vance, but I'd say that nobody can help Johnny anymore, and, well, I don't want to be in a spot where nobody can help me either.
Dick, listen. Johnny's girlfriend, June Mills, told me part of the story.
She told you about Tony?
Vaguely. I need a little more information.
Well, Tony's the reason I won't talk, Mr. Vance. See, he's a pretty tough character. June probably told you that Johnny borrowed dough from Tony, didn't she?
Not exactly, but she didn't have to. And as a matter of fact, Dick, you don't have to do any more talking either.
Hello, Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Hello, Vance.
I'm down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. You remember the girl who came to see you last night?
Yes, very well. Why?
I should have come down here last night, only she begged so hard I postponed it until this morning. What she was afraid of has happened. Her boyfriend, Johnny Blake, has been murdered.
What?
That's right. He was hit over the head with a syrup pump, a vanilla syrup pump, and his body was tossed in a corner. You'd better get Sergeant Heath and some men down here right away.
Yes, I will, of course. So, Vance, it's finally happened. You found a murder and called me in. Well,
I hope that's as far as precedent-breaking goes on this case, Markham. I'd like to solve this case. Incidentally, I have something to work on.
you have? What's that, Vance?
Johnny Blake's soda fountain partner, Dick Jackman, told me what it was that Johnny's girl was afraid of. He'd borrowed money from one of those small-time gangsters who lend money to soda clerks and barbers and small salaried office workers who have no security.
Yes, we call them Shylocks, Vance. They're usually pretty hard customers.
Are they, Markham? Well, I'm going to see this one. Maybe I can soften him up a bit.
It's good ice cream, Vance. Sure you don't want any?
Quite sure, Tony. You seem to be enjoying that quite a bit.
Why not? I like it. I get ice cream sent up here to my office every day. If I like something, I enjoy it.
It's very hard for me to find fault with that logic. Let's talk about Johnny Blake, though.
Nothing to talk about. You told me he got murdered. It's too bad. He owed me dough. But I can write it off.
Listen, Tony. I found Johnny in the basement, killed with a syrup pump. The basement window had been smashed, and the murderer got in that way. Where have you been all morning?
Me? I'm right here. I got 6 people who'll swear I was here all morning.
I have no doubt about that. You admit that Johnny owed you money and couldn't pay it, don't you, Tony?
That's right, only I wouldn't knock him off for that. You see, now I'll never get my dough. That ain't good business, Vance.
It might be in your line of work, Tony. You might credit it to advertising.
That's pretty cute, Vance. You mean other guys will remember that maybe they should pay me what they owe me or they wind up like Johnny. Hey, that's pretty cute, Vance. I should have thought of that myself.
Are you quite sure you didn't?
I'm positive, but I'll remember about that, Vance.
I wouldn't if I were you, Tony.
Vance, haven't you got any curiosity? Or haven't you got any nerves?
I assure you I have both. Why?
You know those sounds you're hearing your shots. How come you don't ask about them?
You'll tell me, Tony. You were just dying to tell me the minute I heard the first one.
No wonder you don't eat ice cream, Vance. You don't need any. You're the coolest thing I ever ran up against. You want to know about those shots?
Well, let's say you want to tell me about them.
Yeah, I do. You see, Vance, those are my boys shooting off those guns. They're practicing. It's my idea. You like it?
Not well enough to shout bravo. They have permits.
Sure. That's my idea, too.
I see. What are they shooting at?
Well, right now it's targets. Targets I set up downstairs. They practice so that if they ever get in a jam, they'll be able to shoot straight. I got the idea from the FBI. How do you like it?
I like it all right, Tony. Only I have an idea that anybody that commits a crime ought to be caught. That's something I got from the FBI.
This is District Attorney Markham. The vanilla murder case began when Johnny Blake, a soda dispenser, was found dead in the basement of the store where he worked. Vance and Dick Jackman, another soda clerk, discovered the body, and beside it, a syrup pump which Vance found to be marked vanilla. Vance has found out that Tony Amrotti, a loan shark, had threatened Johnny. I've uncovered some information that might be helpful to Vance, and I've phoned him to meet me outside the basement window. He should be along any minute now because it's about half an hour. Vance, is that you?
Yes. Hello, Markham. What's going on that you couldn't tell me on the telephone?
I could have told you then, I suppose, but I thought I'd like to have a private chat with you, Vance. First, though, here's the news.
You sound like a radio commentator, Markham.
No analysis, Vance. That's your department. I'll stick to the facts. You can tell me what they mean. You remember the girl who came to my office last night?
June Mills, of course.
Well, I've talked to her. And she admits to me that her father threatened Johnny.
Oh?
He's not too involved. He didn't like Johnny. In fact, he threatened to kill him if he found him with his daughter again.
Is that so?
Definitely. Well, this little piece of information of mine gives you another suspect, Vance, right?
No question about it. Where is Mr. Mills now?
June and her father are at home. Sergeant Heath is keeping them there temporarily.
In that case, I think I'll pay them a visit. I might as well clean up that little detail.
Vance, I've given you some information, but you've been a little reluctant to part with any news. Have you made any progress at all in this case?
I think so, Markham. In fact, I can tell you with every confidence that when I return from the Mills house, I'll tell you who murdered Johnny Blake.
No, stop crying, baby. There's nothing that crying will do that'll help.
Let her cry if she likes, Mr. Mills.
No.
Surprising as it may seem to you, an expression of grief does offer a measure of consolation.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Not at all. Mr. Mills, I'm not going to do any routine questioning about your threatening Johnny Blake. That isn't important at the moment. The only thing that is important is who killed him.
Well, it wasn't me.
I hardly expected you to sign a full confession just because I decided not to question you, Mr. Mills. But on the other hand, saying it wasn't you doesn't absolve you either.
Mr. Vance, I want to tell you now what Johnny was worried about. What I couldn't tell you last night. I don't care what happens to me now. I want you to know the truth.
I think I know the truth, Miss Mills. And after this little talk I've had with you two, I think I know something even more important. I think I know the killer.
I'll have a large strawberry soda, no ice cream, and a bacon and tomato on toast, please.
Right. Stretch a strawberry. BT down.
Thank you.
Why, hello there, Mr. Vance. Something I can serve you?
No, thank you, Dick. Not right now. Listen, you've been very helpful to me. Would you do one more thing, please?
Well, if it'll help, count me in, Vance.
It will help. I want you to borrow $50 from Tony Amrotti.
Mr. Vance. No can do.
But you said you'd help.
Tony wouldn't lend me a dime. Don't believe me, ask him yourself. He's sitting right over there at the corner of the counter eating ice cream.
Vanilla, of course.
Natch.
So Tony won't lend you any money, Dick?
Nope. Don't ask me why. It isn't as if he was afraid he wouldn't get it back. Tony's got his own way of collecting, you know.
Yes, so I've learned. Well, thanks just the same, Dick. I think I'll have another talk with him.
Good enough. See you around, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Tony.
Hi, Mr. Vance. Come on over and have some ice cream.
I'm coming over, but not for that reason.
Come on, there's a stool right here, just waiting for you. Sit down.
Thank you. Tony, I understand you lend money to anybody with or without security.
That's right.
That's a little illegal, isn't it? I mean, at the rate of interest you charge.
Maybe. Only there ain't no such thing as a little illegal, is there, Vance?
I suppose not. Tony, inasmuch as you lend money to anybody, why won't you lend any to Dick Jackman?
That soda jerk over there? He's a bad boy, Vance. He forgets to pay back. And if you start putting any pressure on him, he'll yell for the cops.
And you don't like that, eh, Tony?
Look, if you was in my line of work, would you? That's the only risk we take in this racket. The guy don't scare, we're sunk.
If you've never lent Dick any money, Tony, how do you know he's a bad risk?
Information. I got information about 6 months ago on that guy. He owed a bookie half a C for 5 months and only paid him a month ago.
Half a C?
Half a century. Century's $100.
I know. Let me understand something. Dick paid your bookmaking friend $50 a month ago. Just a little after Johnny borrowed $50 from you.
I guess that's right. Coincidence, huh?
Perhaps not. Well, thanks, Tony. I hope you enjoyed your ice cream as much as I've enjoyed this little chat.
I'm only starting on my ice cream. Only one portion so far. Hey, Dick, another plate of vanilla, huh?
Right. Coming up, Tony.
Tony, you know where the district attorney's office is.
Sure. Somebody once pointed it out to me. Why?
Be there at 6 o'clock tonight. Unless you'd rather I had an escort sent to invite you down.
I see what you mean. What do you want me there for, Vance?
Oh, a lot of reasons. And you won't be alone. I'm going to ask Dick Jackman and June Mills and her father to be there, too. You're really going to want to come, aren't you, Tony?
Am I? Why?
Why? Because I'm going to name Johnny Blake's murderer. And I couldn't very well do that without you there, now could I?
I'm sorry you all are being kept waiting, but Mr. Vance is due here in a moment. He stopped by to see Sergeant Heath at police headquarters to get the results of some fingerprints we were checking.
Is that why our prints were taken when we came in here, Mr. Markham?
That's right, Mr. Mills. Yours, your daughter's, and Dick Jackman's. We already had Tony's, didn't we?
Don't be so proud. Cops in 6 cities have got my prints. Maybe 7. Let me see now. Yeah, it's 7. Hey, Mr. Markham, can I send down for some ice cream?
No, not at the moment, Tony.
Ice cream. All I hear all day is ice cream. I'd like to forget that for a while if it's all right with everybody.
Listen to him. The kid's getting nerves. Right, Miss Mills?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Good evening, all.
Oh, here's Vance now. Hi, Vance.
Well, I see that all our invited guests are present, Markham.
Yes, they are.
Thank you all for being here. In a few minutes, I promise you, 3 of you may leave. Now let me bring you all up to date on some details, please.
Any way we could stop you?
No, Tony, I think not. To begin with, when Dick Jackman and I found Johnny's body, it was lying in the corner of the basement, quite a distance from the stairs. So far, in fact, that Dick wasn't quite sure it was Johnny at first.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
Dick and I saw the murder weapon at the same time, the vanilla syrup pump. I didn't know what it was at first, but Dick identified it for me.
That's right, too.
What he didn't know, and what I didn't know then, was that there were fingerprints on that pump. Fingerprints of the murderer.
All I know is they ain't mine, unless this is a trick.
They aren't your prints, Tony. You see, the fingerprints on the syrup pump are Dick Jackman's.
Why not? I handle that pump a lot. Isn't that reasonable?
Yes, but you didn't handle it this morning. You had just come to work, remember? And the pumps were downstairs in the basement to be scrubbed. You got your fingerprints on it when you hit your friend Johnny Blake on the head.
Oh, no.
You can take him, Markham.
Oh, no, he can't. Nobody takes me. Nobody gets me.
Quite a wallop you have, Tony.
Yeah. Tell that to your friends, will you, Vance? It's good advertising. What a chump this Dick Jackman was. Left fingerprints.
I'm sorry to have wasted your time in this case, Vance. Inasmuch as there were fingerprints, it actually was nothing but a routine police case.
That would be true, Markham, except that there were no fingerprints.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I made up the detail of the fingerprints merely to force Dick into making a break. You see, I knew he was our murderer.
You knew Dick was the murderer and there were no fingerprints. How?
Just think over the facts for a moment, Markham, and you'll know how I knew, too. Well, Markham, where do you want me to begin? Now that our 3 other suspects are out of the office and Mr. Dick Jackman is in Sergeant Heath's hands.
I like my explanations slowly, Vance. Start with the motive, please.
Motive? Money. You see, when Johnny Blake borrowed money from Tony, he actually borrowed it for his friend, Dick Jackman.
How did you find that out?
It added up. Tony told me that Dick paid a 6-month-old debt shortly after Johnny borrowed money from Tony.
I'm beginning to understand. When Tony demanded money from Johnny, Johnny went to Dick and insisted that Dick pay him the $50. Dick couldn't pay it, knew he was in a spot if Johnny talked, and he had to do something desperate.
He had to, and he did.
Let me see now. On his way to the store the morning of the murder, he passed the basement window and saw Johnny working down there. He broke the window, jumped down, and hit Johnny with the pump Johnny had just finished cleaning.
Exactly. Then he climbed out the basement window and came in the front entrance to work.
I see. Well, I'm satisfied about the motive. Now tell me about the clue.
The clue was there when I found the body, only I didn't realize it at the time. Markham, Dick and I were 15 feet away from Johnny's body and the syrup pump. But Dick knew it was a vanilla syrup pump. The only way he could have known is if he'd used it to kill Johnny.
That's right. It was too far away to see the lettering on it, wasn't it?
Of course, and in the maze of complicating details, I overlooked it. Temporarily, of course. When I thought back on the case, I realized what an error Dick had made right at the very beginning.
I'm glad you did, Vance, because it was an error at the beginning that brought us to the end of the vanilla murder case.
The makers of Raleigh cigarettes present John Emery, star of the Broadway success Angel Street, as Philo Vance in S.S. Van Dyne's murder mystery, The Case of the Cellini Cup.
Good evening. I am Philo Vance, occupation criminologist. And tonight I'd like to tell you the adventure of the Cellini Cup. As I pieced this fantastic and incredible story together later, it started something like this. In the East 70s of New York City, deep in the gloomy shadow of the 3rd Avenue L, is a dingy little second-hand store called the Old World Curio Shop. It's about 10:30 at night. The front of the store is filled with the usual miscellaneous rubbish, but in the back there's a good workshop. There's a light on there. The man is hunched over a workbench repairing the enamel on, of all things, a cloisonne elephant. This man is Paul Getman, about 43, rather heavy-set, oily complexion, little pig eye, smug and self-satisfied, but a clever workman. An unpleasant man, but then he hasn't long to live, although he doesn't know that. There's a discreet knock on the door at the front of the shop.
Oh.
He gets up and walks through the store to the door.
Oh, it's you. What do you want? Well? Hey, put that gun down. Someone's liable to get hurt. Wait a minute. Take it easy. What are you going to do? No, you don't dare. You can't get away with it. That's murder. For God's sakes, don't do it. Well, why don't you say something? What are you waiting for? I know what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the elevator train. You're waiting for the elevator train to drown out the shot. Well, I got burglar alarms here, and I'm going to...
Philo Vance will be back in a moment. But first, you know when a friend of yours gets a new house, you naturally want to go and see it. Well, an old tried and true friend of yours, Raleigh Cigarettes, is living in a brand new house, and you really ought to see it. Because Raleigh's new house protects you by protecting Raleigh's. How? This new house is an exclusive new package, which gives up to 400% more protection than the package on other leading brands. This means that Raleigh cigarettes come to you factory fresh. Never harsh and bitter, always rich in flavor and fresh. Smokers, you'll thank me for this if you follow my suggestion. Make your next pack Raleigh's, America's freshest cigarettes. And now, here is Philo Vance to tell you the story of the Cellini Cup.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Well, to explain how I got involved in this, John F.X. Markham, the district attorney, is an old friend of mine, and bright and early the morning after Getman was murdered, much too bright and much too early, Markham came over to my apartment and dragged me over to the Old World Curio Shop to view the mortal remains of Paul Getman. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Squad met us at the door, a businesslike frown on his broad, pugnacious features, and gestured toward the body.
Well, here he is, shot through the heart. Doc Baker examined the body and pulled a .32 slug out of him. I would have bet my shirt it was a .45. Made a big hole going in.
So it did, Sergeant.
No signs of a struggle. Who found the body, Sergeant? The patrolman on the beat. The burglar alarm went off, and he came running. Looks like Getman set it off himself. There's a button right here on the counter, and we found Getman's thumbprint on it.
Look at this, Markham.
What's that, Vance?
This utterly atrocious tie Getman was wearing. Imagine the embarrassment of being caught dead wearing a purple horror like this.
I thought it was kind of snappy.
Sergeant, you distress me. I've never seen you out of your uniform, but I'll wager you're a panic.
Now, Vance, let's not get into a discussion of what the well-dressed corpse should wear.
Calm yourself, Markham. What have we here? A little circular bit of charred cloth. Must be a clue, eh, Sergeant?
I already seen it. I figured whoever came in here to bump Getman off hid the gun under something. Maybe a handkerchief. And when he fired, this piece of cloth was blown off. Figured that out myself. Not bad, huh?
Sergeant, you've been going to night school. Suppose you tell us what you found out about the late Mr. Getman.
Okay, he was in his early 40s. He owned this shop. He did repair work on fancy art objects for the museum and art dealers, and he was pretty good at it, I guess. He had a little apartment at the Windsor Arms, and that's about all. Hey, looks like a customer at the door. That's his second today.
Markham, isn't that George Henry Howard? Yes, it is.
The art collector?
Yes, but there's more of the collector than the artist in him. Before the war, he traveled over Europe sweeping up statues, porcelains, tapestries, and so on like a vacuum cleaner. Between George Henry Howard and William Randolph Hearst, the museums on the continent were left looking a trifle seedy.
Let him in, Sergeant. Okay. Well. Mr. Vance, isn't it?
How are you, Mr. Howard?
Fine. Never better, thanks.
Mr. Markham, our district attorney and champion of justice.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Markham?
And Sergeant Heath.
How are you? How do you do? Is Mr. Getman here?
Yes, but he's not speaking to anyone.
He was murdered last night, Mr. Howard. Murdered? Really?
Oh, definitely.
Well, that's too bad from my standpoint as well as his. I wanted to buy a group of items in here.
Will his death interfere with selling them?
Well, that would depend on whether there were any heirs and so on.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, there seems to be a few pieces of some value in this case. Let's see, there's the triptych, the cloisonne vase, a copy of the Cellini cup, this beautiful German horizontal clock with hunting scenes in relief, circa 1600, I'd say.
And quite right you are, Mr. Vance. By the way, Mr. Markham, I'd like to put a deposit of, say, $4,000 on the contents of this case just to ensure my getting it. I'd top any bid by $250. Could I do that?
Well, we'll have to take that up after the investigation is concluded.
All right, fine, Mr. Markham. Thank you very much. If I can be of any help.
Thank you.
But all right. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Bye. $4,000 for that stuff? I could do better at the 5 and dime.
Yeah, worth about $2,000. Oh, Sergeant, you mentioned another customer.
Oh, yeah, before you got here. A man by the name of Hans Hendricks. An art dealer, he told me.
Oh, yes, the Hans Hendricks Galleries on 57th Street.
Anyway, he came to pick up an art object Getman was repairing for him. He had a receipt for it, so I let him in to make sure it was here. But I didn't let him take it.
Oh, I'll answer it. Maybe my office.
Well, what do you think of this, Sergeant?
Oh, I got a theory. When there ain't no clues, I always say what the French say. Cherchez femme. Cherchez femme.
Cherchez femme, eh?
Yeah, in French, it means look for the dame.
Oh, thank you for the translation, Sergeant.
That's okay.
That was the office, Vance. Swacker tells me they got the license number of a car that was seen here last night. Well, now we've got something concrete to work on.
I have nothing very exciting to do this afternoon. Suppose I take this gentleman and scholar, the incredible Sergeant Heath, and the two of us will trace that license number to its lair.
It's like I tell you, Mr. Vance. You don't have to be no genius to solve murders. All you do is ask the right people the right questions.
Providing one can find the right people.
Well, we sure got a lot of information so far. The owner of the car rented it to a guy named Tony Carpini who lives in Queens.
Yes, and this Carpini had a date last night with a girl named Norma Allen who lives in Flushing.
Cherchez femme, huh?
She'll be in Mr. Markham's office tomorrow morning.
I'll pick up Carpini and we'll ask questions and solve the murder.
You make it sound delightfully simple.
Yeah, it's a cinch. I guess I know how to figure these things out instinctive.
Sergeant, you've been most instructive.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, now, let's get on to the Hans Hendricks Galleries. I'd like a few words with Mr. Hendricks.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance and Sergeant Heath.
Thanks.
Now then, I'm at your service.
Well, Mr. Hendricks, I'm looking for one of your messengers in connection with the Getman murder. A guy called Tony Carpini.
Ah, so. Unfortunately, he is no longer in my employ.
You mean you fired him?
Yes, this morning. So you are looking for Tony, eh? I'm glad I got rid of him.
If I'm not too inquisitive, Mr. Hendricks, why did you dismiss him?
I did not trust the man.
And, of course, you had excellent reasons for not trusting him?
He had quite a temper. Just lately, he was very surly. Not a man to trust with a gun.
A gun? Did he carry a gun?
My messengers often deliver valuable pieces. I believe I saw in the papers that the bullet was a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
You may be interested to know that Tony's gun was a .32. I have it here in my desk.
Well, right in your desk. Now, that's convenient, Mr. Hendricks.
He turned it in when I discharged him. Yeah, there you are, Sergeant.
Thanks. I'll just take this along.
Where did Tony keep the gun? After work, I mean.
In his locker with his uniform.
I presume he had a key to the delivery entrance?
And he could get in at night if he wanted to?
Easily.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. Hendricks. Oh, say, before I go, my wife wants an extra chair for the living room, and I noticed that one by the door as we came in.
The sergeant sat in it, bounced in it, slumped in it, and finally decided he and the chair were soulmates. It's that carved chair with a needlepoint upholstery.
Of course. I know the chair.
How much are you asking for it?
It is priced at $575, I believe.
Holy cow, I can get the same thing at Ludwig Bauman's for $31.75. Well, thanks again.
Not at all. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
All right. Now we're really getting somewhere. And without none of that fancy psychology of yours either, Mr. Vance. That guy Hendricks was pretty helpful.
Wasn't he, though? Almost too helpful. Well, what's the news this morning, Markham? You look like the cat that swallowed the canary and went proudly around hiccuping feathers.
Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath's out tracking down our man now. I told him to bring him in as soon as he located him.
And who is the man?
I never thought I'd hear Philo Vance ask that question. You usually know who the man is.
So nice of you to say so, old fellow.
You know, Vance, a gun scratches its individual signature on bullets that leave the barrel. So we compared the bullet that killed Getman with a bullet fired from the gun that messenger, Tony... here it is. Tony Carpini. The bullets match perfectly. Looks like he did it.
My dear Markham, it only proves that a bullet fired from his gun brought about Getman's untimely demise.
Vance, you're splitting hairs.
Splitting hairs is a hobby of mine, Markham, old boy. A hobby that I thought I shared with all members of the legal profession.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Send Miss Allen in.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that would be our femme fatale, the Cleopatra of Flushing. From Swacker's voice, I'd say she left him goggle-eyed.
Come in and sit down, Miss Allen.
Yes, thanks.
I'm Mr. Markham, and this is Mr. Vance, a sort of special assistant of mine.
A pleasure, Miss Allen.
Oh, likewise.
We'd like to have you tell us what happened the night of the murder.
Well, I had a date with Tony, and we drove around a little, and then we parked, and he started talking about me going out with Mr. Getman. He got sore, and I told him that we would have to consider our acquaintanceship at an end because I had become engaged to Mr. Getman. Gee, I've only been engaged 8 days. I didn't even get a ring.
And what was Tony's reaction to the news of your engagement?
He was wild. He was mad. He threatened to kill me and Paul. That's Mr. Getman. So I asked him to be so kind as to take me home.
Yes, what time was it he brought you home?
About 7:45. Oh, he did it all right, Mr. Markham.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Allen. And now...
just a moment, Markham. Miss Allen, how long have you been, dating Mr. Getman?
Oh, about 4 months, I guess. I met him when Tony had to deliver something to his shop to be repaired after hours, and he took me along. Paul fell in love with me at first sight. I'm considered very attractive by men.
Well, obviously. And you liked Mr. Getman very much, I presume.
Oh, indeed. Indeed, yes. I've always wished to travel, and he was going to take me to South America after the duration of the duration. Paul knew lots of important people, too, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, like Mr. Howard, the art collector. Paul took me to one of Mr. Howard's cocktail parties. Gee, it was swell. Nobody was there who wasn't somebody.
Vance, don't you
Just be patient a moment, Markham.
I even talked with Mr. Howard himself in person. Oh, he was swell. And he showed me some of his collection. You know, etchings and things. When I told him Tony worked for Mr. Hendricks, and I knew all about art from what Tony had told me.
I see. And you and Mr. Howard got along very well together?
Oh, sure. I told him all about Tony and I and Paul, and he laughed and laughed. I was a big hit at that party. Gee, I guess I'll never get to travel after what Tony done.
Oh, I imagine another man will come along and be blinded by your charms, Miss Allen.
Yeah, I suppose so, but maybe he won't be no gentleman like Mr. Getman.
Hey, will you stop shoving me around?
Tony.
Here's Carpini, Mr. Markham. He was out on the town last night, but I grabbed him when he came back to his room. Had his bags packed and was all ready to skip town.
Tony, what did you do it for? What did you do it for? You spoiled everything.
I didn't kill him.
You did, too. You said you were going to.
Shut up, will you?
I hate you. I'll never give you another date.
Will you shut up? I tell you, I didn't kill him. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
You did, too. You're a murderer. That's what you are, a murderer. Oh, he hit me.
Cut it out, Carpini. Let go of me. It's her own fault. She started it.
Take him away, Sergeant.
Okay, Mr. Markham. I guess he's a man, all right. What'd I tell you, Mr. Vance? Churchy femme? Churchy femme? Come on, Carpini. Oh, nuts.
Here, use my handkerchief, Miss Allen.
Oh, gee, thanks. You're awfully nice to me.
Not I, Miss Allen. Some other gentleman.
Well, Vance, are you convinced now?
Not entirely, Markham. So I think I'll trot along and see if I can comb a little information from George Henry Howard.
Are you going now?
Yes, Miss Allen, but before I depart, I think you may be interested to know that Mr. Markham is a bachelor and a very eligible gentleman. Confidentially, he's fascinated by you.
No kidding. Why, Mr. Markham.
Vance, what's the idea?
Bye-bye, Markham.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. A very pleasant den you have here.
Yes, I like it.
I see the cases along the walls are filled with the ripe fruit of your continental travels. Some beautiful things.
You like them, eh? Well, when I saw something I wanted, I got it. Of course, these cases represent only a fraction of my entire collection. Now, these two curved swords are nice. Creases, they're called. I picked them up in the Malay States 10 years ago. Sharp as razors.
And an exquisite pair of old dueling pistols. I suppose they are dueling pistols, aren't they?
Oh, yes. I got them in France. Beautiful inlaid gold work on them. And you'll notice they're identical in weight, shape, trigger pull, everything. Had to be, to make the duel fair.
Amazing. And I suppose these little cloth patches are for cleaning the guns.
That's right. That's quite right.
Well, what have we here in this case? It looks like a copy of that Cellini cup in the Metropolitan Museum.
Yes, it's a good copy, too.
Yes, it is. You have a whole case of ivory figurines, I see.
Mm-hmm. I collected them for a while. Only a few of them have any real value.
By the by, Mr. Howard, I came to ask about Hans Hendricks. You've had dealings with him, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
You see, Getman's murder is pretty well pinned on one of Hendricks' messengers. It was his gun. Please don't repeat this, but it occurred to me that Hendricks also might have access to that gun.
Oh, I see.
Do you happen to know whether Hendricks and Getman got along all right together?
Well, as far as I know. Of course, Hans is a shrewd Dutchman, and he's an art dealer, too.
I gather your opinion of the integrity of art dealers is not too frightfully high.
You never can tell, Mr. Vance. You never can tell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Howard. You've been most helpful. Well, Tony, nice cell you have here.
Don't be funny.
Tony, I'd like to ask you a question or so.
Yeah? You trying to help me?
Yes.
What's your angle?
Well, Tony, I'm of the opinion that jail is an unhealthy place to be. If you answer a few questions, I may be able to help get you out.
Okay. What have I got to lose?
Did Mr. Hendricks know about your trouble with Miss Allen and Getman?
If he did, I didn't tell him. He might have found out from Getman, though.
That's right, too. Did Mr. Hendricks ever give you anything to deliver to Mr. Howard?
Yeah, a couple of times. And that Mr. Howard is a right guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, you see, I delivered a vase about a week ago, and there was a party going on. Mr. Howard was pretty tight, and he spilled 2 drinks he was holding all over me. Oh, Mr. Vance.
Just a moment, Sergeant. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, he took my clothes and gave me one of his silk bathrobes to wear and had my clothes dried while I sat in the room. Then he gave me $10. I thought that was okay.
Now, Sergeant?
I found out if Mr. Markham was in his office like you asked me to. He is all right.
Thanks very much, Sergeant. You're a noble custodian of the law. I'll go right up and see him. And thank you, Tony. Don't worry too much.
Vance, for heaven's sakes, what did you bring me here to the museum for?
Stop fretting, Markham. I wanted to lift you out of the hurly-burly of your mundane world, far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, and to transport you to the cool halls of this temple of art.
What sort of nonsense is that?
Once in a while, you've got to get away from jangling telephones, noisy courtrooms, and intellectuals such as the good Sergeant Heath. You've got to get away and enter this world of beauty and quiet and romance. Look at the Etruscan shield in this case, Markham.
Yeah, very nice.
What stories it could tell. How many heroes buckled it on and strode bravely into battle shouting some barbaric cry. Yet here it is today, still full of beauty. Ah, here's the Cellini cup. Remember, there was a copy of it in that case in Getman's shop. Benvenuto Cellini. Artist, writer, swordsman, adventurer, the gay lover of the Renaissance. And over here...
Now, Vance, you're not going to take me on a conducted tour of the Metropolitan Museum, are you? I've got work to do.
All right, Markham. I have a few things to do myself. But if you and Sergeant Heath will arrange under some pretext for Howard and Hendricks to be at the Old World Curio Shop 2 hours from now, I'll turn over the murder of Paul Getman to you at the conclusion of a short lecture.
While Philo Vance is preparing to expose the murderer of Paul Getman, may I take just a moment to speak about freshness and its importance in cigarettes? That's why Raleighs are living in a brand new house. Raleigh's new house we speak about is a scientifically developed, highly protective inner lining that seals the Raleigh package. Protects Raleigh's more expensive, more golden tobaccos against flavor-stealing dryness. Preserves Raleigh's full, rich, satisfying flavor. This extra safeguard provides up to 400% more protection. Yes, Raleigh's goodness is sealed in because dryness is sealed out. And this extra protection ensures Raleigh's perfection. Next time, get America's fresher cigarette, Raleigh's. And now here's Philo Vance.
Well, Howard and Hendricks put in their appearance at the Old World Curio Shop on the dot of 8 with Markham and Sergeant Heath. Howard was his usual jovial self, but Hendricks was quiet, and it seemed to me a little suspicious. I had chairs arranged around a table, and seated Howard and Hendricks with their backs to the showcases. Markham tossed the conversational ball right into my lap.
Mr. Vance will explain this meeting to you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Well, you both have something you want to get out of this shop, and knowing how complicated the legal machinery that Mr. Markham so valiantly protects is, I persuaded him to settle the whole thing tonight and save both of you the inconvenience of waiting for Getman's fares to be settled. Mr. Hendricks, I believe there's something of yours here in the shop that Getman was repairing for you.
A large Cloisonne elephant.
And, Mr. Howard, you wanted to buy the contents of one of these showcases, didn't you?
That's right, Mr. Vance. Getman and I had already agreed on a price of $4,000.
Which seems more than fair to me. It's amazing, isn't it, how a small piece of lead can complicate the lives of a lot of people? Tony Carpini didn't simplify matters for either of you.
Then he's the one who did it, huh?
That's right, Mr. Howard. Church femme.
I didn't know I had a man like that working for me.
Funny, I always thought he was a nice boy.
Well, I don't agree with Sergeant Heath's church femme theory, as he calls it. I think the motive was robbery. There was one item in this case that Tony might have thought represented a fortune in itself. Just a minute. It was this item right here. Look, a copy of the Cellini Cup. This is what lured a man to the depths of murder. But it never will again because I'm going to smash it to pieces on this table.
Don't do that. Don't, you fool. Stop. That's the real cup. That's the original. Stop it, you idiot. You're smashing one of the greatest treasures in the world.
Sergeant Heath, you may arrest Mr. Howard for the murder of Paul Getman. Well, Markham, the Admirable Curry has just informed me that he will serve dinner in 3 minutes.
Vance, you irritating so-and-so. Sit down and tell me how you knew Howard murdered Getman. His confession clears Tony, but there's still a lot of things unanswered.
Well, there's no point in my being coy with you, Markham. Where shall I begin? Why did Howard kill Getman? His confession explains that, but suppose I put it in order. A. Howard was a wealthy art collector who wanted something he couldn't buy. The Cellini Cup that was in the museum. B. Getman was a clever goldsmith who did repair work for the museum. He had access to the Cellini Cup. C. Howard bribed Getman to make a copy of the cup and substitute it for the original. But D. Getman made 2 copies, substituted one for the original, which he kept, and sent the other copy to Howard, who, E, for exterminate, decided to kill him when he found he had been double-crossed, and did.
Yes, Vance, I know all that, and it isn't necessary to talk to me as though I were a child.
I'm not at all sure about that, Markham.
Oh, go on. What about the bullet from Tony Carpini's gun, matching the one that killed Getman? Stop giving me the story in driblets.
Well, at that party Miss Allen went to, she mentioned to Howard that Tony had threatened to kill Getman, and Howard realized he had a perfect fall guy, shall we say. He ordered some item sent from Hendricks, and then Tony delivered it. Howard spilled the drinks on him. With the pretext of drying his clothes, Howard got hold of the gun, took it to the basement, fired several shots into something that wouldn't destroy the markings on the bullets, then cleaned the gun and replaced the empty shells.
Yes, but how did he shoot Getman with that bullet?
Oh, very simple. Howard owned a pair of muzzle-loading dueling pistols, and he loaded one of them with a bullet from the gun. Remember that charred piece of cloth that was near the body?
Yes.
That was used to tamp the powder down. And remember Sergeant Heath remarked about the hole the bullet made? That it was large, and he'd guessed the bullet was a .45? Well, the .32 bullet was a little small for the gun, and it wasn't going straight when it hit Getman.
Howard was an ingenious devil, wasn't he?
Come, Markham, don't give him all the applause. Save a little for me.
All right, you too are an ingenious devil. But what made you suspect Howard?
A number of things. First, my suspicions were aroused when he offered twice as much for the contents of that case containing the Cellini cup as they were worth. Then it seemed strange that a man of Howard's position would invite Getman and his lady love to one of his parties. Of course, though, they were partners in crime.
Yes, that seemed odd to me, too.
It bothered me, and I dropped in to chat with Howard about it. Saw the dueling pistols and the little cloth patches, and also discovered to my surprise that he already had a copy of the Cellini cup. Why should he want another?
So you took another look at the one in Getman's shop, found it was the original, and dragged me over to the museum where you saw a copy in place of the original.
Excellent. An astounding piece of deduction, Markham. I exchanged the cups with the full cooperation of 2 dazed directors of the museum, then pulled the psychological rabbit out of my hat.
But why did you have me bring Hendricks over here to the shop, too?
Well, there was a possibility that Getman might have gone to Hendricks with the cup, hoping to sell it to him and get some money in addition to what Howard had already given him. Who knows? Perhaps he did. And Hendricks had access to Tony's gun. But I was sure that a man who was willing to risk his life and reputation for that cup couldn't sit quietly and see it smashed in front of his eyes.
Vance, you're an amazing person.
I'm also hungry. Come, Markham. I see Curry signaling that dinner is served. I hope the chicken tetrazzini is good. Catching a murderer has given me quite an appetite.
Raleigh cigarettes are protected in a way that no other cigarette is protected. Raleigh's live in a new house, a revolutionary new package that keeps them factory fresh. Raleigh's special package provides up to 400% greater protection than the package on all other leading brands against loss of freshness, loss of flavor. Why not smoke the cigarette you know is fresh? Raleigh's, America's freshest cigarette. Next week at the same time, the makers of Raleigh cigarettes will again present Philo Vance to tell you and your friends another exciting story. A story he calls The Mystery of the Singing Cat. The part of Philo Vance was played by John Emery. Tom Shirley speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Penny Ante murder case opened with the killing of Dan Smith, illegitimate private detective. Philo Vance has discovered that there was cheating going on in a poker game, presumably played for pennies, but actually for bigger stakes. He has also told me about a racket being engaged in by Bill Baxter, one of the suspects, and his aide, Ricky, but has asked me to do nothing about it as yet. All I know for certain is that Vance has detected the third suspect, Jacqueline Rice, cheating through the use of special cards and dark glasses. Both Ricky and Bill have been allowed to return to their places of business unwatched, and no one is quite certain what they're about.
Ricky, you ain't told me yet how come Philo Vance was up at your place playing cards with us.
Well, he wanted to come. Bill, I didn't see no harm in asking him, so I did. You knew he was going to be there before you said you'd come.
You told me that, but you didn't tell me why. Don't matter, though. He did us a favor. Found out about that dame cheating, so that washes her up.
Oh, to wash up this racket, Bill. It's time we quit, ain't it?
One more day. We're okay till tomorrow, at least. Guy sends us a buck on Tuesday. He ain't gonna gripe if we don't get his package by Saturday, is he?
No.
On Monday, when he starts to get cute, we ain't him anymore.
Oh, okay with me.
Let's have no more fooling between me and you about who killed Dan Smith. Let's just decide that he...
Who could that be?
Who knows? We got no envelopes and no dough in sight, so we'll let him in. What could we lose? Now, come in.
Is this the Rainbow Distributing Company?
Well, now, come on in, friend. What could we do to help you?
How do you do? My name is Joseph Peters. I sent you $1 on Tuesday, and I got no package, so I thought I'd come up here and just pick it up. Save you the trouble, you know.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Peters, you see your package must be out in the truck right now.
Oh, but it can't be. I asked downstairs and in the neighborhood, and they say you have no trucks, so... Well, I'll just take my package and go, if you don't mind.
Bill? I'll handle this. Mr. Peters, there must be some mistake. Here's your $1, and we're sorry we...
Oh, I don't want my $1. I want my package. You said you had a package for me. I got a card to prove it. Now, give me my package. Well, give it to me or I'll go to the police.
Oh, the police, is it? We can't have you doing that, can we, Ricky?
Hey, don't...
Billy, you nuts. Put that gun away.
Shut up. Shut up, both of you.
I won't. Help! Help! Somebody help! Help!
Bill, you've killed him.
No kidding. What did you want me to do? Let him go blab to the cops? Come on. Help me carry his body to the next room. This made up my mind for me. We're out of this business, Ricky, because of this guy. But him, he's out of this world.
You're sure I can't get you anything, Mr. Vance?
Thank you, Miss Rice. No, I just dropped in to find out one bit of information. Why did you cheat in those poker games?
How did you know I was cheating, unless you guessed it?
I didn't guess, believe me. I knew when I asked Ricky to arrange the game that you had been cheating. I suspected you used the dark classes, but I wanted to be sure.
You still haven't told me how you knew.
That's correct. And you haven't told me why you cheated.
Why?
Yes.
Because everybody was cheating in those games, Vance. It was a battle of wits. Dan Smith, the dead man, was stacking the cards every time he dealt. Bill Baxter knew every card everybody held, although I don't know how he knew. Ricky had a gimmick of his own going. Well, I've told you what you want to know. Now, tell me.
How I knew you were reading the backs of the cards? Well,
I don't know who's at the door, but whoever it is better go away. I have no intention of answering the buzzer.
that could be very complimentary.
It is. You going to do anything about it?
Yes.
Good.